The unremarkable young man, Ye Shu, found himself traversing through time, awakening in an ordinary modern metropolis devoid of supernatural powers or soaring heroes. Initially resigned to a mundane existence, he was unaware that his life would take a significant turn at the tender age of 11. Attention, new students! Our institution strictly forbids any student from entering the Dark Forest. This warning is especially for you, Ye Shu of Ravenclaw. As a seasoned fourth year, please refrain from leading the newcomers astray, thus proclaimed Dumbledore during the welcoming feast. The cauldron is intended for potion brewing, not culinary endeavors. Particularly for Ravenclaw students, do not emulate your senior, Ye Shu. Severus Snape gravely cautioned the new students during potions class. The flying broom is for riding, not for standing atop and shouting about sword flight. Do not imitate the absurd actions of student Ye Shu. Madam Hooch admonished the newcomers, broom in hand. What on earth has Senior Ye Shu done to incite such ire? The new students exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 1. The Boy at the Station. In September, the air still bore the remnants of summer's sweltering heat, as pedestrians sought refuge in the shade from the sun's relentless rays. The ladies of high society, adorned with floral parasols and fanning themselves, endeavored to dispel the oppressive warmth surrounding them. King's Cross Station in London, operational since 1852, stands as a grand terminus in the heart of the city, bordering the Camden and Islington districts. As one of London's major railway hubs, the station bustles with a flow of travelers akin to a river teeming with fish. With 11 platforms, the station was crowded during peak hours, each boarding point filled with eager passengers preparing for their journeys. Some travelers anxiously raised their arms to check their watches, craning their necks to glimpse the elusive train in the distance. Amidst this bustling scene, a young boy ambled leisurely along the platform, contrasting with the hurried atmosphere surrounding him. Appearing around 15, he was remarkably tall for his age, standing at 1.75 meters, yet his youthful visage betrayed his tender years, though he was undeniably well-developed. Dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, he carried a matching black briefcase, his polished black shoes emitting a crisp sound with each step he took. To the casual observer, he resembled not a student, but rather a successful individual or a young gentleman. Notably, the boy possessed a head of short black hair and dark eyes, marking him as a quintessential representative of the East. As he passed by, the ladies on the platform, ranging from 10 to 60 years of age, discreetly covered their mouths, their faces a blend of shyness and curiosity as they stole glances at him. Oh my goodness, that Easter man is incredibly handsome. Indeed, Isabella, do you feel the same way? Oh my, it's the first time I've encountered such a striking Eastern gentleman. I wonder which country he hails from. Isabella, there's no need for speculation. He must be from the Celestial Empire. How could a man from the land of the rising sun possess such height? And certainly, the men from the land of the morning calm would lack the robust charisma that he exudes. Moreover, just look at the refined aura he carries. I wager £100 that he is undoubtedly a gentleman from the Celestial Empire, famed for its etiquette. Good heavens, I wish I could approach him for his contact information. Oh, it's that boy again. I saw him last year at this very station. He must be studying in Y country, though I am uncertain at which institution. Amidst the crowd, hushed whispers could be heard, deliberately subdued yet unmistakably reaching the boy's ears. In stark contrast to the affluent ladies, the men cast envious glances. Had their gazes the power to slay, the boy would have surely been reduced to ashes by their jealousy. However, the boy appeared blissfully unaware of it all, striding confidently towards the platform. It seemed he had long since grown accustomed to the happenings around him, his expression unchanged in the slightest. The boy's name was Ye Shu, and, as the crowd speculated, he was indeed a bona fide citizen of the Celestial Empire. However, he was not a native of this world. He was a transmigrator. Indeed, Ye Shu was one among the ranks of the 21st century time-traveling cohort. In his previous life, Ye Shu was merely a reclusive enthusiast from the Celestial Empire, deeply engrossed in the realms of various anime and cinematic universes, obsessively. Attempting to recreate the enchanted items depicted within. On one occasion, he endeavored to brew a potion known as the Felix Felicis, inspired by the Harry Potter films. He devoted 2 weeks to procuring an array of herbs and equipment online, substituting the more obscure ingredients with what he deemed appropriate. Subsequently, he spent 6 months crafting the concoction into a finished product. At last, Ye Shu gazed at the dark, murky liquid before him, took a deep breath, and downed it in one go. Upon consuming the mysterious brew, Ye Shu collapsed, convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his veins bulging. 3 minutes later, he kicked his legs and spiraled into the heavens, departing this world. Clearly, he had failed, and the cost was his own life. Yet, in a sense, he had succeeded, for when Ye Shu opened his eyes once more, he had luckily traversed into the fantastical realm he had always yearned for. Upon arriving, Ye Shu was oblivious to his surroundings, knowing only that snow fell thickly like goose feathers, and he lay cradled in the arms of a modestly dressed elderly woman. Oh, Holy Mary, this child is truly fortunate to have survived, abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep in such a snowstorm. Thank heavens he was not frozen to death. This was the first phrase that Ye Shu heard upon arriving in this world. Although the words were uttered in Y language, he, having been a mediocre student in his previous life, surprisingly comprehended their meaning. What kind of parents could be so cruel as to abandon such a darling child? But fret not, from now on, you shall live in the orphanage, and we shall all be your family. The elderly woman lowered her head, kissed Ye Shu's forehead, and cradled him as she turned to enter the orphanage. Thus began Ye Shu's life as an orphan in this new world. This orphanage was not of the public variety. The headmistress was an unremarkable elderly woman from Y country who devoted herself to rescuing abandoned infants. Rather than a mere orphanage, it resembled a large family formed by a group of homeless children. Within this familial structure, aside from the matriarch Andrea, there were several adults in their 30s and 40s, all of whom had once been orphans themselves and chose to remain to care for the new brothers and sisters. Undoubtedly, Andrea was the head of the household. From a young age, she committed herself to rescuing abandoned children, dedicating 40 years of her life to this noble cause. Over the decades, her considerable wealth was entirely invested in the welfare of these orphans, leading to a situation where the orphanage was now struggling financially. Even she, who once flourished in her 30s, had now aged in her 70s. Were it not for the adult orphans who frequently sent money back to support the cause, the orphanage would likely have already closed its doors. Time passed swiftly, and with the companionship of peers in the orphanage, Ye Shu spent year after year of his life there. He remained oblivious to the identities of his parents and the reasons for their abandonment, with only a note in Chinese found in his swaddling blanket, devoid of any other belongings. As he grew older, Ye Shu reclaimed the name from his past life, feeling little attachment to his current identity, and thus this act became a tribute to his existence as a transmigrator. Perhaps due to the fusion of two souls, Ye Shu discovered that he possessed an intellect far superior to that of the average person, manifesting in his ability to grasp any subject at a glance and master it with ease. The inhabitants of the orphanage quickly recognized Ye Shu's prodigious talent, deeming him a genius destined for greatness. However, due to limited financial resources, the children could only learn basic knowledge under the tutelage of the adult caretakers. Yet, under Andrea's directive, a significant portion of the funds was allocated for Ye Shu's education. Ye Shu did not let them down, since enrolling in elementary school at the age of 5, he consistently achieved the highest marks in his class. The school not only waived his tuition fees, but also rewarded him with a substantial scholarship. With this scholarship, Ye Shu provided support back to the orphanage, alleviating some of its burdens. Originally, Ye Shu believed that his life, after traversing into another realm, would unfold in the ordinary manner of a typical individual, graduating, securing employment, finding a beloved partner, marrying, and raising children, while occasionally lending a helping hand to an orphanage such as simple existence. However, everything changed in the year he turned 11, just as he was about to embark on his journey into middle school. Chapter 2. The Other Side of the World. It was during Ye Shu's 11th year, as he ambled home after school, that he encountered an elderly gentleman with a white beard. The man was quite tall, clad in a vintage long robe and draped in a sweeping purple cloak, his feet adorned with buckled high-heeled shoes. Behind half-moon spectacles, his bright blue eyes sparkled with a remarkable intensity. The man's advanced age was evident from his silvery hair and beard, which could be tucked into his belt. However, unlike many of his peers, such as the elderly Ms. Andrea, who at 80 often rambled incoherently and required the care of the orphanage's residents, this old man exuded an air of keen insight and wisdom. Yet, when he glanced at others, his expression radiated warmth and kindness. On that summer evening, Ye Shu found himself crossing paths with this elderly figure on the street. Initially, he assumed it to be a mere coincidence, for in a world bustling with people, one encounters countless strangers daily, most of whom are mere passers-by. Compared to others, the old man's peculiar attire merely piqued Ye Shu's curiosity. However, the man called out to him, halting Ye Shu in his tracks. Wait a moment, young one." At the sound of the old man's voice, Ye Shu, wary, halted, eyeing the stranger with caution. Human traffickers exist regardless of nationality, gender, or age. Although the man did not appear malevolent, one could never be certain of ulterior motives. In his past life, Ye Shu bore a soul nearly 40 years old, yet he was still merely an 11-year-old boy, and should the man harbor ill intentions, it was uncertain whether he could escape unscathed. "What is it, sir? How may I assist you?" Ye Shu inquired politely, while subtly retreating to increase the distance between them. "Child, do not be afraid. I harbor no ill will. After all, I am over a century old, and my frail limbs can hardly keep pace with a sprightly lad like you." The elderly man, perceiving Ye Shu's apprehension, spoke with a playful grin. Seeing the man's candid demeanor and sensing he bore no malice, Ye Shu decided to cease his cautious retreat and engaged in conversation. The old man merely inquired about Ye Shu's name, to which the boy responded without reserve. To Ye Shu's astonishment, the elderly gentleman extended an invitation for him to attend a remarkable school, one that purportedly tailored its teachings specifically for someone of Ye Shu's caliber. Ye Shu chuckled softly, a smirk of disdain creeping across his face. He had initially thought the old man to be benevolent, yet now it appeared that even if he were not a trafficker, he was surely a charlatan of sorts. Unfortunately for the old man, he had chosen the wrong target. Residing in an orphanage, Ye Shu possessed no wealth to deceive. The expression on Ye Shu's face was fully captured by the elderly man, who, however, offered no further explanation. He merely handed Ye Shu a business card, informing him that should he change his mind, he need only to silently recite the name inscribed upon it. Upon receiving the card, Ye Shu looked up again, only to find that the old man had vanished without a trace. What an eccentric individual, reciting something over a mere card. Has he watched too many films? Does he believe it's akin to a long-distance communication spell? Ye Shu furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by the man's intentions. He raised his hand to examine the card, which bore not only the old man's visage, but also the grand name of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, evidently his name. Shaking his head, Ye Shu continued on his way to the orphanage. Yet, 3 seconds later, he abruptly halted and glanced back at the card. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. With trembling hands, he flipped the card over, revealing on the reverse side an ancient academy along with the bold inscription, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Unlike before, this time the old man's likeness appeared to animate, winking at Ye Shu as if from a film. In that moment, Ye Shu was struck by a profound shock. Exhilaration coursed through his entire being, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Hogwarts, and the name Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, abbreviated. It is none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I had thought I had merely traversed into an ordinary world, destined to live my life as an unremarkable individual. Yet, it now appears that this is indeed a realm of magic. At that moment, Ye Shu's heart soared with excitement. No man can resist the call of supernatural forces, especially for someone like Ye Shu, a traveler from another world, who had once been an avid enthusiast of all things supernatural, ultimately losing his life in pursuit of such powers. In this new life, the opportunity to genuinely engage with this wondrous world filled him with uncontainable joy. How intriguing! The situation was becoming ever more fascinating. Having become aware of the existence of this alternate reality, he could not possibly miss the opportunity to explore Hogwarts. Gently flicking the business card, Ye Shu suppressed his inner exhilaration, allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. The subsequent arrangements were straightforward. This summer marked the age at which Ye Shu would transition into middle school, coinciding perfectly with Hogwarts commencement after the summer break. He informed Miss Andrea that he needed to attend a school situated quite far away, and that he would only be able to return during the summer and winter holidays. Miss Andrea, trusting and unsuspecting, accepted this without doubt, for while Ye Shu was merely 11 years old, he exhibited remarkable maturity, often seeming like a little adult to the others in the orphanage. Occasionally, the adults would even heed his suggestions regarding various matters. Thus, on the 1st of September in 1988, Dumbledore, already informed by Owl Post, arrived punctually at the orphanage's doorstep to welcome Ye Shu, the new student. To speak candidly, Dumbledore's personal escort left Ye Shu somewhat astonished. Who is Dumbledore? He is not merely the headmaster of Hogwarts, but a remarkable figure who has triumphed over 2 Dark Lords. Universally acknowledged as the greatest wizard in the magical realm. Yet, here was Ye Shu, merely an incoming first-year student. How could he possibly merit such honor as to be personally fetched by Dumbledore? It is not that Ye Shu undervalues himself. Rather, the vast disparity in their statuses makes it clear that even if Dumbledore had sent a minor attendant to collect him, it would have been a considerable privilege. Perhaps sensing Ye Shu's inner thoughts, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, "My dear child, it is evident that my presence has surprised you. In truth, you possess remarkable potential. A fact that I discerned the very first day we met. The reason I have come personally is that I hold great expectations for you. Perhaps, in the realm of magic, you will achieve extraordinary feats. You cannot fathom the extent of your potential." This was Dumbledore's exact phrasing, and Ye Shu was deeply curious about what particular qualities he possessed that warranted such special attention from Dumbledore. After all, he had concealed his identity as a transmigrator quite adeptly, and Dumbledore was entirely unaware. Furthermore, unlike other young wizards yet to attend school, he did not exhibit the uncontrollable powers that could lead to dire consequences. Unable to comprehend the situation, Ye Shu decided not to dwell on it, for some truths would inevitably reveal themselves in due course. Chapter 3. The commencement of the narrative. Thus, under Dumbledore's guidance, Ye Shu successfully entered Hogwarts. However, he did not join Gryffindor, the future protagonist's house, Nor did he align himself with Slytherin, which favored bloodlines. Instead, he became a member of Ravenclaw. Ye Shu was not at all surprised by this outcome. The term Ravenclaw connotes a ravenous seeker, and within the context of Hogwarts, it signifies a thirst for knowledge. Given Ye Shu's reckless spirit from his past life, being sorted into Ravenclaw was indeed the most fitting choice. Time passed swiftly, and after 3 years at this magical institution, Ye Shu finally understood why Dumbledore had deemed him a person of great potential, just as he had previously suspected. The fusion of his past and present souls had endowed him with an extraordinarily powerful mental capacity, far exceeding that of an average individual, even overshadowing many wizards. This formidable mental strength inadvertently restrained the magical powers within him, preventing the kind of uncontrollable surges commonly experienced by young wizards. Consequently, Ye Shu remained unaware of his unique abilities. Now, having engaged with various forms of magic, his mental acuity, in conjunction with his innate magical energy, was fully activated, allowing his talents to be thoroughly unleashed. The knowledge imparted by the academy, be it spells, potions, or theoretical concepts, came to him effortlessly, as he grasped each lesson with remarkable ease. In his inaugural year at Hogwarts, the prodigious reputation of Ye Shu spread far and wide, with all acknowledging the emergence of a gifted wizard from Ravenclaw, personally ushered into the institution by none other than Dumbledore himself. Surprisingly, it was Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, who felt the greatest joy. Although the 4 houses were ostensibly on equal footing, Gryffindor and Slytherin had long been the most illustrious of the Hogwarts houses, relegating Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff to the role of mere background. Now, with the advent of a brilliant sorcerer in Ravenclaw, should he flourish in his studies, he would undoubtedly rise to become an exceptional wizard. In time, the name of Ravenclaw would resonate throughout the wizarding world, and the mere thought of this caused Flitwick's diminutive form to leap with exuberance. Thus, Ye Shu spent 3 years immersed in the study of magic at Hogwarts, and this year marked his ascension to the 4th year. However, at this moment, Ye Shu found himself engulfed in sorrow, for the esteemed Ms. Andrea had passed away. This year, Ms. Andrea had reached the venerable age of 85. At such an age, one could be considered fortunate. Had it not been for Ye Shu's clandestine delivery of potions from the school to fortify her waning health, she might have succumbed years earlier. Though he had anticipated this day would eventually arrive, Ye Shu was unable to find solace, for without Ms. Andrea's intervention, he might have perished on the streets 15 winters ago. The journey of transcending one's circumstances requires time to accumulate. And who could ascertain whether he was indeed the fated child who would survive any tempest? Hence, the news of Ms. Andrea's demise cast a long shadow over Ye Shu's spirit. "Pardon me, sir, could you guide me to platform 9 3/4? Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced the air, drawing Ye Shu's attention. He glanced up to see a frail boy clad in a blue checkered shirt, adorned with spectacles, struggling to manage an armful of belongings while politely inquiring of the station staff. "Platform 9 3/4? Are you jesting, child?" The attendant's brows furrowed at the peculiar name, and he turned away with evident displeasure, dismissing it as a mere child's prank. What captivated Ye Shu was the seemingly fragile boy, for this child possessed a name that resonated profoundly within this realm, Harry Potter. Ye Shu's lips parted as he uttered the name that had lain dormant for a decade. Indeed, it was the well-known Harry Potter, the prophesied savior rumored to vanquish the Dark Lord Voldemort. When Ye Shu entered Hogwarts 4 years prior, Harry had yet to enroll, and the timeline of his admission remained uncertain. Thus, Ye Shu could only await the unfolding of events. After all, Harry Potter's entry into Hogwarts heralded the beginning of a narrative long anticipated, and the vanished Voldemort was poised to make his return. How intriguing. It appeared that Harry Potter was preparing to embark on his own journey into the world of magic. As the principal narrative of this world is poised to unfold, it seems that Voldemort is about to make his grand entrance. How swiftly time has passed. 15 years have elapsed since I arrived in this realm. A mysterious smile graces Ye Shu's lips. The emergence of Harry Potter has somewhat alleviated the melancholy within. Though the departed are gone, we, the living, must continue to thrive. "Excuse me, are you in search of platform 9 3/4? Just as the young Harry Potter found himself engulfed in confusion, Ye Shu's voice resonated at the perfect moment. Yes, sir, I am indeed looking for this peculiar platform, but evidently, there is no such place here." Harry Potter shrugged, feeling somewhat absurd, suspecting that the strikingly handsome Eastern gentleman before him was silently mocking his plight. "Then follow me. I happen to be headed there as well. You must be a new student this year. It's not uncommon for newcomers to struggle finding the platform. Such occurrences happen every year, after all. It's rather unfortunate that the school has intertwined the entry to Hogwarts with the Muggle world." Ye Shu chuckled. "Hogwarts? You are also a student of Hogwarts?" Harry Potter exclaimed in delight. "Indeed, I am a 3rd-year student. No, wait, this year I am in 4th year, representing Ravenclaw. You may call me Ye Shu. It seems I am your senior." "Hello, Senior Ye Shu. I am Harry." He introduced himself politely. Harry Potter, the prophesied savior destined to defeat the Dark Lord. I am familiar with you. After all, the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead is exceedingly iconic. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Ye Shu preemptively identified him. Gesturing towards the scar that Harry had attempted to conceal beneath his hair, a smile adorning his face. Harry Potter shyly lowered his gaze. A smile breaking through as he reflected on his experiences within the Wizarding World, which had revealed the extent of his fame. Those who recognized him treated him with great reverence, a stark contrast to the disdain he faced while living with the Dursleys, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. As their conversation progressed, the two had arrived before the concealed stone pillar that guarded platform 9 3/4, shrouded in enchantments that rendered it invisible to muggles. Quickly, quickly! Oh, how infuriating! Why is it that every year during the start of term, there are so many muggles? Just as Ye Shu prepared to guide Harry into the platform, a voice called out from behind them, accompanied by the sound of wheels rolling across the ground. Turning around, Ye Shu was pleasantly surprised to see the Weasley family. The iconic moment of the protagonists meeting at the platform unfolding just as it always did. "Good day, Mrs. Weasley." Ye Shu greeted Molly Weasley, who had just appeared with her brood. "Ah, who are you?" Molly Weasley evidently did not recognize Ye Shu, and upon seeing him greet her, she appeared somewhat taken aback. "Mother, this is Ye Shu, the one from Ravenclaw." The twin brothers Fred and George Weasley exclaimed in unison. "Oh, you are Ye Shu from Ravenclaw? What a coincidence to encounter you here. It is indeed an honor." Molly Weasley expressed her delight at meeting Ye Shu, whose reputation had long since permeated the corridors of Hogwarts. The parents of students had always regarded Ye Shu as a paragon for their own children. "Ye Shu, I have heard so much about your exceptional achievements at school. You are truly an exemplar for the student body. If only my two rascals could possess even a fraction, no, merely a fifth, of your excellence, I would wake from my dreams with a smile. Although my son Percy is also quite accomplished, he pales in comparison to you." At Molly's words, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Percy Weasley's face, who had remained silent behind them. But he felt a slight relief when he turned to look at Ye Shu. Percy was a year older than Ye Shu, currently in his 5th year. At the end of the previous term, Professor McGonagall had informed him that he would be appointed as the head boy of Gryffindor this year. In contrast, Ye Shu had already ascended to the position of head boy in Ravenclaw during his 3rd year, and rumors circulated that he would soon become the assistant to the headmaster of Hogwarts. Percy felt fortunate not to be in Ravenclaw, fearing that his own brilliance would be overshadowed by such an extraordinary individual. "By the way, this is my youngest son, Ron Weasley. He will also be starting school this year. I hope you can offer him guidance once he is enrolled." Molly nudged the bashful Ron, introducing him to Ye Shu. "Naturally, since we are all part of the same school, once Ron is in, he will be my junior. Should he encounter any difficulties, he can certainly come to me. I will not hesitate to assist him in any way I can." Ye Shu smiled and replied courteously, seemingly captivated by Ye Shu's handsome appearance and gentlemanly demeanor. Ron took the initiative to nod at him. "Ye Shu, is this your younger relative?" Only then did Molly notice Harry Potter, who had been standing quietly nearby. She raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired. Ye Shu, being an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage, a fact known to many, had no relatives, especially since Harry clearly appeared to be a fellow countryman. To Molly, it seemed likely that Harry was yet another wizard who had awakened his magical talents while in the orphanage, hence her assumption that he was a relative of Ye Shu. "Not at all, Mrs. Weasley. This is a friend I met at the platform. Like Ron, he is also a new student, and he couldn't find platform 9 3/4 due to the lack of guidance. However, I believe that if I mention his name, everyone will be familiar with it." "Oh, is that so?" Molly Weasley initially wore a look of confusion, but soon seemed to recall something. Staring intently at the lightning-shaped scar that peeked through Harry's unruly hair on his forehead, it appeared that Mrs. Weasley had already deduced the truth. Indeed, he was Harry Potter. "Oh, Harry Potter, how astonishing it is that this child stands before us." As Ye Shu's words left his lips, the Weasley family erupted in excitement. The news of the prophesied savior appearing in Diagon Alley, gathering supplies to prepare for his entry into the magical school, had already spread like wildfire. Given Ye Shu's explicit revelation, it would be quite unbecoming of Molly Weasley to remain oblivious, considering her previous affiliation with the Order of the Phoenix. "Oh, poor child. May the great Merlin bless your life." Upon seeing the frail Harry, Mrs. Weasley's maternal instincts surged forth. She crouched down and gently ruffled his dark hair, her eyes brimming with affection. "Hello there, Mrs. Weasley." Harry found himself somewhat taken aback by her affectionate demeanor, for in all his memories, no one had ever treated him with such warmth. The Dursleys had always bestowed upon him only disdain and cruelty, masquerading as family, while Harry had never truly known the essence of kinship. Yet, in the presence of Mrs. Weasley, this stranger he met for the first time, he inexplicably felt a sense of belonging. The Weasley family displayed varied expressions. Percy, the twins, and Ron wore looks of sheer astonishment and curiosity. For the renown of Harry Potter as the vanquisher of the Dark Lord was indeed monumental. Gazing at the diminutive figure before them, They struggled to reconcile the notion of a savior with this slender boy. As for Ginny Weasley, upon realizing that the person before her was the legendary Harry Potter, she couldn't help but blush, shyly retreating behind her brothers. Clearly, at her tender age, she had already developed an inexplicable fondness for this unfamiliar boy. Like Ron, Harry was also embarking on his first year at school, a serendipitous coincidence. Undoubtedly, given the courageous nature of the Weasley clan, Ron would be sorted into Gryffindor. And as for Harry, it seemed likely that he too would join the ranks of Gryffindor, being the one foretold to bring an end to Voldemort. Thus, I firmly believe that in the future at Hogwarts, these two little lions, Harry and Ron, will undoubtedly forge a strong friendship. Ye Shu extended his hands, placing them atop Harry's and Ron's heads, playfully ruffling their hair, while the two boys dared not resist. All right, Mrs. Weasley, if we do not make our way inside soon, we might have to resort to flying to school ourselves. After all, the Hogwarts Express will not pause there to wait for us, will it? As time was drawing near, Ye Shu suggested taking his leave. Look at that, I inadvertently delayed you for quite some time. Therefore, I wish you all a pleasant journey. And may you enjoy a delightful term at the Academy. Rest assured, Mrs. Weasley, I am confident that they will have a most interesting semester. A smile graced Ye Shu's lips, his words seemingly laden with deeper meaning. Is it not amusing that in the very first year of school, one encounters the lingering soul of Voldemort? Were it not for the fortunate protection of a charm, the beginning might have heralded an abrupt end. The idle chatter ceased, and under the guidance of Ye Shu, the group pushed their small carts towards the pillars situated between platforms 9 and 10. The once solid stone column rippled like the surface of water upon their contact, and soon, they vanished within it. Chapter 5, 100 Methods of a Mouse. Crossing through the stone pillar that marks platform 9 3/4, one is greeted by the sight of an ancient train station, where an equally antiquated train awaits. The locomotive bears the inscription Hogwarts Express 9572, clearly indicating it is a dedicated transport to Hogwarts. At this moment, dense white smoke billowed from the engine, signaling its imminent departure. Oh, for goodness sake, Ron muttered, the last to board, for his three brothers had already disappeared into the recesses of the train, leaving him alone. Don't worry, you two, come along with me. Ye Shu beckoned to the two younger ones, and together they boarded the Hogwarts Express, finding an empty compartment to settle in. Before long, a trolley rolled past the compartment, laden with an array of peculiar snacks that captivated the attention of the two youngsters. Excuse me, I would like one of everything. Ye Shu smiled, generously treating them to a delightful assortment of treats. The currency of the magical world differs from that of the Muggle realm. Over the past 3 years, Ye Shu had managed to amass a modest sum through various means. While not extravagantly wealthy, he certainly fared better than the Weasley family. After all, they were the protagonists. And while he lacked the need for a frustrating system to ingratiate himself with them, cultivating a good relationship was undoubtedly wise. Being a favored child of fortune in this world, joining them in certain endeavors often yielded remarkable results. Excuse me, have you seen a frog? It belongs to someone named Neville. A voice called out amidst their revelry. Oh my, are you Ye Shu from Ravenclaw? As the two youngsters indulged in their snacks, a bright voice pierced through, and turning around, they found none other than the last member of the famed trio, Hermione Granger. Hello, Ye Shu. I am Hermione, a devoted fan of yours. Ever since I entered the magical world, I have heard of your exceptional achievements at Hogwarts, and I have always considered you a role model in my studies. Even the Daily Prophet has lauded you as the most outstanding student of the past century, declaring you may become the next Dumbledore. It is truly an honor to meet you. In her excitement upon meeting Ye Shu, Hermione momentarily forgot her quest for the frog. Ye Shu's excellence had long attracted the attention of the magical community. Even the Daily Prophet had featured him, complete with his photograph. He felt no surprise at being recognized so readily. In an instant, the carriage filled with the voices of 4 individuals, and Hermione quickly recognized Harry as the famed savior. However, unlike Ron and the others, she appeared rather unfazed. It seemed that the identity of Ye Shutian, a prodigy, captivated her far more than that of Harry Potter. The hero, despite her youth, Hermione possessed a sharp tongue, and with only a few words, she left Ron at a loss for words, his expressions a spectacle to behold. Suddenly, a series of squeaks broke the air, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to find a mouse, no larger than a palm, nestled beside Ron. This mouse exhibited no fear. Rather, it calmly burrowed into a bag of snacks, indulging itself. Harry was taken aback, clearly having never encountered such a fearless creature before. This is my pet Scabbers. He has lived with my family for a decade. Ron exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Oh, and my brother taught me a spell to dye his fur yellow. Would you like to see? As he spoke, Ron eagerly brandished his wand, eager to demonstrate his magic. Never mind the yellow fur. However, if we were to eviscerate him, season him with spices, and roast him, I imagine the flavor would be quite exquisite. Have any of you tried mouse before? It may appear unappealing, but when grilled, it is absolutely delectable, especially one of this size. If grilling is not to your taste, I could prepare 100 different dishes like steamed or braised mouse. Surely one that would please your palate. As he continued, Ye Shu's gaze lingered on Scabbers, and he seemed to swallow hard, the thought tantalizing him. That's enough, Ye Shu. This is my pet, and more importantly, my family. You cannot treat him like that. Ron firmly clutched Scabbers to his chest, as if releasing him would allow Ye Shu to snatch him away and prepare him as a meal. The large mouse trembled in Ron's embrace. Its tiny eyes filled with fear as it regarded Ye Shu. How absurd. I've been transformed into a mouse, and yet someone intends to eat me? You truly have no boundaries. Scabbers, or rather the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, cursed inwardly. He had long heard tales of how people from the East would consume any species, provided they trimmed the head and tail. Initially, he thought it to be an exaggeration, but now he realized it was indeed true. Damn it, I must keep my distance from him in the future. Oh, speaking of mice, I was reminded of something intriguing. Harry, during my research over the past few years, I stumbled upon some information related to your father. What? Information about my father? Harry perked up at this, excitement coursing through him. Having never met his parents, and not even knowing they were wizards until he encountered Hagrid, he felt a surge of anticipation at the mention of his family. Indeed, it was a notebook where I casually recorded amusing anecdotes, but regrettably, it was lost inadvertently. Back in the day, your father had a few close friends at school who secretly practiced transfiguration, specifically the art of becoming animagi. However, they never registered after mastering it, remaining illegal animagi. Among them was a wizard named Peter Pettigrew, whose transformed shape was that of a large rat. At the time, I wondered how someone could be so foolish as to become a rat. It was unattractive and utterly defenseless. Perhaps the only advantage was the ability to scurry into the dark sewers when danger approached, thus preserving one's life. Harry and Ron wholeheartedly agreed. No boy would ever prefer such an unremarkable creature over a magnificent beast. By the way, what became of my father's friends? As they were dear companions of his, it would only be courteous to greet them if we were to meet. Unfortunately, one, Sirius Black, was imprisoned in Azkaban as a Death Eater, the wizarding prison. Another, Peter Pettigrew, met a heroic end while protecting your parents, becoming a legend among many. The last, Remus Lupin, you may have the chance to encounter. When the term hero was mentioned, Ye Shu emphasized it, his tone laden with unspoken implications. What on earth does he know? I must delve into his secrets at the first opportunity. Peter Pettigrew felt a wave of unease, sensing something peculiar in the demeanor of this individual before him. Chapter 6. Hagrid, you have changed. Perhaps due to Ye Shu's presence, Hermione did not return to her compartment, but chose to remain here instead. The four of them chatted idly on the train, as the scenery rushed past them. Throughout, Hermione persistently inquired about various aspects of magical studies, and Ye Shu patiently responded, his face devoid of any signs of irritation. This scene did not escape Ron's notice, prompting him to roll his eyes. To him, Hermione's behavior seemed merely an attempt to capture Ye Shu's attention, even bordering on deliberate self-promotion. They had yet to commence their studies, so why the pretense? Ron's expression did not go unnoticed by Ye Shu, who merely smiled faintly. After all, they were but children, and it was natural to admire a talented student. Moreover, Ye Shu perceived Ron's reaction as rooted in jealousy. Both were prospective students, yet Ron hailed from a family of wizards, while Hermione was from a muggle background, having acquired her knowledge only after discovering her magical heritage. In contrast, the knowledge Ron possessed seemed trivial in comparison. As the train rumbled forward, time swiftly elapsed, and before long, night fell. After a prolonged journey, the Hogwarts Express finally arrived at its destination, Hogsmeade Station. Hurry, hurry, all first years come here. A booming voice echoed in everyone's ears before they even disembarked. Hey, Hagrid, how have you been? Upon stepping off the train, Ye Shu was greeted by the sight of an enormous giant, towering at an impressive height. With a bushy beard adorning his face and clad in an oversized coat made of moleskin, exuding an overwhelming presence. Ah, Ye Shu, you rascal. Summer break is over, and you finally decided to return. Do you know how much I missed you these past 2 months? Hagrid looked down, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing the long-missed Ye Shu. Come on, are you missing me, or are you just longing for my fine wines? Ye Shu teased. The drinks I saved for you before the break have probably been consumed by you by now. Ah, I desire both, haha. Hagrid scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed at having his thoughts laid bare. All right, I'll bring you some more later, but take it easy. If you get drunk and mess up your work, I'll be in trouble with the school too. Ye Shu chuckled and shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Hagrid was one of his friends at school. Despite his imposing appearance and the initial impression of being difficult to approach, he possessed a gentle and kind-hearted nature, coupled with a strong sense of justice. As Dumbledore's most loyal assistant, Hagrid had repeatedly come to the aid of others during critical moments in the original story. Ye Shu preferred to befriend individuals like Hagrid, as they were straightforward and lacked devious schemes. If trouble befell him, someone like Hagrid would undoubtedly go to great lengths to rescue him. Haha, it's your fine Chinese liquor that keeps me coming back for more. Once I start, I can't stop, and by the time I realize I've had too much, I'm already inebriated. In your words, it's incredibly potent. But rest assured, this time I will drink less. If you don't believe me, you can come supervise. Hagrid thumped his chest with one hand, producing a dull thud, as he made his promise. Ah, you clever Hagrid. Have you now learned to employ strategy? You want me to supervise you so I can cook for you too? Your little scheme doesn't escape me, Ye Shu pointedly remarked, exposing Hagrid's ulterior motive. Hagrid, I see that you've changed. You are no longer the innocent soul you once were. After 3 years at school, Ye Shu had not only delved into various magical studies, but also spent his idle time at Hagrid's hut, brewing potions and preparing an array of Chinese delicacies. Undoubtedly, Hagrid had become a devoted admirer of Ye Shu's culinary skills, and even Dumbledore would occasionally drop by for a meal after hearing about it. Hey, Hagrid. A greeting from Harry Potter successfully alleviated Hagrid's embarrassment. Oh, Harry, I forgot to tell you how to access platform 9 3/4. But I'm glad you made it to school safely. It seems you came with Ye Shu. Hagrid, with his thick brows and large eyes, deftly shifted the conversation. As we prepare to part ways for the time being, the first-year students must embark upon boats, traversing the waterways to reach Hogwarts, a tradition upheld throughout the ages. Shortly, we shall convene in the grand hall of the school, where ample provisions await to welcome you, the newcomers, alongside us returning students. Hagrid, I shall take my leave for now, until we meet again. Observing the two engaged in reminiscence, Ye Shu waved a hand in farewell. To prevent first-year students from losing their way, it is customary for them to arrive by boat, while those in their second year and beyond are free to roam the school grounds. However, certain perilous areas, such as the Forbidden Forest, remain off-limits to all students, regardless of their year, unless granted permission by a faculty member. Within the depths of the Forbidden Forest dwell not only gentle magical creatures, but also numerous exceedingly dangerous beings. It is said that even the most competent adult wizards face grave risks when venturing into its shadows. Should one be discovered trespassing, severe consequences will ensue. Upon exiting Hogsmeade Station, Ye Shu ambled leisurely towards the left bank of the Black Lake, clutching his briefcase. Upon entering the gates of Hogwarts, a vast expanse of water greeted his gaze, its breadth seemingly boundless. At this moment, first-year students were gradually boarding boats, gliding across the lake towards the majestic Hogwarts castle. Flanking the lake were extensive, flat pathways known as the four-wheeled carriage road, where carriages powered by thestrals awaited. New students arrived by boat, while upperclassmen rode in carriages drawn by these ethereal creatures, encircling the school before entering. However, thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death firsthand, a phenomenon nearly impossible for these sheltered students. Having only engaged with theoretical knowledge and never having encountered true mortality, they are hardly qualified to behold such mystical beings. To them, the carriages appear devoid of power, the realm of the thestrals nothing more than a void, believing that upon seating themselves, the carriages would operate autonomously. Hello, little one, please take me to the castle, thank you. Ye Shu extended a hand, gently patting a thestral before him, an odd sight that seemed akin to conversing with thin air, causing nearby classmates to gasp in astonishment. With a whinny, the thestral set forth, galloping swiftly as Ye Shu settled into his seat. A formidable magical barrier enveloped Hogwarts, prohibiting the reckless use of apparition within the grounds. Only those of extraordinary power, like Dumbledore, could traverse such boundaries, and such individuals are exceedingly rare within the magical realm. Ye Shu had no desire to test his own capabilities. He certainly did not wish to be summoned for a discussion by the administration on his very first day of fourth year, though being called in for a chat had long since become a commonplace occurrence. Chapter 7. Have I been noted? Hogwarts School, dining hall on the first floor. At this moment, the spacious hall, capable of accommodating hundreds of diners simultaneously, was filled to over 80% with students. These were pupils from the second to the sixth year of Hogwarts, who arrived earlier than the first-year newcomers. Although Hogwarts is regarded as one of the most prestigious schools in the Wizarding World, its student population is relatively small, with only 40 to 50 students per year, distributed among the four houses, resulting in merely a handful of students per class. After all, the Wizarding World is but a concealed little realm, and its true population pales in comparison to that of the Muggle world. Furthermore, those of average talent do not gain admission to Hogwarts, ensuring that the institution consistently follows an elite path. At the front of the hall, on a raised platform, sat the school's leadership, with the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore at the center. Flanking him were the heads of the four houses, along with a number of teaching staff. In front of Dumbledore, there was a four-cornered stool upon which rested a rather worn-looking pointed hat, the sorting hat. Amidst the crowd, Ye Shu quietly sat at the Ravenclaw table, resting his head on one hand, patiently awaiting the opening of the doors. This anticipation did not last long. Soon, Ye Shu heard the sound of footsteps approaching from outside, clear even amidst the surrounding noise. With a flourish, the doors to the dining hall swung open, and leading the procession was Professor McGonagall. Her robes slightly lifted as she entered with an elegant stride. Following her was a throng of first-year students, who entered in a stream, their eyes wide with wonder at the starry ceiling and floating candles, marveling at the enchanting sights before them. The older students, however, showed little reaction, for they too had once experienced this awe. As the new students settled in, Dumbledore rose to deliver a few opening remarks, primarily regarding the school's important regulations. I have a few points of importance to announce for the new academic year, especially for the first years. First and foremost, it is strictly prohibited for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. This warning is particularly aimed at you, Ye Shu of Ravenclaw, with the arrival of new students. As a fourth year, you must ensure that you do not lead them astray. Upon the conclusion of Dumbledore's statement, the hall erupted in laughter, with those familiar with Ye Shu turning to him with amused grins. What? Ye Shu, the most brilliant student Hogwarts has seen in a century? He has such a side to him. Harry, who had thought Ye Shu to be a calm and graceful individual during their train journey, exchanged knowing glances with Ron, who winked at him. In the face of the laughter and the curious gazes of the first years, Ye Shu covered his face with his hand, revealing a resigned smile. He could hardly fathom that Dumbledore would single him out before all. Was there no consideration for his dignity? Last semester, didn't I stealthily venture into the Forbidden Forest, capturing several magical creatures to experiment with various culinary methods? Didn't I, while foraging for wild honey, provoke a swarm of bees that subsequently attacked the entire school? Wasn't it merely a minor incident when I accidentally ignited a fire during a barbecue in the forest, resulting in the singeing of a small patch of woodland? Yet here I stand, my face concealed by my hands, casting a somewhat guilty glance at the crowd on the elevated platform. Furthermore, our esteemed administrator, Mr. Filch, has instructed me to remind you that the corridor on the right side of the third floor is also a restricted area. If you do not wish to meet a dire fate, I implore you to steer clear of it. This warning elicited furrowed brows not only from the first-year students, but even from the seniors. The newcomers felt that Professor Dumbledore was exaggerating. If there were such dangers, why would they be present in the school? The seniors, however, were puzzled, wondering when such perilous elements had manifested in the corridor, dangerous enough to warrant a personal warning from Dumbledore himself. Amidst the crowd, I raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of my mouth. The room Dumbledore referred to was, of course, the one housing the Philosopher's Stone. Such matters should ideally remain shrouded in secrecy, yet Dumbledore chose to disclose it before the gathered assembly, as if he were concerned that others might be unaware of the hidden intricacies. Dumbledore, the old trickster, is clearly casting his line to fish for information. It is evident that someone intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. As the saying goes, there are no thieves without defenses. And perpetually living in fear while guarding the stone is ultimately an unwise strategy, since the adversary is deliberately concealing their identity. Dumbledore has ingeniously set a trap to draw them out. Now, on to the third point. Dumbledore cleared his throat, emphasizing his words. Starting this semester, Ravenclaw's own Ye Shu will assume the role of assistant to the headmaster. Henceforth, he will reside within the school alongside you in this capacity. In simple terms, Ye Shu will serve as my aide, assisting me in managing school affairs. Should any of you err, Ye Shu, like the other professors, is empowered to impose penalties. Additionally, if you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to approach Ye Shu. I am confident that he will generously share his knowledge on matters he understands. Of course, he is still in the learning phase, but his studies will extend beyond mere magical knowledge. Ye Shu must wait until he reaches the 7th year and turns 18 to graduate. Otherwise, we would be employing child labor. Children, do not envy one another. If you excel sufficiently and master all magical knowledge within 3 years, you too may become the second or even third assistant to the headmaster. The audience erupted in astonishment. The initial 2 rules had merely brought them momentary joy and confusion, but this revelation truly ignited their excitement. This year, Ye Shu is only 14 years old, having just entered the 4th year. And yet he has become the assistant to Headmaster Dumbledore. Who is Dumbledore indeed? The headmaster of Hogwarts, a recipient of the first-class Merlin Medal, the founder and secret keeper of the Order of the Phoenix, the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the chief wizard of WizardingWorld, has been nominated multiple times for the position of Minister of Magic. He is widely regarded as the greatest wizard of contemporary times. To serve as his assistant would indeed be an immense honor. Moreover, it is evident to the discerning that, beneath this arrangement, lies Dumbledore's intent to cultivate Ye Shu. Dumbledore, being over a century old, is regarded as an elder even in the wizarding world, with the exception of unique individuals like Nicholas Flamel. He is grooming his successor, preparing for the day when his own time may come to an end, ensuring that Hogwarts will have a sufficiently powerful figure to rise in his stead. Though the heads of the 4 houses possess formidable strength, they ultimately do not stand atop the pinnacle like Dumbledore or Voldemort. In comparison, they are decidedly inferior. Ye Shu, despite his youth, has demonstrated prowess that rivals these seasoned wizards. He merely lacks the benefit of time to mature. Given the right circumstances, he could very well become another Dumbledore. Chapter 8. We are Ravenclaw. At Dumbledore's suggestion, Ye Shu ascended to the platform, ensuring that the new students would remember his face. All right, students, quiet down. Next, the sorting ceremony will be conducted by Assistant Ye Shu. Dumbledore raised his goblet and gently tapped it with a spoon, signaling for silence among the crowd. To preside over the sorting ceremony was something Ye Shu had not anticipated. After all, it had traditionally been Professor McGonagall's responsibility. Ye Shu, it's in your hands now. Perform well so that we old bones can finally breathe easy. Professor McGonagall, with both hands, lifted the sorting hat from the stool and handed it to a bewildered Ye Shu. Very well, Professor McGonagall. Without hesitation, Ye Shu accepted the sorting hat, understanding Dumbledore's intention to gradually establish his authority. It seemed Dumbledore was becoming anxious. Ye Shu mused silently. First, he had Hagrid retrieve the Philosopher's Stone hidden in Gringotts, and then he set up numerous obstacles to lure out the individual behind it all. Others might not know who it was, but Dumbledore was acutely aware. Voldemort had returned. Dumbledore, being of advanced age, was uncertain whether he possessed the strength to defeat Voldemort once more. Should he fail, a sufficiently powerful individual must emerge to take his place. Undoubtedly, he had chosen Ye Shu for this purpose, and thus, he sought to train him vigorously while he still had the chance. Next, those whose names were called would step forward to receive the sorting hat's assessment. The first name was called. Ye Shu glanced at the list and saw the name Hannah Abbott. Upon seeing it, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the ever-flowing protagonist. Steadfast Hannah. This trope could not be avoided. Ye Shu had no intention of breaking this fine tradition. If there were other time travelers, Ye Shu believed that this was undoubtedly a consensus among the various realms of different travelers. First up, the timid little girl, Hannah Abbott, with rosy cheeks and 2 golden braids, stepped forward hesitantly. Do not be anxious. Take a seat on this stool, and the sorting hat will reveal which house suits you. Ye Shu gently reassured her, and perhaps influenced by his calm demeanor, Hannah appeared less nervous than before. With one hand holding the sorting hat, he placed it atop Hannah's head, and the hat began to move as if it were alive. Ah, another year of the sorting ceremony. Oh, so many little ones have arrived this year. Let me see. What house is suitable for you, my dear? Oh dear, this wretched temperament. Timid, weak, lacking the fortitude to endure, Gryffindor is clearly not for you. Although you are a pure-blood wizard, you possess little talent in magic, and Slytherin would certainly not welcome you. You also lack the wisdom and insight into learning that Ravenclaw requires. It is evident that you do not belong there. As the sorting hat continued to speak, Hannah's face flushed deeper with each word, to the point where she wished to vanish into the ground. In front of everyone, she felt stripped of any admirable qualities, and her fragile spirit was on the brink of collapse. However, despite lacking the aforementioned traits, you possess ample diligence and patience, and the sense of justice and loyalty within you is indeed commendable. Therefore, you are suited for Hufflepuff. As the sorting hat bellowed the name Hufflepuff, Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. The thought of not being able to enter one of the 4 houses and potentially being cast out of Hogwarts was unbearable. She would have no face to return home. With the sorting concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table, welcoming their new little sister. With Hannah as the first, one new student after another stepped forward to undergo the sorting ceremony. Draco Malfoy and his 2 henchmen were assigned to Slytherin, while Ron and Hermione were undoubtedly placed in Gryffindor, becoming brave little lions. After a brief struggle, Harry also achieved his wish and entered Gryffindor. As in the original story, he encountered Malfoy, solidifying their rivalry, and he heard of Slytherin's notorious reputation, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from that house. Lastly, it was Neville Longbottom's turn. The last remaining student was a somewhat plump boy, whose chubby appearance gave him a somewhat foolish air, with a hint of naivety sparkling in his eyes. This was Ye Shu's first encounter with Neville, another child of prophecy from the original tale, whose life starkly contrasted with Harry Potter's. While Harry had suffered abuse at the hands of the Dursleys, Neville was fortunate to have a loving grandmother and family. Both individuals endured tragic childhoods, with each of their parents falling victim to cruel fates. However, while Harry's parents met untimely deaths, Neville's were driven insane through torment and ultimately confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries for treatment. At merely 1 year of age, Neville witnessed these harrowing events, leading to the casting of a forgetfulness charm to help him erase the painful memories. The charm proved effective, as he could not recall the ordeal of his parents' madness. Yet the potent side effects left him exceedingly dull and forgetful from a young age. Unlike Harry, who exhibited remarkable intelligence and agility, Neville lacked such courage and wit, appearing merely as the unfortunate shadow of the prophesied savior. However, Yesho, well-versed in the future, recognized that Neville was indeed a true Gryffindor, a fact that would be substantiated the moment he drew the Gryffindor sword in the times to come. Thus, without a doubt, Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor, bringing the sorting ceremony to a splendid conclusion. Just as Yes Ho was about to set aside the sorting hat and exit the stage, Professor Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, called out, "Yes Ho, please say a few words. Share some thoughts about Ravenclaw to inspire your fellow students." The petite Filius looked at Yes Ho with eager anticipation, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement. "As you wish, esteemed headmaster," Yes Ho replied with a smile, stepping to the forefront to address the gathering of students. "Some say we Ravenclaws are peculiar." His words momentarily stilled the atmosphere, as such remarks were typically reserved for hushed conversations among other houses, never to be uttered openly, for that would surely be deemed impolite. Yet Yes Ho spoke unabashedly, as though the subject of discussion was not his own house at all. "But I wish to assert that true brilliance often diverges from the norm. Unlike other houses, in Ravenclaw, you may don any attire you desire, believe in whatever you wish, and express any thoughts that bring you joy. We do not shy away from those who are different. Rather, we celebrate them. Allow me to clarify, we are not a collection of aloof eccentrics. We are erudite eagles, the free-spirited winds in pursuit of knowledge. Each Ravenclaw wears an invisible crown atop their head, one that belongs to the realm of truth. Some may claim that we Ravenclaws seek to avoid danger for self-gain. Yet true wisdom dares to sacrifice for the sake of truth and justice. We delve into our studies with fervor, fueled by curiosity, our hearts set upon the ocean of knowledge. We remain loyal to ourselves, to reason, and to wisdom. Congratulations on becoming part of the most intelligent, agile, and fascinating community at Hogwarts. We are Ravenclaw." In his final exclamation, Yes Ho nearly shouted the name of Ravenclaw, and at that moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The students of Ravenclaw rose to their feet, their faces flushed as they gazed up at Yes Ho on the platform, akin to adoring fans. From that moment forth, Yes Ho became the spiritual beacon of Ravenclaw. Under the influence of this atmosphere, the members of the other three houses exchanged glances, sensing that Ravenclaw, a house often overshadowed by others, seemed to take center stage. Let the feast commence. As the ambience reached its zenith, Dumbledore proclaimed the official start of the banquet, heralding one of the most exhilarating opening ceremonies in Hogwarts history. Chapter 9. Another lesson in failure? With the sorting ceremony concluded, the newly arrived students, having indulged in a hearty meal that evening, returned to their respective dormitories under the guidance of the older students. The following morning, they embarked on their formal classes. However, to everyone's astonishment, Harry and Ron, overwhelmed by excitement the previous night, overslept. Additionally, their unfamiliarity with the school's layout led them on a frantic search, causing them to arrive late to class. Professor McGonagall reprimanded the pair before commencing her transfiguration lesson. The first class proved to be an inauspicious beginning, leaving Harry Potter, the prophesied savior, feeling somewhat humiliated. Little did he know, the true embarrassment awaited him. Upon entering Professor Snape's potions class, he was met with an overwhelming sense of animosity. With a forceful push, the door to the potions classroom swung open, revealing Snape, clad in black robes, who glided into the room like a colossal bat. "First, let me make it clear. Cauldrons are intended for brewing potions, not for culinary purposes," he stated sternly. "Especially you, Ravenclaw students, must not follow the example of your senior. Yes Ho, if you are unaware of what I mean, consider yourselves fortunate, for it indicates that you have yet to be tainted by his influence." Snape's opening remarks bewildered the Ravenclaw students, leaving them puzzled as to what transgression their esteemed senior had committed to warrant such a warning from the potions master. Furthermore, in my classroom, reckless wand waving and incantations are strictly prohibited. In my view, the majority of you lack the capacity to grasp the intricacies of potion making. However, for the select few who possess the requisite talent, I can teach you how to beguile the mind, ensnare the senses, concoct elixirs of renown, and even achieve immortality. As he spoke, Snape cast a glance at Malfoy, whose face bore a smug smile, evidently believing that Snape was acknowledging his exceptional abilities. I must also clarify that some may presume that their reputation at Hogwarts grants them the liberty to be inattentive in class. Snape's piercing gaze fixed on Harry, who was busily jotting down notes. Hermione, noticing this, quickly nudged Harry, prompting him to set down his quill. "Mr. Potter, the celebrity of the new generation." Snape approached Harry, his tone laced with derision, causing Harry to involuntarily furrow his brow, feeling as though this instructor was deliberately targeting him. During the dinner yesterday, Harry had noticed Professor Snape on the platform, fixated on him with an unwavering gaze. At that moment, he had specifically inquired with Percy beside him, who informed him that Snape was the head of Slytherin House. However, Harry pondered why, despite it being his first day at Hogwarts, Snape exhibited such a demeanor towards him. No one would elucidate the matter to Harry Potter, and soon he found himself facing Snape's relentless trio of questions. Unfortunately, having never prepared for such inquiries, he could not provide a single answer. Hermione, eager to showcase her knowledge before the teacher, found herself wholly disregarded by Snape, who instinctively overlooked her presence. It was truly unfortunate. Clearly, fame does not equate to everything, does it, Mr. Potter? Snape's lips parted to utter this scornful remark, prompting Draco to turn with a mocking expression. As for the term regret in Snape's words, only he knew what it truly signified. Hermione appeared to grasp the answer, but her inability to respond constituted the real tragedy. Unable to endure Snape's derision, Harry spoke up. Laughter erupted in the classroom. No one anticipated that Harry Potter would dare to confront a teacher. Silence. Snape's face darkened as he fixated on Harry, whose temperament and appearance gradually aligned with a visage from Snape's memories, igniting a simmering rage within him. Yet, upon gazing into those familiar eyes that had haunted his dreams countless times, Snape restrained his burgeoning fury. He approached the podium and took a seat directly opposite Harry, meticulously explaining the answers to the previously posed questions before returning to the platform above. The Gryffindor students took note. Due to Mr. Potter's disrespectful defiance in class, Gryffindor House lost 5 points. House points would ultimately determine the ranking of the 4 houses at the end of the term, with the top-ranking house receiving significant honor. Consequently, the unforeseen deduction left the Gryffindor Lions harboring some resentment towards Harry. After the morning classes concluded, the students gathered in the dining hall for lunch. At that moment, a multitude of owls swooped in through the gaps in the ceiling. These owls served as the postal messengers and couriers of the Wizarding World, remarkably efficient and inexpensive. Everyone present received packages from their families, except for Harry, who sat empty-handed, for his dreadful relatives, the Dursleys, would never send him anything. Suddenly, a stack of newspapers landed before Harry and Ron. Bored, Harry picked up a newspaper to peruse, and his attention was immediately captivated. The headline boldly proclaimed that Gringotts had been robbed. Gringotts, known for being the most securely guarded establishment in the Wizarding World, had never before been breached. Its status in the Wizarding realm was akin to that of a Swiss bank in the Muggle world. The notion that someone had dared to infiltrate Gringotts for theft was utterly unfathomable. Behold, it is inscribed above. The staff of Gringotts emphasized that no items were lost in the recent theft, as the contents of Vault 713 had already been removed prior to this incident. Curiously, it was this very vault that Hagrid and I had previously visited, where Hagrid mentioned he was tasked by Dumbledore to retrieve certain items. Might there be a connection? Harry set down the newspaper, and the trio exchanged glances. A spark of suspicion flickered in Harry and Hermione's eyes, while Ron, still chewing his food, displayed a natural foolishness in his gaze. It was evident that Ron was dragging down the average intelligence of their group. I believe we should inquire with someone at the school. Listen, Harry. Hagrid acted under Dumbledore's orders, and it is clear that this matter is related to him. At this point, Hermione leaned over the table, drawing closer to Harry, and whispered, Senior Ye Shu is now Dumbledore's assistant, and he must possess information that we are unaware of. If we wish to uncover the intricacies of this situation, perhaps we should consider asking him. Did he not say that we could approach him with any questions? Hermione blinked playfully, seemingly pleased with her clever idea. Indeed, Harry's eyes lit up. Having been preoccupied with studies lately, he had not seen Ye Shu for quite some time, and this opportunity to meet him seemed fortuitous. Chapter 10, A Trailblazing Endeavor. After finishing their lunch, the trio hurriedly made their way to Ravenclaw Tower in search of Ye Shu, but alas, this journey would yield no results. At that moment, Ye Shu was not in Ravenclaw Tower, but rather in the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement is a unique chamber within Hogwarts that manifests in response to one's genuine needs, and without knowledge of its entry method, it is nearly impossible to locate. Even the Marauder's map does not reveal its presence. To access the Room of Requirement, one must traverse the corridor between the tapestry depicting the clumsy Barnaby training gnomes to dance ballet and the life-sized vase 3 times, focusing intently on what one requires. For it will then materialize. The specific origins of the Room of Requirement remain a mystery. Throughout Hogwarts history, few have uncovered its secret. Ye Shu was aware of the room's existence, but had long forgotten the precise method of entry, having learned it during a drunken encounter with Dumbledore at Hagrid's hut. At this moment, within the Room of Requirement, Ye Shu found himself alone in a vast chamber, created by the room in accordance with his inner desires. Each individual entering the room experiences a different environment based on their unique needs. Thus, even if 2 people discover the room simultaneously, they will not occupy the same space if their desires differ. In the chamber where Ye Shu resided, only one word manifested: emptiness. After mastering all magical knowledge in the first half of the 3rd grade, Ye Shu occasionally slipped into the Room of Requirement to experiment with various spells alone. This sanctuary provided him access to an array of dark magic, while allowing him to practice undisturbed, concealing his engagement with the forbidden arts. In the realm of wizards, dark magic is often spoken of in hushed tones, as if those who dabble in it are irredeemable villains. However, Ye Shu held a different perspective. The essence of magic is not determined by its nature, but by the intent of its wielder. Voldemort's signature spell, Avada Kedavra, has garnered infamy alongside him. earning its place as the most notorious of the unforgivable curses. Yet, had Dumbledore wielded Avada Kedavra to vanquish malevolent sorcerers and uphold order within the wizarding world, this incantation would have flourished under his name, transforming into a cherished protective charm for all to learn. Ye Shu's studies encompassed not only the 3 unforgivable curses, including Avada Kedavra, but also an extensive repertoire of dark spells discovered within the room. With a remarkable aptitude for learning, he mastered these incantations within a single term. These spells would serve as vital assets for his survival, and he wished to keep them hidden until the moment of dire necessity. The strength of a wizard lies in channeling their magical power through their wand. Yet, the physical form of a wizard remains as fragile as that of an ordinary muggle. A mere blade can fell even the mightiest sorcerer. The challenge lies in augmenting a wizard's physical resilience to become as formidable as iron, transcending the limitations of humanity. While a wand enhances a wizard's prowess, it simultaneously renders them vulnerable. Disarming a wizard can strip them of most of their power, even causing their wand to recognize the assailant as its master. The question arises, how can a wizard cast spells unarmed? This notion was utterly astonishing. Ye Shu cradled an ancient tome, his breaths quickening as he perused its pages. Yet, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Should this concept be successfully explored, he could undoubtedly dominate the wizarding realm without rival. Imagine the scenario. An adversary has disarmed you, casting a spell meant to inflict grievous harm. Yet, your body, hardened like steel, remains unscathed. As they stand in shock, your fingers shimmer with magical light, unleashing a barrage of spells like a machine gun, overwhelming them before they can gather their wits. Such a spectacle was exhilarating to contemplate. This ancient book, discovered within the Room of Requirement, captivated him profoundly, its contents regarded as treasures of knowledge. Alas, it only chronicled the author's conceptual musings, who, in their futile attempts to manifest the idea, ultimately met a tragic end. The concept was conceived by a distinguished predecessor from Ravenclaw. Ye Shu felt that, as a junior, discovering this cultivation notebook was akin to carrying on a legacy. What his predecessor could not accomplish, he believed, was a responsibility that ought to fall upon his shoulders, both morally and emotionally. During the 2-month summer break, apart from preparing for Lady Andrea's funeral, Ye Shu dedicated himself to the research of transforming the contents of the notebook into reality. Initially, his endeavors met with considerable difficulty, and his physical form endured varying degrees of injury as a consequence. Had he not prepared in advance by bringing a collection of restorative potions before leaving school, he might have emerged severely maimed. Nevertheless, these experiments were not entirely fruitless. After dispelling the initial haze, Ye Shu finally discerned the crux of the issue. The Ravenclaw predecessor had merely applied magic directly to the physical body, vainly attempting to substitute flesh for a wand as a medium for spellcasting. Such a method was inherently doomed to fail. No matter how many attempts he made, success would elude him. The body could serve as a vessel for magical energy, yet it could not function as a conduit for its transformation. In the beginning, Ye Shu racked his brain for a solution until a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, a diagram depicting the meridians of the East. In the legends of the Eastern world, it is said that the human body contains various meridians, pathways for the circulation of vital energy and blood. Each meridian corresponds to distinct functions and attributes, though this has never been substantiated by modern medicine. In this life, after 15 years of exploration, Ye Shu discovered that although this world had its own celestial empire and a similar history, it lacked the legendary Eastern cultivators. The East possessed figures akin to Western wizards, while the ancient traditions of his previous life were utterly absent in this realm. The I Ching, the 8 trigrams, and the extraordinary meridians simply did not exist here. Fortunately, as a seasoned aficionado of supernatural forces in his past life, Ye Shu had committed all the diagrams of meridian pathways and acupoints to memory. In this life, endowed with formidable mental prowess and a source of magical energy, he diligently engaged in continuous experimentation for several days, ultimately succeeding in locating one meridian. This marked a promising beginning. Having identified one, he could find others. Over the summer, he systematically uncovered all the routes depicted in the meridian diagram. Now, it was time to conduct the experiment. Exhaling deeply, Ye Shu set aside the book, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes. As a seeker of truth and knowledge in Ravenclaw, he was unacquainted with fear. In his past life, he had been undaunted, and in this life, he would not falter. For the pursuit of knowledge and truth, he was prepared to risk his very life. Such is the unwavering dedication of a Ravenclaw. However, prior to the experiment, Ye Shu took precautions. He crafted a spell card that would instantly take flight to find Dumbledore should he encounter life-threatening danger. Once Dumbledore received the message, he would undoubtedly rush to his aid. Entering the Room of Requirement was no challenge for him at all. Steadfast as a rock, Ye Shu murmured softly. An invisible magical force surged swiftly through the meridians within his body. This was a pathway he had discovered corresponding to the incantation, classified as belonging to the earth element in the study of meridians. As the magic coursed through him, Ye Shu's physical form visibly transformed. A yellowish glow flickered around him. And in the next moment, his entire body hardened into something akin to rock. When he struck his fists together, a deep, resonant sound echoed as if two massive boulders had collided. Ha ha, I have succeeded. I, Ye Shu of Ravenclaw, assistant to Dumbledore, a once-in-a-century genius at Hogwarts, shall forge a new school of magic from this day forth. This shall be a glorious act worthy of the annals of history. My name will be immortalized alongside this discipline, and I shall become a great wizard akin to Merlin. In the spacious room, Ye Shu stood proudly like a human-shaped statue, his excited voice resounding throughout the chamber. Chapter 11 continues to be used as a cautionary example. Having searched for Ye Shu all afternoon, the trio, disheartened and without any leads, eventually slinked away to attend their flying lesson. The instructor for the flying class was Madame Hooch, who not only taught first-year students, but also served as the referee for the school's Quidditch matches. Good afternoon, students. Madame Hooch, with her short, silvery hair, briskly approached the gathered first years. Welcome to your first flying lesson. So what are you waiting for? Stand beside your broomsticks on the left, and do it quickly. Madame Hooch was known for her impatient demeanor, waving her hands to urge the students to act swiftly. Oh, before I forget, there is something I must warn you in advance. Suddenly, Madame Hooch's expression turned serious as she addressed the new students. When riding a broomstick, you must straddle it. Remember, you must straddle. Standing on a broomstick and shouting up is strictly prohibited. I hope you will not take a leaf out of Ye Shu's book. Although he is an excellent student, you must not emulate him in this regard. Should you dare to do so, I will deduct all points from your house. Madame Hooch's stern demeanor left no room for jest. The first years exchanged glances, perplexed as to why Ye Shu had once again been cited as a cautionary example. This had occurred in potions class previously, and now it was happening again in flying lessons. Despite his evident prowess as an assistant to the headmaster, it seemed his actions were deemed quite unreliable. What do you think Ye Shu did that incited such wrath? Why does every teacher use him as a cautionary tale? One student queried. How would I know? Perhaps you should ask him next time you see him, another replied. Forget it. These teachers make him sound so unreliable. If I accidentally touch a nerve, it would only invite trouble, Ron muttered, shrinking back in trepidation. Observing the fearful expressions of the students as they contemplated the prospect of losing points, Madame Hooch nodded in satisfaction. If I cannot discipline Ye Shu, how can I reign in this group of newcomers? I remarked, Madame Hooch. Is it truly appropriate for you to use me as a cautionary example in front of so many new students? After all, I have only just become the assistant principal. Your actions are quite embarrassing for me. A familiar voice resonated above the crowd, prompting everyone to look up. There stood Ye Shu, having appeared above them unannounced. However, his posture was rather peculiar. Instead of riding on a broom like other wizards, he stood on it, feet planted firmly atop the flying broom, with his hands clasped behind his back. Though this unusual flying stance was a first for the first-year students, they found it inexplicably pleasing. Compared to the conventional method of riding brooms, Ye Shu's stance was nothing short of dashing. Cool. How stylish is Senior Ye Shu's posture? It is far more impressive than merely riding a broom. My goodness, Senior Ye Shu exudes such charisma. The first-year students chattered among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration. And some girls gazed at him with unmistakable affection. Damn it, Ye Shu. Get down here. Immediately. Madame Hooch fumed. Though you are now the assistant principal, you are still a student of Hogwarts, a member of Ravenclaw. Do you believe I want to deduct points from Ravenclaw? 50 points, perhaps. Hearing the whispers of the surrounding students, Madame Hooch was nearly beside herself with rage. Just after she had stated that they should not emulate Ye Shu, he appeared before them in such a bizarre manner. Was this not a deliberate provocation? Truthfully, his stance on the broom did appear quite impressive. Not only the students, but even she felt a twinge of envy. No, no, such behavior must be firmly resisted. Do not allow this little rascal to lead you astray. Madame Hooch vigorously shook her head, casting aside the unwelcome thoughts that had intruded. Ye Shu had exhibited this behavior more than once, during the Quidditch match. He had made a similarly outrageous entrance, infuriating the faculty to no end. A wizard ought to ride a broom. That is the hallmark of a proper wizard. What does it mean to stand on a broom? It is one thing to do so in solitude, but to display such antics in front of a crowd during a Quidditch match? What if other students chose to follow suit? It would lead to utter chaos among the new generation of wizards. In response to this incident, the school issued a stern reprimand. Yet Ye Shu's explanation was that riding a broom poses the risk of, well, one might say, it is prone to unfortunate mishaps. One can only imagine the expressions on the faces of the female professors present upon hearing such a remark. If it were not for Dumbledore's unwavering support for Ye Shu, who cheerfully remarked upon the innovative spirit of youth, Ravenclaw's points would undoubtedly have been deducted in their entirety that day. What? You suggest expelling Ye Shu? Do not jest. By that time, Yeshu had already demonstrated his remarkable talent. Any teacher who dared to propose such a notion would likely find themselves unceremoniously ejected from Hogwarts the very next day. The wizarding world is not confined to a single nation. Other countries boast their own wizards, and even wizarding schools extend beyond Hogwarts, with each nation housing its own illustrious institutions. However, due to Dumbledore's influence, Hogwarts has gained an almost regal reputation among wizarding schools, akin to an unacknowledged monarch. Yet, should one attempt to cast Yeshu out, rest assured that the moment he stepped beyond Hogwarts' threshold, an abundance of prestigious academies would vie to enroll him, willing to break their own necks for the privilege. Such an extraordinary talent, relinquished to rival institutions? This would be tantamount to bolstering the enemy. I seriously suspect you are a spy sent from one of those schools. Thus, although Yeshu has made his share of minor missteps over the years, as long as they do not pertain to moral issues, the school has chosen to turn a blind eye. Very well, Madam Hooch, I shall descend at once. Yeshu pouted, exuding an air of resignation as he stamped his foot, prompting his broomstick to obediently land upon the ground at his behest. Chapter 12, Mr. Longbottom, come down. Yeshu, you rascal, as the assistant to the headmaster, what business do you have here instead of by Dumbledore's side? Bear in mind that while you hold the title of assistant, you are also entitled to a salary. Is this not a case of idling during work hours? Madam Hooch's words were sharp, her pale yellow eyes fixed intently upon Yeshu. Madam Hooch, let us not forget that the assistant to the headmaster not only aids Dumbledore with administrative duties, but also bears the responsibility of supervising the teachers and the four house heads. As it happens, Dumbledore is currently preoccupied with his studies on the new applications of dragon blood, leaving me with no option but to patrol the school and observe the teaching methods of our esteemed faculty. A mischievous grin spread across Yeshu's face, while Madam Hooch's expression twisted into one of discomfort, as if she had just swallowed a fly. Having threatened to deduct points from Ravenclaw, Yeshu's assertion of his supervisory authority over the teachers was unmistakably a blatant intimidation. Should you dare to deduct points from our house, I shall remain vigilant. You will inevitably make a mistake. This was the essence of Yeshu's words, and Madam Hooch discerned it all too clearly. Not only did she comprehend the implication, but she also felt assured that should she falter, Yeshu would indeed seize upon her misstep. Of course, given his character, he would not resort to excessively egregious tactics. Yet he would certainly relish in making her feel uncomfortable. Hee. If you wish to observe, then by all means, stay and watch, but do not disrupt my class. Madam Hooch's lips twitched as she turned away, visibly displeased. Children, cease your distractions, and let us resume our flying lesson, exclaimed Madam Hooch. Now, place your right hand above your broom and say up. The eager first years promptly adjusted their postures, following her instructions. Up. Harry commanded his broom, and in an instant, the broom lying on the ground soared into his palm. This spectacle astonished those nearby, for it was their inaugural encounter with flying brooms. While others struggled to connect with their brooms, he had succeeded. Hermione, in particular, widened her eyes, her small face a canvas of surprise and bewilderment. Harry's performance in previous lessons had been rather lackluster, prompting Hermione to occasionally ponder if this was truly the prowess expected of a savior. In stark contrast to Harry's mediocre display, the older student, Li Shun, appeared to embody the quintessential protagonist. Up. Following suit, Draco Malfoy also successfully summoned his broom. A feat not unexpected from a scion of a pure-blood wizarding family, as he possessed a modicum of innate talent. The playground echoed with a chorus of shouts as students, still unable to call forth their brooms, engaged in a contest of wills with the brooms on the ground. A dull thud resonated as Ron finally summoned his broom, but it failed to land accurately in his grasp, resulting in a comical whack to his forehead, eliciting soft chuckles from those around him. Observing the first year's attempts to summon their brooms, Li Shun couldn't help but reminisce about his own beginnings. During his inaugural flying lesson, he hadn't even called for his broom. It had simply flown into his hand upon the mere thought of it. His classmates had been utterly astonished, and even Madam Hooch had been momentarily speechless. Thus began Li Shun's remarkable journey with his broom, which initially followed a conventional trajectory but gradually evolved into a whimsical escapade, culminating in a one-legged stance as he soared through the air. Each shift in posture brought a frown to Madam Hooch's face, and eventually, she grew quite exasperated with him. Now, grasp your brooms and mount them. When Li Shun returned to the present, he noticed that nearly all the students had successfully summoned their brooms. It was hardly surprising, considering that those admitted to Hogwarts were undoubtedly gifted. Hold on tightly, and don't fall. At the sound of my whistle, you shall push off the ground and ascend. Remember to steady your brooms and hover at a low altitude for a while. Then, lean slightly forward to return to the ground during your first flight. Do not attempt to soar too far. Madam Hooch instructed as she paced around the group. Given that it was their first flight, she was cautious about allowing them to fly too high. In the event of an incident, she would be unable to assist in time. Listen for my whistle now. With a soft whistle, Madam Hooch gestured, and Neville wobbled into the air. Longbottom, come down quickly. Madam Hooch furrowed her brow, taken aback by Neville's unexpected ascent. I'm sorry. Madam Hooch, I can't control it, Neville exclaimed. Although he had successfully taken flight, the broomstick was clearly beyond his command. As he soared higher, his anxiety intensified. Further destabilizing the broom, he weaved erratically through the air, rising and falling unpredictably, losing all semblance of control. Mr. Longbottom, stop! As Neville careened towards the crowd, Madam Hooch drew her wand, desperate to intervene. Unfortunately, Neville's speed was too great. She barely had time to cast a spell before he barreled past the onlookers, forcing them to scramble out of the way. Meanwhile, Neville soared through an archway and ascended once more into the sky. Blast it, Yeshua! What are you standing there for? Think of something. Madam Hooch, sprawled on the ground in a state of disarray, glanced exasperatedly at Yeshua, who appeared to be leisurely enjoying the spectacle from the lawn. Rest assured, Madam Hooch, there is no cause for alarm. Yeshua waved dismissively, fully aware of Neville's impending fate. Without intervention, Neville was destined for a painful fall. Yeshua held a certain fondness for Neville. His tragic past evoked sympathy. Unlike Harry, who received the admiration of many after joining the academy, Yeshua found himself drawn to Neville's solitary journey of gradual growth. Both were prophesied saviors. Both bore the scars of a tragic childhood. Yet why should Neville endure the mockery of others and not enjoy a better fate? Thus, Yeshua resolved to lend a hand to Neville. Chapter 13, The Frightened Malfoy. Whoosh. The uncontrollable broom whisked Neville through the archway and into the heights above, but after a series of strenuous maneuvers, he was beginning to tire. As the broom ascended vertically, Neville could no longer hold on and fell off. Oh my, Neville! Gasps erupted from the crowd, their hearts racing as they watched him plummet. From such a height, a fall could result in severe injury, if not death. To make matters worse, a statue brandishing a spear loomed directly beneath him. Should he land there, he would certainly be impaled. It was quite possible he would become the first student in Hogwarts history to perish during a flying lesson, thereby leaving an indelible mark on the school's legacy. With a tearing sound, Neville's robe was pierced by the spear, leaving him suspended in midair. However, the delicate fabric could not withstand his weight, and before the onlookers' horrified gazes, it tore apart, sending Neville tumbling once more. This time, he landed atop a torch mounted on the castle wall, yet his robe continued to slide downwards. Yeshua, as she watched Neville plummet towards the ground, Mrs. Hooch let out a desperate scream. I heard it. I heard it. Yet, to her astonishment, she noticed that Yesha had, at some point, drawn his wand, and with a flick, levitated Neville, who was about to crash, gently back to the ground. Phew. Mrs. Hooch finally breathed a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to Neville during her class, it would have left an indelible stain on her teaching career. Thank you, Senior Ye Shu. Neville, filled with trepidation, approached Ye Shu with trembling legs and stammered, You can't do this, Neville. Your mental fortitude is lacking, and your physical abilities are even more so. With such weaknesses, you cannot hope to be a worthy Gryffindor. Ye Shu regarded Neville with a smile, while the latter shyly lowered his gaze. Ha ha ha, what a foolish pig. A voice filled with derision cut through the air. It was Malfoy, who showed no restraint in his contemptuous expression as he looked down on Neville. Malfoy's words left the naturally timid and cowardly Neville at a loss for how to respond. Ye Shu cast a casual glance at Malfoy and thought, not bad looking. A quintessential rich heir. I believe he will undoubtedly charm many girls when he grows up. While many would argue against labeling Malfoy as a good person, it would also be an exaggeration to deem him a villain. Strictly speaking, Malfoy was merely a product of misguided upbringing and the spoiling of a wealthy family. His heart was not inherently malevolent. Rather, he displayed a haughty arrogance, looking down upon anyone who was not a pure-blood wizard. Malfoy, who gave you the right to speak to your classmates in such a manner? As a pure-blood wizard, is this your upbringing? To mock your peers with impunity and maliciously belittle others, is this the conduct befitting a pureblood? Such behavior is an affront to the very notion of nobility. Ye Shu stepped up to Malfoy, his tone chilling. At that moment, Malfoy felt as if he were encased in icy waters, his entire being shivering in fear. Before him, Ye Shu loomed like a formidable dragon, capable of devouring him with a mere flick of its jaws. Malfoy had never encountered such humiliation. Momentarily, he was at a loss for words, frozen in terror. Ultimately, he found himself crying, his eyes reddening as tears glistened within their confines, threatening to spill over at any moment. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child, accustomed to being pampered at home. He had never faced such a situation. Stop crying. Hold it back. Ye Shu threatened, glaring fiercely. If you dare to shed tears in front of all these people, I will spank you right here. Malfoy quickly raised his arm to wipe away the impending tears, yet the tightly pressed corners of his mouth betrayed his sense of grievance. The young child, instead of choosing a more commendable path, has taken to emulating the cruelty of others. How unfortunate for you. Having been a witness to bullying in a previous life, Ye Shu understands that the most effective way to deal with such tormentors is to be even more ferocious. As for the notion of reforming them through kindness, that approach is laborious and often fruitless, a method Ye Shu finds tiresome. Oh heavens, Malfoy has actually been frightened to tears. Harry, did you witness that? Ha ha. We must capture his expression on a memory stone for him to reflect upon later. Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together, sharing hushed laughter. Neville, while it is true that Malfoy's mockery of you is unjust, he does have a point. Your physique is rather portly. With such a figure, it is difficult to associate you with the grace of a wizard. I dare say your spellcasting speed must be slower than that of others. Ye Shu turned to Neville, continuing to admonish him. Here's what we shall do. Starting tomorrow, I will occasionally seek you out for private training. Your potential is indeed commendable, though it is hindered by your weight and forgetfulness. I currently lack effective remedies for your forgetfulness, but I can certainly assist you in improving your physical condition. So, young man, muster your energy and prepare for the challenges ahead. With a gentle pat on Neville's shoulder, Ye Shu spoke with a smile. Goodness, this is Ye Shu, the most exceptional student Hogwarts has seen in a century. That he would personally mentor Neville is an immense honor. Why, oh why, has such a splendid opportunity not fallen into my lap? A chorus of envious first years expressed their feelings. Even the tearful Malfoy cast a jealous glance at Neville. Before entering Hogwarts, his father, Lucius Malfoy, had advised him to seek opportunities to befriend Ye Shu, for it would be most advantageous to cultivate such a connection. At that time, Draco Malfoy had found this puzzling. While he acknowledged Ye Shu's remarkable talent, he regarded him merely as a student. And even if he were to achieve greatness, that would be in the distant future. The Malfoy family, being a noble pure-blood lineage, held a prestigious status. As long as they were not vulnerable to blackmail, what if their opponent was powerful? Surely, that did not mean they would become a dark wizard like Voldemort. Lucius did not respond to his son's musings, his expression grave, as if he perceived something in Ye Shu beyond mere talent, a presence that evoked both respect and caution. Thus, Malfoy's jealousy simmered. He resented that Neville had so effortlessly captured Ye Shu's favor. Chapter 14. A lesson for you all. Very well, children. Continue with your flying lesson. This is your inaugural class, and you must not squander this precious time. With a clap of his hands, Ye Shu prepared to leave the floor to Madame Hooch. Ye Shu, thank you immensely. Had it not been for you, Mr. Longbottom would surely have been harmed. Madame Hooch, visibly shaken, expressed her concerns not for her own career, but for Neville's safety. In this regard, she proved herself a commendable instructor. Cough, Mrs. Huichi. Do you truly believe that today's incident will simply fade away? Let us not forget that I am now the assistant principal, tasked with overseeing all the educators. You nearly committed a grave error today, and I trust you would not wish for Professor Dumbledore to learn of it, would you? Mrs. Huichi looked at Ye Shu with immense gratitude, yet suddenly his expression shifted, revealing a rather cunning demeanor. What do you intend, you rascal? I must remind you, I am a married woman. Do not dare to act recklessly. Mrs. Huichi's countenance changed, and she nervously swallowed, her mind racing with countless thoughts, attempting to decipher Ye Shu's true intentions. Oh my, Mrs. Huichi's expression seems awry. Could it be she is not as innocent as she appears? No, it would be unwise to jest further. A misstep would certainly lead to an amusing predicament. Ye Shu was momentarily taken aback, observing Mrs. Huichi, who appeared both vigilant and yet tinged with a hint of anticipation, mingled with a touch of shyness. He hastily shifted the conversation. Given Mrs. Huichi's age, she could easily be his mother, and besides, her demeanor was certainly not to Ye Shu's taste. Otherwise, he might have entertained some notions. At merely 15 years of age, still not of legal maturity, such matters could be postponed. He was not yet so desperate. Cough, Mrs. Huichi, I can keep today's affair to myself. But let us make a pact. From this day forth, no matter how you see me maneuvering my broomstick, you shall not impede me. Naturally, I will endeavor to refrain from employing such techniques in crowded areas. Does this sound agreeable? As the professor of flying and Quidditch referee, Mrs. Huichi held the authority over the use of broomsticks, much like her colleagues in other subjects, possessing absolute power to deduct points. Upon hearing Ye Shu's proposition, Mrs. Huichi appeared slightly disappointed, which sent a chill down Ye Shu's spine. Mrs. Huichi, what do you mean by that look of disappointment? He thought frantically. If you keep today's incident to yourself, I shall turn a blind eye to your actions henceforth. After a moment's contemplation, Mrs. Huichi assured him of her silence. It was not that she lacked principles, nor that she yielded easily to Ye Shu's intimidation. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that even if she wished to discipline him, it would be beyond her reach. For 3 years, she had endeavored to correct Ye Shu's broomstick usage, yet he persisted in his reckless ways, even pushing the boundaries further. In pursuit of this matter, she had approached Dumbledore, but his response was one of indifference. You shall handle it as you see fit, leaving her disheartened. Mrs. Huichi felt utterly despondent. Deducting points would only lead Ye Shu to find ways to reclaim them, and punishing him with extra practice was precisely what he desired, allowing him to soar freely. To intervene was beyond her capability, yet to ignore his antics could corrupt other students. The weight upon her heart was burdensome. For 3 years, Mrs. Huichi truly wished to ask, "Do you have any idea of the trials I have faced during this time?" At this moment, Ye Shu extended a gracious opportunity, and Mrs. Huichi decided to gracefully descend the metaphorical staircase, weary of the struggle. After all, she could no longer exert control. She would allow things to unfold as they may. "Mrs. Huichi, might we request Senior Ye Shu to demonstrate the proper use of the flying broomstick?" "Indeed, Mrs. Huichi, we wish to practice flying brooms alongside Senior Ye Shu." "Yes, yes, please." A throng of freshmen surrounded Mrs. Huichi and Ye Shu, their eyes alight with eager anticipation. Mrs. Huichi felt somewhat overwhelmed. To have Ye Shu teach them the art of flying on broomsticks? She feared it would lead them astray. The thought of all the Hogwarts freshmen soaring on broomsticks during the upcoming Quidditch matches made her lips twitch involuntarily. "Mrs. Huichi, may I have a turn?" "Rest assured, I will employ the correct flying posture and will not lead them astray." Observing the students' fervent gazes, Ye Shu wished not to disappoint them and turned to Mrs. Huichi with a thoughtful expression. "Very well, but do take care." With the freshmen making such a request, Mrs. Huichi did not wish to be the villain, especially since Ye Shu's prowess on the broomstick was not inferior to her own, and could indeed be said to have surpassed it. Otherwise, he would not be capable of executing such advanced maneuvers as standing flights and aerial spins. Splendid. Upon hearing that they could attend class with Ye Shu, the students leaped with excitement. Even Draco Malfoy was brimming with anticipation. "Now, classmates, return to your positions with your respective brooms. First, I must emphasize that during flight, it is crucial to dispel any nervous emotions, as they may disrupt the broom's normal flight." Neville serves as a prime example. Ye Shu's words elicited a wave of laughter, leaving Neville once again blushing with embarrassment. "Do not laugh. I believe many here, not just Neville, may find themselves in similar situations." Ye Shu continued. "Thus, for those lacking confidence, it would be wise to step aside, observe how others fly, and then attempt it themselves." Hearing this, several students exchanged glances, ultimately taking a step back, still somewhat intimidated by Neville's earlier mishap. Excellent. Sometimes, taking a step back does not signify cowardice. The most precious quality one can possess is the ability to see oneself clearly. To nurture the feelings of these students and protect them from ridicule, Ye Shu gently reassured them. "Now, the rest of you, mount your brooms immediately. Let us commence today's lesson. Furthermore, gentlemen, remember to maintain proper posture and safeguard yourselves." With a raised eyebrow and a knowing expression, Ye Shu spoke, leaving the male students uncertain of his meaning. Meanwhile, Mrs. Huichi turned away, awkwardly covering her forehead. Chapter 15. Dare to compete with me? On the verdant grassland between Hogwarts and the Quidditch match, young wizards clad in their school uniforms deftly navigated their flying broomsticks, reveling in the exhilarating freedom of the skies. The allure of the heavens captivates all, and wizards, like everyone else, yearn for the liberating sensation of flight. However, Muggles are confined to airplanes, peering down from above, while those with a hint of bravery and financial backing attempt parachuting or wingsuit flying. In stark contrast, wizards possess a far superior option. They can command their broomsticks and soar through the air, truly experiencing the essence of flight. As these fledgling witches and wizards embarked on their inaugural flight, their eyes sparkled with excitement, with some even letting out joyous whoops to express their exhilaration. Even the usually aloof Malfoy bore a look of unbridled enthusiasm, for he was, after all, merely a child, devoid of any true malice. Those young wizards who initially hesitated on the ground soon found their courage, wobbling into the air atop their broomsticks. Even Neville, with a little assistance from Yes-Ho, managed to mount his broom once more, and perhaps with Yes-Ho by his side, he finally felt a sense of control, unlike before. As seasoned participants, neither Madame Hooch nor Yes-Ho hindered their antics, for they too had once been in the same position as these newcomers. In fact, Yes-Ho had been far more exuberant than these young witches and wizards. No one could fathom the emotions swirling within him at the moment he truly ascended into the sky, as a traveler from another world with an affinity for the supernatural. After half an hour of spirited play, the young wizards began to tire and gradually descended to the ground. "Harry Potter, do you have what it takes to compete with me?" Just as everyone was preparing to land safely, Malfoy, the unfortunate child, stirred up trouble once again. Initially, Harry had summoned his broomstick before Malfoy, which had left Malfoy feeling quite displeased. Coupled with their earlier grievances upon entering Hogwarts, Malfoy saw this as an opportunity to teach Harry a lesson. In his eyes, the so-called savior, the one who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Dark Lord and ultimately defeated him, was merely a product of exaggeration. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had come to believe that Harry was nothing remarkable, merely a figurehead without the true abilities a savior should possess. Therefore, Malfoy was determined. If he could best Harry Potter, it would signify his own superiority over this so-called hero. Moreover, Malfoy discreetly glanced at Ye Shu, pondering whether a dazzling performance might capture Ye Shu's attention, thus fostering a potential friendship. If he could forge a bond with Ye Shu, he would feel he had fulfilled his father's expectations, earning praise upon his return home at the end of the term. Leave me be. I have no interest in engaging in your childish games. Harry shot Malfoy an exasperated glance, clearly uninterested in his provocations. Harry, you are merely a Malfoy. Just as he was about to unleash a few taunts, the corner of his eye caught sight of Ye Shu in the distance, compelling him to swallow his words. The warning Ye Shu had previously issued to him lingered vividly in his memory. Malfoy dared not test whether Ye Shu would truly follow through on his threat, for such an occurrence would be too humiliating. If you dare to compete with me and manage to win, I shall cease to trouble Neville in the future. What do you say? This is for Neville. You wouldn't back down, would you? Harry Potter, the savior, do not let me lose respect for you. Let the competition begin. Who fears whom? But you must honor your promise. It was evident that Malfoy's provocation had taken effect, as Harry swiftly altered the direction of his broom, soaring back into the sky alongside Malfoy once more. Harry, do not act rashly. Hermione, who had clearly overheard their conversation, anxiously attempted to intervene, but ultimately was a moment too late. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, turning her broom towards Ye Shu and Madame Hooch. What are these two little rascals up to? Madame Hooch, having noticed the two youths ascending rapidly, furrowed her brow in displeasure. As newcomers, they could be forgiven for occasionally crossing the line. But the actions of these two were clearly excessive. At such a speed, soaring to such heights, do they think themselves professional Quidditch players? Madame Hooch, Ye Shu, please stop Harry and Malfoy. They are preparing to race to see who can fly faster. Hermione exclaimed, urgency etched on her face as she rushed towards them. Good grief. Those unfortunate little devils. Upon witnessing their ascent, Ye Shu had already surmised their intentions. After all, they were arch-rivals. The notion of them frolicking together in the skies was utterly implausible. Madame Hooch, I leave this to you. I shall keep an eye on them to prevent any mishaps. Before he had even finished speaking, Ye Shu took flight on his broomstick, pursuing the two increasingly reckless children soaring higher into the air. The broom Ye Shu rode was the latest model, the Nimbus 2000, and coupled with his exceptional flying skills, it propelled him forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a considerable distance. Potter, is this all you are capable of? With such speed, you can only trail behind me. High above, the two youths continued to soar farther apart, with Malfoy in the lead and Harry close behind, merely a body length separating them. Malfoy cast a disdainful glance over his shoulder at Harry, his tone dripping with mockery, yet the hint of tension in his eyes revealed that he was not flying effortlessly. Harry's speed evidently exceeded Malfoy's expectations. He could hardly believe that Harry was able to maintain such a close pursuit, even showing signs of potentially surpassing him. Damn it! I will not lose to you. Cursing under his breath, Malfoy tightened his grip on the broomstick, causing it to abruptly descend. Unwilling to concede, Harry turned his broom and raced after him. From this point, it becomes evident that Harry's broomstick skills surpass those of Malfoy. Those two unfortunate youngsters, undeterred by the prospect of falling, continue their chase. Ye Shu, closely following, observed the playful competition between them and chuckled, shaking his head. He refrained from intervening, confident in his ability to step in should they encounter danger. After all, youth is meant for reckless abandon. Children inevitably have their rebellious moments, and it is best to let them indulge in their play, knowing that any consequences can be addressed later. They must learn that while certain actions are permissible, they inevitably come with a price, one that they must be prepared to bear. How amusing. It seems these two little rascals are about to face some hardships. As he noticed something ahead, a smirk filled with derision crept across Ye Shu's lips. Chapter 16, Perilous Moments. Harry, you worthless fool, if you have the ability, why don't you go faster? Malfoy, tightly pressed by Harry, felt an immense pressure, yet continued to hurl insults. He had underestimated the situation, believing he could easily leave Harry far behind, allowing him to trail in his wake. To his surprise, Harry's flying prowess was remarkably formidable, seemingly on the verge of surpassing him. If this continued, where would Malfoy save face, and how could he maintain his pretentious demeanor before Harry in the future? With no other choice, Malfoy resorted to a barrage of empty taunts, attempting to unsettle Harry and thereby disrupt his flying speed. Yet this tactic proved futile. Harry's expression remained as calm as a still pond, disregarding Malfoy entirely. Having grown up with the Dursleys, where he faced daily insults and beatings from his cousin, Malfoy's petty jibes could hardly stir any turmoil within him. Initially motivated solely to protect Neville from bullying, Harry's competitive spirit had now been ignited. After all, he was a Gryffindor lion, and lions are inherently fierce. Just as Harry prepared to summon his strength and overtake Malfoy, his expression suddenly shifted as he gazed ahead, fear evident in his eyes behind his glasses. Malfoy, get out of the way, Harry shouted, attempting to warn Malfoy of the impending danger. Harry Potter, Do not think for a moment that I will fall for such tricks, Malfoy retorted with bravado, chuckling confidently. He kept glancing back at Harry, wary of any imminent overtaking, completely oblivious to what lay ahead. When he finally turned to look, he was met with the alarming sight of a flock of large birds that had materialized along their flight path. Hogwarts was home to a dark forest, inhabited by various creatures, including flocks of diverse bird species. It seemed this assembly of birds had just returned from a hunt in the Forbidden Forest. The proximity between the two was startling. In the fleeting moment when Malfoy turned his head, he found himself face to face with Harry. Damn it, Malfoy cursed, gripping the handle of his broom tightly, attempting to maneuver its flight path to evade the impending collision. Unfortunately, he overestimated his flying prowess. Managing to avoid 2 or 3 large birds was his utmost limit, and the fourth bird collided directly with his face, obscuring his vision. Both were hurtling through the air at high speed, and the tremendous force of the impact sent him hurtling away from the broom, casting him into the sky. Malfoy! Harry exclaimed, reaching out instinctively to rescue the flung Malfoy, but he found himself unable to safeguard his own well-being, let alone save another. Faced with the dense throng of birds, as his hand reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp Malfoy, it was struck back by the flurry of avian bodies, leaving him helplessly watching as Malfoy plummeted towards the ground. Yet, in the face of such dire circumstances, Harry remarkably adjusted his mindset. His gaze fixed resolutely upon the flock of birds, searching for an escape route while skillfully guiding his broom to navigate around the swarm. What in the world are you doing, Ye Shu? Below, Madame Hooch gazed up in despair at the unfolding scene in the sky, never imagining that what began as a mere playful contest between two boys would lead to such a calamity. Malfoy had collided with a large bird. Given the high velocity of their flight, Madame Hooch could hardly fathom the state he must be in. It was already astonishing that Malfoy's head had not been turned into a gruesome spectacle upon impact. However, what incensed Madame Hooch even more was Ye Shu's demeanor. He was not far from the two boys. With his expertise on the broom, he could have effortlessly rescued them unscathed, yet he chose to remain still in the air, watching as the two boys faced peril. What on earth did he mean by this? As she watched Malfoy continuously descend through the air, Madame Hooch gritted her teeth, preparing to take flight. Regardless of whether Malfoy met his end or was left incapacitated, at the very least, she wanted to ensure he had a whole corpse to present to the Malfoy family. If he crashed to the ground, he would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. Preserving his remains would at least provide some semblance of closure for the Malfoy lineage. As a flying expert, Madame Hooch was acutely aware of the devastating force of such an impact. In her mind, she had already condemned Malfoy to death. However, just as she was about to act, she halted, for Ye Shu, who had remained motionless in the air, finally stirred. Contrary to Madame Hooch's assumptions, Malfoy did not succumb to unconsciousness or death from the impact. Rather, a faint glow enveloped his form, as if shielding him from harm. This ethereal illumination was not exclusive to Malfoy. Even Harry, who was fervently evading the flock, was similarly protected. Had it not been for this shimmering barrier, Harry's arm would likely have been shattered from the earlier collision. As Malfoy descended relentlessly, he remained momentarily stunned before unleashing a piercing scream, utterly forgetting his purpose. A competent adult wizard, even when hurled off a flying broomstick, would instinctively summon it back or employ a high-level spell like apparition to avert a fatal fall. Yet, Malfoy was merely 11 years old, and in this moment of sheer terror, his mind was a blank slate. He found himself reflecting on the brevity of his life thus far, realizing that he had experienced almost no freedom in these 11 years. Throughout this time, he had relentlessly sought his father's approval, striving tirelessly to excel in every endeavor. Upon entering Hogwarts, his initial aim to befriend Harry Potter was driven by a desire to showcase that even a celebrated savior could become his ally, or perhaps even his follower. After their enmity was established, he resorted to repeated provocations, seeking to demonstrate that even the so-called savior was insignificant in the presence of his esteemed pure-blood lineage, the Malfoys. All of this was a desperate attempt to prove to his father that he was worthy of the Malfoy name, capable of becoming a distinguished and noble pure-blood wizard. Malfoy was acutely aware of how little regard he received from Harry and his companions, yet he remained indifferent. All he craved was his father's recognition, the honor of his family. However, in that fleeting moment when he was struck by the flock of birds, he witnessed something unexpected. Harry Potter, whom he had antagonized so many times, dared to extend a hand of assistance despite the peril of being struck himself. Malfoy pondered, if their roles were reversed, would he have saved Harry? The answer was a resounding no. Not only would he refuse, but he would also relish the sight of Harry's demise, later using it as a source of mockery and pride. How utterly absurd. Did he truly consider himself a savior? Who needed his salvation? Who yearned for his friendship? Tears streamed from Malfoy's eyes, dispersing into the air as they fell like scattered pearls. Just as he believed he was destined for a fatal plunge, a hand grasped the collar of his robes, halting his descent. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with the striking visage of Ye Shu. Under the sunlight, Ye Shu's face became an unforgettable image etched in Malfoy's mind for eternity. Chapter 17. Still fond of your defiant nature. Thud. Malfoy was unceremoniously tossed onto the lawn by Ye Shu, producing a dull thud. Despite the protective charm cast by Ye Shu, the impact left him somewhat dazed, groaning in discomfort as he lay on the ground. Madame Hooch and a throng of new students rushed to Malfoy's side, their faces etched with concern. After a brief examination, they discovered that Malfoy's injuries were not severe, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. It is quite perplexing, at such a high speed. A collision would surely deform even the sturdiest of iron, yet you remain utterly unscathed. This defies all logic. Mrs. Huichi wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend how Malfoy had emerged without a scratch. Oh no, the only injury he sustained was from being thrown to the ground by Ye Shu. Beside her, Ye Shu rolled his eyes as he descended gracefully. This is the magical world. Why are you still discussing logic? Don't fret, Mrs. Huichi. I cast a protection spell on them, so that minor damage is of no consequence. Ye Shu elucidated the doubts that plagued her mind. Oh, it seems you are somewhat reliable after all. That last moment nearly frightened me to death. However, when did you cast the spell? I did not see you draw your wand. Mrs. Huichi sighed with relief. Malfoy was unharmed, allowing her to finally set aside her worries. After all, he belonged to a pure-blood wizarding family, one of the esteemed Sacred 28. Any incident during her lesson would have been beyond her capacity to bear. Mrs. Huichi, your heart was entirely focused on those two boys. It's no wonder you didn't witness me casting the spell. Ye Shu retorted, having employed a newly researched method of spellcasting, though he would not disclose this to Mrs. Huichi. Indeed, Mrs. Huichi nodded, accepting his evasion. By the way, where's Harry? At that moment, she realized Malfoy had landed, yet Harry was still soaring above. I'm right here, Mrs. Huichi. Harry, skillfully maneuvering his broomstick, descended steadily before the group, emerging unscathed from a dense flock of birds. Harry, you are incredible. You navigated through that throng of birds without colliding with a single one. The only bird you did hit was in an effort to save someone. However, this is far superior to certain individuals who were knocked down right from the start. Had it not been for Senior Ye Shu's timely rescue, some might have met a dire fate. Ron and Hermione, who had been closely observing Harry, clearly witnessed how he skillfully steered his broomstick amid the flock, narrowly avoiding numerous perilous situations. They pondered, had they found themselves in such a scenario, they would have plummeted from the sky. Ron's words were a mixture of genuine admiration for Harry and a deliberate jab at Malfoy. He anticipated an explosive reaction, yet Malfoy remained surprisingly silent. How odd, has he been rendered speechless? Ron leaned closer to Harry, softly pointing at Malfoy, having mocked him in front of Malfoy. Given his nature, he would have typically erupted in anger, yet now he was utterly quiet, as if transformed into a different person. All right, class, during our first flying lesson, you will learn not only how to control a broomstick, but, more importantly, how to ensure your own safety while doing so. It is essential to understand that the heights above are not devoid of life. Numerous birds, and even ferocious dragons, can soar through the skies. Moreover, should fortune turn against you and you encounter a tempest, be ever vigilant for the lightning that may strike down without warning. When flying at high speeds, it is imperative to ensure your own protection, otherwise, even the smallest bird could pose a lethal threat. Remember, flying and drinking do not mix. If you cannot adhere to the regulations of flight, you may bring tears to your loved ones. Our esteemed Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy serve as cautionary examples. Dear students, do not emulate them, for not every circumstance allows for timely rescue. The words of Senior Ye resonated with the fresh faces of the new students, prompting them to nod in agreement. With the lessons from Harry and Malfoy etched in their minds during this inaugural class, it is certain that this lesson will linger in their memories. Thank you, Senior Ye. Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he approached Ye. Despite his remarkable flying talent that enabled him to evade the massive flock of birds, had it not been for Ye's protective charm cast upon him, his arm would have surely been injured. Do not mention it. As the assistant to the headmaster, it is my duty to safeguard you newcomers. Ye replied. Thank you, Senior Ye. At that moment, the previously silent Malfoy quietly approached Ye to express his gratitude, his voice barely audible, yet Ye perceived it. This elicited a raised eyebrow from Ye, who found it rather astonishing that the rebellious Malfoy would thank him. It seemed he had indeed been quite frightened moments ago. Nevertheless, Ye realized that he preferred the original audacious Malfoy over this subdued version. Do not think that your thanks absolves you from the consequences of your actions. Madame Hooch interjected. These two youngsters engaged in an unauthorized duel, nearly resulting in dire consequences. I believe a reprimand is in order, otherwise, others may follow suit, undermining our established rules. Upon hearing this, Madame Hooch's lips twitched as she contemplated that when it comes to disregard for rules, Ye surely ranks second at Hogwarts, with no one capable of surpassing him. Surely, he was aware of the many outrageous acts he had committed over the past 3 years. However, In front of so many new students, Madame Hooch was reluctant to undermine Ye's authority, especially since the situation warranted a resolution. Indeed, these two have shown a lack of judgment. Ye, how do you propose we handle them? Madame Hooch tossed the responsibility back to Ye, confident that he had already formed a decision. Very well, let both Gryffindor and Slytherin each lose 10 points. A chorus of dismay erupted from the newcomers of both houses. While Slytherin remained relatively unscathed, Gryffindor, already penalized by Snape due to Harry's actions, faced yet another deduction. The first-year students cast resentful glances at Harry. Young ones, consider this a warning. Should such an incident occur again, the repercussions will extend far beyond mere point deductions. Trust me, there exist numerous places within the academy that you would not dare to approach, even if your lives depended on it. Should you err again, Ye Shu issued a chilling laugh, causing the group of freshmen to instinctively retract their necks. Chapter 18. The Edge of the Robe. As the flying lesson concluded, the individuals on the verdant lawn scattered, returning to their respective houses. The anticipated flying competition between the two, which was privately arranged, came to an abrupt end due to unforeseen circumstances. However, it was evident to all discerning eyes that in terms of aerial prowess, Harry Potter excelled beyond compare. Malfoy appeared distracted, lost in thoughts. Whether due to his defeat in the competition, his fright, or other undisclosed reasons remained a mystery to outsiders. You've arrived. With such a commotion. Despite my advancing years, I am neither blind nor deaf. How could I possibly be unaware of this ruckus? These youngsters are quite the handful. Youth truly has its merits. We were not so different in our day, mused Dumbledore, with his long hair and beard cascading to his waist, alongside Professor McGonagall. As they stood on a high platform at Hogwarts, observing the unfolding events on the lawn. The earlier commotion had been rather significant. The frenzied flight of the two students and Malfoy's subsequent shriek were impossible to ignore. Even Dumbledore, usually engrossed in his research, had ventured out to witness the spectacle. Harry's flying skills are indeed impressive. This must be his first encounter with flying lessons, yet he managed to skillfully evade an entire flock of birds. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of many Quidditch players. Professor McGonagall exclaimed in astonishment, having closely observed Harry's performance, being his house professor. After all, he is the son of James Potter, who was a remarkable Quidditch player in his time, accumulating numerous accolades. It appears Harry has adeptly inherited his father's talents. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Dumbledore's eyes, intertwined with a subtle hint of nostalgia. Indeed, he had always remembered Harry's identity as the chosen one, but nearly overlooked the excellence of his parents. Tell me, McGonagall, if I were to invite Mr. Potter to join the Quidditch team, do you believe he would excel? Dumbledore inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips as if he had already envisioned the future. Indeed, should you proceed with that notion, I am confident our young chosen one would not only become the youngest Quidditch player in Hogwarts history, but also deliver an extraordinary performance. McGonagall mused, her expression indicating she had reached a significant conclusion. However, in comparison to Harry's remarkable display, my attention is drawn more towards that lad Ye Shu. Oh, Ye Shu, what has he done this time? McGonagall questioned, puzzled, as Ye Shu had seemed rather well-behaved lately. And there had been no reports of any disturbances within the school. Nothing alarming, merely a discovery of something intriguing, came the reply. Let us depart. The wind here is quite strong, and these old bones of ours cannot withstand such gusts. It would be prudent to descend sooner rather than later. Dumbledore spoke this cryptic remark to himself, shrouded in an air of mystery. He offered no further explanation, and Professor McGonagall did not press him for details. After decades of friendship, they were well aware of each other's dispositions. Dumbledore's reluctance to divulge certain matters rendered any inquiries futile. Before leaving, Dumbledore cast a glance toward a secluded corner of the academy, a space designated for Slytherin. It was empty, save for a fleeting glimpse of a familiar black robe that swiftly vanished from sight. With a sigh, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall disappeared into the ether. Senior Ye Shu, wait for us, called out a trio of students after class. We need to speak with you. Ye Shu had intended to continue his research into new magical practices, but the three mischief makers obstructed his path. What is it, you three? Ye Shu arched an eyebrow, surprised by their sudden appearance. Senior Ye Shu, it concerns Ron began, but was interrupted by a swift punch from Hermione, effectively silencing him. The classroom had just emptied, and with many students still lingering nearby, Ron's impulsiveness could have led to unwanted attention. Senior Ye Shu, may we ask you something? Is this a convenient time? Hermione, her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness, leaned closer to Ye Shu and inquired softly. You've managed to stop me, so time is no longer a constraint. Moreover, among those who have halted my departure is our charming Hermione. How could I refuse such a request? Ye Shu winked at Hermione, causing her to blush even deeper. At the tender age of 11, Hermione was at a stage of youthful infatuation. And given Ye Shu's striking appearance and reputation as one of the most formidable talents in a century, it was impossible for her not to harbor feelings for him. The four of them retreated to a secluded spot under Ye Shu's guidance, ensuring they were alone. All right, speak your minds, he encouraged. You three haven't gotten yourselves into trouble and sought my assistance, have you? Although I currently serve as the assistant to the headmaster, I remain a student myself. I may not be able to assist with overly complicated matters. Ye Shu's tone was half joking, half serious, aware that these three young adventurers would inevitably find themselves embroiled in mischief. A notion he had long anticipated due to his familiarity with the original narrative. Not exactly, Senior Ye Shu. Here's the situation. Harry recounted the recent events and their speculations succinctly. Ah, I see, Ye Shu mused, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Hagrid has been tasked with retrieving a certain object, and the Vault 713 at Gringotts has been breached. How intriguing. This must be Voldemort's scheme to seize a wizard and resurrect himself. However, he remained blissfully unaware that all of this was well within the foresight of the venerable Dumbledore, who had meticulously orchestrated every step before him. The notion of seizing the wizard was undoubtedly a delusion, setting aside the formidable guardianship of Dumbledore within the Academy. If Harry were to follow the trajectory outlined in the original narrative, it would be far beyond his capacity to confront. At this moment, Ye Shu was beset by a torrent of thoughts. He recognized that everything Harry spoke of was merely a fade for Voldemort's clandestine maneuvers. Very well, children. I am already aware of the matters you have mentioned. Do you recall the words of Headmaster Dumbledore during the welcome feast, warning that the corridor to the right on the third floor is off limits? Let me confide in you. The object that Hagrid brought back is concealed within that very place, which has now been fortified into an impregnable fortress. No one can easily access such a relic. Therefore, focus on your studies, and leave the other matters to the professors of the school. Ye Shu affectionately ruffled Harry's hair before departing, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances. Chapter 19, The Youngest Seeker. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone was known to only a select few within the Academy, and thus, the general populace was oblivious to the fact that a relic capable of granting immortality lay hidden in a room on the third floor. The sensational news that rocked Hogwarts that day was that Harry Potter had become the Gryffindor Seeker, making him the youngest Quidditch player in the history of the entire school. Indeed, Professor McGonagall approached Harry that very day, extending an invitation for him to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Initially, Harry was filled with trepidation, fearing that Professor McGonagall sought him out due to the private duel with Malfoy, which had already resulted in a deduction of 15 points from Gryffindor. Should further penalties ensue, the house would undoubtedly find itself at the bottom of the standings this year. One must not presume that Professor McGonagall, as the head of Gryffindor, would refrain from disciplining her own house. Her foremost duty as head was to ensure impartiality among the four houses. Snape, why do I feel as though someone is calling my name? Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize. Professor McGonagall escorted Harry directly to Professor Quirrell's defense against the Dark Arts class, where she summoned Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who was currently teaching. With Professor McGonagall's endorsement, Harry successfully joined the Quidditch team, becoming a member thereof, with specific training set to commence the following day. However, this news, disseminated amongst students and the ghosts of the Academy, spread throughout the entire school in a mere half hour. Being the youngest seeker in Quidditch history already signified immense honor, not to mention the fact that the individual in question was the renowned Chosen One, Harry Potter. Additionally, Harry's outstanding performance in the first flying lesson, where he elegantly maneuvered past an entire flock of birds, further solidified his burgeoning reputation, and soon the entire Academy was aware of the developments. However, Harry, who had joined the team, was not as elated as others might have expected. Although he exhibited remarkable flying talent, having never engaged with Quidditch before, he was uncertain about his ability to fulfill this role. Fortunately, Hermione, one of the trio, led Harry to a secluded corner of the castle, where the honors of all Quidditch players throughout history were displayed. To his astonishment, Harry discovered that his father, James Potter, was among them. This revelation significantly bolstered Harry's confidence, dispelling his earlier apprehension. After their visit to the collection, the trio wished to return to their dormitory for some rest. However, their delay caused them to lose track of time. The stairs within the castle could shift at any moment, a fact that the heads of the houses had warned them about on their first day. As they stepped onto the staircase and the corridor behind them began to change, Hermione was the first to sense that something was amiss. Yet, at this point, there was no turning back. "Harry, Ron, look," Hermione exclaimed, pointing ahead. "What? That's just a door. There's nothing else," Ron replied, bewildered. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, clearly uninterested in conversing with someone of his limited intellect. "It's the corridor on the right side of the third floor, remember? Senior Ye Shu mentioned that what Hagrid brought back is hidden in there." Harry's reaction was noticeably quicker. He immediately grasped Hermione's implication. "Indeed, that's south the place. The corridor is shifting, and we have no way back. If we don't return to the dormitory soon, we might be caught by Filch, and then we'll lose points." Hermione retracted her finger, her face serious as she spoke. So, we must proceed to the forbidden area, as Professor Dumbledore indicated, to find our way back to the dormitory? Ron finally displayed some intellect. Let us go. We are merely seeking the path back to our dormitory, are we not? With that, Harry boldly opened the large door to the corridor and stepped inside. To their dismay, the interior was shrouded in darkness, littered with debris, dust, and cobwebs. Clearly, this place did not hold what Ye Shu had described as Hagrid-esque treasures from Gringotts. Oh, there's nothing here. Could it be that Senior Ye Shu was deceiving us? Impossible. Don't forget, Professor Dumbledore said the same. It's just that no one paid attention. Then how do we explain this? The trio appeared utterly perplexed, unsure if they had mistakenly entered the wrong room. Never mind. We should hurry back. Or Mew. Just as Hermione prepared to retreat, a piercing cat cry echoed behind them, causing all three to jump in fright. Oh no, it's Filch's cat. Run. The feline, known as Mrs. Norris, heralded the imminent arrival of Filch wherever it roamed. In a state of panic, the three disregarded everything else and dashed deeper into the room, where a massive door loomed before them in the darkness. It's locked. We can't get in. Harry tugged at the door handle with all his might, but it remained steadfastly shut, evidently secured by someone. Step aside. Hermione took the lead, drawing her wand and aiming it at the door lock. Alohomora. With a clatter, the sounds of the lock turning echoed through the air, and in the next moment, the previously sealed door swung open. Without hesitation, the trio dashed inside. Madame Loris. What are you doing? Come on, there's no one here. After they entered, Filch, limping and carrying a lantern, stepped in. He shone the light around the room before departing with Madame Loris. Alohomora, when did you learn that? Inside the room, as they listened to Filch's retreating footsteps, Ron let out a sigh of relief and turned, astonished, to Hermione. We started at the same time. How come you quietly mastered spells we can't even perform? Who are you trying to outdo? It's in Chapter 7 of the Standard Book of Spells. If you studied properly, you would have seen it by now, Hermione retorted. Don't blame me. Harry doesn't he know it either, right Harry? They whispered, glancing at Harry, who stood frozen in place. Harry, what's wrong? Ron and Hermione stared at him in confusion. Could he really be scared of Madame Loris? Surely, Harry wasn't he that timid. I finally understand why this room was locked. Not just to prevent intruders, but to keep what's inside from getting out. Harry's voice trembled slightly. Ron and Hermione followed his gaze, their pupils dilating in shock. Chapter 20. I solemnly swear I mean no harm. As the air fell silent, a faint snoring sound emerged from the room. Before the trio's eyes lay a massive black dog, indeed, a giant canine, standing nearly 3 meters tall and, astonishingly, possessing 3 heads. This creature was chained in the center of the room, its bulk occupying half the space. However, it seemed the arrival of Harry and his friends had disturbed its slumber. The previously steady snores ceased abruptly, and the 3 heads opened their eyes slowly. Thud, thud, thud. Despite its immense size, the black dog moved with surprising agility, rising swiftly to its feet as all 3 mouths simultaneously opened, revealing gleaming white teeth. Yet, in the next moment, the beast closed its jaws, its nose twitching as if it detected a familiar scent, displaying a puzzled yet somewhat submissive expression as it leaned closer to Harry. Although the creature made no aggressive motions, the 3 were still terrified. They turned and flung open the door, fleeing with all their might. How frightening. Why is there such a terrifying beast inside? Did you see that? Did you see? It has 3 heads. What is the school thinking? Locking such a dangerous creature within its walls? Ron exclaimed, still shaken as they escaped. Harry, do you remember what Senior Ye said? The room in the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor is heavily fortified with intricate traps to guard the items Hagrid brought back from Gringotts. The large dog we encountered earlier stood atop a trapdoor, indicating that it is part of the defense system, perhaps the first line of protection. Hermione, being the intellectual powerhouse among the trio, quickly deduced the situation with remarkable accuracy. Thus, the coveted item sought by the Gringotts thief resides within this very room. If he were aware that it had been taken by Hagrid, he would undoubtedly find a way to infiltrate Hogwarts. What perplexes me further is why that dog, which initially seemed poised to attack us, later became so docile. It was as if something about us held an irresistible allure, calming it. Harry furrowed his brow, his young face reflecting deep contemplation. Indeed, these were enigmas to unravel. However, Hermione's expression darkened. Now, if you two don't mind, I think I'll retire for the night to avoid any harebrained schemes you might concoct that could jeopardize us all. Who knows, we might even face expulsion. With that, she stormed off to the girls' dormitory, genuinely frightened. Before arriving at Hogwarts, she was merely an ordinary girl from a Muggle family, unaccustomed to encountering a 3-meter-tall, 3-headed giant dog, a creature that exists solely in myth in the Muggle world. When the foul wind from the beast swept past her in the chamber, Hermione felt the chilling breath of death. She was terrified, yet her strong-willed nature resisted admitting her fear. Thus, she vented her frustrations at Harry and Ron, as it was the only way to disguise her true feelings. Was it not clear which fate was worse, death or expulsion? Harry and Ron watched Hermione leave in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the intensity of her anger. Feeling the awkwardness of the moment, Ron could only comment on her earlier slip of the tongue. After exchanging glances, the two also departed. The hour was late, and Filch, the limping old caretaker, roamed the halls with his lantern, hoping to catch rule-breaking students and gain the attention and praise of the school authorities, an opportunity Harry and his friends were determined to deny him. As the trio dispersed, the corridor returned to the quietude of night. Moments later, a figure slowly materialized from the air. It was Ye Shu, having cast the invisibility charm upon himself. These three little rascals were quite restless. Knowing the danger that lay ahead, they dared to venture forth, truly the hallmark of protagonists. Otherwise, they would have long been discovered by Filch. Ye Shu shook his head. The three-headed beast, known as Fluffy, ceased its aggression because it detected Ye Shu's scent on Harry and the others. Fluffy, raised by Hagrid, had grown familiar with Ye Shu over the past 3 years, as he often visited Hagrid with delicious treats, earning the affection of Hagrid's dogs, who were now even more fond of him than of Hagrid himself. As a remarkable creature of the magical realm, Lu Wei possesses considerable wisdom. Upon detecting the scent of Ye Shu, it is only natural that Lu Wei refrains from launching a reckless attack. Thus, unlike the original narrative where Harry and his companions narrowly escaped the Chamber of Secrets, they find themselves in a different predicament. Let me see what you are truly up to. Ye Shu murmured to himself as he withdrew a piece of parchment from his pocket. Upon unfolding it, the parchment appeared entirely blank, seemingly devoid of any purpose. I solemnly swear I mean no harm, he continued, and in an instant, lines began to materialize upon the once blank parchment. Once all the lines crystallized, a map of Hogwarts emerged before him. This was none other than the Marauders map, crafted by James Potter and his friends, which had been confiscated by Filch and kept in his collection. According to its original tale, the map should have been stolen by the Weasley twins and subsequently gifted to Harry. However, fate had bestowed this map upon Ye Shu, and one can only imagine that Filch would never fathom how it had come into his possession. Let me see what you are truly up to. With a mere thought, a name appeared on the map, accompanied by a trail of moving footprints beneath it. Found you, Professor Quirrell. It seems you are indeed up to no good. The name that materialized on the Marauders map was none other than that of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Quirrell, who, according to the map, was not in the staff quarters, but rather making his way toward the Forbidden Forest. In the dead of night, his venture into the dark woods was clearly not a casual stroll. One must remember that he was presently under the influence of Voldemort. How intriguing, Ye Shu mused. Is he preparing to hunt unicorns for Voldemort to consume their blood for sustenance? With sleep evading him, he decided to follow, treating it as a nocturnal promenade. Stowing away the Marauders map, Ye Shu vanished once more, pursuing the location indicated on the map. Chapter 21, Desolation. The Forbidden Forest stands as the foremost forbidden area within Hogwarts, not due to treasures hidden within, but rather the perils it harbors. The forest is home to an array of magical creatures and peculiar races, such as centaurs, the eight-eyed giant spider Aragog, and the unicorns, revered by wizards as symbols of purity. However, even the formidable centaurs and Aragog are not invincible within this treacherous sanctuary. They too are relegated to the shadows of the forest. The Forbidden Forest has endured for countless ages, existing since the inception of Hogwarts. Its dense foliage is adorned with towering trees that could easily encircle several people. Within this forest, even seemingly innocuous saplings or wildflowers may be powerful magical beings in disguise, necessitating utmost caution with every step taken. Even the mighty Dumbledore or the ever-familiar Hagrid would not dare to let their guard down in such a perilous domain. Especially at night, the dark forest transforms into a veritable paradise for elite hunters who stalk their prey within its depths, satisfying their appetites and their thirst for blood. Were it not for the magical barriers surrounding the forest, these ferocious magical creatures would have long since escaped to wreak havoc upon the outside world. Hogwarts stands adjacent to the dark forest, not only for the abundant magical resources it offers, but also to monitor and suppress the creatures within, preventing them from breaching the barrier and causing chaos. Yet, amidst the perilous shadows of the dark forest, a solitary figure walks with an ethereal grace. Clad in a flowing black robe that drags along the muddy ground, the figure resembles a ghost traversing the night. It glides past the lakeside, over hills, and through dense thickets, seemingly in search of something elusive. At last, it halts, and before it appears a magnificent creature. This is a horse, though calling it so would be misleading, for atop its brow rests a single horn. Even in the dim light, its pristine white coat emanates a soft glow. This is a unicorn, a symbol of purity and goodness, representing all that is virtuous in the wizarding world. No wizard would dare harm it, and even the collection of its materials is done with utmost care. However, upon encountering this unicorn, the figure lunges forward with startling swiftness. While the black-robed figure moves with remarkable speed, the unicorn, having lived in the dark forest all its life, is equally agile, ever wary of impending danger. The figure's leap meets only air. Clop, clop, clop. The unicorn gallops away, its delicate hooves striking the ground as it senses the mortal threat emanating from the shadowy figure. Avada Kedavra! Yet, the cloaked specter is prepared, having drawn its wand at some unseen moment. A curse strikes the unicorn, the foremost of the unforgivable curses, sealing its fate. With a thud, the galloping unicorn collapses heavily to the earth, mud splattering around it, its body convulsing for a moment before succumbing to stillness. With a swift motion, the figure leaps atop the unicorn, baring its teeth to sink into the creature's neck, crimson blood erupting forth. It is drinking the unicorn's life essence. How revolting! From a distance, Ye Shu, hidden in the shadows, watches this grotesque scene unfold, her eyes filled with disdain. The Dark Lord, reduced to such depths, is truly a pitiful sight. In truth, compared to the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, Voldemort falls woefully short in many respects. At the very least, Grindelwald would never have resorted to such a desperate existence. He would have faced death with dignity. In the modern wizarding world, two Dark Lords have emerged consecutively. The first was Grindelwald, followed by Voldemort. While the turmoil instigated by Voldemort and the terror he instilled in the wizarding community surpassed that of Grindelwald, in terms of overall influence, he could not be compared to his predecessor. The Death Eaters viewed him as a sovereign, while to outsiders, he was the harbinger of dread. Yet, in his current state, he was utterly destitute. Should anyone catch sight of him, their previous perceptions would undoubtedly shift. At this moment, Voldemort existed merely as a wandering soul, confined to possessing others to regain the ability to act freely. For those who dared to confront him, now presented an opportune moment to test the mettle of the legendary Dark Lord. However, Ye Shu harbored no such intentions. Although Voldemort appeared pitiful, one must remember that a withered camel is still larger than a horse. It would be unwise to underestimate what remnants he may have retained. Furthermore, with Voldemort having created 6 Horcruxes, and including Harry, that made a total of 7. Without first destroying these Horcruxes, one could not truly vanquish Voldemort. To act recklessly now would only serve to expose oneself unnecessarily. While Ye Shu possessed ample confidence in his current abilities, believing he could escape even if he could not defeat Voldemort, confidence should not be mistaken for arrogance. When the time for concealment arises, why step into the limelight and risk exposure? Minutes later, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, finally rose from the ground, having indulged fully. The once pristine unicorn lay before him, its skin sunken, clearly drained of its lifeblood. Wiping the blood from his lips, Quirrell made his way toward the Forbidden Forest, deliberately avoiding the staff quarters and evading all guardians, heading straight outside the school grounds. There, he embarked on a search until he discovered a towering troll, a creature of the wizarding realm characterized by its immense stature and formidable strength, akin to a giant. Unlike giants, trolls lacked human-like intelligence, living instead as brutish beings, devoid of any semblance of reason. The devastation wrought by trolls was immense. Wherever they wandered, they caused harm to both people and property. Embodying the savage remnants of a bygone era, their combat prowess was formidable, and an unprepared adult wizard would likely struggle to contend with them. Thus, trolls were met with fear and aversion from wizards, who would erect protective barriers to keep them at bay. Under Ye Shu's discreet observation, Quirrell sought out the troll, successfully leading it into the school to hide it away before departing with satisfaction. He believed his actions to be flawless, unaware that a pair of watchful eyes had been observing him all along. Chapter 22. Let me guess. The following day, as the sun rose once more, Hogwarts commenced another day of bustling activity. Aside from the enigmatic Ye Shu, no one was aware that the terrifying Dark Lord Voldemort had already infiltrated Hogwarts, nor did anyone know that a giant troll had been stealthily brought into the school. Furthermore, few were privy to the tragic news of a unicorn's demise in the Forbidden Forest, though there were indeed some who knew of this. As a multitude of students commenced their classes, Hagrid hurriedly sought out Dumbledore. Dumbledore, something dreadful has occurred. Oh, Ye Shu, you are here too. In the spacious office of Dumbledore, adorned with various artifacts, Ye Shu was busy preparing the materials and items needed for the day. He looked up to see Hagrid, his face adorned with a thick beard, displaying an anxious demeanor. Hello, Hagrid, you appear quite distressed. Do take care, lest you inflame your temper. I had intended to invite you for a hot pot, but it seems that will have to be postponed to avoid exacerbating your condition. Ye Shu surmised the reason for Hagrid's visit, and, with a playful smile, jested with him. Oh no, I haven't had your hot pot in ages. During the 2-month summer break, I attempted to replicate your soup base, but heaven knows what went awry. The flavor was utterly lacking. Ye Shu, when shall we have another private cooking session? Hagrid, momentarily distracted by Ye Shu's banter, forgot his original purpose, swallowing hard as he spoke. Ahem. So, Hagrid, you have come all the way here this early simply to discuss food? Dumbledore regarded Hagrid with a sharp gaze from behind his glasses, prompting Hagrid to recall his true intentions. Oh, forgive me. I nearly forgot the pressing matter. Dumbledore, another unicorn has been found dead in the Forbidden Forest. Again drained of its blood. This marks the second such discovery. While the exact circumstances remain unclear, we can no longer turn a blind eye to this situation. If we do, I fear more unicorns may fall victim to this atrocity. Hagrid's expression was grave, mingled with an unmistakable sorrow. For one who cherished all creatures. The death of these magical beings was an unbearable burden. Had the unicorns died of natural causes, Hagrid might have accepted it, but their blood had been siphoned away, indicating foul play. It seemed that the perpetrator had infiltrated Hogwarts. However, this was hardly surprising, considering he had once been a student here and, with his adeptness in magic, it would be quite effortless for him to bypass the school's various protections. Dumbledore sighed, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. Professor, the individual you speak of, could it be Voldemort? While I am unaware of the specifics, I surmise that he is indeed the sole entity capable of causing you such distress. Yesh set down the items he was holding and approached Dumbledore and Hagrid. Indeed, my child, you are astute. As you have surmised, Voldemort is not dead. The announcement of his demise was merely a facade intended to quell the chaos within the wizarding community. However, based on the current evidence, it seems he has likely infiltrated Hogwarts. This is certainly troubling news. Dumbledore shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Allow me to speculate further, Harry began. Hagrid must have brought something back from Gringotts, and Voldemort likely came to Hogwarts in pursuit of that very item. At this juncture, Voldemort is likely in a state of profound weakness, necessitating the consumption of unicorn blood to sustain his existence. The object Hagrid retrieved should possess the potential to alleviate his current predicament, perhaps even restore him to his former supremacy, enabling him to once again reign over this world. Otherwise, I find it difficult to comprehend his audacity in risking so much by entering Hogwarts, particularly given your esteemed presence here. It is, without exaggeration, one of the most perilous places in the world. Yesho, confident in his knowledge of the narrative, pretentiously continued his analysis. Young one, Dumbledore interjected, I graciously accept your compliments. Your analysis is not only sound but entirely accurate. Frankly, I am beginning to suspect you possess some prophetic ability, given how you have deduced everything. With that in mind, let me pose another question. Do you know where I have concealed that object? Once, I shall grant you only one opportunity. Dumbledore raised a finger playfully. If I am not mistaken, the object resides in the room along the corridor on the right side of the third floor. This area was not originally a forbidden zone. It only became so after Hagrid returned with the object. In truth, that room was seldom visited, yet you publicly announced its status at the banquet. Not merely as a warning to the first years to be cautious. Most importantly, you were baiting, drawing out Voldemort, lurking in the shadows. That room on the third floor's right corridor is an intentional lure. Professor Dumbledore, did I guess correctly? Applause erupted from Dumbledore's slightly frail hands. My dear child, you are remarkable. Your intellectual prowess is a true treasure of Hogwarts. Indeed, you are entirely correct, missing not a single detail. It seems my decision to nurture you as a successor to Hogwarts was astute. A competent leader must embody both courage and cunning, and evidently, you possess both qualities. Dumbledore's face radiated with pride as he regarded Yesho, the child he had personally discovered and brought from the Muggle world, to whom he had devoted considerable effort. Although Yesho was officially a student of Ravenclaw, Dumbledore frequently summoned him to his office for personal instruction. Yesho had not disappointed his expectations since his enrollment. He had exhibited a maturity beyond his years, along with unparalleled learning aptitude and intelligence. Yesho, I often find myself questioning how your mind operates, for you are astonishingly clever. I must discreetly inform you that the chamber has been intricately ensnared with mechanisms, and even the guardian, Roe, has been taken to safeguard it. That location is now undeniably secure. Hagrid patted his chest, seemingly confident that as long as the three-headed dog, Fluffy, was present, the safety of the Philosopher's Stone within the secret chamber was assured. One could only hope. Yesho shrugged and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that this night would likely not be tranquil. Chapter 23, Experimental Subject. Hagrid escorted Dumbledore into the Forbidden Forest to inspect the corpse of a unicorn. They hoped to uncover traces of Voldemort concealed within the remains, but alas, this endeavor proved futile. After Voldemort's physical form was destroyed, he managed to elude detection for a decade, demonstrating utmost caution, especially now at Hogwarts, where all evidence of his presence had been meticulously erased. Foreseeing this outcome, Yesho did not accompany them. After completing his tasks, he returned to the Room of Requirement, where he commenced his focused study of spells. He had developed numerous functionalities for physical enchantments, yet many of these spells possessed significant destructive power, rendering even the reckless Yesho hesitant to experiment upon himself. Thus, the only alternative was to seek a test subject. What say you, Scabbers? Or shall I refer to you as Peter Pettigrew? Yesho turned his gaze towards the trembling rat huddled in the corner. This rat was notably large, at least the size of an adult's palm, with sleek fur that indicated it was well fed. It was none other than Ron's pet, Scabbers, in his animagus form, though at this moment, he had been captured by Ye Shu. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat cowered in the corner, frantically squeaking as if truly a frightened rodent. However, upon hearing the name Peter Pettigrew, it instinctively recoiled, revealing the turmoil within its heart. Let us dispense with the pretense and be candid. After betraying the Potters, you feigned your own death and subsequently assumed your animagus form, hiding within the Weasley household. This charade lasted a full decade. Tell me, during these 10 years, have you ever felt remorse for your friends, the Potters? Ye Shu pointed a finger at Peter, casting a levitation spell that lifted the rat before him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Peter continued to struggle, his corpulent form writhing, movements reminiscent of a true mouse. 10 years spent in rat form. Honestly, the passage of time had blurred the lines for Peter, leaving him uncertain whether he was a rat or a human. Should you persist in your charade, I would not hesitate to indulge in a rat feast for lunch. Do not forget, I spoke of various delectable preparations for rats on the very day of enrollment. Do not doubt the veracity of my words. There exists nothing in this world that we, the people of the Celestial Empire, cannot consume. If you remain unconvinced, feel free to test it. As he spoke, Ye Shu effortlessly conjured an array of utensils, an eclectic assortment that encompassed a myriad of kitchen tools, with Western cutlery merely constituting a minuscule fraction. When these items materialized, the diminutive figure of Peter Pettigrew quivered with increasing intensity. Observing his continued denial, Ye Shu brandished a sharp knife, directing it towards the other's throat. Under the illumination, the blade glinted with a menacing white light, leaving no doubt that it was a lethal weapon. As the edge inched closer to his neck, seemingly poised to sever his carotid artery, the small creature ultimately capitulated. No, please don't eat me. I confess, I am Peter Pettigrew. The palm-sized rodent swiftly transformed into a stout, diminutive man, his prominent buck teeth standing out conspicuously. Ah, I thought you were made of sterner stuff. Yet here you are, quaking in fear. Though, it is understandable. Had you truly possessed such courage, you would not have betrayed the Potters to Voldemort all those years ago. Ye Shu's eyes betrayed no effort to conceal his derision and disdain. How on earth did you recognize me? I disguised myself as a rat, hiding among the Weasley family for a full decade, and they never uncovered my secret. How could you possibly know? Confusion and disbelief clouded Pettigrew's gaze. Oh, I possess a wealth of knowledge beyond your comprehension. Not only am I aware of your treachery against the Potters, but I also know you framed Sirius Black for that crime, causing him to languish in Azkaban for a decade. Tell me, if they were to discover that you are still alive, do you think they would seek vengeance? Even if Sirius remains imprisoned, let us not forget Remus. Compared to you, the coward, they are the true friends of James Potter. I dare say, once the news of your survival spreads, their expressions will be quite a sight to behold. Ye Shu's lips curled into a knowing smirk. The thought of the other two learning of his survival made Pettigrew shrink back in fear, his face awash with trepidation. No, I beg of you, as long as you spare my life and keep my existence a secret, I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Indeed, you summoned me for a purpose, and I shall comply with your every command, no matter the peril. Pettigrew dropped to his knees before Ye Shu, his cowardice evident. Over the years, he had done unspeakable things to survive. To him, pride and camaraderie were mere illusions, and his life was the only reality that mattered. Oh, is that a promise you are making? Yes, yes, I swear it. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Pettigrew nodded vigorously, as if fearing Ye Shu might change his mind at any moment. Excellent. Now lie down on that stone bed. Ye Shu pointed to the center of the room, issuing his command. What? You want me to lie on the bed? What are your intentions? I do not possess such a peculiar habit. The expression on the little dwarf's face was remarkably vivid as he desperately clutched his trousers, striving to suppress his tears. Damn you, go die? Infuriated by the dwarf's words, Ye Shu waved his hand, sending the corpulent figure hurtling against the wall with a heavy thud. A spurt of blood erupted from the dwarf's mouth, his countenance reflecting sheer agony. Do you even glance in the mirror to see the wretched visage you bear? Who would be interested in you? Do you think you deserve it? If I were to seek someone, it would be a woman I genuinely admire. You nearly led me astray. Now at once, go lie down on the bed. Under Ye Shu's grim command, the little dwarf dared not utter another word. He forced his injured body to comply and lay obediently on the stone bed. Chapter 24. Until next time. Within the room of the wish fulfillment, a cacophony of magical explosions reverberated, interspersed with the occasional wails of a man. This process persisted for a full half-day, continuing until the students were nearly finished with their day's studies, at which point Ye Shu, with a look of lingering satisfaction, finally ceased his endeavors. Time passes swiftly. Evening was fast approaching. He had barely uncovered fewer than 10 correct magical incantation pathways, a pace that felt rather sluggish. Had it not been for your incessant fidgeting and lack of cooperation, I could have discovered many more correct spells. Hey, stop playing dead. As long as I'm here to sustain you, you won't perish. Ye Shu kicked the little dwarf, who had unknowingly toppled to the ground, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. During the experiments with the dwarf, he had resisted vehemently on several occasions, thus impeding Ye Shu's progress. You are a devil. Who exactly are you? How can you develop such unfathomable methods of casting spells? At that moment, the little dwarf's eyes, filled with exhaustion and pain, also betrayed an unmistakable terror. After serving as a test subject for Ye Shu, he finally comprehended the nature of the experiments. He was actually developing new methods of spellcasting. Without reliance on wands or other external objects, such feats would surely be beyond even the great Merlin. Yet this young Eastern man had achieved it. Not merely a singular accomplishment, but within this half-day, he had successfully formulated 7 or 8 correct magical incantations executed through sheer physicality. Of course, such advancements came at a price. The dwarf's body had been shattered repeatedly. Had Ye Shu not continuously employed magic and potions to heal him, the dwarf would have met his demise countless times over. While the physical injuries could be mended, the indelible scars upon the dwarf's psyche remained, akin to those tormented by the Cruciatus curse, often becoming a lifelong nightmare. Although the dwarf had betrayed Potter and conspired against Sirius, subsequently aiding Voldemort's resurrection, his actions merely rendered him a loyal pawn of villainy. Yet this did not justify Ye Shu's reckless experimentation upon him. Were the deeds of the day to be disclosed, Ye Shu would undoubtedly be labeled a dark wizard, leaving him with no sanctuary within the entire wizarding realm. At that time, the title of the most formidable genius in a century would not only fail to protect him, but also become the very cause of his demise. Whether it was Grindelwald or Voldemort, their talents surpassed those of ordinary individuals. However, when compared to the extraordinary gifts displayed by Ye Shu, they fell woefully short. Had Ye Shu chosen the path of dark wizardry, the already panicked wizarding world would inevitably have sought to snuff out his potential in its infancy. Well, the hour grows late. Today's experiment will conclude here. As for you, Ye Shu cast his gaze upon the small creature sprawled on the ground, instantly sending a shiver of fear through him as he wriggled like a plump maggot towards the corner. Rest assured, I have invested too much into my experiment to terminate your life. Really? You truly want to kill me? The small creature was elated. Having uncovered the other's secret and grasped the method of physical spellcasting during the experiment. Initially convinced he was doomed, he was bewildered by the prospect of being spared. Indeed, once I give my word, it is unbreakable. I promise not to harm your life. After all, I will need you for further experiments. Ye Shu declared, drawing his wand and aiming it at the despairing creature. Please, just kill me directly. He pleaded. You are a devil. I shall expose you. Even if it means imprisonment in Azkaban, I will reveal your secrets. He considered that turning himself in might lead to a mere imprisonment, devoid of life-threatening risks. However, in the hands of his captor, it would be a fate far worse than death. Should anything go awry in the experiments, merely surviving would become a distant hope. The small creature yearned to escape, yet his strength paled in comparison to Ye Shu's. For a decade, he had lived in fear, too afraid to present his true self, and thus had not progressed in power. Fear not, soon you will forget all of this. All shall be rendered void. A piercing scream echoed from within the room of requirement, followed by an eerie silence. Moments later, Ye Shu emerged from the school corridor, carrying the unconscious creature. He found an unoccupied corner and casually discarded the creature before striding away. Ron, what troubles you? That evening, students from all grades gathered for dinner. Harry noticed Ron, who seemed listless, and initially assumed he was lamenting the events of the day. Earlier, Hermione had showcased her exceptional spellcasting skills, and her deliberate attempts to shine had deeply affected Ron. After class, he had quietly mocked her, unaware that she was trailing closely behind, overhearing every word. In a fit of anger, she had stormed away, refusing to acknowledge them further. My Scabbers. Ron pouted, his expression clouded with discontent. Scabbers? What has happened to your rat? I am uncertain about what has transpired. Upon returning to the dormitory this afternoon, I discovered it resting on the lawn, though I paid it little mind. Just a moment ago, I noticed it had awakened, appearing utterly listless, as if burdened by fatigue, even limping slightly as it walked. Harry, do you think someone has maliciously harmed my pet? Who could it be? Might it be Malfoy, given that only he would stoop to such despicable deeds? No. I had just crossed paths with Hermione this afternoon. Could she possibly be involved? Moreover, there is Filch's cat, which always seems to eye my pet with a glimmer of hunger. Could it be that it seeks to devour it? Oh dear, who could be responsible for such cruelty? Not even sparing a mere mouse. I dread to discover who it is, for if I do. Ron contemplated expressing his indignation, yet realized that of the 3 individuals he had mentioned, none were adversaries he could confront. By the way, where is Hermione? As Ron mentioned her, Harry suddenly realized that he had not seen Hermione since this afternoon. During the day, she could have been in the library or elsewhere studying. But now that mealtime had arrived, her absence seemed rather peculiar. An unsettling feeling began to stir within Harry, as if foreboding something ominous was about to occur. Chapter 25. A small golden figurine ode to you. Are you searching for Hermione? Parvati remarked that she has been in the bathroom all afternoon, weeping profusely. Neville, having overheard their conversation, approached them. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, a flicker of guilt crossing Ron's eyes. Nearly 2 months into the school year, their relationship had been quite amicable. Although Ron found Hermione's pride somewhat irksome, he could not deny her exceptional abilities. Reflecting on it now, he realized he might have been a tad excessive in his judgments. Suddenly, the doors to the Great Hall were flung open, and Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, rushed in, visibly agitated. A troll in the dungeons. I thought you ought to be informed, he exclaimed as he hurried towards the podium, his face a mask of alarm. In an instant, he collapsed to the floor. The students in the hall, from first-year novices to seasoned 6th and 7th years, were momentarily stunned before erupting into screams and cries. They had all heard tales of trolls. Even fully fledged wizards would not necessarily be a match for one, let alone they, inexperienced students. Should they inadvertently encounter a troll, their diminutive frames would hardly suffice to serve as a mere snack. They sought refuge, and even the sumptuous feast before them no longer seemed appealing, with dishes being hastily tossed back onto the tables. Ah, what a performance! It would be a travesty not to award you an Oscar for such theatrics. However, one must question the dignity of a professor of defense against the dark arts, so easily frightened by a troll. In the Ravenclaw common room, Ye Shu remained seated at the dining table, calmly savoring the delectable dishes before him. It must be noted that the culinary offerings at Hogwarts are undoubtedly of the highest caliber, presenting a delightful contrast to the exquisite flavors of his homeland. As he dined, he cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Chilo, his eyes brimming with contempt. Chilo, a figure characterized by timidity and neurotic tendencies, was an embarrassment as the professor of such a crucial subject as defense against the dark arts, despite the eccentricities often found among wizards. Silence. Dumbledore rose, his voice resonating powerfully, overpowering the cacophony of students in the hall with a magical timbre. Ye Shu covered his ears and tilted his head to observe Dumbledore, remarking on the old man's remarkable vitality despite his advanced age. Students, do not panic. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the basement. Following Dumbledore's directives, the 4 houses of students settled down and, under the guidance of their prefects, proceeded in an orderly fashion toward their dormitories. Meanwhile, a group of professors trailed Dumbledore to the basement, unnoticed by anyone except Ye Shu, who merely glanced at Snape as he stealthily slipped away through a side door amidst the chaos. He paid little mind, confident that with Snape's involvement, Voldemort would surely not prevail. Dumbledore and his entourage hurried toward the basement, while Harry and Ron, recalling that Hermione was still in the girls' restroom, turned back in haste toward that direction. However, fate did not favor them, as they encountered a hulking troll wielding a massive club just as they were about to enter the restroom. The creature's shadow elongated beneath the flickering lights, and each lumbering step it took echoed ominously in the corridor. To Harry and Ron's dismay, the troll was heading straight for the restroom where Hermione remained. What do we do, Harry? Despite the uproar, the bond of friendship among the three was genuine, and Ron's face reflected his mounting anxiety. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the girls' restroom as objects were violently destroyed, indicating that the troll had discovered Hermione and was now attacking her. Let us go for it. Ron placed his hopes upon Harry, but Harry, too, was at a loss for solutions. As the troll entered the restroom, he and Ron charged inside. Hey, big guy. Over here. Come and get me. Upon entering, they beheld the wreckage of the restroom stalls, relieved to find Hermione crouched down, having narrowly avoided the troll's onslaught. In their haste, they seized fragments of stone and wood from the floor and hurled them at the troll, but their feeble attempts merely served to tickle the beast. Thud! Until Ron struck the giant's face, he successfully attracted its attention, which also meant that the giant's wrath was now directed at them. In the spacious lavatory, a chaotic tussle ensued between the 3 young ones and the formidable creature. Being mere first-year students, they had yet to master many spells. Thus they stood no chance against the giant. Initially, their smaller stature allowed them to evade the giant somewhat, but it wasn't long before they succumbed to its might. Had it not been for the protagonist's fortune, any other would have met their demise at the giant's hands. However, luck does not remain forever, and soon the trio found themselves cornered, trapped in a dire situation, as the giant raised its massive club, ready to strike down upon them. It seemed inevitable that they would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, and in an instant, the giant before them transformed into a petrified statue. You 3 certainly know how to cause a ruckus. Ye Shu, wand in hand, said mockingly to the still-shaken trio. Senior Ye Shu. The faces of the 3 lit up with surprise. In that fleeting moment, they truly believed they were about to bid farewell to this world, until Ye Shu's appearance rekindled their hope for survival. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of footsteps approached, revealing Dumbledore and his entourage, who had been pursuing the giant's trail. Headmaster, the situation here has been resolved. It appears the giant followed its path from the basement. Thankfully, Professor Quirrell noticed it in time, otherwise, encountering students could have led to a rather troublesome affair. These three little ones are a prime example. Ye Shu pointed at the giant and then at Harry and his friends, a mischievous grin on his face. Why are you three here? Did I not instruct you to return to the dormitories with your respective prefects? Professor McGonagall glared at the trio with a stern expression. Chapter 26. Questions best left unasked. Ultimately, the incident with the giant was suppressed by the school, avoiding any significant uproar. Quirrell had intended to distract the professors to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but alas, he failed to locate its hiding place. Meanwhile, Snape, while investigating the stone's safety, inadvertently suffered a bite from the three-headed dog, Fluffy, thus accidentally injuring one of their own. As for Harry and his friends, despite their unauthorized actions, Hermione was deducted 5 points, and Harry and Ron did not triumph over the giant as in the original tale. Although they did not earn Professor McGonagall's commendation, their courageous actions spared them from punishment. Hogwarts education is unorthodox. It does not confine students to rigid learning. As Gryffindor lions, their bravery in stepping forth to save their companions stands as the finest testament to their education. The following day, perhaps to alleviate the fear the giant had instilled in the students, Dumbledore waved his hand and organized a Quidditch match. This was the first Quidditch event since the start of the academic year, and the newcomers were filled with anticipation. Even the older students were exceptionally excited. The Quidditch matches are infrequent, typically held just once per semester, and during this time, the four houses display their various skills. Should a team secure victory for 3 consecutive times, they will be awarded the Champion's Trophy, and their names will be enshrined in the Honor Hall of Hogwarts. However, such accolades are rare. Each of the 4 houses boasts a plethora of talented individuals, with each possessing exceptional representatives, making it impossible to guarantee continuous victories for any team. The most recent holders of this honor were the Quidditch team, led by Harry's father, James Potter. Early in the morning, students from the 4 houses gathered for breakfast, excitedly discussing the Quidditch match that was about to commence. Only Harry sat there, idly twirling his fork, wearing a distracted expression. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite his remarkable flying skills and the knowledge imparted by Oliver Wood a few days prior, who praised his performance, the prospect of stepping onto the field for the first time filled him with nervousness. Have some more bread. You hardly ate anything, Ron remarked, sensing Harry's preoccupation. You'll need plenty of energy today. Both Ron and Hermione noticed Harry's troubled demeanor and offered him comfort. Although their experience did not mirror the original story where Harry and Ron saved Hermione, the mere act of being there for each other restored their friendship, perhaps even stronger than before. But I'm not hungry at all, Harry replied, pouting in resignation. Good luck today, Potter, came a low, disdainful voice from behind the trio. They turned to find Severus Snape, wearing a mocking smile as he regarded Harry with scorn. As Harry looked up, the familiar visage from his childhood once again met Snape's gaze, and recalling Snape's past achievements in Quidditch sparked an uncontainable rage within him. Why? Why must it be his likeness? Why must Quidditch be his forte? You ought to be cursed, Potter, Snape thought, his desire to mock Harry dissipating as he hurriedly strode past the trio, limping slightly. What happened to his foot? And what about the bloodstains from last night? Hermione queried, puzzled. I suspect Snape attempted to distract the 3-headed dog last night and was bitten in the process, which is why he's limping today, Harry surmised. Why would he provoke a 3-headed dog? Hermione asked, quickly grasping Harry's implication. But how can this be? He is a professor at the school. Why would he take such risks? Indeed, Snape was a professor and the head of Slytherin House. The question lingered. Why would he engage in such reckless behavior? This matter stands as the greatest enigma amidst the speculations of a few. Fluttering about, before the trio could deduce the reason behind it, Harry's owl, Hedwig, swooped in, clutching a sizable parcel in her talons. The parcel landed, and Harry adeptly caught it in his hands. Is it customary to deliver mail this early? This marks the first occasion someone has sent me a package. Harry's face was a canvas of confusion. His only relatives were the Dursleys. Setting aside the fact that this group would never send him anything, even if they desired to, they would hardly be able to locate the address. Opening it would reveal the truth. Perhaps it would bring a delightful surprise. Suddenly, Yeso appeared and settled beside the trio. Without pausing to greet him, the 3 began hastily unwrapping the parcel. A flying broomstick? Harry was puzzled. Who would send him a flying broomstick when there were plenty at school? Oh my, Harry. This is no ordinary broom. It is the latest model, the Firebolt 2000, the very same as that of Senior Ye Shu. Ron immediately recognized the broom's origin, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable admiration. But who could it be? Could it be you, Senior Ye Shu? The 3 turned their gazes toward Ye Shu, as it seemed he was the only one at school with a good rapport and the means to send such a broom. Don't look at me. I did not send it, Ye Shu retorted. If you wish to know who did, simply observe where Hedwig is. He gestured towards the high platform, and Harry looked to see Hedwig perched before Professor McGonagall, who affectionately stroked her feathers. Noticing Harry's gaze, Professor McGonagall smiled warmly at him. In that moment, everything clicked for Harry. His heart swelled with gratitude, though he maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Professor McGonagall. Some things need not be articulated. Harry understood well the kindness Professor McGonagall bestowed upon him. Thus, he resolved to prove through action that she had not erred in her judgment. He forked a morsel from his plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Only by satisfying his hunger would he gain the strength for the upcoming competition. By the way, Senior Ye Shu, with your remarkable flying skills, you must be the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, right? Suddenly, Ron, the unfortunate lad, spoke up, causing Ye Shu's previously jovial expression to darken instantly. He slapped Ron on the head, admonishing, "Mind your manners, child. Do not ask what is not appropriate." With that, he rose. His countenance clouded and departed. Chapter 27. How dare they? What did I say wrong? Why did Senior Ye Shu hit me? Ron, with his mouth full of food, wore a bewildered expression. Had he not merely posed a perfectly reasonable question? Why had he suddenly incurred such wrath? Ron, I advise you to refrain from mentioning this matter in Ye Shu's presence. Do you understand? This is Ye Shu's Achilles heel. If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut. Ron's brother, Percy, watched with a mischievous grin as his sibling faced the consequences, clearly aware of something. Why? Isn't that a perfectly normal question? Ron threw up his hands, feeling somewhat wronged. In any case, if you wish to avoid trouble, do not inquire about it. Do not even mention it. Parker set down his fork and knife, rising slowly from his seat. He had no intention of providing further explanation, as he had warned Ron. Inquiring into this matter was a taboo. Speaking indiscreetly in this context was equally forbidden. One should not assume that being the head of Gryffindor afforded them safety. If Ye Shu were to hear him gossiping here, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Throughout Hogwarts, aside from the headmaster and professors, there was no one whom Ye Shu feared to confront. Harry Potter. A familiar voice echoed behind the trio. Harry turned to see none other than Malfoy. Malfoy, what do you want? Don't forget, you lost to Harry, Ron declared, setting down his food, his expression dark and fixed on Malfoy. Step aside. This is none of your concern. Malfoy's two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Ron. The latter recoiled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Malfoy paid no heed to the trio's predicament, ignoring Ron entirely as he strode directly to Harry Potter. First, I must thank you for your previous act of saving me, though I do not appreciate it, he began. Secondly, do not think that winning against me once guarantees you eternal victory. The Quidditch match is merely a form of entertainment. The true contests of wizards extend far beyond Quidditch. Potions, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts are where a wizard truly excels. And I will defeat you openly in those classes. Furthermore, I shall be joining the Slytherin Quidditch team next year, and I will reclaim my honor by besting you. Lastly, I wish you a safe descent today. After all, your opponent is our Slytherin team. With that, Malfoy turned away, leaving without a glance at their expressions. What is wrong with him? Ron frowned, muttering curses at Malfoy as he departed. Forget him, Harry replied, shaking his head. He sensed a shift in Malfoy today compared to before, though he could not quite place what had changed. As time passed, the first Quidditch match of the semester commenced. On the verdant pitch, a vast arena stood, its periphery adorned with 16 towering bleachers, each draped in the colors of the four houses. Students from each house, along with numerous professors, filled the stands, the air alive with the exuberant cheers of the students. While the professors were equally excited, their demeanor remained composed, mindful of maintaining their authoritative image before their students. However, Ye Shu appeared somewhat out of place amidst the jubilant atmosphere. His expression was dark. He was furious. Each time a Quidditch match unfolded, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. The reason was simple. The professors forbade him from participating. The rationale was clear. When Ye Shu became exhilarated while flying, he could not resist striking an extravagant pose on his broomstick, a sight so striking that it provoked cheers from the students. However, the professors held a unanimous belief that such behavior would corrupt many students, leading to the revocation of Ye Shu's eligibility to compete. Consequently, during every Quidditch match each semester, Ye Shu could only sit in the stands, watching others take to the field, which left little room for a cheerful disposition. His skills were undoubtedly superior, capable of overshadowing all others. Why should this be? It was utterly unjust. Casting a glance at the professors surrounding him, Ye Shu curled his lip in reluctant disdain. Oh, here they come. Go, Gryffindor. Slytherin shall prevail. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the students in the stands, the players from both teams soared into the sky on their broomsticks. The match was organized in a knockout format, with Gryffindor facing off against Slytherin in the first game. Welcome to the inaugural Quidditch match of the semester at Hogwarts. Today, Slytherin takes on Gryffindor. With the commentary from the announcer igniting the atmosphere, the excitement for the Quidditch match was palpable. The two teams, comprising a total of 14 players, circled the pitch before settling into their respective positions at the center of the field. As the players took their places, Madame Hooch entered the arena to officially commence the match. Striding confidently to the center, she stood before a box containing 3 distinct types of balls. I hope today's match is fair and filled with excitement. With that, she kicked the box open, releasing the quaffle and the golden snitch into the air. Remember, the golden snitch is worth 150 points. Whoever captures it will end the match. Following this, she retrieved the final ball from the box. The bludger soared into the sky, signaling the start of the game. With the appearance of the bludger, players mounted their broomsticks, scrambling for possession, except for the seekers from both teams, who remained still, searching for the trace of the elusive golden snitch. The only task of the seekers was to locate the snitch, regardless of how many points their teammates accumulated. Surrender was the only option once the snitch was captured. The match unfolded with intense fervor, as Gryffindor, under the leadership of Oliver Wood, scored the first 10 points. Unfortunately, Slytherin's tactics resembled those of a brutish nation, devoid of sportsmanship or ethical conduct. Their captain first incapacitated Oliver with a heavy ball, followed by a coordinated assault that rendered another Gryffindor player unconscious. Under Slytherin's shameless strategy, Gryffindor's numbers dwindled rapidly. In that moment, Harry finally comprehended the meaning behind Malfoy's words. It was no surprise that Gryffindor was suffering under such unscrupulous tactics. Suddenly, a glimmer caught Harry's eye as he spotted the golden snitch darting past him. Capturing it would secure victory for Gryffindor. Chapter 28. I Am Wronged. As Harry was poised to embark on his pursuit of the golden snitch, his broomstick suddenly spiraled out of control. The Nimbus 2000 oscillated erratically in the air, as if manipulated by some enigmatic force. Ultimately, Harry was flung from the broom, precariously clinging to it. A gasp rippled through the stands, filled with astonishment at how Harry Potter could suddenly lose command over his own broom. What is happening to Harry? Ron inquired, furrowing his brow. Concern etched across his face as he gazed at Harry suspended in midair. Hermione remained silent, her eyes darting around before she raised her binoculars to scrutinize the opposite stand. What met her gaze was Severus Snape, fixated on Harry's broom, incessantly muttering incantations. Some rudimentary spells could be cast without a wand, yet they required unwavering focus on the target and continuous recitation of the incantation. Snape was undoubtedly engaged in such an endeavor. Ron, it's Snape. He is casting a jinx on Harry. What? Has he lost his mind? Why would he do this? How should I know? What are we going to do? Harry's about to fall. Wait here, I'll think of something, Hermione declared, her petite figure making a beeline down the stands towards Snape. Whether it was Harry, precariously swaying in the air, or Hermione rushing down the stands, or the duel of incantations unfolding between Snape and Quirrell on the platform above, all of this was keenly observed by Yeshua. He chose not to intervene. After all, with Snape present, despite his outward disdain for Harry, he was undoubtedly concerned for him. After all, he was Lily's child. Even though Snape harbored resentment towards Harry for resembling James, that pair of eyes, identical to Lily's, struck a chord deep within him each time he beheld them. He would never choose to stand idly by in the face of peril. Oh, what has happened to Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall inquired with palpable worry. She had been the one to invite Harry to the Quidditch team, and if anything were to happen to him, she would bear the weight of guilt. Do not fret, Professor McGonagall. Perhaps he is merely adjusting to his new broomstick. Furthermore, with Gryffindor having lost several matches, Harry, as a debut player, is likely feeling the pressure. It is not inconceivable for a broom to go haywire under such circumstances. Rest assured, Harry is an exceptional young man. He will surely regain his composure swiftly. Yeshua reassured her with a smile. As the assistant to the headmaster, he shared the stand with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Let us hope, Professor McGonagall murmured, her concern unabated. Meanwhile, Dumbledore seemed to sense something amiss, casting a dubious glance towards the adjacent stand where Snape and Quirrell were situated. Unfortunately, the proximity of the two stands meant that the crowd was captivated by the exhilarating match, their cheers drowning out Dumbledore's view. You're on fire. You're on fire. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the platform where Snape stood, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt fabric that wafted into Ye Shu's nostrils. It was Hermione who, seizing the moment, stealthily approached Snape's seat and cast a spell to ignite his robe. Amidst the ensuing commotion, Snape frantically extinguished the flames on his garment, his mind ablaze with irritation over the unexpected conflagration. Fortunately, the disturbance caused Quirrell, who had been casting a jinx, to inadvertently topple from his stool, interrupting his spell and alleviating Snape's concerns for Harry's safety. Casting a glance at Harry, who had climbed back onto his broomstick, Snape angrily flicked his singed robe and resumed his seat in the stands. Unbeknownst to him, he, the unwitting ally of Harry, was perceived by the latter's companions as a perpetrator of persecution, though even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent to such notions. With Quirrell's interference nullified, Harry swiftly ascended the broomstick, surveying the skies until the golden snitch caught his eye. However, the Slytherin seeker was hot on its trail, poised to seize the elusive prize. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry steered his broom and collided with his opponent midair. With a resounding crash, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, neither yielding an inch. Whether fueled by gratitude towards Professor McGonagall or by indignation towards Slytherin, Harry, typically averse to conflict, exhibited an unprecedented tenacity. Go, Harry. Overcome him. Harry, seize the snitch. The crowd erupted in cheers, as the outcome of the match appeared to hinge upon Harry's performance. The golden snitch, possessing its own will, veered downward in a rapid dive towards the ground. Observing this, both seekers pursued without hesitation, but as the ground loomed closer, the Slytherin seeker's resolve began to waver. Damn it! With the ground fast approaching, he cursed and ceased his pursuit. In stark contrast, Harry not only maintained his speed, but accelerated, fixated on the earth below him. His rival now absent. Had he lost his senses? Ron exclaimed in disbelief from the stands. At this velocity, Harry risked a catastrophic collision with the ground, prompting many to cover their eyes, unable to witness the impending tragedy. Whoosh! As the broom whizzed past, the spectators opened their eyes, astonished to find that Harry had not met the fate they had anticipated. Instead, he pressed his hands and feet tightly against the broom to minimize friction with the ground. Gradually, he rose to a standing position, extending a hand towards the golden snitch, which remained tantalizingly just out of reach. Without hesitation, Harry took a step forward, positioning himself at the very edge of the broom. In this moment, the tranquility of the broom was shattered, sending Harry soaring through the air. Yet he managed to stay close to the ground, emerging unscathed. Upon rising, Harry clasped his abdomen, appearing as if he were about to retch, while the onlookers wore expressions of anxiety, perplexed by the unfolding events. At last, with a sudden expulsion, the golden snitch was ejected from Harry's mouth, resting quietly in the palm of his hand, signaling the conclusion of the match. Well done, splendid performance, exclaimed Lee, who was seated in the stands. Truth be told, Harry's innate talent on the broom was undeniably impressive, a fact Lee could not ignore. However, he soon sensed something amiss, as both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, along with Madame Hooch who officiated the match, were gazing at him with profound significance. The implication in Professor McGonagall's eyes was clear to Lee. You have corrupted my student. Reflecting on Harry's earlier flying posture and the scrutinizing looks directed at him, Lee swiftly deduced the misunderstanding. They mistakenly believed that Harry's flight technique was a result of his instruction. What a grave injustice this was. In the original narrative, Harry had indeed captured the golden snitch in such a manner, securing victory for his team. Why are you looking at me? I never taught him to do that. Lee protested, his face a mask of indignation. Not only was he barred from participating in Quidditch, but now he was being unjustly accused, which felt akin to being smeared with mud. It was utterly absurd. Chapter 29. Hot pot for dinner? Hagrid, when you have a moment, could you prepare some ingredients? Let us have hot pot tonight. Oh, thank Merlin. Finally, you're planning to make hot pot. I've been anticipating this for quite some time. The weather is getting colder, and now is the perfect time for such a feast. To be honest, it's only because I've gotten close to Yaya and Lu Wei. Otherwise, you would have tasted the delights of dog meat. No way, Lee. You mustn't entertain such thoughts about them. They are my dear friends. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming them. While we, as people of the East, consume a diverse array of animals, we draw the line at those we hold dear. If one day we leave the school and encounter other dogs, I shall let you experience that flavor. I assure you it will be unforgettable. Wait, are you saying that other dogs are truly delicious? Of course, trust me. After the Quidditch match concluded, the professors and students returned to their respective houses. In a secluded corner of the castle, Lee and Hagrid were discussing their plans for a sumptuous dinner. Although the food in the house was plentiful, Lee, as an individual from the East, had a profound inclination towards Eastern cuisine, a preference that remained unchanged even in his new life. Meanwhile, Hagrid, under Lee's influence, had developed quite a discerning palate, particularly after the Quidditch match, where Lee had been unjustly implicated for corrupting the new students. He was filled with a burning frustration. Wait, Senior Lee and Hagrid, hold on, we need to speak with you. Just as the two were deep in discussion, a familiar voice resonated behind them. Oh, it's you three little rascals. What brings you here? Hagrid turned around, and, upon seeing Harry, Ron, and Hermione, a smile spread across his rugged face. His imposing stature might suggest a lack of approachability, and his unkempt appearance, coupled with his role as a keeper of keys and grounds, did not afford him high status among the students, resulting in few seeking his company. Among the students, aside from the peculiar Yes-Ho, only these three seemed to connect with him. There is something we truly cannot confide in anyone else, so we've come to you, Harry exclaimed, breathless from chasing after Yes-Ho and the others, having no idea how long they had been running. What is it? I hope you're not in trouble again. Hagrid chuckled, thinking the trio had once again stirred up chaos. You are just like a miniature version of Yes-Ho. Not long ago, we dealt with that giant creature. And now you've managed to conjure up another mess? Hey, Hagrid, give yourself a chance to rephrase that. What do you mean by a miniature version of Yes Ho? Yes Ho interjected, his expression stern. Do you still wish to enjoy a hot pot tonight? No, we're not in trouble. It's Snape. He is trying to harm Harry. Ron, ever the hot-headed one, blurted out their private suspicions in a rush. Children, do not speak so recklessly. Why would Snape want to curse Harry? It makes no sense. Hagrid shook his head in denial after hearing their account. Who knows? If he has no issues, why would he provoke a three-headed dog? The three-headed dog? Are you referring to Fluffy? How do you know about him? Hagrid inquired, puzzled, as his three-headed dog had been borrowed by Dumbledore before the school year commenced to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Fluffy? Does that giant even have a name? Hermione was astonished, realizing that Hagrid seemed quite familiar with the fearsome creature, which indeed belonged to him. Wait a moment, you three little ones. Did you sneak up to the third floor? I recall Headmaster Dumbledore mentioning that it is off-limits. Moreover, I have warned you before that some matters are not for you to meddle in. The professors will handle those. At that instant, Yes Ho interrupted the ongoing conversation. The trio was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly reminded of Yes Ho's position as the assistant to the headmaster. If he so desired, he could easily use this incident to deduct points from their house. We accidentally wandered in there. We just happened to encounter a shifting corridor that left us lost. Yes Ho, the crux of the matter is not our trespass into the forbidden third floor, but rather what is being guarded inside. Snape already has his eyes on it. Hermione cleverly attempted to redirect the conversation. What? You mean to say Snape wishes to steal that item? That is utterly preposterous. He is a professor at Hogwarts and has no reason to engage in such actions. Hagrid's expression revealed his growing impatience in his eyes. There was absolutely no rationale for Snape's behavior, especially since he was privy to certain information that others were not. Yet, why would he cast a spell on Harry? I have read that one must fix their gaze upon the target, and that is precisely what Snape did. Indeed, Hermione and Harry harmonized in their suspicions, both firmly believing that Snape was indeed problematic. It was hardly surprising that they held such views, considering that from the moment Harry enrolled, Snape had consistently targeted him. This was evident not only to the trio, but to others within the school as well. Moreover, on the day of the Trolls' invasion of Hogwarts, Snape conveniently sustained an injury, further clouding his innocence. Enough, you three. This matter is perilous, and you ought not to meddle in it. You should promptly return to your studies. Furthermore, you are somewhat mistaken about Snape. Admittedly, as you have surmised, he does indeed harbor some animosity towards Harry. But there are reasons for this, which you will come to understand in due time. As for the notion that Snape seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone, that is merely a misunderstanding on your part. You must grasp one essential truth. Snape is aligned with Dumbledore and would never act against the interests of the school. Although he has made erroneous choices in the past, he has long since atoned for them. Ye Shu stood tall, addressing the trio with a grave tone. What? The Philosopher's Stone? Senior Ye Shu, are you implying that the item safeguarded by Professor Dumbledore is known as the Philosopher's Stone? Clearly. Harry and the others immediately seized upon the crux of Ye Shu's statement. As for the rest, who could say whether they truly absorbed it? Oh, Ye Shu, how could you disclose such a matter? This is classified information. This is not my concern. If Dumbledore wishes to address it, he will come to you. Hagrid was taken aback, astonished that a long-hidden secret had been revealed to the 3 first years. Chapter 30. Conquering the World with Eastern Cuisine. Rest assured, Hagrid, there will be no significant repercussions. You three, hasten back to your respective houses. You are not permitted to wander about, or else I shall demonstrate that. Although the assistant to the headmaster is not a teacher, I still possess the authority to deduct points. Ye Shu waved his hand at the trio, and then, nudging Hagrid's massive frame, prepared to depart. No, Ye Shu, are you truly unconcerned about revealing to them what Dumbledore has protected? Hagrid appeared somewhat troubled, as this matter was considered confidential within the school. Enough fretting over trivialities. Instead, consider what flavor of hot pot you would prefer for dinner. Spicy, mushroom, or tomato? I crave the spicy one. It is far more exhilarating. The oblivious Hagrid was easily swayed by Ye Shu's remark, entirely dismissing the issue of the Philosopher's Stone from his mind. The Philosopher's Stone? Did you hear that? Senior Ye Shu mentioned that the item hidden by Dumbledore is called the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione, do you know what that is? After Yes Ho and Hagrid departed, Ron fixed his gaze squarely upon Hermione. In his estimation, Hermione, being an erudite and knowledgeable classmate, must possess some crucial information. You ask me, I ask whom? My knowledge is confined to what I have perused. As for the things I have not encountered, there are countless. The Philosopher's Stone must be recorded in some tome. Yet I have yet to lay eyes upon it. Come, let us proceed to the library and scour through the volumes one by one. With that, Hermione cast aside the 2 burdens trailing behind her and strode ahead towards the library. Really? More reading? Ron furrowed his brow. For him, reading was akin to torture. Which also explained why, Despite his heritage from a wizarding family, his academic performance was rather mediocre. Let us go together and search. Perhaps we may uncover the answers we seek. Harry urged Ron, closely tailing Hermione's footsteps. As night fell, within the confines of Hagrid's humble abode, Yesho and Hagrid sat around a crackling fire at the center of the room. However, instead of a teapot, a cauldron dangled above the flames. Indeed, it was a cauldron used for brewing potions, but currently, it contained a delightful broth for a spicy hot pot. Surrounding them were platters filled with an abundance of meats and vegetables, creating a lavish spread. Beside the fire, an empty stool stood, seemingly reserved for an unknown guest. In his second year, Yesho had clandestinely ventured into the Forbidden Forest to kindle fires for barbecuing, causing quite a bit of distress to the creatures dwelling therein. As the forest keeper, Hagrid frequently stumbled upon the remnants of charred fires and scattered food debris during his patrols, determined to catch the trespasser who hunted the animals. He intensified his surveillance and ultimately apprehended Yesho, the perpetrator, during one of his rounds. By that time, Yesho had already made a name for himself at Hogwarts. His reputation as a prodigy was widely known, including to Hagrid. However, with his deep affection for animals, Hagrid could not condone the harm inflicted upon these innocent beings. Contemplating reporting Yesho to the school, he was suddenly interrupted as Yesho deftly shoved a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. In that instant, Hagrid was utterly captivated. He had tasted his fair share of barbecued meats, and Hogwarts dining hall boasted many delectable dishes. Yet it was the first time in his decades of life that he had encountered something so extraordinarily delicious. In that moment, Hagrid even wondered if Yesho had cast a spell on him, creating a tantalizing illusion of flavor. But Yesho calmly assured him that the morsel was indeed a genuine delicacy from the East. Oh, and by the way, Yesho added, what you just tasted is a piece of chicken known as beggar's chicken in the East. Captivated by the allure of Yesho's Eastern cuisine, Hagrid decided against reporting him to the school. After all, savoring the exquisite flavors was far more important. As for the creatures that Yesho and he had consumed, he believed they would find solace in knowing they had been transformed into such delightful fare. This idyllic routine continued until one fateful barbecue, when Hagrid inadvertently scattered the fire, igniting the underbrush of the forest. On that particular day, the wind was rather fierce, and the flames surged uncontrollably, leaving him with no time to extinguish the blaze. At that time, Ye Shu's magical prowess was somewhat lacking, rendering him incapable of extinguishing the raging inferno. Hagrid, having been stripped of his wand-wielding privileges due to an incident 50 years prior, found himself equally helpless in the face of the roaring flames. Fortunately, the professors within the school promptly detected the fire. Thanks to their timely intervention, the conflagration in the Forbidden Forest was swiftly quelled, preventing any further calamity. In the aftermath, the school launched an investigation into the fire's origins. Hagrid contemplated stepping forward to accept full responsibility, as it was inadvertently he who had ignited the blaze. To his astonishment, however, Ye Shu preemptively volunteered to shoulder the blame entirely. Thus, Ye Shu assumed full accountability for the incident, while Hagrid, far from being at fault, emerged as the first to arrive at the scene, ready to provide assistance. Once a mere student, Hagrid had been wrongfully accused and subsequently lost his eligibility to study magic. Even his wand had been confiscated, leaving him to navigate life largely friendless and solitary. Ye Shu's selfless act indelibly impressed upon Hagrid's heart, forging a bond of friendship with the young man. Consequently, Hagrid's humble abode became a favored gathering spot for the two. Whenever Ye Shu craved unique Eastern delicacies, he would sneak into Hagrid's cabin, closing the door behind him to prepare in secrecy. The fire beneath the cauldron blazed fervently, and soon, the broth within began to bubble vigorously. Is it ready for ingredients? Hagrid inquired impatiently, having longed for Ye Shu's delectable hot pot broth. All right, I see your eagerness. Let us begin with the meat. Ye Shu deftly picked up a pair of chopsticks, placing thinly sliced meat into the cauldron. Just then, the door swung open, allowing the crisp winter air to sweep into the cabin, invigorating the atmosphere. A figure stepped inside. Oh, you two have begun feasting without me? How uncouth. Do you not know that one must wait for the elder to arrive before partaking in a meal? The newcomer removed his hat, revealing a face adorned with a tuft of white beard and flowing hair. It was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore, upon entering, plopped down onto the vacant stool, his expression one of playful discontent, clearly accustomed to joining this gathering. You see, knowing you were soon to arrive, I was merely preparing slices of meat for you. Here, the first chopstick is ready, just for you. Ye Shu placed the previously set meat slice into Dumbledore's bowl, eliciting a smile from the headmaster. Excellent. Now this feels more appropriate. Dumbledore acknowledged Ye Shu's somewhat flattering gesture with a nod, appearing quite pleased. Chapter 31, Speculations. Young Ye Shu, I have nearly divulged all regarding our clandestine plans during this period. What are your thoughts on the matter? Dumbledore inquired, popping a piece of meat from the steaming pot into his mouth, wincing slightly from the heat. Firstly, Your hypothesis, Headmaster, is indeed accurate. I believe Voldemort has truly returned. However, he is likely in a state of extreme weakness now, shying away from public appearances. For if he were to raise a hand and call out, countless Death Eaters would surely flock to his side, heralding the resurgence of the Dark Lord who once swept through the Wizarding World. Yet, he refrains from such actions, behaving instead like a scurrying rat, daring only to engage in covert maneuvers. This clearly indicates his deteriorated condition. It is even plausible that he exists in a ghostly state, dependent on others or certain objects for survival, considering that his physical form was obliterated a decade ago. This also elucidates why we have been searching in vain for so long without a trace of him. Ye Shu picked up a thin slice of lamb, briefly submerged it in the pot, and then dipped it in sauce before savoring it with a look of satisfaction. Not long ago, Dumbledore had informed Ye Shu about the Philosopher's Stone and all associated arrangements. Although Ye Shu was still quite young, and such matters were not typically his concern, Dumbledore never subscribed to the notion that excessive protection was beneficial for the growth of the youth. Thus, after much contemplation, he chose to involve Ye Shu, albeit merely as a member of the advisory team. As for sending Ye Shu into a direct confrontation with Voldemort, Dumbledore's heart was not yet so bold. Possessing another person? Which individual within the school do you suspect? A student? Or perhaps a professor? At that moment, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened like a blade, as if it could slice through the very air. Previously, he had merely assumed that Voldemort had stealthily infiltrated Hogwarts upon his resurrection, skillfully evading detection. However, Ye Shu's words prompted him to contemplate a possibility he had previously overlooked, the likelihood that Voldemort had indeed taken possession of another's body, and that this individual might have once been a Death Eater. It is essential to remember that Voldemort had countless followers, and following his downfall, many of these former Death Eaters escaped the Ministry's retribution by claiming to be under the influence of the Imperius Curse. The Ministry's officials were not so naive as to let such wicked individuals evade justice without action. Rather, the sheer number of Death Eaters was overwhelming. Had they detained them all in Azkaban, there would have been insufficient space and personnel to manage them. Furthermore, should they be driven to desperation, even without Voldemort's leadership, a rebellion would pose a significant headache. Consequently, the Ministry was compelled to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance to allow those Death Eaters with lesser crimes to slip through the cracks. This has led to a considerable number of Death Eaters infiltrating the wizarding community, their past concealed beneath layers of disguise. Even at Hogwarts, it is entirely possible that a former Death Eater has blended in, as the institution lacks the authority to examine the memories of others. Who it might be eludes me. After all, with so many individuals at the school, a misjudgment could be quite troublesome. I merely offer this as speculation. The truth remains uncertain. Ye Shu shrugged, a nonchalant expression gracing his features. He naturally could not speak too much, lest he arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. After all, how could it be possible that a matter we have been unable to uncover for months could be resolved by you in just a few days? Could it truly be Snape? Hagrid, with his mouth full of food, mumbled. What, you say, Snape? Hagrid, what do you mean by that? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, clearly perplexed by Hagrid's words. It's Harry, they say. As he spoke, Hagrid recounted the day's events involving Harry and the various speculations of the trio to Dumbledore. Impossible. It cannot possibly be Snape. Perhaps it could have been him 10 years ago, but the current Snape would never assist Voldemort, nor would he return to harm Harry. Despite his apparent disdain for him, I trust Snape. He would never stoop to such treachery. Dumbledore waved his hand emphatically, his aged face resolute, evidently convinced that Snape could not possibly betray Voldemort, or, to put it plainly, betray him. After all, Dumbledore understood better than anyone how deeply Snape loved Harry's mother, Lily. Following Voldemort's murder of Lily, how could Snape ever choose to forgive him? If Voldemort were to dare appear before Snape, Dumbledore believed that Snape's sole desire would be to kill him. Oh, if it's not, then it's not. I told you Harry and the others were mistaken. Clearly, Hagrid held great faith in Dumbledore. Since Dumbledore asserted that Snape could not be a traitor, then he certainly could not be, for in Hagrid's eyes, Dumbledore was a divine entity, having never erred thus far. In truth, the identity of the individual was inconsequential. The objective was the Philosopher's Stone. As long as the stone remained in their possession, the adversary would eventually reveal themselves. While the current condition of Voldemort was unknown, it could not be good. Several unicorns had already been hunted in the Forbidden Forest, indicating that the enemy was in such dire straits that they resorted to such desperate measures for survival. If they had a well-structured plan, they might be able to apprehend the foe in one fell swoop. Ye Shu spoke of capturing, not killing, for he understood that as long as the Horcruxes existed, Voldemort would remain immortal. However, this was knowledge unbeknownst to Dumbledore and his allies. Ye Shu was correct. Voldemort sought the Philosopher's Stone to achieve resurrection, and ultimately, his gaze would invariably fixate upon it. Therefore, all they needed to do was keep a vigilant watch over the stone. With Christmas approaching, the students were soon to return home. If the enemy were to strike for the stone during this time, It could prevent unnecessary casualties among the students. After all, within the school, should Voldemort be intent on causing chaos, the professors were formidable and not easily intimidated. Dumbledore's sole concern was the potential impact on the students. Rest assured, until we possess absolute certainty in dismantling the mechanism, I believe Voldemort will not act recklessly. After all, with you overseeing the school, any hasty infiltration would be exceedingly perilous. Should he truly show himself, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Setting down his bowl, Ye Shu wiped his mouth, contentedly patting his full belly. Let us hope so. Dumbledore sighed, his eyes filled with resignation. He wondered whether he could still rally against Voldemort, for he was indeed growing old. Chapter 32, The First Horcrux. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and before anyone realized, the first half of the school term was drawing to a close. Amidst the swirling snow, the Christmas season officially arrived. Students who had spent 4 to 5 months at school packed their belongings, their faces radiating joy as they prepared to return home. Meanwhile, some students who lived far away or whose parents were away chose to remain at Hogwarts, such as Harry and Ron, who were engrossed in a game of Wizard's chess. I am ready to head home. As for the search for information on the Philosopher's Stone, I shall leave that to you, Hermione declared, dragging a small suitcase as she approached Harry and Ron. Ever since they learned about the Philosopher's Stone, they had been tirelessly searching for clues related to it. Unfortunately, the vast array of books at Hogwarts was overwhelming, and even Hermione had only skimmed a tiny fraction of them. Ye Shu thought that by revealing the information about the Philosopher's Stone to the trio, he could help them avoid unnecessary detours. However, he was surprised to find that they still ended up with no results. The books at school did not simply display all relevant information at the mere input of a name, even if such a feature existed. It was beyond the grasp of first-year students. Why are we exhausting ourselves searching for answers? We could simply ask Senior Ye Shu. Since he was willing to share the information about the Philosopher's Stone, it's clear he never intended to keep it from us. Ron, who was already weary from reading, couldn't he help but complain. He truly did not want to squander his precious holiday in the library. Forget it. I've already sought out Senior Ye Shu. Hagrid mentioned that he left Hogwarts long before Christmas. No one knows where he went. Hermione pouted, a look of helplessness etched on her face. If Ron could think of it, surely she could too. After their fruitless search, she had intended to consult Ye Shu, but alas, he had departed Hogwarts prematurely. I heard that Senior Ye Shu is an orphan. Where could he possibly go for Christmas? Back to the orphanage, perhaps? If that is the case, Hermione, you might consider venturing into the Muggle world to ask him directly, Ron suggested, earning a disapproving glare from Hermione. Ye Shu had indeed left Hogwarts early, but he had chosen not to return to the orphanage. Instead, he ventured alone to a remote village in northern England known as Little Hangleton. This impoverished hamlet was sparsely populated, as the younger residents had long since moved to larger towns, leaving behind only the elderly. After inquiring around the village, Ye Shu eventually arrived at a cliff several miles from Little Hangleton. This location was not a tourist destination. Ye Shu had not come here for leisure. The reason for his visit during Christmas was solely due to the presence of a dilapidated little house. This house had once belonged to the Gaunt family, one of the 28 sacred families. Indeed, this is the residence of Voldemort's maternal grandfather's family, once among the illustrious 28 sacred families of the Wizarding World. The Gunter family was exceedingly wealthy and prominent, indulging in extravagant luxuries. Alas, their fortune has long since been squandered. By the time Voldemort's grandfather, Marvolo Gunter, assumed control, the family had fallen into destitution, forced to reside in a modest dwelling in the countryside. Nestled between two steep hills, half hidden among a tangle of trees, stood a dilapidated house. As Ye Shu approached, the structure gradually revealed itself. The walls, encrusted with moss, bore a roof adorned with uneven tiles, while decaying beams were visible throughout. Surrounding the house, dense, stinging nettles thrived, reaching up to the windows. The windows themselves were exceedingly narrow, their sills thick with layers of ancient grime. The front door was adorned with a serpent-shaped sculpture, symbolizing the pure bloodline of Slytherin. This worn and cramped abode was once the residence of the last descendants of the Gunter family, one of the 28 sacred clans. It serves as a stark reminder that no dynasty is eternal, nor is any family invincible. Not everyone possesses the means to safeguard their inheritance. Moreover, the pursuit of so-called pure blood has led to numerous intermarriages among relatives, resulting in the birth of many aberrations, beings far removed from the logic of ordinary folk. Gazing at the crumbling house before him, Ye Shu perceived the saga of a once mighty family's decline, his heart filled with poignant reflections. However, such musings lasted only a fleeting moment. He had not come to this forsaken estate merely for sightseeing, but for a far more significant purpose. Gently pushing open the long-sealed door, he was taken aback when, due to years of neglect, it crashed down into the hall, stirring a cloud of dust. Coughing, he furrowed his brow and quickly cast a cleansing charm, preventing the dust from approaching his form. Thankfully, it was not an ancient castle. lest the search consume an inordinate amount of time. He needed to act swiftly, as there were several other locations to visit. Muttering to himself, Ye Shu began to rummage through the room in search of something. Moments later, in a hidden compartment beneath a bed, he discovered an archaic box. Gently shaking it, he heard the sound of hard objects clashing within. This must be it. After all, there were no other valuables to be found here. Rising to his feet, he opened the box, revealing an antiquated yet somewhat unsightly gold ring, the family heirloom of the Gunter clan. This ring is steeped in history. It is not merely a family treasure but also houses a black gemstone, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. Furthermore, this ring possesses another identity. It is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Indeed, Ye Shu forsook the prospect of spending Christmas at the orphanage, braving the biting cold and swirling snow to venture into this remote English village, all in pursuit of collecting Voldemort's Horcruxes. To vanquish Voldemort, one must first obliterate his Horcruxes, a truth known only to Ye Shu and Voldemort himself. Even Dumbledore remains oblivious to this secret at this juncture. Although Dumbledore, upon discovering this truth, would tirelessly seek out the Horcruxes and successfully annihilate one such ring, Ye Shu, having arrived in this realm, refuses to entrust his hopes to others. Moreover, to destroy this particular ring, Dumbledore sacrificed his right hand and suffered grave injuries from a curse. Had it not been for his encounter with Dumbledore, Ye Shu might still be leading a mundane existence in the Muggle world, devoid of such a thrilling life. Upon entering the school, Dumbledore has taken great care of him, now nurturing him as a successor. Ye Shu's character is such that he believes in repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. Thus, he cannot idly stand by as Dumbledore follows the path laid out in the original narrative. With the first Horcrux secured, the quest for the second begins. Placing the ring into his pocket, Ye Shu performed the disillusionment charm and departed from the dilapidated dwelling. Chapter 33, The Filthy Thief. Tick-tock. In the antiquated castle, the long-neglected basement echoed with the sound of dripping water. The damp walls were cloaked in green moss, left unattended and exuding a sense of desolation. This gloomy atmosphere further accentuated the eerie tableau. Tap, tap, tap. Yet, amidst this silence, faint footsteps approached, gradually crescendoing before coming to a halt. However, a glance around revealed no presence. Clang. The sound of metal striking the ground resonated as the barricade sealing the underground passage fell to the floor. This was the Black family's castle. Unlike the decrepit Gaunt residence, the Blacks still retained considerable wealth. Without delving into specifics, merely the value of this castle alone could fetch a handsome sum. A figure cloaked in an expansive black robe materialized from thin air, none other than Ye Shu, who had departed from England. After acquiring the first Horcrux from the Gaunt family's crumbling abode, he had hastened to the Black family's castle, well aware that another Horcrux, Slytherin's locket, had been stealthily relocated here many years prior by Regulus Black. The price for this act was Regulus' life, eternally entombed beneath the depths of the Lake of the Dead. Ye Shu's mission was to retrieve Slytherin's locket. Otherwise, it risked being pilfered by Mundungus Fletcher and subsequently sold to Umbridge. In comparison to the prospect of thievery at the Ministry of Magic, directly procuring it from here seemed far more straightforward, especially since the castle was presently guarded by only a single house elf. However, due to the presence of the house elf creature, Ye Shu could only surreptitiously infiltrate through the underground passage connecting to the outside world. What a bother to inhabit such a vast abode. It would require searching every corner, which is indeed quite troublesome. Ye Shu felt disheartened, for he was uncertain of the locket's precise location, and the castle's enormity suggested that searching methodically could consume an inordinate amount of time. Within the ancient castle resides a domesticated house elf, whose discovery would inevitably cause a commotion. Nevertheless, I shall search one by one. If it takes more time, so be it. Ye Shu cloaked himself once more. Traversing the expansive castle in search of his quarry, he ascended from the basement, scouring room after room, yet ultimately found nothing. During this endeavor, he encountered the house elf creature, who, devoid of human oversight, appeared somewhat deranged, muttering to himself in the kitchen, despite the loneliness of his solitary existence. Ye Shu refrained from disturbing him, furrowing his brow in contemplation, striving to recall the most probable hiding place for the locket. Oh. It seemed Creature had mentioned that day he saw Mundungus emerge from his cupboard, cradling a trove of Creature's treasures. Thus, it was highly likely that the Slytherin locket was hidden in Creature's abode. The cupboard, indeed, was the place. Casting his gaze towards the kitchen, he observed Creature engaged in an eccentric dance, exuding an air of leisure. How could he have overlooked the kitchen after searching through all the other rooms? Realizing this, Ye Shu, still cloaked in invisibility, stealthily approached the exterior and let a vase tumble to the ground. Crash! The vase shattered upon impact, scattering fragments everywhere. Who? A startled exclamation erupted from the kitchen. Creature, who had been dancing, promptly materialized in the sitting room, his eyes darting warily around the room at the sight of the broken vase. In recent years, the Black family's castle had lost its rightful owner, drawing the attention of many unscrupulous individuals coveting its treasures. Though Kreacher was merely a house elf, accustomed to being summoned by humans, his loyalty was bound solely to the members of the Black family. He showed no mercy to ordinary wizards. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, Kreacher possessed formidable magical prowess. The magic of house elves diverges significantly from that of wizards, as they do not require wands to cast spells. This bears some resemblance to the wandless magic Ye Shu had developed, yet the underlying principles differ entirely. Under Kreacher's vigilant watch, he had repelled numerous intruders, safeguarding the castle's security. The shattering of the vase could not occur without cause. To Kreacher, it was evident that yet another thief had infiltrated the castle, intent on pilfering what was not theirs. Thieves, filthy thieves, beware of Kreacher. Those audacious enough to trespass in their master's castle would find themselves captured and subjected to torment, regretting their very presence in this place. Kreacher would seize you. The frenzied Kreacher howled within the chamber, then vanished in a flicker, teleporting to every corner of the castle in search of the intruder's trace. Now was the moment. With Kreacher's departure, Ye Shu hastily darted to the kitchen, conducting a swift search before opening a cupboard. Indeed, within, amidst a chaotic nest, lay a haphazard collection of items. There it was. Ye Shu rummaged through the disordered heap of items and ultimately unearthed an antiquated pendant box. The surface of the box was adorned with a green serpent-shaped gemstone, surrounded by engravings of astrological symbols and directional notations. These symbols pertain to the measurements of planetary angles and the esoteric knowledge of their interrelations in astrology. Were it not for Ye Shu's exceptional studies, another might have failed to discern the significance of these runes. Moreover, the pendant box bore an engraved circular symbol alongside various other distinct markings, with a lengthy inscription etched upon its backside. A curving strand of metal wire was tightly coiled around the pendant box, linking it to a serpentine body. The entire artifact radiated the essence of Slytherin. This pendant box was a treasured relic of Slytherin House, albeit now transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort. The second Horcrux had been acquired. Ye Shu gently tossed the pendant box in his hand, his face aglow with delight. With each Horcrux he collected, he drew closer to vanquishing Voldemort. When all Horcruxes were obliterated, it would signify Voldemort's demise. Including Harry, there were 7 Horcruxes. This scene evoked an image reminiscent of gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. Ye Shu shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. Found you, you filthy thief. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out behind him. Chapter 34, The Second Horcrux. You wretched thief. How dare you steal from the master's castle? Your sins are unforgivable. Ye Shu turned to find a furious Kreacher standing right behind him. You can see it, can't you? It is the pendant box. Initially, Ye Shu was perplexed. How had Kreacher discovered him despite his invisibility? But upon glancing at the open cupboard and the floating Slytherin pendant box, he comprehended the situation. He had only cast the invisibility charm on his body, leaving the recently acquired pendant box entirely exposed in the air. Thief, filthy thief. How dare you take this pendant box? Put it down, release it. As Kreacher beheld the object suspended in the air, his fury intensified. His large eyes bulged, gradually filled with a crimson hue, and in that moment, he appeared utterly deranged. This pendant box was not merely a treasure to him. In Kreacher's heart, it represented the life sacrifice made by his master, Regulus. When Regulus instructed him to destroy the pendant box, Kreacher had been powerless to comply. Thus, this pendant box could only be preserved by him forever, belonging solely to his master's legacy. The significance of the pendant box to Kreacher far surpassed his own life. He could not allow anyone to steal it. Thief, thief. The diminutive Kreacher advanced step by step toward Ye Shu, cloaked in black robes, his hands twisting incessantly, as though envisioning how to strangle this thief. Kreacher, calm down. I mean no harm. I merely wish to destroy this pendant box. Do not forget, the final words bestowed upon you by Regulus were to destroy it, rather than preserving it intact until now. By acting contrary to this command, are you not defying Regulus's wishes? Beneath the expansive hood, a calm voice emerged from Ye Shu. Reluctant to confront Kreacher, he would not hesitate to act if the situation demanded it. Master Regulus commanded Kreacher to obliterate this pendant box. However, despite employing every conceivable method, water, fire, and blunt force, Kreacher found it impervious to destruction. Even with his most potent magic, he remained incapable of shattering it. Kreacher felt inadequate, unable to fulfill the task entrusted by Master Regulus, leaving him with a profound sense of shame. Provoked by Ye Shu's words, Kreacher clutched his head with both hands and forcefully struck the ground, his forehead swelling visibly. Stop, Kreacher. A flicker of compassion crossed Ye Shu's eyes. If he did not intervene, Kreacher, in his current state, would undoubtedly injure himself fatally. Regrettably, Ye Shu was not Kreacher's master, and his loud cries failed to halt Kreacher's self-destructive actions. Petrify them all. In desperation, Ye Shu raised his wand and cast the petrification spell upon Kreacher. instantly rendering him as motionless as a wooden statue. Creature, I shall take this pendant box to destroy it. I will not disturb anything else within the castle. Once the petrification spell concludes, reflect carefully on the words Master Regulus imparted to you. Do not forget, Regulus died to obliterate this pendant box. His command was for you to take it away and destroy it. By keeping it safe, you act in direct opposition to Regulus's orders. If Regulus were to learn of this, what do you suppose his thoughts would be? Though Creature was petrified, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, absorbing every word spoken by Ye Shu. However, immobilized, he could not even blink. I will take the pendant box and destroy it, thus fulfilling Regulus's final wish. After its destruction, I shall return the remnants to you as a keepsake. Ye Shu rose, casting one last glance at Creature before vanishing from the castle in an instant. The spell he cast on Creature required minimal magical energy, and mere moments after his departure, Creature's fingers began to move slowly. As the petrification spell completely lifted, Creature sprang upright from the ground, gasping for breath. Thief, filthy thief. Oh, Regulus, it is Creature who has failed. I could not fulfill your final wish. Nor could I safeguard the precious item you entrusted to me. Creature squatted on the ground, weeping bitterly, large tears streaming through his fingers and falling onto the earth. Fortunately, it seemed that the Creature had taken to heart the words spoken by Ye Shu before his departure. Upon awakening, it no longer sought to end its existence. Creature would await your return of the locket. The next time he sees you, Creature would ensure you receive a proper reckoning. Even if you aided Master Regulus in destroying the locket, Creature would not be so forgiving, you thieving scoundrel. Creature murmured to himself, somewhat vexed. As he made his way to the kitchen, suddenly he halted, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he held his breath and listened intently to the sounds that reached his ears. A thief, who claimed not to take anything else. You are not merely a thief, but a deceiver. Creature ground his teeth, for just moments ago he had heard faint footsteps coming from the room above, accustomed as he was to the notion that a burglar was rummaging through the quarters. With a swish, Creature materialized in the upstairs room, only to find that the intruder was not Ye Shu. Oh, you startled me. It was merely a house elf. Clear off, or I shall smash your ugly head. It turned out that this time, an actual thief had entered, clutching valuables in hand and hastily stuffing them into his pockets. You filthy creature, how dare you pilfer the master's precious belongings? Creature's fury surged. In his ire, Creature paid no heed to the warnings of the intruder, resolutely advancing towards him. House elves possess formidable magic, and Creature was exceptionally strong, having survived the tyranny of Voldemort. Though house elves are not permitted to wield magic without their master's command, Creature's current duty was to safeguard the ancient castle. Anyone daring to intrude upon the castle would become the target of Creature's wrath. The castle was soon filled with the harrowing cries of the thief. Chapter 35. Did someone call me handsome? Jones, where did you put the colorful lights you bought yesterday? Davis, stop running around and hurry to the kitchen to assist Evans and the others in preparing the food. Oh, Tyler, put that down. The Christmas tree is far too large for you to carry alone. At number 17, Vincent Road, London, the bustling atmosphere of Miss Andrea's grand family was palpable. Indeed, this was the very place where Ye Shu had grown up, and it was the orphanage to which Miss Andrea devoted her life, aptly named Andrea's grand family. Today was Christmas Day, and in addition to the dozens of children residing in the orphanage, there were many who had left for the outside world as adults, returning to honor Miss Andrea's legacy. The orphanage was alive with nearly 100 people, a scene of unprecedented joy. However, such a gathering could only be witnessed on Christmas Day. Ordinarily, everyone was preoccupied with the struggles of daily life. Brother Thompson, it is Christmas today. Why hasn't Brother Ye Shu returned? Could he have gotten lost? In the hall, a little girl with golden hair and fair skin timidly tugged at the sleeve of a tall boy, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, Rancy, fear not. In this world, everyone may find themselves lost, yet your brother Yesho would never lose his way. Even if the path home were to vanish, he would forge a route back to our beloved family. After all, there is nothing that your brother Yesho cannot accomplish. The young man known as Thompson knelt down, patiently comforting the little girl he affectionately called Rancy. This elicited a hearty laughter from the crowd in the orphanage, clearly expressing their unanimous approval of Thompson's words. However, it was indeed peculiar that Yesho had yet to return. Logically, school should have been dismissed long ago, and now, on Christmas Day, one couldn't help but wonder if something unfortunate had occurred. But that seemed unlikely. What could possibly happen to Yesho? Even if McConkey were to be sold by traffickers, Yesho would undoubtedly be unscathed. In fact, the traffickers might even find themselves on the receiving end of his schemes, joyfully counting their earnings. Indeed, that is quintessentially Yesho. Another round of laughter ensued, as these individuals showed no concern for Yesho. After years of camaraderie, they had long deciphered his modus operandi. My dear, is the Yesho you speak of truly that remarkable? Why does it seem as though everyone holds such unwavering trust in him? A statuesque woman inquired of her boyfriend beside her, a boy who had emerged from the orphanage and returned with her on this Christmas Day, solidifying their relationship. Oh, yes ho. The tales of his exploits could fill 3 days and nights. If one were to say he is reliable, he often pulls off the most outrageous feats. Yet, if one were to claim he is unreliable, all of his ideas are, paradoxically, quite dependable. His academic performance is exceptional, earning him substantial scholarships each year, all of which he dedicates to the orphanage, allowing us to care for more siblings. Although I have never heard of his school, the fact that he can secure such a considerable scholarship suggests it must be quite prestigious. I am simply curious about his conduct at school. I wonder if any of the teachers have been driven to despair by him. Haha. The young man, a few years older than Yes-Ho, had watched him grow and thus knew him well. Oh, what an intriguing account you provide. I am quite eager to meet this brother of yours. The woman smiled, her face illuminated with curiosity. Just then, an unexpected voice broke through the chatter, capturing everyone's attention. What is this? I arrive and already hear talk of me. I seem to have caught wind of someone praising my handsomeness. It appears you all have missed me. Suddenly, a tall figure stood at the entrance, and upon seeing him, the previously boisterous hall fell silent. Brother Yes-Ho. Rancy was the first to react, calling out excitedly as she rushed into Yesho's embrace. Oh Yes-Ho, you little rascal. You remembered to come back. We thought you had been abducted. It is improbable that he was abducted. The more plausible scenario is that he caught the eye of some affluent woman and was subsequently taken away to be pampered. Indeed, this is quite conceivable. For Ye Shu's attractiveness is such that even the younger version of myself would have been inclined to retreat in deference. As the realization dawned upon the crowd, they began to jest with Ye Shu. Xiaolanqi, have you missed your brother during these 6 months? Come, let me see if you've grown taller. Ye Shu affectionately ruffled Lanqi's hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I think about you every day. Lanqi buried her head in Ye Shu's embrace, as if fearing that he might vanish at any moment. At the tender age of 7, Lanqi was the child whom Ye Shu had rescued 5 years ago while returning home from school, when she was rummaging through a garbage bin in tattered robes, evidently abandoned by her parents. Upon discovering her, Ye Shu had taken her to the orphanage, where they established a home, and naturally, Lanqi became particularly attached to him. Hello. You must be Splain's fiancée, Olivia? It is an honor to meet you. During the summer, Splain would incessantly speak of you whenever he returned to the orphanage, and I thought my ears would develop calluses. I never expected you to be so breathtakingly beautiful. Splain is indeed fortunate to have found you. Ye Shu approached the woman who had previously inquired about him, greeting her with grace. Oh, thank you for your kind words. I must say, I had no idea you were so dashing and charming. With your looks, I dare say you could enchant many young ladies on the street. Surely, over the years, there have been numerous girls vying for your attention. The girl, known as Olivia, responded with modesty. Who knows? Ye Shu shrugged, seemingly disinclined to pursue that topic further. All right. Everyone has arrived. Let us prepare for tonight's Christmas celebration. Everyone, let us get moving. At the call of the current director of the orphanage, the inhabitants began to take action, readying themselves for the evening's feast. In the kitchen, the delightful aromas of sumptuous ingredients wafted through the air. Such lavish meals were not typical at the orphanage, but on this Christmas, as everyone gathered, a more indulgent feast was in order. On this particular night, Ye Shu found himself intoxicated. The school strictly prohibited minors from consuming alcohol, and he never drank in front of outsiders. While the wizarding world appeared secure, it was fraught with hidden dangers, necessitating that Ye Shu maintain a vigilant mind to confront threats that could arise at any moment. Yet, within the sanctuary of the orphanage, he found a rare haven. Each return allowed him to cast aside the tumult of his emotions and embrace the life of an ordinary person. During his 3.5 years at Hogwarts, he had never cast a single spell within the orphanage, so no one was aware that the institution he attended was not a conventional school, but rather a renowned academy within the wizarding world. In this sanctuary, Ye Shu could genuinely feel the warmth of family, despite the absence of any blood ties among them. The bond of affection they shared had long surpassed the mere connections of lineage, binding these forsaken orphans together with unbreakable ties. Even the passing of Miss Andrea would not alter this truth. Ye Shu was assisted back to his room, utterly inebriated, devoid of the strength to walk on his own. He was the sole child in the orphanage privileged to have his own chamber. In her unwavering dedication to his education, Miss Andrea had surmounted numerous challenges to prepare a room for him. Though modest in size, it was ultimately a sanctuary that belonged solely to him. As those who had escorted Ye Shu departed, they extinguished the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Yet, after a brief moment, a crimson light emanated from Ye Shu's pocket, swirling like mist and drifting towards his mouth and nose. With each breath he took, the red glow gradually infiltrated his being, intent on reaching his mind. This luminescence originated from 2 Horcruxes. As artifacts of Voldemort's soul, they were not left unguarded. Spells had been cast upon them to erode the will of any holder who harbored thoughts of destruction. Ron from the original tale served as a poignant illustration of this phenomenon. Sensing Ye Shu's intent to obliterate them, the Horcruxes sought to resist. Yet Ye Shu's mental fortitude was overwhelmingly powerful. Under normal circumstances, they could not exert any influence over him. Seizing the opportunity while he slumbered, they exerted their efforts anew. Aiming to sway his thoughts, the red mist infiltrated Ye Shu's mind, coursing through his meridians and gradually extending towards his brain, casting a dim crimson glow in the surrounding darkness. As the tendrils of light neared his mind, Ye Shu suddenly sneezed in his sleep, forcefully expelling the red mist from his consciousness. Startled, the mist retreated back into the Horcruxes, paralyzed with hesitation. Groggily, Ye Shu mumbled a few incoherent words before turning over to find a comfortable position and slipping back into slumber. A moment later, seeing no response from him, the red mist ventured forth once more, eager to repeat its previous endeavor. Just then, a faint sound of a door creaking open echoed through the room. As a petite figure stealthily entered, it was Rancy, who quietly stood by the bedside, gazing at the slumbering Ye Shu. She then gently crawled under the covers, embracing him in a profound sleep. Half an hour later, the red mist emerged again, this time swirling in the air for a brief moment before resolutely darting towards Rancy. The process unfolded seamlessly, for Rancy was merely a child, a muggle at that, utterly incapable of resisting the invasion of Voldemort's Horcrux. In the shadowy ambience, a flickering crimson glow illuminated Rancy's delicate visage, casting an eerie reflection upon her countenance, unnoticed by anyone present. After all, this was a contingency left behind by Voldemort. Under ordinary circumstances, Ye Shu might have been astute enough to perceive such a transformation. However, he was genuinely inebriated this evening, with his earlier sneezes merely triggering an instinctual self-defense response. As the red light penetrated Rancy's being, the room once again succumbed to a profound tranquility. This night was evidently extraordinary, not only for Ye Shu but also for Harry, who was far away at Hogwarts, equally embroiled in mischief. On Christmas Day, Harry received a parcel that, upon opening, revealed a marvelous invisibility cloak, leaving both him and Ron utterly astonished. This cloak originally belonged to Harry's father, James Potter, a direct descendant of the illustrious Deathly Hallows, a true aristocrat among wizards. However, the Potter family had never placed much importance on bloodlines, and their surname was rather commonplace, which is why they were not included among the Sacred 28. The cloak had been lent to Dumbledore for research purposes, but shortly thereafter, the Potters were tragically murdered by Voldemort, preventing Dumbledore from returning it. Over the years, he occasionally harbored guilt, wondering if the Potters might have eluded their fate had the cloak remained with them. Now, sending the cloak anonymously to Harry could be seen as restoring it to its rightful owner. According to the original storyline, Harry would utilize the invisibility cloak to venture into the restricted section of the library in search of clues regarding the Philosopher's Stone. However, just days prior, they had inadvertently discovered a book documenting the stone's secrets. Nevertheless, circumstances had not shifted. Harry still decided to sneak out under the cover of the cloak, intent on assessing the safety of the chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Although most students had returned home for the holiday, several professors remained on campus, including the universally despised Filch. Being caught by him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus Harry opted for the invisibility cloak. As fate would have it, shortly after stepping outside, he serendipitously encountered Snape and Quirrell in the corridor. "Surely, you do not wish for us to be adversaries, Quirrell," Snape hissed, pinning Quirrell against the wall with a menacing glare. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating," Quirrell stammered, his face betraying a palpable panic. As a defense against the dark arts instructor, his demeanor hardly inspired confidence. "In truth, you are well aware of what I imply. For instance, whom do you believe you are assisting? Do you think your actions can elude everyone's scrutiny?" Snape had long harbored suspicions about Quirrell, perceiving him as a pawn sent by Voldemort, given their shared history as Death Eaters, though Snape had yet to uncover substantial evidence. "Snape, that was my past. Was it not? Just as you once bore that identity, even having reported to that great man personally." "Silence," Quirrell attempted to retort, but was swiftly silenced by Snape's fierce reprimand. Chapter 37, Kill Him. "Silence. Speak another word, and I shall end your life." Severus Snape brandished his wand, pressing it firmly against Quirrell's throat, exuding an aura of imminent violence. The sudden turn of events left Harry, who was concealed nearby, utterly dumbfounded. He hastily covered his mouth and nose, daring not to breathe. "Quirrell, heed my words. Do not dare to bring up the past. Should I hear even a whisper of gossip, I will personally sever your head from your shoulders. You may test my resolve if you wish. Today serves merely as a warning. Best not entertain any other thoughts, lest you wish to witness the vast chasm of power that separates us as colleagues at Hogwarts." Snape's gaze bore into Quirrell with an intensity that could freeze the very air. A gust swept through the corridor, causing his flowing black robes to billow ominously, accentuating his menacing demeanor, reminiscent of a sinister bat. "In my estimation, your tenure as the defense against the dark arts instructor has been a dismal failure. How did someone of your caliber ever ascend to the position of professor? Releasing the trembling Quirrell, Snape casually patted his face before making his exit without further ado. Snape truly believes I am intimidated by him. Just wait. That day will come swiftly. Once Snape had departed, Quirrell shed his earlier timorous expression, standing upright to ensure his bandaged head remained intact, before straightening his garments and departing in another direction. What transpired between these two? Once they were entirely gone, Harry removed his cloak, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the earlier confrontation. From their exchange, one could surmise that both men had once served a common master. But who could that possibly be? Could it be Voldemort? If they were indeed followers of Voldemort, why did they quarrel instead of uniting to assist him? Furthermore, Quirrell's final demeanor sent chills down Harry's spine. That shadowy gaze and murderous expression. Was this truly the same timid, affable professor of defense against the dark arts? It was perplexing. If only Hermione were here. Harry murmured softly, yearning for someone to help him untangle his thoughts. But alas, everyone had returned home. Ron? Forget it. Ron would only make matters worse. If the three of us averaged an IQ of 150, Hermione alone would possess 200, while Ron barely scrapes below 100. Who's there? Suddenly, an unpleasant voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. It was none other than the dormitory caretaker, Filch. Panic surged within Harry as he realized his earlier murmurs had been overheard. It was late at night, and even the slightest sound could carry far. In a state of alarm, he draped his cloak over himself once more and hastily slipped through a nearby door to hide. Outside, Filch searched for a brief moment, finding no one, before grumbling and finally departing in frustration. As Harry sought refuge within the confines of the room, he encountered the fabled mirror of Ariste. Placed there by Dumbledore. Through the enchanted glass, he beheld the visages of his long-departed parents. In the Muggle world, Harry had been oblivious to their appearances. But upon arriving at Hogwarts, he discovered an abundance of artifacts and memories connected to them, allowing him to finally grasp what they looked like. At that moment, upon seeing the reflections in the mirror, he instantly recognized them. The mirror of Ariste reveals one's innermost desires, projecting them onto its surface. However, alas, illusions are but mere phantoms and not reality. A person who becomes excessively engrossed in fantasies may gradually lose their sense of self in the tangible world. At 17, Vincent Road, the orphanage run by Andrea, Ye Shu had enjoyed a restful night's sleep, only to awaken groggily as the sun reached its zenith. The moment he opened his eyes, he sensed something amiss. It seemed there was another presence in his bed. Upon investigation, a smile graced his lips. Rising from slumber was the sleepy little girl. Gently, Ye Shu tousled Lancey's hair, his gaze brimming with affection. After 4 months away from the orphanage, he nearly forgot her little quirk of wanting to sleep beside him at night. Ye Shu chided himself, vowing that he must not indulge in such inebriation again, for he had been utterly oblivious to the fact that the little girl had crept into his room. Reflecting on the previous night, he vaguely recalled having a nightmare. Though the specifics had faded from his memory, it seemed he was on the brink of being engulfed by a torrent of molten lava, only to have a sneeze transform into a thunderous clap, repelling the fiery tide. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Ye Shu found amusement in the absurdity of such a dream. Even a powerful wizard could entertain such fanciful notions. Lancey, rubbing her sleepy eyes, sat up in bed, her face a portrait of drowsiness. "What time did you go to sleep last night?" he inquired, teasingly suspecting her of staying up late. "I did not," Lancey protested, her innocence shining through. "Oh, so you didn't stay up last night? Then you must have been sneaking late nights on other occasions?" he retorted playfully. "If you continue to be so untruthful, I shall have to inform Thompson and the others to keep a watchful eye on your nocturnal habits." Feigning seriousness, he attempted to frighten Lancey. "You're mean, Ye Shu. I don't like you anymore." She pouted, burying her face into his embrace and wriggling playfully. "All right, rise and shine. I wonder if breakfast is still available. If not, we shall have to endure a bit of hunger until lunch." Ye Shu encouraged her, patting Lancey before descending from the bed to gather his toiletries, heading toward the washroom. Although Ye Shu had his own little room, it lacked a private washroom. The space was simply too confined after accommodating a desk and a bed. After Ye Shu departed, Lancey, still in a haze, stumbled out of bed. Her expression bore the weight of exhaustion, as though she had not slept a wink throughout the night. Upon lifting her head, a faint crimson glow suddenly flickered in her eyes, rendering her expression somewhat vacant. "The soul device has killed him. Retrieve the soul device," Lancey murmured, as if enchanted, now completely under the control of the soul device. Chapter 38, A Sudden Attack. "Good morning, Jones." "Good morning, Tyler, Thompson." Ye Shu greeted everyone cheerfully as he descended the stairs. "Morning? Is this what you call morning? Oh my heavens. Ye Shu, look at the time. Come, check the wall clock. Repeat after me. It is now 10:11, and lunch is almost upon us." Thompson pointed at the clock with one hand, his face contorted with disdain as he regarded Ye Shu. "Ah, don't be like that, Thompson. I'm doing this for your benefit." if Rancy and I remain in bed. You save the trouble of preparing breakfast for two. Ye Shu, with a serious demeanor, insisted on his absurd reasoning. Should I also help the orphanage save on this lunch? I reckon you had your fill last night. You could easily last another day without food. In that case, you can skip dinner as well and just eat tomorrow. Thompson retorted, his face darkening. No way. You can't do that. Don't forget, I am still a 14-year-old child. If you deny me food, I shall report you for child abuse and weep before Miss Andrea's grave, accusing you, as my brother, of bullying me. Ye Shu exclaimed dramatically, as if he had truly been wronged. How many days remain before you return to school? I think it would be better for you to stay there. At least I would have fewer reasons to be exasperated. Thompson covered his face, wishing to avoid the sight of Ye Shu, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself from kicking him. 5 years Thompson's senior, he had entered the orphanage earlier and, upon reaching adulthood, chose to remain and care for his younger siblings rather than join society. Ye Shu had grown up under his watchful eye, and despite knowing Ye Shu's nature all too well, he often found himself infuriated in their conversations. Yet, paradoxically, when Ye Shu was absent, everyone missed him dearly. Just wait a moment. Lunch will be ready soon. The kitchen has saved you something to eat, so if you're hungry, feel free to grab a bite. And where's Rancy? Is that little girl still asleep? Thompson rolled his eyes, preoccupied with tidying the remnants of last night's activities. Ah, Thompson. You have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I knew you wouldn't let me go hungry. Rancy has risen, but I must say, she tends to stay up late. You should keep an eye on her. Staying up too late can hinder a child's development. Do not indulge her. Really? You have the audacity to say that? It seems you are the one who spoils her the most. Thompson shot Ye Shu an irritated glare. Whenever Rancy made a mistake and faced the prospect of punishment, she would invariably seek refuge with Ye Shu. Among the inhabitants of the orphanage, none indulged little Rancy more than Yesh. Understanding the unspoken cue, Yesh refrained from engaging in conversation and instead ventured to the kitchen, casually rummaging for a snack to satiate his hunger. Following this, he joined the younger orphans for a brief game, and before long, mealtime approached. At exactly 11 o'clock, the long table in the dining hall was filled with diners. Unlike the previous day, which had seen a bustling gathering of nearly 100 individuals, today only 20 or 30 remained. The majority had departed, having reached adulthood and embarked on their own paths, pursuing careers and personal lives. With Christmas now behind them, life must carry on. Those who needed to work resumed their duties, while others devoted time to their loved ones. Indeed, life ultimately follows its own course. Currently, the orphanage housed 17 children, with the remainder comprising caregivers dedicated to nurturing the little ones, alongside adults who found themselves in a temporary idle state. All right, children, please take your seats. Yesh commanded gently. Before we begin our meal, may I ask if you have all washed your hands? Yes. The chorus of orphans eagerly raised their clean little hands before Yesh, waving them enthusiastically. Splendid. Now, please sit quietly while I distribute your food. But wait, where's Rancy? Just as Yesh was about to serve the meal, he noticed the absence of Rancy, realizing she had not come downstairs since waking. Was she unwell? Reflecting on her earlier demeanor, he recalled that she appeared somewhat off, initially attributing it to her being groggy. However, her prolonged absence now raised concerns. If it were merely a slight cold, it would not pose a significant issue. He possessed ample potions that could swiftly remedy the situation. As Yesh prepared to ascend the stairs, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the dining hall. Turning to look, he was greeted by the sight of Rancy. The little girl, with one hand concealed behind her back, approached the table, or rather, she was inching closer to Yesh. Ah, Rancy, you little sluggard. Finally decided to grace us with your presence. Come, take your seat, it's time to eat. Handing her plate to Thompson, Yesh moved towards Rancy, intending to guide her to the table. Yet, to his astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a swift motion, Rancy drew a long knife from behind her back and lunged towards Yesh. The distance between them was minimal, mere meters apart. Who would suspect that this innocent child would suddenly launch an attack, particularly against her beloved brother? Even Yesh was momentarily taken aback, as this was the mundane world he called home, where the inhabitants of the orphanage were akin to family. As the blade drew nearer, Yesh's pupils narrowed in alarm. In that critical moment, his magical reserves surged, and a protective spell enveloped him. Herein lay the distinction between casting spells with and without a wand. Employing a wand necessitated drawing it first, followed by the incantation directed at oneself or another. This process undeniably consumed precious time, a luxury one could not afford in dire circumstances. Clang! A sharp, resonant sound echoed as the knife met an invisible barrier, unable to pierce flesh, and was instead repelled, as if striking solid stone. Oh, Rancy! What are you doing? Rancy, have you lost your mind? What are you, Ye Shu? Rancy's sudden outburst captured everyone's attention, yet their gaze predominantly fixed upon Ye Shu. At that moment, Ye Shu's form was no longer human. He stood before Rancy, transformed into a colossal figure of stone, resembling a golem. I will kill you. I will kill you. Rancy, having lost her grip on the dagger, continued her frenzied assault. Seizing a nearby chair and hurling it at Ye Shu with an astonishing force that belied her petite stature. Rancy, stop! Ye Shu grasped the chair with one hand while firmly restraining Rancy with the other, rendering her immobile. What on earth was happening? Why had Rancy lost her senses? And what had become of Ye Shu? Thompson trembled as he spoke, his voice laced with fear, unable to comprehend the bizarre spectacle unfolding before him. What a predicament! Ye Shu turned to survey those around him, and the expressions of dread were evident in the eyes of everyone he met. Despite having grown up together and knowing each other intimately, the current state of Ye Shu exceeded their understanding, making him appear monstrous in their eyes. The younger children, unable to contain their terror, erupted into panicked screams. Silence, everyone. I will attend to you shortly. With a light snap of his fingers, Ye Shu cast a petrification spell that enveloped the dining hall, rendering all present motionless in a state of stone-like paralysis. Now, it is your turn, little girl. Let me uncover what has transpired. He hoisted the struggling Rancy and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Chapter 39. Voldemort, you are doomed. I will kill you. How dare you attempt to destroy that esteemed person's treasure? Your sins are unforgivable. I will kill you and return the Horcrux to that esteemed individual. In the room on the second floor, Rancy continued to scream, her once innocent face now distorted with horror. I am sorry, Rancy. It is I who have brought pain and trouble here. This is my oversight. Rest assured, I shall swiftly rid you of these afflictions and restore your former joyful self. Ye Shu allowed Rancy to strike and bite at him. In fact, to prevent her from harm, he even dispelled the defensive enchantments surrounding himself. Rancy's slender arms and legs would only inflict injury upon herself if they pounded against his stony form. Ye Shu could not bear to see the little girl suffer. Under Rancy's relentless assault, he observed her hands turning red and swollen at a visible rate, with deep impressions forming in several places. Holy purification. With his free hand, Ye Shu drew his wand and pointed it at the young girl, reciting the incantation. A burst of white light illuminated the room, and in the next moment, tendrils of red light emerged from Rancy's mouth and nose. Upon contact with the white light, they began to dissolve as if they had encountered the scorching sun in the depths of winter. Once tormented by her struggles, Rancy began to find solace after the red light departed from her being. The little girl tilted her head and fell into a deep slumber. Rest easy, my dear. Awaken, and all will be well again. It was my fault. Do not worry, I shall not err again. Ye Shu lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss upon Rancy's forehead before tucking her in snugly. All that transpired should never have happened. Let us cast it aside. On Christmas Day, I shall return, and you will have enjoyed a delightful day. Yet, on the morrow, I had urgent matters that compelled me to depart early. Such was the essence of that day. Was it not, little one? With a flick of his wand, Ye Shu commenced weaving Rancy's memories anew. He employed the Oblivion Charm to erase all that had just occurred, subsequently crafting a brief recollection of today. Within this fabricated memory, Ye Shu bid farewell to Rancy, though she felt a pang of reluctance. The little girl displayed her maturity by refraining from clinging to him. After completing this intricate task, Ye Shu cast one last lingering glance at the girl before resolutely exiting the room. He strode purposefully downstairs, observing the petrified guests in the dining hall. His face momentarily clouded with regret. I apologize. Everything that transpired today was not meant for your knowledge. Indeed, over the years, he had concealed many truths from them. Yet divulging them could incite turmoil in the world of Muggles, the very human realm you know. Thus, I shall erase your memories, allowing you to forget this unpleasant episode. With a steady hand, Ye Shu pointed his wand at each individual in the dining room, methodically erasing their memories, then implanting a new sequence of recollections into their minds. Once this was accomplished, he finally lifted the petrification spell. Ye Shu, have you truly decided to leave today? It is merely the second day of Christmas, and your departure seems so abrupt. Thompson, now freed from his stony state and infused with new memories, approached Ye Shu, striking his chest lightly, eyes brimming with sorrow. A classmate has invited me to stay at his home for a few days. We share a close bond, and it would be impolite to decline. Besides, I yearn to explore new landscapes during this winter break. It is the perfect opportunity for a little adventure. Once the holiday concludes, I shall return to school with my friend. Ye Shu smiled, fabricating a lie with ease. He had no dear friend extending such an invitation. While he garnered respect from peers and even upperclassmen throughout the years, it was merely respect. Reflecting upon it, he realized he had few true companions among his contemporaries, a rather disheartening realization. Originally, we should have shared this meal before your departure, yet you hasten away. Nevertheless, since you have made your choice, I shall say no more. Though you possess a maturity beyond your years and exhibit greater steadiness than many adults, I must still urge you to exercise caution while you are away. Thompson's countenance was marked by regret. Ye Shu's visit had lasted less than a day, and this parting would stretch until they could meet again in 6 months. Rest assured, Thompson, I am well aware of the situation. Moreover, I have noticed that upon your return, you have become increasingly loquacious. This is not acceptable. Over time, you may transform into a garrulous old woman. Haha. With that, Ye Shu turned and dashed towards the door, grasping his belongings. Leave, you should hurry along. Your presence is vexing. If you're not at the orphanage, I might enjoy some peace for a moment. Thompson, with a grim expression, watched Ye Shu's retreating figure, a faint smile of bitterness flickering at the corners of his mouth. The earlier scene had long been forgotten. Now, faced with Ye Shu's departure, only feelings of sorrow lingered in his heart. Upon exiting the orphanage, Ye Shu sought a secluded corner and employed a form of transmutation to arrive in the Wizarding World. He retrieved 2 soul objects from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with a chilling murderous intent. I am aware that you possess your own consciousness, although your intellect is limited, and you cannot relay the events occurring here to your original form, merely engaging in mindless self-preservation. Nonetheless, to dare harm those near me is indeed to court your own demise. Voldemort, previously, my stance towards you was not one of absolute annihilation. After all, your existence was not of paramount importance to me. As long as my power remains formidable, whether you are the Dark Lord or a bald egg, it matters little. However, now, a fragment of your soul has inflicted harm upon my kin. You deserve to perish. Voldemort, I shall bring an end to your nefarious existence and personally guide you to your final resting place. The chilling words that escaped Ye Shu's lips were colder than the harshest winter, causing the 2 soul objects in his grasp to tremble uncontrollably. Sensing their impending fate, the soul objects stirred restlessly, emanating bursts of crimson light that surged towards Ye Shu's arm. They no longer concealed their intentions, striving for one last defiant struggle. Humph. If this were Voldemort in his prime, perhaps I would need to tread carefully, but you are merely inanimate objects. Do you truly believe you can shake my dominion? That is nothing but a fool's errand. With a decisive grip, Ye Shu held the 2 soul objects tightly in his palm. He chose not to destroy them at this moment, for they contained Voldemort-esque contingencies. Even someone as formidable as Dumbledore had suffered significant wounds from the backlash of the soul objects, teetering on the brink of death. Ye Shu would not be so presumptuous, as he had yet to gather all the soul objects. Destroying these 2 now would serve little purpose. It was wiser to retain them for the time being. Having acquired 2 of the 7, the remaining diary resides within the Malfoy family. It is anticipated to surface next term. The Hufflepuff cup lies within Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts, which poses a formidable challenge due to its stringent defenses. The Ravenclaw diadem is located at the school, and he must consult Helena about its whereabouts. This leaves only Nagini and Harry, both living beings. The whereabouts of Nagini remain unknown, while the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry must be safely eradicated. Thus, the immediate objective is to secure the remaining 3 items. Only then will I possess sufficient leverage to contend with Voldemort. Ah, Voldemort, how I yearn to witness the moment of your resurrection, when you return to the world in regal splendor, only to discover that your Horcruxes have vanished. What expression would grace your countenance then? A cold smile graced Ye Shu's lips as he summoned his flying broom, taking aim and soaring towards Hogwarts. Chapter 40. Wormtail. I have returned. Having departed from the school merely a week ago, Ye Shu found himself back at Hogwarts once more. He flung himself onto the familiar large bed in his dormitory, stretching extensively. After residing in this room for 3.5 years, he had grown accustomed to everything within its confines. The winter break at Hogwarts typically spans between 20 to 25 days, having only passed 7 days thus far. There remained ample time before the other students returned, leaving the school feeling somewhat desolate, with only a handful of students present. On the desk beside him lay the ring of the Gunter family and a pendant box from Slytherin, both meticulously encased in layers of protective enchantments, preventing the energies within from escaping. This dormitory was exclusively occupied by Ye Shu, one of the rare single dorms at Hogwarts, a privilege he had requested from the school after demonstrating his formidable magical talents. He could not bear the thought of sharing a sleeping space. He preferred solitude, which afforded him the freedom to explore various peculiarities. Since ascending to the position of the assistant to the headmaster, even the caretaker, Filch, lacked the authority to enter his dormitory unannounced, and the professors who were permitted to check on him seldom ventured there. Thus, it was exceedingly safe to keep his Horcruxes here. How dreadfully mundane. What shall I occupy myself with? Lying on his bed, Ye Shu felt a sense of ennui wash over him. With half a month remaining until the term resumed, this period proved quite arduous. Oh, how could I have almost forgotten? Suddenly, Ye Shu sprang up from the bed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If his memory served him correctly, and if events had unfolded as anticipated, Ron had not returned home for the winter break, but remained at the school with Harry. Given Ron's presence, his pet rat, Scabbers, or rather Peter Pettigrew, must also be here. Ah, the experiment is just beginning. Rather than squander time, I should seek out something of significance to engage in. Wormtail, for the sake of this grand creation, you shall sacrifice yourself. With this thought, A dangerous smile crept upon Ye Shu's lips. Meanwhile, in Ron's dormitory, the gluttonous Peter Pettigrew could not help but feel a tightening sensation, his body trembling involuntarily. He sensed that something ominous was approaching, though he could not fathom what it was. "Harry, we must inform the school about this matter. Otherwise, Snape will eventually steal the Philosopher's Stone," he exclaimed. "Moreover, your observations about Quirrell's behavior have been exceedingly peculiar. It hardly resembles his usual demeanor. Could he too be compromised?" In a quiet, deserted corridor of Gryffindor, two small figures whispered to one another, their heads darting about to ensure no one was approaching. "But who should we tell? Should we confront them about Snape and Quirrell? We lack evidence. Do not forget that Hagrid had previously asserted with unwavering confidence that Snape posed no threat. Even if we sought him out, he would remain unconvinced. Professor McGonagall has returned home to celebrate Christmas, and Professor Dumbledore's whereabouts are unknown, leaving us utterly unable to trace one another. Ron, we have no one to confide in." Harry, in frustration, hurled the snowball from his hand, which shattered with a resounding thud upon landing in the distance. "You too, why are you not staying in your dormitory? Braving the cold winds out here?" A sudden voice startled both of them, causing them to tremble at the thought that if Snape and Quirrell overheard their conversation, they would surely silence them. At that moment, they were shaking like leaves in the wind, struggling to turn and discern who was behind them. Senior Ye Shu? What brings you back?" Upon recognizing the newcomer as Ye Shu, Harry's eyes lit up, his earlier trepidation vanishing in an instant. "Phew, Senior Ye Shu. You nearly gave us a heart attack." Ron exhaled deeply, placing a hand on his chest to calm his racing heart. "I must say, you two look like you've seen a ghost in broad daylight. This timid demeanor is hardly befitting of Gryffindor lions," Ye Shu remarked with a smile, though Harry and Ron detected a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "By the way, you mentioned Snape and Quirrell earlier. What about them?" Ye Shu's inquiry caused Harry and Ron to momentarily halt their breath, realizing that Ye Shu was already privy to their earlier discussion. How had he known? They had been vigilant, yet no one had approached. Could it be that he possessed an invisibility cloak like Harry's? Well, Ron hesitated, uncertain whether to share, for the tales they spoke of might seem utterly fantastical to others. "It's about Snape and Professor Quirrell, that day." Ultimately, it was Harry who laid bare the entire situation. At this juncture, aside from Ye Shu, they could scarcely think of anyone else to confide in. As Dumbledore's teaching assistant, Ye Shu would surely have means to communicate with him. If they could inform Dumbledore, perhaps they could timely prevent Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. I see. Ye Shu mused, resting his chin on one hand, a contemplative expression adorning his face. "However, I believe you may be approaching this situation, or rather, viewing Snape, with preconceived notions. From the very beginning of your enrollment, Snape has indeed had a tendency to target Harry. That much is evident. It is only natural for you, Harry, to perceive him as a malevolent figure. Furthermore, during the troll incident, Snape sustained injuries under rather coincidental circumstances, which could easily be interpreted as a ruse to distract from his intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone, culminating in his being bitten by the troll, would it not? Moreover, during the Quidditch match, Hermione fortuitously witnessed Snape casting a jinx on Harry, leading you to believe that Snape intended to do him harm. Lastly, Harry, having witnessed Snape's altercation with Quirrell, combined with the preceding events, it is only natural for you to suspect Snape of malfeasance. Indeed, grave malfeasance. Such thoughts are common among individuals in your position. There is no fault in that." Ye Sh meticulously analyzed everything Harry had said, and a look of delight appeared on the faces of Harry and his companion, as they felt that Ye Sh had truly listened to their concerns and began to harbor doubts about Snape. However, Ye Sh continued, "Firstly, Harry, I have previously informed you that Snape's animosity towards you is rooted in specific reasons, which you will come to understand in due time. Secondly, can we truly assert that Snape was only injured while attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Let us not forget that he is one of the professors responsible for designing the protective enchantments. Given that, how could he be so careless? Thirdly, you observed Snape casting a spell, but can you ascertain what incantation he was invoking? Is it not possible that someone else intended to harm you, while Snape was actually casting a counter curse to save you? Lastly, can the quarrel between Snape and Quirrell definitively prove his guilt? Remember, their exchange revealed little substantial information. Moreover, according to your earlier assertions, Quirrell was drastically different from his usual self. Does this not make his suspicion far greater than Snape's? Yet, in your discourse, you merely brushed past Quirrell, focusing predominantly on Snape's alleged issues. Do you not think you are being somewhat biased? Chapter 41. Are you surprised to see me? In that moment, Ye Sh nearly expressed outright, "You have misunderstood Snape. The true mastermind is Quirrell." However, Harry still bore an expression of hesitation. Ye Sh's words had indeed sown a seed of doubt within him, yet his long-standing prejudice against Snape could not be dispelled with mere words. Furthermore, Ye Sh's assertions appeared to Harry as mere conjectures, akin to his own thoughts, which were also devoid of any substantial evidence. As for Ron, His opinion seemed inconsequential. His brow was furrowed more deeply than Harry's, and he was utterly clueless about the next steps to take. All right, I am aware of what you have said. Rest assured, when I meet with Professor Dumbledore, I will relay your speculations to him. For matters concerning the Philosopher's Stone and Voldemort cannot be overlooked, not even the slightest detail. As for you, I reiterate, you are still quite young. Even if there were genuine dangers, it is not your place to involve yourselves. With your current level of skill, should you encounter peril, you would lack the means to protect yourselves. Your primary focus should be on your studies, as safeguarding yourselves must take precedence when true danger arises. Harry pressed his lips together. Indeed, as ESH had pointed out, their abilities were woefully inadequate. They barely knew enough spells, and even if they were to confront Voldemort, how could they avenge their parents? Not to mention Voldemort. They might not even stand a chance against his subordinates. How has the food in the school been these past few days? Has it been worse than usual? Noticing Harry's spirits were somewhat low, ESH deftly changed the subject. Oh, Senior ESH, how do you know? Ron interjected. Aside from yesterday's Christmas feast, the meals these past few days have been utterly dismal. If it weren't for the ample snacks sent by home, we might have been on the verge of starvation. Ron's face was a mixture of indignation and disbelief, feeling that the school was utterly neglecting the needs of those students who remained on campus. Though the kitchen is tended to by house elves, the procurement department is still managed by humans, who, like everyone else, are eager to return home for Christmas. Consequently, the meals may not be as sumptuous as usual. How about this? You both go to Hagrid's hut and mention my name. We shall gather for a grand feast this evening. Today, I shall allow you to savor the essence of Eastern cuisine. Off you go. And inform Hagrid to make haste with the preparations. Ye Shu gently patted the heads of the two young ones, urging them to seek out Hagrid. Is it true? We will be able to taste the culinary delights crafted by you, Senior Ye Shu? They exclaimed with delight. That is wonderful. Hagrid has long spoken of your Eastern dishes, which even Professor Dumbledore cannot resist. Today, we shall actually sample them. Harry, let us hurry. With thoughts of delectable food in mind, Ron seized Harry's arm and dashed towards Hagrid's hut, alleviating some of Harry's worries in that fleeting moment. Oh, those two little rascals. Ye Shu chuckled, shaking his head. Although Harry was burdened with many thoughts, he was still a child at heart. With Ron by his side, some of his inner turmoil could be eased. However, Ye Shu's intention in sending the two youngsters to Hagrid was not solely for the purpose of indulging them with fine cuisine. If he did not find a way to distract them, how could he manage to take away Peter Pettigrew without being caught? If they returned just as he was in the act, it would surely be an awkward predicament. With the new term commencing in a fortnight, the rumors of Ye Shu's theft of a junior's pet would surely spread like wildfire. At the entrance to Gryffindor's common room, Ye Shu stood before the fat lady's portrait, exchanging greetings with her. Throughout Hogwarts, there were few places Ye Shu had not visited, and the other three houses' dormitories were no exception, though he wisely avoided the girls' dormitory, as he had no desire to be labeled a pervert. Over the years, Ye Shu had become quite familiar with the portraits at the entrances of the four houses, even managing to glean the day's password from the Gryffindor portrait. Today, the password was banana fritters, a rather peculiar phrase, but precisely because of its oddity, it was difficult to guess. Upon inputting the password, Ye Shu successfully entered the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Following the path indicated on the Marauder's map, he adeptly located the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew. At that moment, Pettigrew was pacing restlessly within his room, an unsettling sense of impending danger gnawing at him, though he could not fathom its source. He had transformed into a rat, hidden within Hogwarts, the safest haven in the Wizarding World. Yet, that accursed feeling of peril persisted. He could not comprehend it, longing to escape. He feared encountering Filch's cat, having narrowly evaded death on several occasions when sneaking out. Thus, in his agitation, he could only pace back and forth in his room, seeking to alleviate his unease. Suddenly, the dormitory door creaked open. Believing it to be Ron and the others returning, Pettigrew hurriedly leapt onto the sofa, feigning nonchalance. Oh, quite the actor you are. Pettigrew, it has been a while. Did you miss me? Do you feel a sense of surprise upon seeing me? A strange yet profoundly familiar sound invaded the ears of the diminutive star, causing his rotund rodent body to tremble violently, spiraling into an uncontrollable shiver. Is that the genius of Ravenclaw, Ye Shu? What brings him here? No, why do I tremble uncontrollably at his sight, as if confronted by some horrific creature? Such a feeling was never even evoked by the Dark Lord Voldemort himself. What is happening? Stop, please, just stop. As Ye Shu entered the dormitory, the little star quivered like a vibrating massage gun, the intensity rivaling that of an electric motor, causing even the small sofa beneath him to shake. Alas, in the guise of a mouse, his appearance would surely attract the affection of many lonely housewives seeking solace in the dead of night. It seems that despite erasing your memories in previous experiments, you were left with a profound physical recollection, compelling you to feel fear at the mere sight of me. What is he saying? What does it mean to erase my memories? What memories have been wiped from me? Damn it, how does he know my identity? Moreover, How did a Ravenclaw enter the Gryffindor dormitory, and what is he truly after? Unable to contain himself, the little star yearned to revert to human form. For Ye Shu exuded an aura of extreme danger. In that moment, he finally comprehended the source of his prior unease. It was this Ravenclaw youth before him. Petrify him. However, before the little star could act, a petrification curse was cast upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. You see, it always unfolds this way. You constantly seek to revert to your human form, either to flee or to resist, and I have grown accustomed to your antics. I even know your habitual movements before your transformation. Give up. Simply return to being my experimental subject. Once the experiments conclude, I will erase your memories and release you. Just as before. Only this time, your tenure as my subject will be somewhat prolonged. After all, there is still a full 2 weeks until the winter break concludes. Ha ha ha. Ye Shu's laughter echoed in the little star's ears, sounding chillingly sinister. No, no, please don't. Help me, someone, save me. The petrified little star cried out in his heart, but alas, no one could hear his desperate pleas. Chapter 42. Not killing you means not killing you. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, the winter break was nearing its end. During this time, Ron frantically searched for his pet rat, Scabbers. Scouring nearly every public area of the school, Scabbers had been part of his family for 10 years, passed down from his brother to him. Over that decade, Scabbers had become a unique member of the Weasley household, and now that he had mysteriously vanished, it was impossible for Ron not to feel anxious. Since the beginning of the school term, Banban has frequently vanished for half a day or even a full day, returning in a dazed state, sometimes trembling. Yet, at least he always returned in one piece. However, this time, Ron has not seen any trace of Banban for an entire fortnight. During this period, Ron even sought out Filch's cat, rummaging through Mrs. Norris's droppings in a desperate attempt to find remnants of Banban's corpse. His emotions have transformed from anxiety to panic, and ultimately to despair. At this moment, Ron is consumed by regret, lamenting why he failed to take better care of Banban, while also worrying about how to explain this to his brother. Meanwhile, Banban, who has been on Ron's mind, has already regained his human form as the dwarf star Peter, bound tightly to an experimental table by Ye Shu, enduring inhumane torment. Various elemental spells correspond to the body's normal meridians, while certain mental spells, such as the Forgetting Charm or the Coma Curse, relate to hidden pathways within the body. Each type of spell corresponds to a different meridian, and I have now successfully identified the corresponding pathways for all the spells I have mastered. Fortunately, I have this experimental subject. Ye Shu glanced at the pitiful dwarf star on the stone bed, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. The state of the dwarf star is truly tragic. Not a single part of him remains intact, with flesh torn open to reveal the underlying tissues, and in severe areas, even the stark white bones are exposed. Vivid red blood flows down the stone bed, pooling on the ground. Were it not for Ye Shu's magical potions and healing spells sustaining his life, the dwarf star would have perished countless times over given such injuries. This is not Ye Shu's deliberate act of wrath. It is merely the consequence of experimenting with spells. The successful experimentation of each corresponding meridian is not achieved in a single attempt, but is rather a gradual discovery through numerous trials, inevitably leading to failures. In fortunate circumstances, failure results in the body bursting apart. In less fortunate scenarios, it leads to complete elementalization. On several occasions, Ye Shu has nearly failed to save him. In his previous life, Ye Shu was unafraid of death, willing to experiment without hesitation, as he bore no attachments. However, in this new life, with the presence of his loved ones from the orphanage, he is unwilling to perish in vain. At this moment, the dwarf star's pupils have lost focus, lying on the stone bed in complete apathy, not because he is dead, but because he has been tortured into a state of idiocy. Once, Neville's parents were driven mad by the Cruciatus curse in merely a day's time. Yet, the dwarf star has endured 15 days of such research, 15 days. Who knows the inhumane torture he has suffered? Time and again, he has hovered on the brink of death, repeatedly rescued, and narrowly escaped demise. He has contemplated suicide several times, yet found himself incapable of it. The dual pressures of mental and physical torment have driven his mind into a protective mechanism, rendering him into a state of idiocy. Although this is not Ye Shu's primary profession, the unfortunate fate of the little dwarf can be seen as a consequence for his betrayal of the Potter family years ago. Consider yourself fortunate to have turned into a fool. Otherwise, I would have taken great pleasure in ending your life myself. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Ye Shu's eyes. Countless experiments had inadvertently engraved the path of magical energy into the flesh of the little dwarf. Had it not been for the dwarf's unintentional display of this ability, Ye Shu might never have uncovered it. Subsequently, the little dwarf even contemplated using this newfound capability to confront Ye Shu, yet he could never match his prowess. The repercussions of such defiance would only lead to more brutal experimentation. Unfortunately, reduced to idiocy, the little dwarf could no longer transform into his animagus form, but fortunately, there were means of remedy. Unable to cast spells, the diminished dwarf stood motionless on the stone bed, his plump body rapidly shrinking into the form of a large, rotund rat, though the rat's eyes were vacant and devoid of life. Excellent. Ye Shu clapped his hands, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He could have killed the little dwarf and obliterated all evidence, leaving no one the wiser, yet he chose to spare him. This was not out of an overflow of compassion. Ye Shu had never known mercy towards his enemies, or he would not have subjected the little dwarf to such inhumane experiments. The reason for keeping him alive was merely to draw out Sirius Black. If events unfolded as in the original narrative, the little dwarf would accompany the Weasley family on a trip, only to be discovered by Sirius in Azkaban, who would then piece together the truth behind Potter's demise and escape to seek out Harry and the little dwarf. Ye Shu held a certain admiration for Sirius. Despite his harsh treatment of house elves, his character was something Ye Shu respected. Moreover, as Harry's godfather, he was the only family Harry had, aside from the wretched Dursleys. If possible, Ye Shu wished to reunite them. In his past life, he was an orphan, and in this life, he was also an orphan. Harry's background was tragic enough. Having experienced the rain himself, Ye Shu naturally desired to offer others a shelter, eradicate all traces, with a glance around the chamber, resembling a hellish nightmare. Ye Shu cast a spell to erase every remnant of the scene. All evidence of his misdeeds was obliterated. Even if the Ministry of Magic were to investigate at that moment, they would find no clues. The data obtained from the experiments was etched in his mind, with not a single note left behind. Although the Room of Requirement could clean everything according to the user's wishes, Ye Shu ultimately preferred to take matters into his own hands. Well, your task is complete. I shall return you now. Having been away from your master for half a month, I believe you must miss him. Coincidentally, he is searching for you. You see, I am quite benevolent. I promised not to kill you, and I shall even take you back to your master myself. Do not feel too grateful. With 2 fingers extended, Ye Shu lifted his patterned collar and departed from the Room of Requirement. Chapter 43, Autumn Zhang. Today marks the first day of school following the winter break, and Hogwarts has returned to its previous vibrancy. The corridors of the school are bustling with students returning from their homes, exchanging greetings and sharing amusing anecdotes from their holiday adventures. Upon encountering Ye Shu, everyone respectfully greeted him, including even the older students. This deference is not solely due to Ye Shu's prodigious talents, but also because of his status as the assistant to the headmaster, a position akin to that of a professor, bestowing him with significant authority over the student body. Ye Shu, you have returned. Suddenly, a melodious voice reached Ye Shu's ears. Turning around, a smile graced his face. Qiu, you are back. The voice belonged to Zhang Qiu, a student from Ravenclaw. She is a native of the Celestial Empire, and according to Western naming conventions, her classmates refer to her as Qiu Zhang. Indeed, she is one of Harry's future love interests in the original timeline. A year senior to Harry, but 2 years junior to Ye Shu. The films do not disclose Qiu Zhang's nationality. It was only through their conversations that Ye Shu discovered her to be a genuine citizen of the Celestial Empire. Ye Shu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon this revelation. Having lived in this world as an orphan from the Celestial Empire for over a decade without encountering another compatriot, it would be impossible to claim that Ye Shu did not feel a sense of solitude. After all, within his adolescent frame resides the soul of a man far older. Seeing Qiu Zhang, another native from the Celestial Empire, stirred a profound emotional response in Ye Shu, akin to a fellow villager reuniting with a kindred spirit. As they grew familiar, Ye Shu affectionately called her Qiu, while she referred to him as Ye Shu Gu, a unique designation that no other student at Hogwarts used. Yes, I just returned to school. Qiu asked, have you been back for long? Ye Shu replied, I returned on the 2nd day of Christmas. It has already been half a month. What? You came back so early? Did something happen at the orphanage? A look of concern crossed Qiu's face, as she feared some calamity had prompted Ye Shu's early return. Not at all, he reassured her. It was merely a personal matter. Besides, staying at school allows me to study diligently. In fact, while you all were away, I seized the opportunity to learn an additional half-month's worth of material. With a smile, Ye Shu deftly redirected the conversation, avoiding the specifics of his early return. Ye Shu Gu, you are already so accomplished, and yet still so industrious. What are we to do? Qiu exclaimed. With your relentless efforts, are you trying to outpace us all? Qiu Zhang naturally understood that Ye Shu was concealing something from her. However, being as astute as she was, she chose not to pry further. If Ye Shu wished to share, he would do so in his own time. If he preferred silence, her incessant questioning would only serve to irritate him. You are not without merit yourself. After all, you are recognized as one of the goddesses of Hogwarts. I've heard that Cedric from Hufflepuff has been pursuing you for quite some time. That lad seems quite decent and rather honest. Perhaps you should consider him. In that moment, Ye Shu appeared to embody the role of a gossipy villager. Humph. While Cedric is indeed remarkable, he pales in comparison to you, Ye Shu. I told him, If he could match even half of your excellence, or even a tenth, I would gladly agree to be his girlfriend. Alternatively, if he could defeat you in a duel, I would concede. Qiu Zhang's lips curled into a playful smile. Oh, what does Cedric say about this? Ye Shu expressed curiosity about whether Cedric would dare to challenge him. I've been telling him this for half a semester now. Have you seen him make any attempts to challenge you? Qiu Zhang rolled her eyes, clearly indicating that while Cedric admired her, he had not yet succumbed to the folly of love to the extent of disregarding his own safety. Haha, you are putting him in a difficult position. Let me tell you, you should ease up a bit. That fellow is quite good-natured. If you let this opportunity slip, you may end up regretting it. Challenge me. Aside from the professors at the school, who else would dare? You are setting him an impossible goal. This assertion was not born from arrogance. Ye Shu possessed the strength and credentials to back it up. After all, at the end of his second year, he had faced off against the then professor of defense against the dark arts and emerged victorious, leaving the professor humiliated and resulting in his resignation the following day. This incident became the talk of Hogwarts, even prompting an interview by the Daily Prophet, ensuring that all students were well aware of Ye Shu's exploits, and thus, none would foolishly seek him out for a duel. All right, I understand. Ye Shu, you are more loquacious than my mother, she quipped. Oh, by the way, my mother asked me to bring this to you as a token of gratitude for taking care of me at school. She also suggested I invite you to visit our homeland. As she spoke, Qiu Zhang rummaged through her suitcase and produced a scarf, presenting it to Ye Shu. It was a hand-woven scarf, crafted with traditional techniques, lacking the ostentation of branded items, yet exuding practicality. Ye Shu casually tossed aside the bag he had been holding, wiped his fingers, and accepted the scarf from Qiu Zhang, draping it solemnly around his neck. Although winter break had ended, the air remained chilly, and the moment he wrapped the scarf around him, he felt a wave of warmth. You always bring me gifts whenever you return home. Please extend my thanks to your mother. This scarf must have taken her considerable time to make. I will visit them when I have the chance to express my gratitude in person. Ye Shu extended his finger and lightly tapped Qiu Zhang's fair forehead, saying, These are merely trifling gifts, nothing of consequence. By the way, Ye Shu Gu, what are you doing with that mouse? Are you planning to have it for a barbecue? Qiu Zhang gazed at the large rodent on the ground with a complex expression. She was aware of Ye Shu's culinary skills. Yet the thought of consuming a mouse was utterly unfathomable for her as a young lady. This is Ron's pet from Gryffindor, which has been missing for half a month. I found it today and intend to return it to him. Ye Shu picked up the mouse from the ground and bid farewell to Qiu Zhang, making his way towards where Ron was located. Chapter 44, A Jealous Heart. Ron was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing his beloved pet, Dobby, once again. Tears of joy streamed down his face, revealing the depth of his affection for the creature. However, had he known that the mouse before him was, in fact, a rotund, 40-something man with two prominent front teeth weighing 200 pounds, he would surely have been taken aback. Moreover, the mere thought of Ron sometimes sharing his bed with the diminutive figure made Ye Shu's heart shiver. Could this be considered sharing a bed with a man? It likely could, for in essence, Dobby was merely a small man. Oh, Dobby, my dear Dobby, where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how frantically I searched for you for half a month? You nearly drove me to despair. Ron cradled Dobby in his arms, tears streaming from his eyes. Dobby, what is wrong? Why are you unresponsive? Are you hungry? Ron suddenly noticed something was amiss. In the past, Dobby would wriggle about in his embrace, but today he lay unusually still. No, still was not quite the right word. Perhaps dazed was more fitting. Ye Shu, what has happened to Dobby? Ron looked up, his eyes brimming with tears, gazing helplessly at Ye Shu standing before him. Ron, I found Dobby at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. When I saw him, he was fleeing for his life from within. Since then, he has maintained this dazed expression. I believe he must have been severely frightened. It is possible that during these past 2 weeks, he wandered into the Forbidden Forest and had to hide desperately to survive. You must understand, the Forbidden Forest is teeming with dangerous creatures, and even adult wizards risk perishing if they stray within, let alone such a small mouse. That he managed to escape is a testament to his resilience. Ye Shu's expression remained unchanged as he spun a tale with ease. Dobby, why must you be so disobedient? I told you to stay safely in the dormitory, yet you insisted on running out. Look at the trouble you've caused. Ron clutched his large mouse, sobbing uncontrollably once more. Well, I must take my leave now. You should take your time to comfort your pet, although he seems a bit daft at the moment. I trust that with your diligent care, he will surely recover. If you ever have the opportunity to travel in the future, you might consider bringing it along to explore various places. Perhaps its spirit will return to normal. Ye Shu couldn't help but add a remark, fearing that if Ban Ban were to become foolish, the Weasley family might neglect to take it with them on their travels. In such a case, all his efforts would have been rendered utterly meaningless. Stepping out of the Gryffindor dormitory, Ye Shu stretched lazily and gazed up at the sky, where he beheld a resplendent crimson phoenix soaring through the air. The piercing cry of the phoenix resonated throughout Hogwarts, and a smile crept upon Ye Shu's lips. It seemed that Dumbledore, that old fellow, had finally returned. During the past half-month since returning to school, Ye Shu had not laid eyes on him. His visits to the headmaster's office had yielded nothing but empty rooms, suggesting that Dumbledore had been off gallivanting somewhere. The arrival of Dumbledore's phoenix signified his return, which was only fitting, as today marked the commencement of the second semester. A headmaster must surely make an appearance. Now that the old man was back, it was high time to discuss certain matters with him. After all, this semester, Quirrell was set to take action, presenting a splendid opportunity to capture Voldemort. Even if they could not kill him due to the Horcruxes, as long as he could be contained, it would prevent him from orchestrating any nefarious schemes outside. A lion roaming freely in the wild poses a vastly different threat than one trapped in a cage, stripped of its claws. In Ye Shu's mind, the plan to capture Voldemort had been rehearsed countless times. He was well aware of all the opponent's moves and schemes. Yet many details could not be directly disclosed to Dumbledore, as the source of this information was a crucial point. Now, with the discovery made by Harry and the others on Christmas Day, Ye Shu could leverage that as a starting point for his narrative. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the headmaster's office was rapped upon. Come in. Dumbledore's voice, though aged, resonated with vigor from within. Professor Dumbledore. Ye Shu initially intended to address him as old man, a term of endearment he had grown fond of after their camaraderie, but upon noticing others present, he quickly corrected himself. After all, given Dumbledore's esteemed position, he felt it necessary to exhibit a degree of respect in the presence of others. Ah, young Ye Shu. You've arrived. I have just returned, and it seems you all have been waiting for me quite some time. In Dumbledore's office, Snape was already seated, engaged in a discussion with him. Who else, but you would have a phoenix as a constant companion. Wherever you go, it is sure to follow. Ye Shu chuckled, half jokingly, half seriously, addressing Dumbledore. Then, let us proceed as we discussed earlier. I shall take my leave. Upon Ye Shu's entrance, Snape slowly rose, nodded at Dumbledore, and brushed past Ye Shu as he exited. As Snape walked by, he maintained a stern expression, deliberately avoiding any glance at Ye Shu. TCH, look at you. Just because I caught you back then with your cauldron at the hot pot, you act all high and mighty. It seems as though this is quite a significant matter. Yet it is rather petty. No wonder you have yet to capture a woman's affection. Ye Shu curled his lip, for his relationship with Snape was far from amicable. This animosity stemmed from Ye Shu's habitual disregard for propriety, particularly one instance when he stealthily infiltrated the potions classroom in the dead of night, secretly concocting a hot pot in a cauldron that Snape himself had used for nearly 20 years, a vessel to which he had developed a deep attachment. In that moment, Snape's fury was palpable, his nostrils flaring with ire. Had it not been for the intervention of other professors alerted by the commotion, a confrontation would have surely ensued. Since that incident, Snape had never treated Ye Shu with anything resembling kindness. Ye Shu harbored a strong suspicion that the cauldron had once belonged to Lily. Perhaps even a gift from her, which would explain Snape's vehement reaction. Young lad, you have sought me out. Is there something amiss? Dumbledore, well aware of Ye Shu's character, understood that he seldom approached without cause. The urgency of his visit was evident. So, you hastened here for a reason? Dumbledore offered Ye Shu an empty cup, and as Ye Shu accepted it, a flick of the Elder's wand filled the cup with a rich, fragrant wine. Though underage drinking was frowned upon, Dumbledore was no stranger to Ye Shu's clandestine indulgences, and he, a proponent of nurturing the innate spirit of his students, would not impede such behavior. Indeed, this wine is quite delightful. Ye Shu sampled it, finding the flavor rather pleasing. Pray tell, old man, why do you assume my visit is not purely for the pleasure of your company? After all, you are the guiding light on my path to becoming a wizard. He approached the perch where the phoenix, Fawkes, rested, playfully engaging with the majestic creature. Fawkes, now advanced in age, exhibited thinning feathers, a clear sign of impending twilight. Yet, one must take solace in the fact that the phoenix's demise heralds its rebirth. From the ashes of death, a new chick arises, embarking on a fresh cycle of existence. You? Hear from me. Spare me your jest. We are well acquainted, and you only come to me when you seek something or when you have stirred up some calamity, such as your escapade in Nocturne Alley. Dumbledore's finger pointed at Ye Shu, laden with a cautionary tone. Yet, the irony remained that the more one frets over a matter, the more it tends to manifest. Old man, this is an inevitability you cannot escape. Ye Shu shrugged, his expression a canvas of resignation. What? You truly find yourself in trouble once more? Quick, be gone. I wish to live a few more years in peace. With that, Dumbledore waved his wand, preparing to expel Ye Shu from his office with urgency. Voldemort has returned. Not only has he returned, but he is also poised to make a move for the Philosopher's Stone. Should he succeed, I fear he will be completely resurrected. A voice, like thunder on a clear day, struck Dumbledore's ears, causing him to halt his actions. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore sighed, stating, I had my suspicions. During this time, I have discerned the signs indicating Voldemort's impending return from various subtle clues, though I have yet to confirm it. How did you come to this conclusion? Did you encounter his true form? Dumbledore inquired, his concern evident. If Ye Shu had indeed seen Voldemort's physical embodiment, it would imply that his strength, even if not at its zenith, was formidable nonetheless. Not at all. If I had encountered his true form, I would hardly have escaped with my life. Ye Shu replied. Dumbledore remained noncommittal. While others might be oblivious to Ye Shu's capabilities, he was acutely aware. Even if he intervened personally, he might not easily subdue Ye Shu, who could very well surprise him. Old man, as I mentioned before, you may have misdirected your efforts. If my previous suspicions were merely conjecture, I can now assert with certainty that Voldemort must be relying on another's body to infiltrate Hogwarts. Ye Shu set down his goblet, a rare seriousness etched across his face. Oh, if that is the case, you must have a suspect in mind. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. He was eager to uncover who was audacious enough to assist Voldemort in his resurrection. Indeed, there is a prime suspect, Quirrell. Upon hearing Ye Shu utter the name, disbelief flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Are you reluctant to accept this? Ye Shu chuckled. I fear that few would believe it if it were spoken aloud. Quirrell is the defense against the dark arts professor, renowned as a timid soul, stuttering in speech, and perpetually compliant. Even if we scrutinized every individual, Professor Quirrell would not raise suspicion. However, such demeanor often serves as the finest disguise. Who would suspect that this seemingly innocuous person is, in fact, a loyal acolyte of Voldemort, a seasoned Death Eater? Yet, in my view, his disguise bears telltale signs. Ye Shu's assertion jolted Dumbledore. Both he and others had previously overlooked this glaring truth. Indeed, I am growing old. Such an obvious detail had eluded me, Dumbledore murmured. In truth, I had not considered it at first either. My suspicion towards Quirrell stemmed from a small gift you presented to Harry on Christmas Day. Dumbledore smiled. Knowing well the camaraderie between Ye Shu and Harry, a bond he wholeheartedly endorsed. Both Ye Shu and Harry were individuals he held in high regard, one destined to be his chosen successor, the other the prophesied child, a formidable weapon against Voldemort. The harmonious relationship between two individuals brings immense joy to Dumbledore, and now, with Ye Shu's remarks, it is evident that he has grasped the significance of the gift he bestowed upon Harry. On Christmas night, Ye Shu conveyed to Dumbledore all the words Harry had shared with him. To an outsider, this might merely seem like Quirrell's peculiar behavior. Yet for both Ye Shu and Dumbledore, their insights were profound. What others might overlook, they perceived as clues. Additionally, there was Hagrid. A few days prior, he encountered a rather strange individual while out, someone who piqued his interest significantly. It is well known that Hagrid has long desired to raise a dragon, a fact familiar to most professors at the school. Surprisingly, he met a mysterious figure in a black cloak who possessed a dragon egg. This individual seemed deeply knowledgeable about magical creatures and engaged Hagrid in extensive discussions regarding their care. As one might expect, Hagrid's nature tends to lead him to speak indiscreetly, especially after a few drinks while discussing magical beasts. At this point, both Ye Shu and Dumbledore shared a wry smile. What did Hagrid inadvertently reveal? He disclosed essential insights into the care of a three-headed dog, particularly that Fluffy falls asleep upon hearing music. Oh, that big oaf. This cannot stand. I must implement additional protective measures, for we cannot ascertain whether the existing ones have been compromised. Dumbledore covered his face with his hand, at a loss for words, realizing that the initial safeguard of the Philosopher's Stone was no longer secure. Chapter 46, Dragon Rider? Dumbledore hurried away. For although the evidence provided by Ye Shu pointed squarely at Quirrell, the latter had not revealed any overt flaws, making it impossible to act against him. To strike now would likely alert the serpent, and if Voldemort were to escape amidst the chaos, capturing him would become exceedingly challenging. Thus, the only course of action left was to enhance the protective barriers, ideally with significantly more formidable defenses. Furthermore, during this interval, it was imperative to lay a comprehensive trap. Should Voldemort reveal himself, even if we could not vanquish him, we must ensure he remains confined, unable to execute his nefarious schemes. For the additional defenses, Ye Shu contemplated the Mirror of Ariste, a truly extraordinary artifact. Even with his current magical prowess, he could not decipher the mirror's principles, underscoring the formidable abilities of its creator. Dumbledore indeed proceeded to retrieve the Mirror of Ariste as the final guardian, for he could conceive of no other alternative. The Room of Requirement? As a former student of Hogwarts, Voldemort would undoubtedly be aware of its existence. It was likely that Quirrell had visited it several times unbeknownst to others. Old man, I have shared all I could. How events unfold now rests in your hands. We do not seek to annihilate Voldemort, for as long as the Horcruxes exist, he remains immortal. However, if we can ensnare him, we will devise a plan in due course. Voldemort, I hope you will appreciate this grand gift I have bestowed upon you. A cold smirk danced upon Ye Shu's lips. As the days passed, Quirrell became the focal point of attention for Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, albeit subtly, without raising his suspicions. Regrettably, Quirrell remained as exceptionally honest as ever, dedicating his days solely to attending classes and delving into various arcane studies. revealing no signs of abnormality. This led Professor McGonagall to question whether the information provided by Ye Shu was erroneous. During this time, Hagrid found himself embroiled in a minor calamity, incurring the school's ire. The dragon egg he had procured from a pub had hatched, but fortunately, without the interference of Harry and his friends, and thus, devoid of Malfoy's scrutiny. Consequently, the newly hatched dragon was secretly nurtured by Hagrid within his little hut, and he named it Norbert. Dumbledore was aware of Hagrid's acquisition of a dragon egg. However, his preoccupation with establishing new challenges and guarding against Quirrell caused him to forget about it. As time wore on, Hagrid's pet dragon grew rapidly, and the small wooden hut could no longer contain its antics. Moreover, given that it was a fire-breathing dragon and Hagrid's dwelling was constructed of wood, filled with wooden furnishings, the outcome was all too predictable. One day, while students were attending classes, Hagrid's hut erupted in a thunderous explosion, capturing the attention of all students and professors alike. They rushed to the windows and corridors to gaze upon Hagrid's abode, witnessing a young fire dragon soaring skyward, flames erupting from its jaws as it danced freely in the air. On the ground, Hagrid's other dog, Fong, frantically bolted from the debris, its tail ablaze. Hagrid was absent, patrolling the Forbidden Forest, where unicorns continued to be hunted, prompting him to intensify his vigilance, which inadvertently provided Norbert the opportunity to rebel. "Oh, Hagrid, you have truly messed up." Ye Shu shook his head, aware that Hagrid was in for a rough time. Although Dumbledore's presence would prevent expulsion, a reprimand was inevitable. "Look, it's a dragon." "Goodness, we have a dragon at our school, and I had no idea," exclaimed a student. "That's Hagrid's hut. He actually sleeps with a dragon. How cool is Hagrid? I want to raise a dragon too. Can I ask Hagrid? Will he show me his dragon?" The students buzzed with excitement, a gaggle of young wizards, who were most familiar with tales of valiant heroes vanquishing dragons and the legendary encounters between wizards and these mythical beasts. Thus, rather than fear, they felt a thrill of exhilaration. "Look, the dragon seems to be flying towards us. Am I going to get a close-up encounter with a dragon? I want to ride it and soar through the skies." The students envisioned the exhilarating prospect of riding the great beast until the fire dragon approached, unleashing a torrent of flames, causing them to scatter in a panic. All students swiftly returned to the classroom and refrained from wandering outside. The professors were preoccupied with soothing the startled students, their faces betraying a bittersweet smile. Did these students truly believe that dragons were gentle creatures? It was only due to the prolonged care of Hagrid that this particular dragon displayed a modicum of familiarity with humans. Otherwise, it would have long since unleashed its ferocious maw and embarked on a rampage. "Hagrid, oh Hagrid, it seems I must once again clean up your mess." Ye Sh sighed inwardly, summoning his flying broom to soar towards the fire dragon. If this commotion continued, who could predict the havoc it might wreak upon Hogwarts? The professors hesitated to intervene solely because this was Hagrid's dragon, feeling reluctant to employ any forceful measures. Otherwise, any one of them could easily dispatch it with a well-placed spell. Whoosh! Ye Sh's speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he caught up with the airborne fire dragon. Having previously encountered Noboru, the dragon did not regard him as a target for attack. "Enough. Return to your senses, or I shall turn you into roasted dragon meat. After all, I have yet to savor the taste of dragon flesh." A glint of cold determination flickered in Ye Sh's eyes. Sensing his murderous intent, Noboru abruptly turned its head and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards him, seeking death. With a flash of icy resolve, Ye Sh leapt from his broom, landing directly upon Noboru's back, his legs clamping tightly while his arms encircled the dragoness neck. "Descend at once, or I shall show no mercy." Roar! Noboru bellowed towards the heavens, its pride forbidding anyone from riding upon its back, as it attempted to dislodge Ye Sh. Alas, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not succeed. Ye Sh clung to its form as if glued in place. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Sh freed one hand and began to pummel Noboru's head relentlessly. Though Noboru's physique surpassed that of a human, Ye Sh had cast an enhancement spell upon himself, his arms now gleaming with a metallic sheen. Each strike resonated with a thunderous roar from Noboru, and after a relentless barrage of blows, the dragon's head became increasingly dazed, losing its stability in flight. Whimper, whimper. A sound akin to a puppy's whine emerged from its massive jaws. Noboru, frightened and overwhelmed, hastily dove towards the ground, landing in a rather undignified manner. Incredible! How magnificent! Senior Ye Sh has become a dragon rider. He single-handedly subdued a dragon, a tempestuous fire dragon, no less. I don't care, from now on. Dragon rider Ye Sh shall be my idol. Ye Sh's display garnered the admiration of numerous students. Indeed, a powerful wizard could defeat a dragon, albeit this one was merely a juvenile. However, let us not forget that to outsiders, it appeared as though he had not employed any spells throughout the ordeal, solely relying on his physical prowess to conquer a dragon, a feat unprecedented for a wizard. To duel such a creature, am I courting death? Thankfully, I did not act on a moment of impulsiveness. At Hufflepuff House, Cedric gazed at the imposing Ye-Sh, recalling how he had nearly succumbed to a moment of folly in challenging him to a duel in hopes of winning Cho Chang's favor. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Alas, Cho, were you truly attempting to take my life? Cedric shook his head with a bitter smile, uncertain of what to do. Chapter 47. Are you certain you wish to participate? Ultimately, Norbert was sent away. Hogwarts was never meant to be his home. Dumbledore had entrusted him to Romania, where Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, a graduate of Gryffindor, had been studying dragons for several years. With him there, Norbert would be well cared for. On the day Norbert was sent away, Hagrid wept uncontrollably, embracing Norbert with fervor, reluctant to let anyone take him. Raising a dragon had always been Hagrid's dream. And after finally realizing it, he was faced with a forced separation just days later. He could hardly bear it. Ultimately, it was Ye-Sho who could no longer watch and unexpectedly delivered a swift blow to Hagrid from behind, inducing a forced slumber to bring the farce to an end. Hagrid's punishment was pronounced for privately harboring such a perilous creature as a dragon within the school, which nearly resulted in catastrophic consequences. He was fined a semester's salary. Moreover, he was publicly reprimanded at the assembly to serve as a cautionary example for the entire faculty and student body. Following this incident, Ye-Sho became the subject of much discussion within the school. Riding a dragon was a dream for many, and even among wizards, regardless of their powerful backgrounds. It was not something one could simply do. Since the establishment of the Magical Creatures Protection Act, the rights of many magical beings had been safeguarded, especially considering the inherent danger of dragons, which would render most wizards mere fodder in their presence. Thus, when Ye-Sho mounted the dragon, he became the most dazzling figure in all of Hogwarts, second only to Dumbledore, who possessed a phoenix. At this moment, Ye-Sho was not alone in Dumbledore's office. Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, and Snape were also present, making a total of 5 individuals gathered to discuss something significant. It was not merely Hagrid and Ye-Sho. The convergence of the 3 great heads of the academy, the bee, the bat, and the cat, indicated that it was no ordinary matter. Should outsiders learn of this, it would likely astonish many, for they were deliberating the capture of Voldemort. Indeed, they were strategizing how to seize and seal him while he was in a weakened state. Hagrid, based on recent months' observations, noted that Voldemort had occasionally been seen in the Forbidden Forest, feeding on unicorn blood to sustain his life. Following previous patterns, Voldemort was expected to seek unicorn blood again in the coming days. How have you arranged the task I assigned you? Dumbledore inquired, looking first at Hagrid, who, as the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, possessed unparalleled familiarity with its depths. It has been arranged, Hagrid replied, having finally emerged from the sorrow of losing Norbert. Aided by Ye-Sho's encouragement through the delights of Eastern cuisine, Hagrid's immense form sank deeply into the sofa as he tousled his unruly hair and spoke in a low, rumbling voice to Dumbledore. I have successfully contacted Firenze from the Centaur clan. He will arrange for his kin to assist us in tracking down Voldemort's whereabouts. Additionally, there is Aragog. Although you all may harbor disdain for him, he is a good creature. Upon discussing this matter with him, he unhesitatingly agreed to lend his support. Aragog will mobilize all his offspring to conduct a thorough search across every inch of land. As you know, while Aragog's children may not possess great individual combat prowess, their sheer numbers are unrivaled in the Forbidden Forest. Even the most formidable dragons would think twice before confronting Aragog's brood, given time. It would be the unfortunate dragon that meets its demise. Aragog has been Hagrid's pet for 50 years, but due to the machinations of Voldemort years ago, Aragog was forced to flee into the Forbidden Forest, leading to Hagrid's expulsion from the school and a prohibition on his use of a wand. Had it not been for Dumbledore's staunch defense of Hagrid, he might have found himself incarcerated in Azkaban. After becoming the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid assisted Aragog in finding a mate, and now, after half a century, Aragog's spider colony has grown into one of the largest factions in the Forbidden Forest. When it comes to tracking prey, Aragog's clan is undoubtedly among the most proficient in the woods. Very well, if that is the case, our mission may commence. However, little one, are you certain you wish to join us? Know that we are hunting Voldemort. Though he is currently weakened, none can foresee what tricks he may have up his sleeve, and I cannot guarantee your safety. This endeavor is exceedingly perilous. I even permit Hagrid to discreetly use his wand in times of danger. So, have you made your decision? Dumbledore glanced at Ye Shu, his expression intricate. This time, Dumbledore had not intended to involve Ye Shu in the mission and had not informed him, so Ye Shu learned of this endeavor through Hagrid and rushed over. Professor Dumbledore, I have previously stated that excessive protection does not facilitate swift growth. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse, no matter how radiant, is but a moment away from destruction when faced with the tempest outside. Students at school are akin to flowers in a greenhouse. Without experiencing storms, they can never truly flourish. The students of Hogwarts have never shied away from adversity. Even against Voldemort, we shall triumph. For we are graced with the presence of the greatest wizard of our time. Ye Shu's determination was resolute. He insisted on participating in this mission alongside everyone else. Indeed, Ye Shu is correct. What of Voldemort? Ultimately, we shall prevail against him. Hagrid was inspired by Ye Shu's words and boisterously echoed his sentiment, only to receive a disapproving glance from Professor McGonagall, which quickly subdued him. I concur with Ye Shu. He should partake in this mission. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, granting her approval for Ye Shu's involvement. Although I find this young man rather disagreeable, I must concede that his words hold a significant truth. It is evident to all that you intend to position him as your successor as headmaster. If that is indeed the case, he cannot shy away from this battle, for it is an essential rite of passage on the path to becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts. Naturally, should he tragically perish in this endeavor, it would merely indicate his lack of worthiness. Even Severus Snape, who has consistently held a disdain for Ye Shu, has taken the rare step of speaking in his favor, albeit with less than flattering remarks. Very well, since there is unanimous consent, Ye Shu, you shall be one of the members of the team tasked with capturing Voldemort. Of course, for the sake of safety, do your utmost to remain within my sight at all times. Ultimately, Dumbledore acquiesced to Ye Shu's participation in this mission. Chapter 48, The Hunt in the Forbidden Forest. Led by Dumbledore, the team comprised of Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, Professor Snape, head of Slytherin, along with Ye Shu and Hagrid, stealthily entered the Forbidden Forest with the intent of apprehending Voldemort. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, and Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw remained at the castle to avert any internal disturbances. Do not underestimate the fighting prowess of these two, given sufficient time. Professor Sprout can weave an intricate web of plants. The Devil's Snare, which guards the second chamber of the Philosopher's Stone, is a testament to her skill. As for Professor Flitwick, many dismiss him due to his modest height, yet few realize that he was once the champion of the Hogwarts dueling club in his youth. Although age has tempered him, his magical abilities have not waned. Rather, they have grown deeper with the passage of time. With such formidable guardians stationed at Hogwarts, even a Voldemort in his prime would find it challenging to breach their defenses. As the sun dipped below the horizon that evening, the students finished their dinner in the Great Hall and cheerfully returned to their dormitories, blissfully unaware that 5 figures of varying heights and builds were stealthily venturing into the depths of the Forbidden Forest under the cover of night. Within the dark woods, Ye Shu and his companions found themselves amidst the territory of Aragog, surrounded by an array of spiders both large and small, as well as silken webs. A colossal acromantula, its size comparable to that of a small automobile, descended from a towering ancient tree, presenting itself before the group. "Oh, Aragog, my friend," Hagrid exclaimed, extending his arms to embrace his old companion, who reciprocated by enveloping Hagrid within its formidable pincers, their heads brushing against one another in a display of affection. The bond between Hagrid and Aragog has long transcended mere friendship. They would go to great lengths for one another. "Hello, Aragog, it's good to see you again. Look, this time I've brought you quite a feast." With that, Ye Shu hurled several enormous wild boar carcasses to the ground, igniting a surge of excitement in Aragog, who promptly seized one to devour, while distributing the remainder among its offspring. Ye Shu was not unfamiliar with Aragog. After becoming acquainted with Hagrid, he had met Aragog under Hagrid's guidance. Interestingly, during their first encounter, Aragog mistook Ye Shu for a late-night snack brought by Hagrid for his offspring, and a swarm of spiders encircled him, causing his hair to stand on end. Fortunately, Hagrid intervened in time, preventing a conflict. Ye Shu subsequently met Aragog several more times, and as their relationship grew, he began to bring food as a token of goodwill. This was the reason for his journey accompanied by wild boars. Were they intended to feed the spiders? Snape regarded Ye Shu with a haughty demeanor, finally grasping why he had hunted several ordinary wild boars along the way. Naturally, one cannot request favors from others empty-handed, especially when one is a guest in another's abode. Bringing gifts is a matter of courtesy. Professor Snape, it must be said, you would do well to study the nuances of etiquette. I recommend you familiarize yourself with the customs of the East. Ye Shu playfully chided Snape, harboring no illusions about receiving any warmth in return. Humph. Snape let out a cold huff and fell silent. In truth, Ye Shu was somewhat surprised by Snape's participation in this endeavor. Although he was Dumbledore's man, that was a covert matter, apart from Dumbledore. No one was aware that Snape was a pawn hidden among Voldemort's ranks. Should this mission to capture Voldemort succeed, Snape's status as a pawn would become irrelevant, allowing him to openly declare his allegiance to Dumbledore. However, if they were to fail, how would Snape face Voldemort afterward? Ye Shu could not fathom how Dumbledore could overlook this possibility. What was the old man truly plotting? Aragog, I entrust this matter to you. Rally your progeny. If we can capture him, it would be a significant victory, and we might even clear the unjust blame we have endured. I do not wish to carry that burden for life, only to meet an unjust end. Hagrid patted Aragog's large head, his tone somewhat somber. Aragog let out a low hiss, and the dark forest was suddenly filled with the rustling sounds of countless spiders scuttling. 50 years prior, Voldemort, then a mere student, had opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk within, resulting in the death of a student, the ghostly moaning Myrtle. To protect his secret, Voldemort had framed Hagrid and Aragog for the incident, forcing Aragog into hiding within the Forbidden Forest and leading to Hagrid's expulsion from school. Now, capturing Voldemort would finally absolve both Ye Shu and Aragog of their grievances. As the spiders poured forth, the surroundings fell into a hushed stillness, and the 5 bored companions sat quietly on the ground, awaiting news from the spiders. They waited the entire night, until dawn broke the following day. Yet there was still no word from the spider regarding the mysterious individual. Clearly, the 5 had not been fortunate enough to encounter Voldemort on their first day. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to return to the school, for Voldemort only hunted unicorns at night, rendering their presence in the Forbidden Forest during the day utterly futile. Moreover, should Dumbledore and the others remain absent from public view for several consecutive days, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. As night fell on the second day, the 5 reconvened and ventured once more into the dark forest, only to emerge empty-handed again. Then came the third day, and the fourth. After 4 consecutive days of fruitless attempts, their exhaustion was palpable. During the day, they attended classes, and at night, they hunted Voldemort, leading to a significant depletion of their mental energy. Only their considerable magical prowess allowed them to endure. Any other individual would have long since succumbed to fatigue. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy, for unicorns were not exclusive to the Forbidden Forest. If Voldemort deemed the school unsafe and sought to hunt unicorns elsewhere, their efforts over the past few days would be rendered futile. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, voicing her concerns. Let us rest well during the day tomorrow and embark on our final hunt at night. If Voldemort does not appear, we shall devise an alternative plan. Dumbledore sighed, acutely aware that their hunting endeavor was likely to be abandoned. The next day, rejuvenated from their rest, the 5 intended to make one last attempt at hunting. However, an unexpected letter disrupted their plans. Chapter 49, Drawing the Tiger from its Lair? An urgent missive from the Ministry of Magic compelled the 5 to cancel their final hunting expedition. Ye Shu was unaware of the letter's contents, but upon reading it, Dumbledore's expression grew grave. He then proceeded to reduce the letter to ashes, clearly indicating that its contents were not meant for external eyes. The Ministry has pressing matters that require my attention. Thus, this hunting plan must be temporarily shelved, he lamented, regret etched across his features. Despite their considerable efforts, they had failed to capture Voldemort, or even catch a glimpse of him, marking this endeavor as a disheartening failure. Perhaps it was simply fate. The time for his demise had not yet arrived. Professor McGonagall also sighed, her eyes reflecting the same sense of regret. Very well, I must take my leave. You are all responsible for the affairs of the school during my absence. In this time, you must safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. With that, Dumbledore stepped into the fireplace, tossing in a handful of flue powder. A flash of green flames engulfed him, and he vanished in an instant. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. Now, return and rest well. It is imperative that the details of our recent activities remain confidential, especially you, Hagrid. You must guard your tongue and not let anything slip. As the deputy headmistress, McGonagall held the highest authority in Dumbledore's absence. She fixed Hagrid with a stern gaze, her expression serious. Why are you looking at me? I assure you, I will keep my mouth shut. Hagrid felt a tinge of embarrassment, acutely aware of his propensity to let slip his thoughts. Being singled out by Professor McGonagall at that moment only heightened his discomfort. Perhaps we should cast a forgetfulness charm on Hagrid, to prevent any inadvertent disclosures. Ye Sh suggested with a mischievous grin. I find this proposal quite commendable. Professor Flitwick nodded in enthusiastic agreement with his student. Even the usually stoic Snape allowed himself a rare jest. Oh no, you cannot be serious. Ye Sh, do not attempt to evade your obligations. I am well aware that you wish to renege on those 3 meals you owe me. During their venture into the Forbidden Forest, Ye Sh had wished to acquire several acromantula for research purposes. However, his relationship with Aragog had yet to reach a level of familiarity sufficient for such a request. Thus, he sought Hagrid's assistance in procuring a few spiders. The endeavor proved successful, as Aragog seldom denied Hagrid's requests, especially for merely a handful of offspring, considering he had thousands at his disposal. Moreover, Aragog recognized the strength of the individuals before him. Their approach was one of negotiation, demonstrating profound respect. Given this courtesy, he would not be so impolite as to refuse. Seizing the opportunity, Hagrid extorted from Ye Sh a promise of 3 distinct Oriental meals, believing Ye Sh's current proposal was merely an attempt to evade his debt. Enough jesting. After several nights of hard work, it is time for us to retire and rest properly. Professors, I bid you farewell. Ye Sh offered a slight bow and was the first to exit the headmaster's office. Flitwick, I envy your student immensely. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he is also so courteous. Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff expressed her admiration. Ye Sh was undoubtedly the ideal student every professor desired, notwithstanding his few shortcomings. But your Cedric from Hufflepuff is equally commendable, a fine young man indeed. While he may not quite measure up to Ye Sh, he is still impressive. Flitwick feigned modesty, yet his pride was unmistakable. As Ye Sh stepped out of the headmaster's office, his expression abruptly shifted to one of grave concern. A troubling thought crossed his mind. He recalled from the original story that after Harry and his friends sensed someone was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, they sought to inform Dumbledore, only to be told by Professor McGonagall that he had been summoned by the Ministry of Magic. It was exceedingly rare for the Ministry to seek Dumbledore's assistance on a whim. In nearly 4 years of attending school, Ye Sh had never before witnessed Dumbledore being called upon by the Ministry. Thus, it was plausible that Quirrell's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone was imminent, perhaps even occurring that very night. Ye Sh began to suspect that there were agents of Voldemort within the Ministry, covertly coordinating with Quirrell to deliberately divert Dumbledore, thus creating this opportunity for mischief. A clever scheme indeed. Did you truly believe that by relocating Dumbledore, there would be no one left within the school to thwart your ambitions? Did you naively assume that this was still your dominion, Voldemort? Such innocence. The likelihood that Voldemort would strike tonight is palpable. However, he cannot openly disclose his intentions to the faculty, as it remains merely conjecture without substantial evidence. The professors have already toiled tirelessly for several nights in an attempt to corner Voldemort within the Forbidden Forest, only to yield no results and find themselves utterly exhausted. It is essential to recognize that the professors are of advanced age. Even the youngest among them, Severus Snape, is in his 40s, long past the days of youthful exuberance. Suddenly, the tranquil corridor was pierced by the sound of hurried footsteps, eliciting a look of surprise from Ye Shu. This was the headmaster's office area, and everyone at Hogwarts was aware that even the most mischievous of students would not dare to frolic here. So, who could be approaching? As several figures rounded the corner, Ye Shu discerned that it was none other than Harry and his companions. What brings you here in such haste? Ye Shu inquired, furrowing his brow at the trio. Ye Shu, it's wonderful to see you. We finally found someone we can talk to, exclaimed Harry, his urgency palpable. It's bad news. We just saw Quirrell sneaking down the third-floor corridor. He must be trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We need to inform Professor Dumbledore immediately to prevent Quirrell from succeeding. It turned out that ever since Harry and his friends noticed Quirrell's peculiar behavior, they had taken to stealthily following him. Thanks to their invisibility cloak, Quirrell had been blissfully unaware of Harry's pursuit. Just moments ago, while tailing Quirrell, Harry had observed him evading all others and surreptitiously entering the forbidden room on the 3rd floor. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Harry quickly summoned Hermione and Ron, seeking the assistance of the professors. However, after searching high and low, they found not even Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, nor any other heads of houses. In desperation, the trio made their way to the headmaster's office, intent on relaying this urgent news to Dumbledore. Chapter 50. Voldemort takes action. Regrettably, you are too late, Dumbledore, Ye Shu said, spreading his hands in resignation. Children, you should be able to surmise the rest. Oh my, is this truly the case? How utterly unbelievable. The shock was evident. This is Dumbledore we are talking about. How could he simply perish? This is an unfathomable tragedy. With Dumbledore gone, who in the wizarding world can possibly stand against Voldemort? No, Ron exclaimed in terror, clutching his head. Ron, what nonsense are you uttering? Dumbledore could never be dead. That is simply impossible. Hermione and Harry interjected hurriedly, trying to silence Ron. If his words were to spread, it could incite great turmoil, and the three of them would certainly face dire consequences. Suddenly, a hefty tome struck Ron squarely in the face, leaving him bewildered and staring blankly at Ye Shu, unsure why he had been struck. Who told you Dumbledore is dead? Ye Shu wore a stern expression as he cast a disapproving glance at Ron. Did you not say anything about Dumbledore? After a moment of contemplation, it appeared that Ye Shu indeed had not mentioned Dumbledore at all, leaving Ron momentarily taken aback. An urgent message had just arrived from the Ministry of Magic, requiring Dumbledore's assistance, which explained his absence from the school. Where do you think he has gone? Ye Shu continued. Gryffindor is showing contempt for its superior, hence, I shall deduct 50 points. With an icy demeanor, he imposed the penalty on Gryffindor. Oh no, Ron exclaimed, cradling his head in despair, truly at a loss for words this time. Ye Shu secretly chuckled to himself. His intention was merely to play a prank on the trio, but he had not anticipated Ron's reaction. Since such was the case, it was quite opportune for him to deduct their points. In the original tale, the trio had consistently deprived Gryffindor of points, yet in the end, due to Dumbledore's favoritism, they still managed to secure the top position in the house. Ye Shu was determined to see if, by deducting a few more points, they would still remain the highest-scoring house. As for Quirrell, Ye Shu harbored no concerns about him obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had concealed the object within the mirror of Ariste. The more Quirrell, or Voldemort, sought to acquire it, the more elusive it would become. As long as Harry did not guard the secret chamber of the Philosopher's Stone, even if Quirrell shattered the mirror of Erased. He would be unable to obtain the stone. However, could Harry really refrain from intervening? Ye Shu certainly would not allow that. Children, you must return now. I need to discuss this matter with the professors. Do not act on your own accord, such as trailing Quirrell into the secret chamber. There are numerous traps within. The first challenge, while solvable through music, is followed by the devil's snare, which fears light, and the third requires finding the correct key. The final challenge consists of wizard's chess. All these trials are exceedingly perilous. One misstep could result in death. Therefore, return swiftly and leave these matters to the professors. Understood? With that, Ye Shu disregarded the trio and made his way toward the headmaster's office. What shall we do, Harry? Ron inquired anxiously. By the time Senior Ye Shu informs the professors and they arrive, Quirrell may have already secured the Philosopher's Stone and fled. Hermione, don't you agree? Hermione, what are you thinking? Ron fretted, scratching his head as he glanced at Hermione, who appeared deep in thought, her brow furrowed. Harry, do you sense it? Yes. Ye Shu seems to be acting rather deliberately. Although I do not comprehend his motives, at least we now know what challenges lie ahead. Let us proceed to the secret chamber on the 3rd floor. With that, Harry and Hermione turned and dashed toward the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone, leaving Ron bewildered and trailing behind. What are you all even talking about? Hey, wait for me. Ron sprinted a few steps to catch up with Harry and Hermione. Even though he had no idea what they were discussing, he simply followed along. At the other end of the corridor, Ye Shu suddenly peered out. Observing the 3 little ones darting away, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had only mentioned the first 4 challenges, intentionally omitting the final trial involving the Heiress Mirror. Thus, they remained oblivious to the fact that even if Quirrell were to enter, he would be unable to decipher the mirror's secrets to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. The essence of the Heiress Mirror was such that it could not be unraveled by those blinded by desire, like Voldemort or Quirrell, rendering any attempts to destroy it futile. As for Harry's safety, Ye Shu had no cause for concern. He bore a protective charm that would shield him from harm until he reached adulthood. Any who dared to approach him would merely be courting their own demise. This was precisely why Dumbledore chose to place young Harry with the Dursleys. Only in the presence of blood relatives could the protective charm continually replenish its power. Otherwise, as Professor McGonagall had stated 11 years ago, once word spread, numerous esteemed families within the Wizarding World would eagerly seek to adopt the still infant Harry. Ah, Voldemort, you may entertain yourself with these 3 little ones for a while longer. A surprise awaits you shortly. With that, Ye Shu made his way back to the headmaster's office, where the heads of the 4 houses were slowly emerging. Upon encountering Ye Shu's return, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Young man, what brings you back? Have you forgotten something? Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Esteemed professors, Quirrell has entered the chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone. According to reliable sources, he entered alone, confirming our earlier speculation that Voldemort has possessed him, which is why we have been unable to trace his movements. The moment he spoke, the 4 were struck with shock, unable to fathom that action had been taken so swiftly after Dumbledore's departure. Oh, curse it. Had I known, we should have acted decisively and detained Quirrell earlier. So, what are you all waiting for? Move quickly. Sprout, you and Snape set up barriers outside to prevent his escape. Flitwick, let us proceed inside to apprehend Voldemort. With the mightiest Dumbledore absent, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Professor McGonagall swiftly orchestrated all necessary arrangements. Wait, Professor McGonagall. I wish to enter the chamber and confront Voldemort. Ye Shu stepped forward, his gaze resolutely fixed on her. Young man, Flitwick began, intending to interject. But knowing Ye Shu well, he recognized the determination within him and sighed. Very well, but you must take care of yourself. We cannot afford to divert our attention to protect you. After a brief moment of hesitation, Professor McGonagall acquiesced to Ye Shu's request. Chapter 51, Fluent in Canine Tongue? When the group arrived at the 3rd floor chamber, they discovered the door had already been opened. Fluffy, Ye Shu was the first to enter, softly calling to the awakening 3-headed dog. Upon seeing him, Fluffy's massive tail wagged vigorously. The sound of its tail thumping against the walls echoed, dislodging countless fragments of stone. Suddenly, Lu Wei's expression shifted dramatically. 3 enormous heads simultaneously opened their mouths, revealing gleaming, sharp white teeth as they menacingly fixated on the space behind Ye Shu. Oh, dear friends, do not be alarmed. They are all allies. Professor McGonagall followed closely into the chamber, prompting the vigilant Lu Wei to assume a defensive stance. After all, while Lu Wei was acquainted with Ye Shu, he was unfamiliar with Professor McGonagall and her companions, particularly upon seeing Snape. The malevolence in Lu Wei's 3 pairs of eyes intensified. Lu Wei distinctly remembered this long-haired figure, clad entirely in black, who had previously intruded uninvited, and had even been bitten by him during that encounter. Oh no, it appears someone has entered. In the corner of the room stood a harp, and the expressions of Professor McGonagall and her colleagues shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lu Wei, you have failed in your duty. Ye Shu scolded gently. patting one of Lu Wei's massive heads, though his tone bore little reproach. Ultimately, it was Hagrid who had revealed Lu Wei's vulnerabilities, and thus the blame could not rest solely on Lu Wei's shoulders. Mournfully, the three dog heads of Lu Wei displayed a human-like expression of grievance before he began to bark loudly, seemingly conveying a message to Ye Shu. Oh, is that so? Ah, it's nothing to fret over. You spared them? Thankfully. They are my companions, sent to thwart the adversary. With each bark from Lu Wei, Ye Shu responded in kind, their conversation flowing effortlessly between man and beast. The emblem of Slytherin is Parseltongue. What is this peculiar occurrence? Has Ravenclaw perhaps developed a means to communicate with canines? Snape remarked haughtily, leaving the other professors at a loss for words, while Professor Flitwick's mouth twitched, internally cursing Snape for his veiled insults. Esteemed professors, Lu Wei conveyed. It was Quirrell who hypnotized it with music, leading to the subsequent intrusion. Later, Harry and his companions arrived, likely intending to confront Voldemort using their own strength. Having spent considerable time with me, they bore my essence, which led Lu Wei to perceive them as allies, allowing their safe passage. Indeed, unlike the original narrative where they nearly became snacks for the three heads, this time, thanks to Ye Shu, Lu Wei refrained from attacking the trio upon awakening, permitting them to enter unharmed. What? Harry and the others have entered? They must be out of their minds. Professor McGonagall and her colleagues exchanged alarmed glances. While a fleeting glimmer of anxiety passed through Snape's otherwise stoic demeanor, a momentary flicker that Ye Shu keenly observed. Oh no, we must hurry and prevent these three mischief makers. McGonagall commanded. Sprout, Snape, you shall remain outside while the three of us venture in to apprehend Voldemort. With that, Professor McGonagall strode purposefully toward the underground passage. Wait. I believe it is prudent for me to accompany you. After all, the most effective strategy would be to corner Voldemort in the basement. In such circumstances, an additional ally increases our chances of success, does it not? Snape spoke with an unwavering countenance, yet Ye Shu perceived the turmoil within him. The phrase the merrier sounded so grandiloquent, but it merely masked his desire to ascertain Harry's safety. Very well, let it be arranged this way. Sprout, the outside is in your hands. With a flicker of light, Professor McGonagall and her trio cast the illumination charm and leaped into the abyss below. As the architects of the challenges, they were well aware of how to navigate each trial. With their corresponding spells invoked, the four traversed the obstacles with remarkable speed. Where are those three little rascals? Have they truly outrun us? Ye Shu, with unwavering conviction, responded, I assure you, they have entered. They had successfully passed the third trial. Yet still no trace of Harry and his companions appeared, causing a flicker of anxiety in Professor McGonagall. I am certain, Lu Wei would not err. Ye Shu affirmed with a nod. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth as if to voice her concerns, but ultimately restrained herself. She had intended to express her fear not of Lu Wei's potential mistake, but of Ye Shu's own. The disparity between human and canine communication was indeed no jest. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound pierced the silence, clear and distinct in the quiet chamber. Someone's here. The four exchanged glances, tightening their grips on their wands. Their expressions taut with tension. Snape's face betrayed an unmistakable urgency and concern. If the visitor were Voldemort, had Harry already met his demise? Should that be the case, Lily's soul lineage would be severed, leaving him bereft of solace when he eventually passed, with nothing to offer her in terms of forgiveness. Oh Ron, you are too heavy. I warned you to eat less. You truly ought to lose some weight. A childish voice echoed through the dimly lit basement, revealing Hermione dragging the unconscious Ron, straining to move him towards safety, which brought a collective sigh of relief from the group. Miss Granger, how is Ron faring? Professor McGonagall's voice startled Hermione, and upon recognizing her, she rushed into Ye Shu's embrace, weeping. Oh, Ye Shu, Ron sacrificed himself to allow Harry to pass through the wizard's chess. He was struck and has lost consciousness. Harry followed him in, and Professor Quirrell has already entered. You must hurry to rescue him. Thus, Hermione, the intellectual pillar among the trio, succinctly articulated the dire situation. You three have truly been reckless. Once this tumult concludes, I shall have words with you. Now, Miss Granger, take Mr. Weasley and find a concealed corner to hide. No matter what sounds you hear next, do not reveal yourselves. Everyone else, we move. The faint glow of Professor McGonagall's wand illuminated the path as she charged toward the final chamber. However, swifter still was Snape, his black robes billowing behind him like a great bat in the shadows. Chapter 52. The veil is lifted, the truth revealed. In the final chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone, torches flickered along the walls, illuminating the space as brightly as daylight. At the heart of the chamber stood a colossal mirror, towering above a person. Its design exquisitely archaic. This was the mirror of Ariste. Before the mirror, a tall figure awaited. Upon entering the chamber, Harry was met with this striking scene. Harry Potter, you have finally arrived. I initially believed you would falter at the challenges outside, yet here you stand, having succeeded. Should I commend your abilities? or lament the incompetence of the professors at your school, who allowed a mere child to effortlessly overcome their obstacles. Oh, it seems you are the only one to have entered. The other two remain outside. Have they perished? The figure turned, revealing itself to be Quirrell. However, he had shed his previous guise, no longer appearing timid but radiating confidence and arrogance. It is indeed you. You are a servant of Voldemort. I had assumed it was someone else, Harry exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Having attended numerous defense against the dark arts classes, he had always perceived Quirrell favorably. Quirrell had been the first to approach him in the pub, yet now he had transformed into Voldemort's minion. You thought it was Snape, did you? Indeed. He appears to be the quintessential villain. With him around, who would suspect the poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? Quirrell mimicked his usual timid demeanor. But that day during the Quidditch match, Snape clearly intended to kill me. Harry protested, reluctant to accept that Snape might truly be innocent, leading him to voice this inquiry. Oh, no, dear child, it was I who wished to kill you. Had it not been for Snape's cloak catching fire that day, causing him to stumble into me, I would have succeeded. No incantation would have thwarted me. My power surpasses his. Quirrell's face twisted with rage as he recalled the thwarted plan, his heart brimming with resentment at having come so close to eliminating a lifelong adversary for Voldemort. You claim Snape wished to save me? Could it be that the words of that senior student, Ye Shu, were indeed accurate? So, the troll on Halloween was released by you? Snape's injury was to prevent you from stealing the Philosopher's Stone? Harry murmured, confusion enveloping him. The enemy he had long believed and had covertly saved him. While the seemingly unassuming defense against the dark arts professor had revealed himself as a pawn of the Dark Lord. How dramatically ironic. Who? Ye Shu? Oh, that wretched Eastern brat. Both he and you are my greatest concerns. In my eyes, the threat posed by that Eastern boy far surpasses that of you, the so-called savior. According to your earlier claims, he possesses not only formidable learning aptitude, but also an astute capacity for deduction, deducing everything. In light of recent events, I too have compiled my list of adversaries. However, those matters are for another time. My immediate priority is to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. What is the nature of this peculiar mirror? I have caught a glimpse of my innermost desires. I beheld myself in possession of the stone. Yet the means by which I obtained it eludes me. Quirrell's face was a canvas of confusion, evidently ensnared by the reflections of his own heart as projected by the mirror of Ariste. Utilize that boy, a raspy, ominous voice reverberated within the chamber. Harry, filled with trepidation, scanned his surroundings but discerned no one else apart from them. Quirrell, however, abruptly turned, glaring at Harry with a menacing expression. Come here, Potter. Quickly. Quirrell gestured towards Harry, his tone brooking no refusal. Harry was frantic. After all, Quirrell was a professor at the school, and his prowess was not to be underestimated. As a mere first-year student, how could he possibly gain an advantage in the presence of such authority? Before entering, Harry had not contemplated much. His sole focus had been on thwarting Quirrell from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Yet now, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Though he had entered, how could he possibly stop him? Should he engage with the few rudimentary spells he had mastered? Certainly not. The last curse Quirrell had cast had nearly been his undoing. It was likely that Quirrell could dispatch him with a mere flick of his wrist. Under the weight of Quirrell's gaze, Harry trembled as he approached the mirror of Ariste. Casting a timid glance at Quirrell, "Tell me, what do you see in the mirror?" Quirrell demanded. Harry swallowed hard, nervously focusing on the mirror. This was not his first encounter with it. In previous instances, he had only seen visions of his parents. He expected this occasion to yield similar results. But to his astonishment, the reflection began to move. In the mirror, he watched as his reflection reached into his pocket, and when it withdrew its hand, it clutched a stone, the very Philosopher's Stone that Quirrell coveted. Harry's eyes widened, and his breath quickened as the reflection winked at him before placing the stone back into its pocket. Instinctively, Harry felt his own pocket, surprised to find it unusually bulging, containing a solid object. What do you see? Quirrell inquired, urgency lacing his voice. He had already squandered considerable time, and if he did not secure the stone soon, he would have no escape when the school's inhabitants discovered his intentions. I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, victorious in the House Cup. Harry cleverly replied, spinning a web of deception. He's lying. Let me speak with him. The raspy voice echoed once more, now alarmingly close to Harry. Master, your strength is waning. With the utterance of this phrase, Quirrell's previously menacing demeanor transformed into one of submissiveness. It's all right. I still possess some strength, he retorted. Upon hearing this, Quirrell ceased his arguments and gradually unraveled the bandages from his head. As the bindings fell away, a grotesque and fearsome visage materialized before Harry. This horrifying face, situated atop Quirrell's skull, writhed incessantly with each breath he took. Chapter 53, A Fine Head. Harry Potter, we meet again. You are Voldemort? Although it was Harry's first encounter with Voldemort, his keen intellect immediately discerned the identity of his adversary. Indeed, look at what I have become. I languish within another's body. reduced to the state of a parasite, all thanks to you. Voldemort's voice dripped with venomous resentment. Had it not been for Harry, he might have already united the wizarding world or even led wizards in an assault on the Muggle realm. The blood of unicorns has granted me some strength, yet it cannot restore my corporeal form. But there is something that can. Voldemort's gaze pierced through to Harry, for that very object resided within Harry's pocket. Though Voldemort lacked the ability to extract the Philosopher's Stone directly from the mirror of Erist, he possessed the power to perceive Harry's subtle movements. Alarmed by this revelation, Harry instinctively turned to flee the chamber. Stop him. With a snap of his fingers, Quirrell ignited the torches within the chamber, blocking the path to freedom with fierce flames. Quirrell did not wield a wand. In the wizarding world, magic did not always require one, although such an approach would diminish its potency. However, against a first-year student like Harry, this level of magical intensity sufficed. Do not be foolish. Why seek your own demise? Simply hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and we shall share eternal life. Voldemort sought to recruit Harry as his ally, hoping that if the prophesied child served him, the prophecy of his own demise at Harry's hands would become irrelevant. This notion was a desperate strategy conceived by Voldemort after his failure a decade prior. Never. Yet Harry remained resolute. Though panic coursed through him, as a true Gryffindor, he would not bow down, especially considering that this dark wizard had slain his parents. Even if it meant death, Harry would not yield. Admirable courage. Your parents exhibited similar bravery. Tell me, Harry, do you wish to see your parents again? At the mention of his parents, Harry's heart clenched. Voldemort had struck a nerve. If we unite, we can bring them back to life. And all I require is a small favor in return. Harry understood precisely what Voldemort sought. Gazing at the reflections of his parents in the mirror of Erist, he reluctantly withdrew the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. Yes, just like that. In this world, the distinction between good and evil is of little consequence. What truly matters is power and the relentless pursuit of it. Bestow upon me the Philosopher's Stone, and we shall embark upon an unparalleled endeavor. Voldemort, with fervent persuasion, attempted to deceive Harry, knowing full well he had no means to resurrect Harry's parents. Even if resurrection were possible, it would not manifest in their true forms. He merely sought to manipulate the impressionable youth for his own ends. You lie? Harry exclaimed, the fervor in his voice betraying no hint of wavering resolve. Infuriated, Voldemort commanded, silence him. Faced with Harry's steadfastness, Voldemort grew impatient, intent on resolving the matter swiftly. Under Voldemort's urgings, Quirrell ascended, lunging towards Harry, his hand poised to strike. An unexpected interruption ensued. A sudden voice shattered the tension, as an invisible barrier materialized between Harry and Quirrell, who collided headlong into it. Thud! Quirrell's bald head met the unseen shield with a resounding thump, echoing ominously. Agonizing pain coursed through him, causing him to collapse. Clutching his head and crying out in torment as crimson blood seeped through his fingers, painting a ghastly picture. Who dares? Quirrell roared, struggling against the agony as he rose to hurl curses. Clear water flows like a spring. Another voice rang out, as a stream of clarity appeared, extinguishing the raging flames at the entrance. For figures stepped into the chamber, under the watchful eyes of Quirrell, Voldemort, and Harry. It was none other than Professor McGonagall, Snape, and the esteemed student. Yes ho. Damn it, it's you. Quirrell's expression turned grave. Among the four, Yes ho, a formidable fourth-year student, posed a significant challenge, while Snape and Flitwick were equally matched with him. As for Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, her prowess was second only to Dumbledore at Hogwarts, rendering Quirrell utterly outclassed. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Senior Ye Shu, and Harry gazed in exhilaration at the arrivals, having believed his demise was imminent, yet astonished by the timely arrival of the professors. However, upon spotting Snape, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. He had long misjudged Snape, believing him to be the thief of the Philosopher's Stone and intent on his demise. Yet, it was just confirmed that Snape had been the one to save him, leaving Harry with a twinge of guilt. All the grievances he held against Snape paled in comparison to this act of salvation. As Harry regarded Snape, he found Snape's gaze upon him as well. Upon seeing Harry unscathed, Snape discreetly exhaled in relief. Yet, his expression transformed upon glimpsing Voldemort's presence on the back of Quirrell's head, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Snape, once a Death Eater, had shifted allegiances to Dumbledore, becoming a spy, a secret shared only between the two. Now, confronted with Voldemort, he grappled with uncertainty over what course to pursue. Should one boldly reveal their identity as a spy and confront the adversary head-on, or should one opt to play a role and continue in the guise of a spy? If the former is chosen, what if Voldemort escapes? It would render any future infiltration impossible. Conversely, if one chooses the latter, with Dumbledore absent, what if those present truly perceive me as a traitor and inadvertently end my life? That would be an unjust demise. Both Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick are formidable opponents. Without resorting to lethal force, I stand no chance against them. At that moment, Severus Snape found himself in a state of turmoil, his expression a vivid portrait of conflict. Regretting his decision to follow along, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, equally astonished, had anticipated a connection to Voldemort, but never imagined they would encounter him in person. Though his current state was exceedingly peculiar, he remained Voldemort, a terror whose name alone could send tremors through the wizarding world. Only Ye Shu, upon seeing Voldemort, couldn't he help but curl his lip in disdain, inwardly remarking on his grotesque appearance. Chapter 54, A Perfect Collaboration. My lord, what shall we do? Quirrell trembled, genuinely frightened. Despite his unwavering loyalty to Voldemort, he was not yet ready to meet his end. Faced with the encirclement of 4 adversaries, he saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Voldemort, please, at present, he was merely a powerless specter. Had he not possessed Quirrell, he would lack the strength to move. Why the panic, you spineless coward? Voldemort seethed, sensing Quirrell's trepidation. As the great Voldemort, how could he allow himself to be cornered by these individuals if he were not bereft of his physical form? His gaze darted, searching for a means to escape this predicament, landing on Snape with a shadowy intensity. Coincidentally, Snape was also covertly observing Voldemort, their eyes locking in a charged moment. Damn it, why is he looking at me? Under these circumstances, how can I possibly save you? Even if I could, I would refrain from intervening. I have yet to settle the score with you for Lily's death. Yet, the fear of Voldemort slipping away and jeopardizing his role as an undercover agent gnawed at Snape, leaving him in a state of indecision. Suddenly, Voldemort attempted to speak, but an unexpected turn of events drew the attention of everyone present. They stared, entranced, at Ye Shu, who stood with clenched fists, and at Snape, motionless and collapsed on the ground, his face a tableau of astonishment. Just moments before, Ye Shu had stealthily approached Snape from behind and delivered a forceful punch to the back of his head, forcibly inducing a state of physical hypnosis. My apologies. But according to the information I have received, Snape seemed to have held clandestine discussions with Quirrell. I am unaware of their conversation's content, but I cannot take that risk. If Snape is indeed in league with Voldemort, it would place us in grave danger. Thus, it is prudent for him to remain incapacitated for a while longer. The rationale behind Ye Shu's arguments seemed quite reasonable to the crowd, yet upon deeper reflection, an unsettling sense of contradiction lingered, leaving them momentarily speechless. No, Senior Ye Shu. Professor Snape. Harry wished to defend Snape, burdened by the guilt of having misunderstood him for so long. Enough, Harry. This place is too perilous. You must leave at once. Hermione and Ron are outside. Go find them. With a flick of his wand, Ye Shu levitated Harry, propelling him swiftly toward the exit. What a foolish boy, Ye Shu mused, shaking his head slightly as he witnessed Harry's departure. The Snape of yesteryear was undoubtedly no paragon of virtue. He was a veritable Death Eater. However, the present Snape bore no guilt. Ye Shu understood this well. Apart from Dumbledore and Snape himself, he alone comprehended the depths of Snape's loathing for Voldemort. How could he ever align himself with such a dark force? Having successfully incapacitated Snape and provided him with a plausible excuse, Ye Shu feared that Harry's interference would render Snape's sacrifice in vain. Should Voldemort escape, Snape would seamlessly revert to being one of his most trusted allies. Damn it, this fool has been bested by a mere child. Ye Shu, you are indeed formidable. Voldemort's voice dripped with cold malice, yet he was powerless to act, stripped of his corporeal form, unable even to cast a spell. His ability to dominate Quirrell stemmed from a combination of his prior renown and the allure of immortality as bait. Just as he had duped Harry, Quirrell was simply misled. I truly fear for my safety, Voldemort sneered. But now, what can you do besides utter threats? Once severed from Quirrell, he existed solely as a specter, destined to dissipate and succumb to slumber once more. What can you possibly do to me? Ye Shu wore a dismissive smile, entirely unperturbed by Voldemort's threats. Quirrell, do it. Kill them. If you are captured, you face 2 fates, death on the spot or a fate worse than death in Azkaban. Which will it be? Voldemort's voice rasped urgently, pressing Quirrell, who wavered in indecision. Damn it. I choose neither. I want to live. Get away from me. No one shall impede my escape. Whoever hinders me shall perish. Quirrell brandished his wand and cast the killing curse, causing Professor McGonagall and her companions to pale. As one of the 3 unforgivable curses, it was evident that Quirrell was no novice Death Eater, perhaps possessing the lives of many wizards in his grasp. Crush them to dust. Ye Shu reacted swiftly, unleashing a counterspell that collided with Quirrell's curse in midair, the 2 spells canceling each other out. Disarm your weapon. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick cast a disarming charm, striking the wand from Chilo's grasp, causing it to soar into the distance before clattering to the ground. Quickly bind him. Following closely was Professor McGonagall, who executed a binding spell, ensnaring Chilo in place, rendering him immobile. This marked the first collaboration among the 3. Yet they seized the opportune moment for their assault with remarkable precision. Well done. Professor McGonagall nodded appreciatively at Ye Shu, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Ye Shu possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning, yet until now, it had merely been that, an aptitude. Often, those with substantial theoretical knowledge falter in practical confrontations. Mistakes with incantations were minor. More severe shortcomings could lead to a debilitating paralysis of fear, leaving one helpless and awaiting demise. Such notions render any amount of simulated combat training ineffective, for during practice, participants subconsciously perceive it as a mere exercise, devoid of real danger to their lives. With such thoughts, the possibility of fighting desperately is naturally extinguished. Yet, Ye Shu, in facing a true adversary for the first time, adeptly seized every opportunity. A feat that Professor McGonagall deemed exceedingly rare. Well done, young man. You have not brought me shame. Professor Flitwick chuckled, thoroughly pleased with his pupil. Let me out. Let me out. Deprived of his wand, Chilo could only futilely pound against the invisible cage before him. Alas, the binding spell cast by Professor McGonagall was insurmountable even with his wand in hand, let alone without it. Chapter 55. Is resurrection imminent? My lord, save me. I cannot breach their barrier. If this continues, we shall be utterly trapped. Witnessing his futile attempts to shake the barrier yield no results, Chilo had long abandoned the arrogance he had displayed before Harry. Desperately, he implored the dark presence of Voldemort residing in the back of his mind. Incompetence, all of you. You cannot even manage this trivial task. What use are you to me? Frustration boiled within Voldemort. None of his subordinates proved reliable. Severus Snape had been incapacitated by a mere child, and now Chilo had succumbed to control at first contact. He felt weary, for he once stood alone, striking fear into the hearts of the wizarding world. Yet now his followers seemed increasingly inept. My lord, what do you mean? A foreboding sensation gripped Chilo's heart. Familiar with Voldemort's ruthless style, he understood that the useless were little more than refuse, easily discarded. What do I mean? Quite literally, your very essence shall nourish me. Now, be silent and await your demise in peace. As Voldemort's raspy voice echoed, his twisted visage opened wide, and with a gaping maw, Chilo's form began to disintegrate rapidly. No, my lord, I beg you spare me. As Chilo pleaded, his essence gradually dissipated, and the vitality within him waned. He realized the sinister intentions of Voldemort. Approaching the brink of death, he sensed his impending demise. What is he doing? Flitwick inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. I do not know, Professor McGonagall replied, shaking her head. Despite her formidable power, she had limited experience with the dark arts that Voldemort wielded. Regardless of his actions, it was evident that they boded ill. They had to stop him. A sense of foreboding gripped Ye Shu as he urged Professor McGonagall to swiftly break the binding barrier. And the three of them launched an assault against Voldemort. A veteran of countless battles, Professor McGonagall quickly discerned that the situation was dire. With a flick of her wand, she released Chilo from his bindings. At that moment, he remained but a half-formed shadow, still disintegrating. Together, the three exchanged glances, and a barrage of spells hurtled toward the entangled Voldemort and Chilo, the air thick with lethal intent. However, just as the spells were about to strike Chilo's remaining form, they abruptly halted and dissipated, as if repelled by an unseen force. What is happening? This is impossible, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. Even when united, their collective power should have demanded respect. How could a mere remnant of Voldemort withstand such an onslaught? Panic surged within McGonagall as she realized that the delay had allowed Chilo's form to completely vanish, reduced to mere dust, which then surged into Voldemort's mouth. As Voldemort swallowed the last remnants of Chilo, the grotesque visage that had emerged from the back of Chilo's head began to grow at an astonishing pace. The head, neck, and then the torso, Voldemort's body expanded visibly. What is this? Could he truly be resurrecting? This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Ye Shu felt a jolt of fear. Voldemort's demeanor suggested he might resurrect without warning. If that were to happen, could the three of them possibly contend with him? Was McGonagall powerful? Indeed, she was formidable, yet even her strength paled in comparison to Voldemort's. Combined with Flitwick, they would be insufficient against him. If Voldemort could be easily vanquished, he would not inspire such terror as the Dark Lord. When power reaches certain heights, victory cannot solely rely on numbers, unless those numbers are overwhelming. This was precisely why Ye Shu dared only to plot against Voldemort covertly. It was only in his weakened state that they stood a chance. In the original tale, Chilo had been killed outright by Harry's protective charm. Without any of this unfolding drama. Fortunately, the pace of Voldemort's growth began to wane, and ultimately, only his upper body materialized, while below the chest, there was only emptiness, shrouded in mist and swirling sand. Damn it, you have pushed me to this extremity. You have truly incited my wrath. Although consuming Quirrell has granted me but a fleeting surge of power, with Dumbledore absent, you three stand no chance of thwarting me. Voldemort's half-formed body soared through the air, his grotesque visage contorted with rage. Fortunately, it was not a resurrection. I merely relied on the consumption of coral to temporarily acquire a modicum of strength. This simplifies matters considerably. Ye Shu exhaled, the gravity that once clouded his gaze dissipating. Now calm, Ye Shu recognized the spell Voldemort had previously cast. Within the room of requirement, he had absorbed a plethora of knowledge, including various dark arts, though he had seldom employed them. The reason Voldemort had deflected the trio's attacks lay in the enchantment he had invoked, one capable of devouring the chosen victim, transforming them into sustenance for his own being. Moreover, this process generated a formidable protective barrier, shielding him from interference. However, this spell bore significant limitations. Foremost, it was a mutually destructive incantation. After consuming another, the caster would inevitably face self-detonation due to the ensuing rejection of power. Furthermore, the duration of the strength derived from this spell was brief, suitable only for a final explosion of power. For Voldemort, the prospect of mutual destruction was of little concern. If he did not fight with all his might, his fate would be no better than self-immolation. Besides, being a wraith, he did not contend with issues of power conflict. Once the spell concluded, he would merely revert to a more weakened wraith state. Yet, Quirrell's formidable prowess, once consumed, would sustain Voldemort for a considerable duration. With this time as a buffer, he was confident in his ability to escape Hogwarts, especially in the absence of his nemesis Dumbledore, signifying no one could obstruct his path. In that moment, Voldemort's laughter echoed with an air of madness, reminiscent of his past glory when he commanded the Wizarding World. Chapter 56. So, did you eat shit? Hee hee. A peculiar cackle erupted from Voldemort's lips, and combined with his hideous countenance, it produced an oddly humorous spectacle. McGonagall, Flitwick, and that little brat over there. You shall bear the consequences of your actions. I will make you understand the fury of the Dark Lord. Do you truly believe you know who I am? I am Voldemort, the Dark Lord who instills dread throughout the entire wizarding realm. Voldemort spread his arms wide, clutching Quirrell's wand. Naturally, upon Quirrell's demise, the wand had acknowledged Voldemort as its master. That despicable blackguard. I have a question. The sudden interruption of a voice disrupted Voldemort's fervent proclamation, causing displeasure to darken his features, particularly with the insult directed at him, which sent him into a fury. Who are you calling a blackguard? Enraged, Voldemort raised his hand to cast a spell, only to have it deflected by Ye Shu. Behold, merely posing a question has elicited such ire from you. This is quite unbecoming. I suspect you are severely agitated. I recommend indulging in chrysanthemum tea or honeysuckle tea, both of which possess calming properties. As Ye Shu deflected Voldemort's onslaught, he continued to taunt his adversary, while discreetly gripping his thumb, his heart heavy with apprehension. Although he had successfully thwarted the attack, the rebound from his wand inflicted a subtle pain upon his thumb, indicating a significant disparity in their respective powers. In light of your impending demise, I shall permit you to pose one final inquiry. Once you have uttered your last question in this life, I shall personally extinguish the flame of your exceptional genius, a rarity in a century. Trust me, I shall revel in such a sensation. Voldemort's visage was alight with a twisted glee, as he envisioned Ye Shu suffering in agony beneath his torment. To be candid, Ye Shu had come to a profound understanding of his own talent over the course of nearly a year. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly emerge as the next Dumbledore. Thus, Voldemort would seize any opportunity to obliterate him, ensuring that Ye Shu met his end by Voldemort's own hand. Surprisingly, Voldemort, you exhibit a semblance of mercy. Allowing me to inquire, my question is quite straightforward. When you consumed Quirrell, did you not find it repulsive? Voldemort was momentarily taken aback by Ye Shu's query. His brow furrowed in confusion. How could one with such limited comprehension ascend to the rank of Dark Lord? Surely, his followers must comprise a cadre of simpletons. You devoured Quirrell, sparing not a single fragment of his being, including his entrails. Does this imply that you also ingested the excrement residing within him? After all, Quirrell was entirely within your mouth. Upon uttering these words, Ye Shu regarded Voldemort with utmost seriousness, genuinely eager for an answer. This was not mere jest, but rather an inquiry that had long lingered in his thoughts while watching cinematic portrayals of villains consuming their prey whole. Now, with Voldemort as a living example, he could not restrain himself from asking. Suspended in the air, Voldemort's expression was a spectacle to behold, his featureless face contorted grotesquely, even smoke wafting from his bare forehead in a display of fury. At that moment, Voldemort's demeanor resembled one who had just ingested excrement. Indeed, according to Ye Shu's earlier words, it seemed he had truly consumed such filth. Suddenly, Voldemort's distorted visage convulsed in retching, further marring his already unappealing countenance. You scoundrel, you shall pay dearly for this. I will kill you. No, I shall torment you with the Cruciatus curse, savoring every moment of your slow demise. Voldemort's wrathful curses reverberated throughout the chamber, the force of his fury causing the torches on the walls to flicker violently, ultimately extinguishing their flames. This is dire. Everyone, give it your all. Ye Shu. If the situation turns dire, we will hold him off. You must flee at once. Run far away. Do not look back, no matter how the school transforms. Do not glance back. The gravity on Professor Flitwick's face was palpable, a sight Ye Shu had never before witnessed. From the depths of his eyes, Ye Shu perceived a flicker of resignation. Clearly, should the circumstances become untenable, he was prepared to sacrifice his own life to ensure Ye Shu's safe escape. Flitwick is right. Ye Shu, we are no longer young. Your survival is the greatest victory of this battle. Professor McGonagall offered a faint smile, evidently aligned in thought with Professor Flitwick. Observing their actions warmed Ye Shu's heart. Although they were merely his instructors, their dedication had far surpassed the call of duty. Rest assured, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, we shall all survive. Voldemort is but a fragmented specter. His power is not at its zenith, relying solely on Quirrell's meager magic. So, dear professors, what is there to fear? Do not forget, Professor McGonagall, you are the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, your strength only second to Dumbledore. And Professor Flitwick, have you forgotten the vigor of your youth? You were once the champion of the Hogwarts Duel Club, vanquishing countless prodigious foes. What of Voldemort? Treat him as just another overconfident challenger, much like those you bested in the Duel Club, humiliating him beneath your feet. They say age has diminished you? Yet, remember, the older you grow, the deeper your magic becomes, and the richer your experience. A mere Voldemort is but a junior compared to you. So, dear professors, fear not. Let us act decisively. Ye Shu's voice thundered his final words, igniting the fervor within the two aged professors. They exchanged a glance, and in their eyes blazed the fierce flames of battle. Indeed, let us act. Professor McGonagall declared, brandishing her wand, and against the oppressive aura of Voldemort. She initiated the assault, with Professor Flitwick following closely, their coordination seamless. Damn it, what has this boy done? He has roused these two old fools as if they were invigorated by a potion. Cursed be the moment I granted him the chance to speak. Voldemort cursed, regret flooding his mind. Chapter 57, I shall return. Within the dimly lit chamber, magic collided, colors and shadows flickering as energies of varying attributes erupted and spread. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick joined forces to confront Voldemort, both wielding formidable power, even among the elite of the wizarding world. Although Voldemort was formidable at this moment, he was but a shadow of his former self, relying solely on Quirrell's dwindling magic. Under the combined assault of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, along with Ye Shu's distractions, Voldemort found himself severely pressed, cornered with nowhere to retreat. The reason for enduring until now is merely due to the formidable offensiveness and lethality of dark magic, which has sustained him thus far. However, the current circumstances are exceedingly unfavorable for Voldemort. The magical energy he siphoned from Quirrell has been largely depleted through the course of battle. If this continues, he will inevitably exhaust his power and ultimately be captured by his adversaries. Death. Voldemort is not concerned about that. He possesses Horcruxes, and as long as they remain intact, his soul endures. What troubles him is the prospect of being sealed away. Once sealed, he would lose all semblance of freedom, and when he is eventually released, who knows when that will occur? If he were to be captured, he would languish in a bleak, sunless confinement, enduring an interminable solitude. And by the time he emerges again, his minions would have perished, and his legend would have faded into obscurity. The thought ignites a furious resolve within Voldemort. No, I shall not allow such a fate. This is not the conclusion I desire. Death to you all. With an inexplicable surge of power, Voldemort's curses intensified dramatically, momentarily matching the three adversaries in strength. Hold on, his power is nearly spent. Professor McGonagall, braving Voldemort's onslaught, recognized that he was at his breaking point. If they could withstand this wave of attacks, they would soon prevail. However, an unexpected turn of events ensued. A wave of black mist erupted from Voldemort, and as it manifested, the trio's attacks were once again thwarted, reminiscent of the initial confrontation. What is happening now? Professor Flitwick frowned, expressing his annoyance. His magical reserves were dwindling, and this was the last flicker of strength. If they could endure this onslaught, victory would be theirs. Yet, Ye Shu's eyes brightened. Being familiar with this curse, he understood that Voldemort had reached his limit. Damn it, how do you know? Voldemort's expression darkened as he realized Ye Shu was aware of the curse's characteristics, rendering him somewhat reactive. No, I cannot remain here any longer. If this continues, I will truly be trapped. I must escape, and as for this place, there will be time to reclaim it later. Voldemort resolved to flee Hogwarts before his power waned completely. Boom. A dense black mist erupted once more, enveloping the entire chamber, but simultaneously, Voldemort's form, which had previously been diminished, began to dissipate further. As the black mist thickened, Voldemort's body vanished at an accelerated pace. This is bad. He intends to flee. Stop him. Ye Shu's eyes widened. After expending so much effort, he could not bear to watch Voldemort escape. Without concern for concealing his strength, Ye Shu waved his wand. instantly erecting a barrier within the chamber, encapsulating Voldemort and the erupting black mist within its confines. The speed at which Ye Shu cast his spells astonished even Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Although both were capable of silent incantations, the more formidable the spell, the longer it typically took to execute. The barrier Ye Shu had just conjured was evidently a highly advanced enchantment. McGonagall and Flitwick reflected that even if they had attempted it themselves, they could hardly have done better. It seemed that this student from Ravenclaw had long concealed his true prowess. The two professors exchanged glances, with McGonagall giving Flitwick a knowing look, urging him to grasp the significance. Flitwick held no ulterior thoughts. He felt nothing but pride for his remarkably talented student. As for anything else, he dismissed it. How could someone as exemplary as Ye Shu harbor any malicious intent? Do you think you can thwart me? How naive. Today, I may have been defeated, but there will come a day when I reclaim my honor. Mark my words, when I rise again, it will herald your doom. Voldemort's remnants disintegrated into dust, leaving only his spectral form drifting in the air. Under his ghostly influence, the dark mist within the barrier began to churn violently, akin to boiling water. Crack, crack, crack. The invisible barrier, under the onslaught of the black mist, developed fissures reminiscent of shattered glass, which swiftly spread throughout its entirety, threatening to collapse. Oh no. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that the barrier would be incapable of withstanding Voldemort's assault. In a moment of desperation, they simultaneously conjured 3 protective shields in the air. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. The instant the 3 barriers emerged, Voldemort had already shattered the initial barrier laid down by Ye Shu, and harnessing the force from the broken barrier, he charged at the newly formed shields before they had fully materialized. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 sharp sounds, the barriers were utterly obliterated, and the spectral Voldemort soared above the trio, poised to escape the chamber. Not so fast. Ye Shu steeled himself and leaped towards Voldemort. Are you out of your mind? Flitwick's expression shifted in alarm. He had not expected Ye Shu to act so recklessly. Did this young one possess no understanding of fear? As Ye Shu soared high, he reached out to seize Voldemort, but upon contact, his hand merely passed through the spectre's form. Foolish child, I am in a spectral state. How could you grasp me with your corporeal body? Wait for me. I shall return. The humiliation you have inflicted today will be repaid tenfold. When that time comes, you will find yourself trapped in a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha. With that, Voldemort wasted no time. He surged through layers of walls with astonishing speed, directly escaping from Hogwarts. For now, no one would be able to trace his whereabouts, but fortunately, he emerged from the battle severely weakened. Unless someone could locate him, he would inevitably succumb to a prolonged slumber. Chapter 58, Settling Accounts. Alas, he has managed to escape. In the dimly lit chamber, the 3 exchanged glances, each face etched with resignation. Though he was merely a defeated spectre, Voldemort was still Voldemort, possessing countless means of self-preservation. Ultimately, we have miscalculated. Professor McGonagall sighed, her expression heavy with regret. Ironically, at this moment, Dumbledore was absent. Otherwise, he would never have been afforded the opportunity to flee. Why is it that the Ministry of Magic cannot seek Dumbledore's assistance at any other time, but chooses this very moment? Professor Flitwick felt the urge to curse, yet his upbringing restrained him from doing so. The moment Headmaster Dumbledore departed, Quirrell commenced his actions. Such a coincidence. Ye Shu smiled coldly, his words laden with implication. Ye Shu, what do you mean? Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were no fools. In an instant, they grasped the meaning behind Ye Shu's words. Clearly, there were followers of Voldemort within the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore had been summoned to assist the Ministry, while Quirrell took the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. If there were no connections between these events, they would not believe it even under duress. If the Ministry is infiltrated by Voldemort's minions, it would undoubtedly pose an extreme danger. We are unaware of their machinations. If Voldemort's followers have infiltrated the Ministry's crucial departments, it will inevitably become a significant threat in the future. Professor McGonagall expressed her deep concern. The Ministry of Magic, as a stabilizing force within the wizarding community, is of utmost importance. Should the Death Eaters wreak havoc within its walls, it would surely incite unrest within the wizarding world once more. This is beyond our jurisdiction. After all, it is the Ministry of Magic, and we wizards must abide by their governance. The only course of action left for us is to await Dumbledore's return, to relay the events that transpired and our suspicions. As for everything else, we shall leave it to him to devise a solution. Ye Shu shrugged helplessly. The Ministry, as the governing body of the wizarding world, wielded immense power. Even Professor McGonagall, as the deputy headmistress, could not contend with them. Only Dumbledore, with his significant standing in the wizarding community, could navigate such treacherous waters, as long as he was not caught with definitive evidence against him. The Ministry would not dare to act against him. Given the circumstances, we can only take one step at a time. Fortunately, we successfully safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone. at least temporarily thwarting Voldemort's resurrection plans. By the way, what about him? Ye Shu, is he truly one of Voldemort's subordinates, a Death Eater? Flitwick pointed at Severus Snape, who lay unconscious on the floor, disbelief evident in his eyes. He and Snape had worked together for nearly 20 years, although Snape exuded a profoundly dark aura. Flitwick had never imagined him to be a remorseless Death Eater. Professor, Severus Snape is an ally of Headmaster Dumbledore. I need not elaborate further. Simply trust in Dumbledore's judgment. Ye Shu's words were deliberately ambiguous. He did not directly address Flitwick's inquiry, but instead offered a statement unrelated to the question posed. After Professor McGonagall listened to Ye Shu's words, her brow arched, clearly struck by a thought. Ah, you rascal, attempting to play riddles with me. Never mind. I shall inquire once Dumbledore returns. With that, she turned her attention to Snape, noting that he could not remain in slumber any longer. Suddenly, as Flitwick was still speaking, a colossal sphere of water materialized out of thin air and promptly descended upon Snape's head. The water burst forth, drenching Snape's attire, causing his hair to cling together in disarray, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Awakened abruptly by the cold water, Snape stirred, initially dazed, instinctively reaching to touch the dull ache at the back of his head. Moments later, recollection surged within him, and he sprang upright, his 13.5-inch birch wand flying into his grasp as he scrutinized his surroundings with wariness. Easy there, old friend. The battle has concluded, so do take care not to inadvertently harm us. Professor Flitwick called out, eager to prevent the still groggy Snape from casting spells on his own allies. What of Voldemort? Is he dead? And Harry, where is Harry? How is he? Snape surveyed the area, alarmed by the absence of both Voldemort and Harry, fearing that Harry had been captured. Voldemort has escaped. We could not detain him. His means of survival are simply too numerous. As for Harry, what has happened to him? Speak. Ye Shu elongated his tone deliberately, and indeed, Snape's face paled, as he feared for Harry's safety. Despite his deep-seated disdain for Harry Potter, his visage reminiscent of James Potter, his athletic prowess mirroring that of James, and his audacity akin to James, Snape was nonetheless bound by a complex affection, for Harry possessed the very eyes of Lily Evans. This singular trait evoked both love and resentment within him. The guilt of having let Lily down weighed heavily on his conscience. Should Harry perish, how would he ever justify it to her after his own demise? Fear not, Harry has been evacuated. Given the ferocity of the battle here, it would be folly for a first year to involve himself. He could become collateral damage. Ye Shu gasped, revealing this information, allowing Snape to exhale in relief. I must say, Professor Snape, your discontent and sharpness towards Harry are well known throughout the school, yet it appears that you do care for him after all. Perhaps there are matters at play that we are unaware of. Ye Shu smirked mischievously, teasingly suggesting deeper sentiments. Humph, do not overthink it. I merely fulfill my duties as a teacher, responsible for my students. Regardless of my feelings, he is, after all, a student of Hogwarts. Furthermore, Ye Shu, shall we not address our accounts? If memory serves, it was you who struck me from behind earlier. You have quite the audacity. Believing that becoming the assistant to the headmaster grants you license to lay hands on a professor, particularly the head of your own house. Snape's tone shifted, as he began to recount grievances with Ye Shu. As he was rendered unconscious, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick stood before him. It was inconceivable that they would have acted thus. Therefore, the only one present with such a motive was Ye Shu. Come now, Professor Snape, do you not possess an inkling of why I rendered you unconscious? I merely sought to extricate you from a predicament while leaving room for future actions. Do not be ungrateful. Ye Shu rolled his eyes, unperturbed as he gazed at Snape. It appears, young man, that Dumbledore indeed places great trust in you, confiding even these matters. This shall conclude here, but do not let it happen again. Snape cast a penetrating glance at Ye Shu before turning and departing the chamber. Chapter 59. Has Ye Shu taken the wrong potion? The events concerning Voldemort did not incite a great uproar within the school. Even the Ministry of Magic remained oblivious. Only Dumbledore, the four house heads, Ye Shu, and Hagrid were privy to the matter. Oh, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron as well. However, the trio had been sworn to silence by Dumbledore himself. And even the unreliable Hagrid was subjected to a spell, not a forgetting charm, but a silencing charm. Anything he uttered relating to the incident would come out as nonsensical. The concern regarding Hagrid was not rooted in fear of betrayal, but rather in the apprehension that he might inadvertently divulge information, given his past experiences. The following morning, the students were blissfully engaged in spirited conversation, unaware that the Dark Lord, who had ignited turmoil throughout the nation the previous night, had fought fiercely in the corridors of the third floor. Had they known, the collective pallor of fear would have swept over them. As for the Ministry, Ye Shu and his companions speculated that there might be a spy for Voldemort among them. Identifying the culprit would require careful investigation. Thus it was prudent for them to refrain from mentioning Voldemort's appearance. Otherwise, any subsequent opportunities to confront him could be disclosed to Voldemort by those with ulterior motives. All of the above constituted the orders issued by Dumbledore upon his return the next morning. For those privy to the truth, the wizarding world was once again rife with undercurrents. While those in ignorance experienced a serene and beautiful day, there was no tranquility in the world. It merely appeared so because some quietly bore the weight of it all. On the lush green grounds of Hogwarts, a solitary figure was laboring under the sun. Drenched in sweat, it was Ye Shu. However, his method of training was rather unconventional. While ordinary wizards focused primarily on cultivating magical power, for them, magic was everything. Yet Ye Shu was engaged in fortifying his physical form, and not in a typical manner. To an outsider, it resembled a form of torment. In the early spring of March, though warmth had begun to permeate the air, it was still far from warm. The average temperature in the country hovered around 10 degrees Celsius, with the highest city temperatures not exceeding 15 degrees. Ordinary individuals, even when venturing outdoors during the day, typically don lightweight sweaters or jackets for warmth. At night, they are further clad in overcoats or woolen garments designed to ward off the chill. Even wizards, when devoid of their internal magical powers to conjure warmth, possess a constitution akin to that of regular humans. They bleed when pricked, suffer wounds from cuts, and can sustain grave injuries or even perish from gunshots. In the summer, they dread the harsh rays of the sun, while in winter, they are particularly averse to the biting cold winds, necessitating heavy coats for insulation. Yet, at this moment, Ye Shu finds himself bare-chested, staggeringly running across the verdant lawn, each step seemingly laden with immense strain. His hurried passage has carved a fresh path through the grass, with beads of sweat glistening like jewels in the sunlight, dotting the ground on either side of him. However, rather than a spirited run, his gait resembles that of one whose legs have just healed, awkwardly relearning the art of walking. "Look, what is Senior Ye Shu doing?" one student inquired. "Are you blind? Clearly, he is exercising. Can't you see that?" Another responded. "I understand he is exercising, but why does it appear as though he is struggling? Has he injured his legs?" In the distance, a group of students stood on the castle balcony, observing Ye Shu's actions with a myriad of questions swirling in their minds. Hogwarts lacked specialized physical education, leaving them bewildered by Ye Shu's endeavors. Could it be that Senior Ye Shu has cast a gravity charm upon himself? A sudden realization struck, and all eyes turned towards the speaker, Malfoy. "Don't look at me. I merely overheard it," he retorted. "This morning, as I passed the lawn, I happened to hear Senior Ye Shu casting a gravity charm on himself. Initially, I found it peculiar, but now it seems he is training. Moreover, it appears he has been at it for a full 2 hours." Malfoy's words drew gasps from the surrounding students. Running for 2 hours under the influence of a gravity charm was no small feat, and even a regular 2-hour run was beyond their capabilities. For their physical condition, running for half an hour would leave them utterly spent. Has Senior Ye Shu lost his mind? Will he not ruin his health? Another student exclaimed. "Should we alert a professor? I've heard that the Ravenclaw members delve into various texts, and sometimes concoct potions based on ancient recipes. Surely, Senior Ye Shu hasn't recklessly brewed something that has affected his mind?" One student posited, only to be met with disdainful glances from peers. "What nonsense! Do you think he is just anyone? That is Senior Ye Shu, the current assistant to the headmaster. His wisdom and erudition are beyond such trivial errors. Even if you mistook dung for delectable treats, Senior Ye Shu would never commit such a blunder. Indeed, there is no need for speculation. The esteemed head of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick, has already paid a visit, but he departed shortly after, leaving Senior Ye Shu to his own devices, seemingly without concern. However, such rigorous training raises questions. Bound by the gravity charm, one can scarcely move, let alone engage in vigorous running as Ye Shu does. Is it truly safe for his body? Who can say? A prodigy like Ye Shu undoubtedly harbors thoughts that diverge from the ordinary. As the students conversed, the bell for class rang, prompting them to cast one last glance at the figure stumbling across the verdant field before retreating to their classroom. To them, Ye Shu's actions were merely astonishing, perhaps even peculiar, but limited to that. They could not fathom the deeper implications, nor did they wish to understand his motivations. For them, it was merely a topic of amusement during leisure hours. As for emulating Ye Shu, ridiculous. Wizards merely need to accumulate magical power, memorize spells, and master potion making. Physical training seemed a tedious and futile endeavor. As the crowd dispersed, only Draco Malfoy remained on the Slytherin balcony, observing Ye Shu as he ran alone, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Ultimately, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes, as if he had made a decision. He cast one last penetrating look at Ye Shu before turning away. Chapter 60, Strengthening the Body with a Sigh. Ye Shu completed his 20th lap, panting heavily. On the lush green lawn, he came to a halt, beads of sweat cascading down his face and splattering onto the grass. This endeavor is truly no ordinary torment. As he ceased his movement, his limbs were engulfed by a wave of weakness and fatigue, even after dispelling the gravity charm. Each motion felt as if his body were weighed down by lead. With every breath, his chest burned as if aflame, a searing discomfort. As a person of immense discipline, Ye Shu was no stranger to physical exertion. His fitness was commendable, though merely adequate, akin to a state of health in his previous life. In contrast to the robust physique of an athlete, he possessed neither a protruding belly nor the coveted six-pack abs. Nor could he perform complex maneuvers such as a one-handed handstand or a flawless 720-degree spin. Before confronting Voldemort, Ye Shu, unlike many other wizards, did not dismiss physical conditioning as inconsequential, yet he did not overly prioritize it either. In his view, a sound body was sufficient to sustain the energy required for the study of various magical disciplines. However, it was only during his battle with Voldemort that he realized the fragility of his physical form. A mere clash of spells left him with a painful sensation in his palm, an indication of his inferiority in strength. Although he did not employ newly developed magic, such as petrifying his entire body, he perceived this as a critical vulnerability. The casting of magic necessitates a subjective intention as its foundation. However, should one be ambushed unexpectedly, there exists no opportunity to activate magical defenses. While it is not impossible to maintain protective spells at all times, such an endeavor demands an immense reservoir of magical energy. Ordinary protective spells prove to be rather ineffectual, and the more powerful incantations consume magical energy at a rate that even the formidable powers of Dumbledore or Voldemort would struggle to sustain. Thus, in a moment of profound reflection, Ye Shu spent a full 3 days in the Room of Requirement, diligently perusing various tomes in search of a solution. Throughout the annals of magical history, references to physical training are scant, with the sole institution placing significant emphasis on physical prowess being Durmstrang Institute, one of Europe's 3 foremost magical schools, alongside Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. However, due to Dumbledore's influence, Hogwarts has subtly risen to prominence as the preeminent wizarding school in Europe. Unlike other institutions, Durmstrang is notorious for its focus on the dark arts, earning it a rather unsavory reputation within the wizarding community. Most notably, this school produced the infamous First Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. The robust physiques of Durmstrang students are attributable to the institution's location in the northernmost reaches of the European continent, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, necessitating a hardy constitution. Within the Room of Requirement, there lay recorded methods of physical training from Durmstrang, bequeathed by predecessors long since past. Yet, after perusing these methods, Ye Shu found himself disheartened, for they merely mirrored the mundane exercises of the Muggle world. Even with diligent practice, he would not significantly surpass his current state. At best, he might sculpt his physique to appear more aesthetically pleasing, thereby increasing his allure in the eyes of women. However, in the face of true adversity, he would still find himself easily incapacitated. In his profound disappointment, Ye Shu closed his eyes in contemplation within the Room of Requirement, fervently seeking a remedy. Ultimately, a flash of inspiration struck him, having consumed numerous novels and anime in his past life. He recalled the frequent mention of spiritual energy refining the body. If spiritual energy could enhance physical form, why could not magical energy do the same? The absence of such precedents in this world stemmed solely from a lack of experimentation. Just as he had previously tested the petrification spell on himself to bolster his defenses, or invoked spells through the flow of meridians without a wand, such discoveries were made through iterative experimentation. Ye Shu, ever the doer, resolved to act without hesitation, contemplating the consequences only after taking action. With unwavering determination, he commenced his training within the Room of Requirement. Failure followed failure, an innumerable cascade of setbacks. He lost count of how many times his body erupted in pain and bled, consuming vial after vial of restorative potions, the floor littered with empty bottles. Nonetheless, he persevered with steadfast patience in his trials. As the dawn of the 4th day arrived, Ye Shu finally achieved success. The magical energy that typically lay dormant within him, only flowing during incantations, was successfully guided outward to envelop his being. However, this was not a true success, it was merely a beginning. After covering himself in magical energy, Ye Shu engaged in various exercises until he was utterly exhausted, at which point he dissipated the energy that enveloped him. Upon resting briefly to regain his strength, Ye Shu was delighted to discover a marked enhancement in his physique. This was no mere illusion, but a genuine transformation. He realized he had found the right path. Although uncertain of how far this journey would take him, he was assured it would far exceed the capabilities of an ordinary person. Voldemort, the last time I faced you, I allowed you to escape, but you shall not evade me again. What is that saying? Ah yes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth just because I am poor. The next time we meet, I shall not hesitate to make you suffer for your transgressions. Voldemort was the first to inflict harm upon Ye Shu, and he had marked him as the first target to eliminate in his life, not solely for his danger, but also to avenge his prior humiliation. A gentleman does not leave grudges unavenged. and Ye Shu considered himself one who repays every slight. For those who have shown him kindness, Ye Shu would offer everything within his power and gratitude. But for those who harbor enmity toward him, he would show no mercy. If you are my enemy, I shall eliminate you. If your family and friends object, then let them join you in your demise. Together, they shall not face the afterlife in solitude. This approach may be deemed the act of a dark wizard in the sorcerer's realm, but Ye Shu remained indifferent. If being discovered signifies being a dark wizard, then all those who uncover such issues must be dealt with, thereby resolving the problem. Chapter 61. Help me. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ye Shu glanced back at the verdant lawn he had trodden upon. With a flourish of his wand, tender green blades of grass emerged from the earth, restoring the patchy lawn to its former glory. Clapping his hands, Ye Shu admired his handiwork before preparing to depart. After all, he was the assistant to the headmaster and had many responsibilities to attend to, especially with Voldemort's emergence prompting Dumbledore to seemingly prepare for something significant. Ye Shu had now fully integrated into the inner circle of Dumbledore and his allies, and certain secrets were no longer withheld from him. Dumbledore, perhaps intentionally, even broached the subject of the Order of the Phoenix, subtly inquiring whether Ye Shu had any inclination to join. Naturally, Ye Shu would not decline. After all, he had initially defined himself as Dumbledore's ally. Furthermore, the old man had treated him quite well, and joining the Order posed no conflict for him, potentially granting access to valuable resources. Just as Ye Shu traversed the lush lawn and approached the castle that housed the school, a figure abruptly obstructed his path. Neville, what brings you here? Ye Shu raised an eyebrow, surprised by Neville's presence. Although I hold a certain optimism for young Neville, it must be said that over the past year, there has been little substantial interaction between us. This is primarily due to Neville's pronounced shyness, or perhaps his deep-seated insecurities. Having been subjected to a forgetting charm in his youth, Neville's memory has always been rather poor, and he tends to procrastinate. His academic journey has not been particularly smooth, often finding himself lagging behind his peers. His lackluster memory and unremarkable aptitude for learning have rendered him somewhat timid and self-effacing, resulting in a solitary existence at school, where he is often the target of ridicule. Yet he perseveres, while others require only one review to grasp a concept. Neville diligently studies the same material 2 or even 3 times. I have often observed him practicing spells diligently in secluded corners during others' breaks. A lack of natural talent is not his fault, but failing to put forth effort despite such limitations certainly is. Aware of his shortcomings, Neville is willing to invest additional time to overcome them, a commendable trait indeed. Senior Ye Shu. Neville stood hesitantly at the porch, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately failing to voice them. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Do not worry, even if you stumble. It will be all right. Do you recall what I said at the beginning of the term? You can always come to me with anything. Ye Shu smiled encouragingly. Suddenly, a frown crossed his brow, as if a thought had struck him. Could it be that Malfoy is once again troubling you? Ye Shu felt a surge of annoyance at Malfoy's antics directed at Neville. Although Malfoy is not inherently malicious, that does not grant him the liberty to torment his classmates. No, it's not Malfoy. Ever since he lost to Harry, he has not been particularly friendly towards me, but he has kept his promise and ceased to cause me trouble. Neville earnestly waved his hand, eager to clarify. Oh, I see. Then have you encountered other difficulties? The revelation that Malfoy had indeed ceased his harassment surprised Ye Shu. It seemed Malfoy was not as irredeemable as he had initially thought, or else Ye Shu would have had to confront him more seriously. I came here because of Harry. Neville took a deep breath and continued. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. A look of distress crossed Neville's face, leaving Ye Shu somewhat perplexed. You mean to say that Harry and the others are bullying you? That seems rather unlikely. Wait, are you referring to that incident on the night they cast the petrifying spell on you? A light bulb went off in Ye Shu's mind as he recalled a specific event. He surmised that during their clandestine escapade to follow Quirrell, Neville must have caught sight of Harry and his friends. In a bid to prevent them from incurring points for the house, he likely attempted to intervene. Indeed, Neville's subsequent words confirmed Ye Shu's suspicions. That night, I heard Harry and the others making noise. I knew they were up to something, and although I wasn't entirely sure what it was, I felt certain it would result in points being deducted from the house. In this year, due to the actions of the 3 of them, the Academy has already incurred a significant number of demerits. I cannot allow them to continue their reckless behavior, so I resolved to intervene. However, Hermione cast the petrification charm on me, rendering me immobile. Neville's cherubic face was filled with indignation. So, you wish for me to take action and punish Hermione and her companions? Ye Shu raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by Neville's implication. Not that I am privy to their reasons for venturing out, but judging by the recent stirrings within the school, their actions seem justified, at the very least. They provide assistance to the institution, do they not? Neville gazed intently at Ye Shu, awaiting a response. Indeed, their clandestine escapades, though in violation of school rules, have furnished the professors with invaluable information, averting exceedingly grave consequences. Ye Shu did not conceal the truth from Neville, yet refrained from divulging the specifics of the matter. The presence of Voldemort was far too distant a concern for Neville, should the secret be exposed. It would not only incite turmoil within the wizarding community, but also jeopardize their plans by alerting potential threats. Thus, they evaded the school. Neville muttered to himself, seemingly resolute, and then abruptly looked up at Ye Shu. Senior Ye Shu, I implore you, please assist me. I feel utterly inept. My memory is poor. I struggle to grasp magical concepts, and I was the last to master flying on a broomstick. My life has been a series of tragedies, and to others, I am merely the butt of their jokes. Yet, I am unwilling to resign myself to being a figure of ridicule. Senior Ye Shu, could you lend me your aid? Tears brimmed in Neville's eyes as he gazed at Ye Shu, yearning for a word of encouragement. Ye Shu regarded him for a prolonged moment before turning away, silently walking back towards the school. Indeed, Senior Ye Shu is also unwilling to assist me. Neville felt utterly dejected. Approaching Ye Shu had merely been a tentative hope, and his rejection came as no surprise. Starting tomorrow, meet me here at Green Glade at 5 in the morning. If you are late even once, do not bother coming again. In the distance, Ye Shu's voice reached Neville's ears, causing his heart to skip a beat. He lifted his head, hope rekindled in his eyes. Very well, Senior Ye Shu, I shall certainly comply, Neville exclaimed, nearly shouting in his fervor. Chapter 62, Sounds in the Darkness. In the month of March, daylight remains short while nights are long. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky is merely dimly lit. The schedule at Hogwarts is sure to evoke envy in many. For although the wake-up call sounds at 6 o'clock, it does not necessitate immediate rising. It merely serves as a reminder for students to prepare. Classes do not commence until 9 o'clock, far surpassing the arduous routines of most in the working world. However, at 5 in the morning, while darkness still envelopes the surroundings, a plump figure has already made its appearance on Green Glade. A figure stood there, somewhat at a loss, occasionally glancing around in hopes of catching sight of the person he longed to see. The surrounding darkness only heightened his unease from the depths of the shadows. It felt as though a ferocious beast could leap forth at any moment, ready to rend him apart. He was naughty, typically absent-minded and prone to oversleeping. Yet today he had remarkably arrived punctually. Awakened shortly after 4 in the morning, he had washed up and headed straight out to the green field to await the arrival of Ye Shu. During his wait, he even encountered Filch, the patrolling guardian, which sent a chill of terror coursing through him. Should Filch apprehend him, not only would he miss reaching the playground on time, but he would also face a deduction of house points. However, upon spotting Nai, Filch merely cast him a cold glance and remarked, "What are you staring at? Hurry to the playground, Nai Longbottom." Clearly, Ye Shu had already spoken to Filch, and given that Ye Shu was now the assistant to the headmaster, he was not someone Filch could easily intimidate. With Ye Shu's prior arrangement, Filch was inclined to turn a blind eye. How much longer could Ye Shu take? Nai grew increasingly anxious, primarily due to the oppressive darkness that surrounded him. The flickering torches on the distant walls of the academy offered little comfort, instead amplifying his dread of the shadows behind him. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the stillness, causing Nai to instinctively shrink his neck, his eyes wide with terror as he sought the source of the noise. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of footsteps emerged from the darkness, each step resonating as though burdened by immense weight, reminiscent of the troll that had invaded their school last year. Surely, it couldn't be another troll, could it? Am I destined to perish here? Nai's instincts screamed for him to flee, yet he found his legs unresponsive. Even taking a step felt like an insurmountable challenge. With a thud, Nai ultimately fell onto the grass, his embarrassment barely keeping him from losing control of his bladder. The heavy footsteps drew closer, and in the dark, the morning mist began to swirl ominously, as if something were about to emerge from within. "Hey, why are you lying on the ground?" Ye Shu's figure gradually materialized from the thick fog, his gaze falling upon the sprawled Nai, filled with confusion. "Ye Shu, I thought it was a troll that had broken in again." Nai's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. "Look at you, so easily frightened. Don't forget, you are a brave Gryffindor lion. Such timidity is a disgrace to our house." Ye Shu frowned, a hint of displeasure evident in his gaze towards the prone Nai, whose courage seemed rather lacking. "I'm sorry, Ye Shu. I realize my mistake." Nai hastily scrambled to his feet, speaking in a flurry of panic. Ye Shu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, yet it was hardly surprising. At this juncture, Neville was indeed a timid creature, beleaguered by the bullying of his peers. The later version of Neville, who bravely wielded the sword of Gryffindor to vanquish Nagini, had undergone a significant transformation, one wrought through immense hardship. Nonetheless, it was commendable that he could arrive punctually by 5 o'clock, and judging by his demeanor, he had even arrived early. However, since he was already here, why linger? The morning holds the key to the day. Every moment wasted is a disservice and disrespect to oneself. Now, run laps around the green field. Do not inquire how many. Keep running until you can no longer move. Ye Shu gestured towards the expansive field, leaving Neville momentarily dumbfounded. He had come to learn how to better master magical knowledge, not to engage in physical training. As a wizard, what need had he for physical exercise? His livelihood did not depend on his physical prowess. Neville had intended to voice his concerns. But as his gaze fell upon Ye Shu, his pupils dilated in shock. Ye Shu stood bare-chested, just as the day before. But now he bore a thick rope draped over his shoulder, extending behind him. At the end of the rope lay a massive stone, its size suggesting a weight of no less than 100 pounds. Most critically, Ye Shu had also cast a gravity spell upon himself, amplifying the burden. The weight of the stone under the influence of the gravity charm was beyond Neville's imagination. What are you staring at? Do you have an objection? Ye Shu barked coldly, causing Neville to instinctively shrink his neck. He hurriedly shook his head, and, without waiting for another word from Ye Shu, assumed the proper stance and began to run obediently. This reckless lad simply needed a firm hand. Ye Shu shook his head, continuing with his own rigorous training. Following a day of self-imposed torment, Ye Shu's physique had progressed remarkably. He could now rival even the professional boxers of the Muggle world, if not outright defeat a cow with a single punch. Such results filled him with hope for the successful development of his physical form. Today he was determined to push his body to the limits once more, for he had an array of potent healing potions at his disposal. In dire straits, he could always rely on the professors for assistance. The efficacy of magical remedies far surpassed that of Muggle medicine. As for Neville, Ye Shu genuinely wished to assist him. He held a fondness for Neville's character and felt deep sympathy for his plight. As a senior, albeit from a different house, he felt compelled to offer aid. Moreover, Ye Shu had his own ulterior motives. If Dumbledore intended to groom him as the new headmaster, he would naturally require formidable allies. While he was wary of others, he trusted that Neville, having received his benevolence, would not betray him. Ye Shu was well aware of Neville's character. He would never act treacherously. Thus, this could be seen as laying the groundwork for future alliances. Chapter 63 How Could It Be You? Around 7:30 in the morning, students from the 4 academies diligently donned their attire, preparing to venture to the dining hall for breakfast. Some students stepped out onto the balcony, eager to inhale the crisp morning air to fully awaken their still drowsy minds. However, the sight of 2 figures on the distant verdant lawn rendered them momentarily speechless. Look quickly. Senior Ye Shu is exercising on the lawn again, and today he is dragging a massive stone behind him. Wait, there seems to be another person with him today. Who could that be? That silhouette appears somewhat familiar, but alas, it is too far to discern clearly. Just a moment, I shall fetch my little gadget. The commotion on the balcony drew the attention of other students, and more gathered to peer toward the distant green lawn. Within the throng, Malfoy elbowed his way to the front, standing on his tiptoes to gaze in Ye Shu's direction. Upon noticing the additional figure, his expression momentarily froze. Make way, make way. This is my viewing device, capable of projecting distant sights clearly before me. With this, I shall see the scene on the lawn distinctly. A Slytherin student, clutching an object resembling a monocular, jostled through the crowd. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the gadget in his hand began to transform. The elongated device split into 2 halves, with the headpiece soaring toward the lawn. As it landed on the grass, an eye emerged from within, and the other end of the magical apparatus flickered before projecting an image onto the wall. Impressive. This device could be quite useful for nefarious purposes. Indeed, you understand its proper application. Next time I use it in the Muggle world, I shall invite you to join. Several older Slytherin boys exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying a shared, conspiratorial smile. Ah, look, the other person is him, Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, that little chubby fellow. What is he doing? Is he trying to lose weight alongside Ye Shu? Did you hear? They say this little chub can't even remember spells. He has become quite the laughingstock. Oh, you've heard as well? Such news has spread throughout the entire school. It's hilarious. Hogwarts has actually admitted such a useless student. What a disgrace. Fortunately, he is from Gryffindor. Had he been in Slytherin, I would have made it my daily mission to deal with him. A group of Slytherin students wore expressions of indignation, believing Neville's presence was an embarrassment to Hogwarts. Bang. No, my gadget. A faint explosion resonated as the Slytherin student, who had been spying, exclaimed in dismay. Clutching the shattered remains of his device, a look of discontent etched upon his face. Peeping at oneself? Who gave you the audacity? This is sheer folly. Ye Shu would not coddle such students. He swiftly dismantled the other's gadget, a punishment that could be deemed lenient. Upon encountering another figure, it was none other than Neville Longbottom. The initial curiosity of the students dissipated, for Ye Shu appeared somewhat displeased with their prying. Consequently, they dared not provoke him and gradually dispersed. Longbottom, why must it be you? By what right do you claim this? How could it possibly be you? Just yesterday, I resolved to follow Senior Ye Shu in his studies, yet you have beaten me to it. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Longbottom, just wait. Do not presume that with Senior Ye Shu's guidance, you can surpass me. I shall demonstrate to Senior Ye Shu that a wretched soul can never rise to greatness. Only I, Draco Malfoy, am worthy of receiving Senior Ye Shu's tutelage. Malfoy struck the balcony with a fierce blow, disregarding the sharp pain that coursed through his hand. At this moment, his heart was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions. Malfoy felt as though he had lost something significant. What it was, he could not discern. Yet he understood his growing disdain for Neville surpassed anything he had felt before. At Ravenclaw Academy, a group of female students gazed in rapt admiration at their most outstanding male peer, laboring diligently on the green field. What sort of person is deserving of someone like Ye Shu? Who can say? Over the span of 4 years, while others at this age begin to seek romantic partners, Ye Shu seems to have never cast a glance at any female classmate, treating them merely as ordinary peers. Oh, but there is one exception, Xiaozhong. Xiaozhong, you seem quite close to Ye Shu, and at times, you appear to share an intimacy. Pray tell, does he harbor feelings for you? As they spoke, all eyes turned toward Xiaozhong, leaning against the windowsill, their chatter becoming a cacophony, momentarily leaving her taken aback. Why do you all look at me so? Ye Shu merely regards me as a sister. Our closeness may stem from the fact that he was abandoned in his youth, aware of his heritage yet seldom encountering others from our homeland. Upon discovering my background, it is only natural for him to feel a sense of kinship. My parents have always said that we place great importance on our bloodline, which transcends mere familial ties. It is a bond we share as descendants of Yin and Huang. But do not read too much into this. Ye Shu only sees me as a sister, and he is even trying to play matchmaker for me and Cedric. Xiaozhong pouted, her little face betraying a sense of helplessness. Wow, Cedric is quite remarkable too. If not for Ye Shu's presence, Cedric would undoubtedly be the most radiant student at Hogwarts. So, have you accepted his advances? Gossip is a woman's nature. And they swiftly shifted their conversation from Ye Shu to Cedric. Meanwhile, what was Cedric doing? He was lost in thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. At the Hufflepuff dormitory, Cedric watched as Ye Shu struggled to drag a boulder weighing 100 pounds across the lawn, his lips twitching slightly in response. Xiao, you have presented me with a conundrum of epic proportions. A one-on-one duel with Ye Shu? Magic is not my forte. And it seems that abandoning magic to engage in Muggle-style duels renders me equally inept. Should I confront him, I fear I might be utterly vanquished. Cedric pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He had long been captivated by Xiaozhang's refined demeanor and her gracious intellect. Cedric realized that, unbeknownst to him, his heart had become filled with the image of this young lady from the Celestial Empire. However, the demands she imposed upon him were rather daunting. And yet he was reluctant to concede. This predicament had led him to sigh and despair daily. Chapter 64, 2 Challenges. Neville, I heard you were up early this morning. Exercising on the green lawn with Senior Ye Shu. Did he impart to you any special study methods? Indeed, Neville, do share with us. In the dining hall, a throng of Gryffindor students surrounded Neville, bombarding him with inquiries. The Gryffindor dormitory was situated on the opposite side of the school, so they had not witnessed the scene on the green field. However, the news had spread throughout the school by morning. Naturally, the Gryffindors learned of it from students of other houses. They were intrigued by Neville, who usually appeared rather muddled and timid, suddenly finding the motivation to exercise before dawn alongside Ye Shu. Furthermore, how had Ye Shu consented to mentor Neville? More importantly, what had Ye Shu taught him? Even Harry and his friends leaned in closer, eager to hear more. Indeed, I did train with Senior Ye Shu. As for other study methods, I'm afraid Senior Ye Shu did not teach me those. From beginning to end, he simply had me focus on physical training, nothing more. Neville shrugged, feeling sore all over. Even raising his arm to eat breakfast was a Herculean task. Neville, if you don't want to share, there's no need to deceive us. Physical training? We are wizards. What need have we for physical conditioning? Either you're pulling our leg, or he is merely humoring you. Exactly, it's pointless. If you want to say, then we shall drop it. The crowd dispersed, losing interest. I truly am not deceiving you. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. Neville frowned, feeling a surge of frustration. He had spoken the truth. Yet why did they refuse to accept it? Hey Neville, don't mind them. Harry sat down beside Neville and spoke gently. Trust me, Senior Ye Shu is incredibly formidable, powerful enough to confront foes unknown to them. Thus, do not dismiss the tasks he assigns you as trivial. He undoubtedly has his own strategy in mind. Being under Senior Ye Shu's tutelage is indeed a stroke of fortune, so persevere and do not give up. Harry patted Neville's shoulder. Although he had not witnessed the aftermath of that night, he gleaned from the professor's discussions that Ye Shu had faced Voldemort and had even forced him to retreat in disarray. Several professors have even remarked that Ye Shu's prowess rivals their own, a statement that is nothing short of shocking. After all, we are speaking of Voldemort, while Ye Shu is merely a fourth-year student. Such an achievement, if disseminated, would undoubtedly leave many in awe. Harry, it seems you possess a wealth of knowledge. That night indeed held great significance, did it not? Neville responded, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, as if seeking to unveil some hidden truth. I'm sorry, Neville. There are certain matters I cannot divulge, Harry replied, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety as he sought to steer the conversation away. You needn't say a word. I can surmise the truth. This must pertain to that individual. Harry was taken aback by Neville's sudden maturation, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. With a melancholic expression, Harry found himself at a loss for words. You needn't elaborate. It appears my conjecture is correct. I understand you are bound by the professor's orders of silence, and I shall not press you further. Some matters do not require exhaustive inquiry. Knowing is sufficient, is it not? Neville smiled, and Harry sensed that he had perhaps relinquished something, yet simultaneously grasped another. Moreover, Hermione, I do not regret my actions in thwarting you last time. Should the opportunity arise again, I would act in the same manner. However, next time, I shall not be so easily bested. Perhaps in certain endeavors, we might even become allies. With that, Neville wiped his mouth with his sleeve and, with weary legs, limped towards the dining hall doors. Is Neville issuing me a challenge? Hermione pondered, momentarily stunned, reflecting on her lingering guilt for having petrified him, which had kept her from approaching him earlier. Yet, before leaving, Neville had addressed her directly. It seems so, Hermione mused. I did suggest you might have gone a bit too far. I suspect Neville's decision to train under Senior Ye Shu was influenced by your actions, Ron remarked, glancing at Hermione with a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, just outside the dining hall, Neville was intercepted. Malfoy, what do you want? Neville's face was etched with wariness. He knew he was no match for Malfoy. And with his limbs already weak, he stood no chance, especially with Malfoy flanked by 2 lackeys. Longbottom, worry not. I come not to instigate trouble, Malfoy declared, striding arrogantly toward Neville, his expression one of disdain. I am unaware of the means by which you have ensnared Senior Ye Shu's favor, compelling him to personally instruct you. However, Malfoy seized Neville by the collar, their faces nearly touching. Remember this. No matter how diligently you train, I shall surpass you. I grant you a brief respite to grow stronger. When the next term commences, I will seek you out and defeat you. I will ensure that Senior Ye Shu understands that some individuals, regardless of their efforts, are irredeemably inept. Only I, Draco Malfoy, a noble pure-blood wizard and a descendant of one of the Sacred 28, am worthy of receiving his personal tutelage. Thus, Longbottom, I hereby challenge you. Await the day when I shall personally defeat you. With that, Malfoy adjusted Neville's slightly disheveled collar and strode away with his 2 companions. What is happening? Neville was bewildered. He had just issued a challenge to Hermione, and within mere minutes, Malfoy approached him with a challenge of his own. Were it not for the knowledge of their discord, Neville might have suspected that Malfoy was avenging Hermione. Never mind. Think as you wish. Since I have resolved to train under Senior Ye Shu, I shall persist without alteration. Voldemort, as long as you still draw breath, you will undoubtedly summon your followers to rise again. And the madwoman confined in Azkaban is likely to see the light of day. Be prepared. The day you emerge shall be the day of your demise. The suffering you inflicted upon my parents shall be repaid to you tenfold. This is Neville's unwavering determination to grow stronger. He seeks vengeance against Bellatrix. Although his memories of his parents' torment have been erased, he has long understood how they came to be in such a state. In a world where the death penalty does not exist, he shall personally escort his adversary to their end. Chapter 65, The Diadem of Ravenclaw. How intriguing. After several individuals departed, Ye Shu's figure emerged from within. He had witnessed everything unfold. The semi-declarative challenge from Neville to Hermione, followed by Malfoy's formal declaration of war against Neville, both of which left Ye Shu somewhat astonished. First, Neville had proactively sought him out, wishing for him to train him, and remarkably, he had persevered throughout the process. Although it was merely the first day, for someone like Neville, who had never engaged in training before, it was an excruciating experience, particularly after running for 2.5 hours straight. Nevertheless, Neville endured, and he explicitly stated that this would be the case every day henceforth. This revelation greatly altered Ye Shu's perception of him. Perhaps the Neville that had long been ridiculed possessed a resilience far surpassing that of others. Yet, this was not surprising, as he was indeed a Gryffindor lion, and the Sorting Hat does not err. Ye Shu was unaware of Neville's true intentions. Had he known of his thirst for vengeance, he would likely have held him in even higher regard. To hinder Neville? What a jest! Ye Shu himself harbored a thirst for revenge. He was the type who would repay a grievance on the same day, never allowing it to linger. Such a person could never counsel another to relinquish their hatred. The role of a self-righteous do-gooder was better suited for someone else. He had no interest in that. Moreover, Ye Shu was taken aback by Malfoy, the little brat. He had initially assumed Malfoy was there to bully Neville, yet he had misjudged. Malfoy had boldly issued a challenge to Neville, granting him time to grow stronger for a fair confrontation. His motivation for undertaking this endeavor was, astonishingly, to prove to himself that he surpassed Neville. This was hardly the Malfoy that Ye Shu had known. Could it be that this lad had taken leave of his senses? Given Malfoy's previous demeanor, he would have likely employed magic to teach Neville a lesson or commanded his 2 lackeys to thrash Neville. rather than expend so much energy. However, it seems, as Ye Shu had surmised, that Malfoy, this impish boy, was not beyond redemption. His pursuit of Neville was merely to validate his own worth. Everything he did, both now and in the past, was an attempt to showcase his excellence, hoping to capture the attention of others. But how could such a person harbor any truly malevolent intentions? He was simply a product of indulgence. How intriguing, how increasingly fascinating. Before Voldemort emerged to wreak havoc, the simplicity of school life had indeed grown rather tedious. The antics of these two youngsters provided a delightful spectacle. Yet, this meant that I must diligently train Neville. If he were to lose to that scoundrel Malfoy, it would be my own humiliation. The start of the new term after the summer break. Malfoy, you are in for quite the surprise. Rubbing his nose, a mischievous smile flickered across Ye Shu's face as he anticipated the astonishment that would grace Malfoy's countenance. Shaking his head, Ye Shu turned to leave. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, facing the tapestry depicting the troll clobbering the hapless Barnabas, Ye Shu had visited this place countless times. Previously, each visit was intended for the study of various forbidden spells or conducting experiments with miniature stars, but this time, Ye Shu sought something specific. After confirming that the area was deserted, he silently recited the incantation for Ravenclaw's diadem and paced the corridor 3 times. Upon completing his 3rd circuit, a smooth grand door materialized in the wall, and Ye Shu entered with familiarity. Unlike his earlier visits, where he was preoccupied with thoughts of knowledge or an undisturbed laboratory, or perhaps a room for training, this time he was met with a singular word to describe the room he entered: chaotic. Indeed, chaotic. Not only was it disordered, but it was also cramped. Before his eyes lay an array of various tools, stacked together like a towering mountain, with several peculiar little sprites frolicking atop the heap. This chamber resembled a storeroom for discarded items accumulated over countless centuries. Ugh, what a disarray of nonsense. It was utterly repulsive. Ye Shu furrowed his brow, finding the environment quite disagreeable. He was a person who cherished cleanliness, whether in his room or his attire. Everything was meticulously arranged. The sight of such disorder stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Entering this cluttered space felt as though it were stealing his breath away. Hagrid's hut was originally in disarray, and after a single visit, Ye Shu could no longer tolerate the chaos. Thus, he personally assisted Hagrid in organizing the room, and from then on, every time he visited, he did the same. Following the destruction of the hut by the dragon Norbert, Ye Shu took it upon himself to consult Dumbledore, seeking to help Hagrid construct a slightly more spacious new dwelling for his residence. Dumbledore acquiesced, though Ye Shu believed this was out of compassion for his subordinate. Certainly not because Ye Shu suggested that a larger house could facilitate the preparation of exquisite new dishes. It was unbearable, gazing at the untidy room. Ye Shu furrowed his brow, wishing to linger there for even a moment less. The diadem flew in. Ye Shu had long been informed of its precise appearance by Helena Ravenclaw, the ghost of Ravenclaw, and at that moment, he conjured an image of the diadem in his mind before casting the summoning charm. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of violent tremors erupted within the room, followed by a clatter of collapsing objects, and then a square, ancient box sped towards Ye Shu. When the box reached him, it abruptly halted midair. Even the sounds of its trembling grew eerily silent. With a forceful exhale, Ye Shu blew away the dust from the surface of the box, revealing its brown exterior beneath. The latch clicked open, and the lid was slowly lifted, unveiling the contents within, a magnificent crown. The crown shone with a golden hue, forged from an unknown metal, and at its center lay a green gemstone the size of a duck egg, exuding an air of great nobility. Evidently, this was Ravenclaw's prized treasure, the diadem that amplifies the wisdom of its wearer. The 3rd Horcrux was in his grasp. Congratulations, Voldemort. You have drawn one step closer to death. With a snap, the lid was closed once more, and Ye Shu turned to exit the room of requirement. The desired object was now in his possession, and he had no desire to linger in that wretched place. Chapter 66. But she is a minor, you beast. Farewell, Harry. We shall meet again next semester. Ron, Hermione. Take care of yourselves. I will miss you. You should take care of yourself. If your relatives dare to bully you, do not hold back. Use magic to retaliate. Do not worry about the Ministry of Magic. As long as you cast your spells discreetly, they will remain oblivious. At the entrance of Hogwarts, a group of students of varying ages exchanged farewells, marking the end of another semester and the onset of a 2-month summer holiday. Ye Shu, are you really not coming with me to China? My parents have been eager to meet you, and who knows, you might even uncover your heritage there. Xiao Zhang clasped Ye Shu's arm, her face brimming with reluctance. She had once again invited Ye Shu to her home, but predictably, he declined once more. It was not that Xiao Zhang was insistent. Rather, as the holidays approached, her mother had written to her, requesting that she invite Ye Shu to stay for a few days. For 3 years since enrollment, Ye Shu has cared for Xiao Zhang with meticulous attention, truly treating her as if she were his own sister. In the Celestial Empire, reciprocity is highly valued, and naturally, Xiaozhang's parents wish to repay Ye Shu for his kindness. However, Ye Shu indeed has pressing matters to attend to and cannot accept Xiaozhang's invitation. Next time, I promise I will visit your home, he said with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head. He did not wish to repeatedly turn down Xiaozhang's requests, and he was genuinely curious to explore the eastern lands and witness the Celestial Empire, pondering how it might differ from his previous life. Yet, this summer, he truly has urgent business, an issue that has lingered far too long and now demands his attention. Very well, we have an agreement. This winter break, you are coming home with me, Xiaozhang insisted. Christmas comes earlier than our spring festival, so you can first spend Christmas at the orphanage and then celebrate the spring festival in the Celestial Empire with me. As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, how could you not experience the festive atmosphere of the spring festival? I must tell you, it is far more delightful than Christmas. Xiaozhang gazed at Ye Shu with a pitiful expression, not one to be ungrateful, since Ye Shu had spoken. She had no choice but to settle for the next best option. I do miss the spring festival, she affirmed. All right then, it's settled. This year, I will accompany you home to experience the ambience of the spring festival in the Celestial Empire. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Ye Shu's eyes. In his past life, despite being alone, he would always find himself lost in thought, gazing at the myriad of lights on New Year's Eve. In this life, after 14 years of traversing time, he had yet to witness such a spectacle. He had thought it was merely a remnant of memory, something he had long ceased to care for. However, upon Xiaozhang's mention, he realized that his heart was still stirred. Perhaps this is the deep-seated bond embedded in the souls and bloodlines of the people of the Celestial Empire. Goodbye, Ye Shu. See you in 2 months. Yes, goodbye. Enjoy your holiday, and remember to avoid getting sunburned. Xiaozhang gently embraced Ye Shu before turning to wave her farewell. That little girl. Ye Shu could certainly perceive her feelings, yet he regarded Xiaozhang solely as a sister. After watching for so long, aren't you going to say anything else? With your level of courage, how do you expect to pursue Xiao? It's a shame you are the most outstanding student of Hufflepuff. Ye Shu suddenly turned his head to the nearby column, where a handsome figure was peering curiously in their direction. Startled by Ye Shu's exclamation, the individual appeared somewhat flustered. Ye Shu, what a coincidence. Realizing he had been discovered, the figure ceased to conceal himself and casually approached. Cedric Diggory had come forth. Indeed, quite the coincidence. It seems you've been lurking for quite a while now. I say, if you like her, just go for it. Why linger in the shadows? Don't forget, you are the finest student of Hufflepuff, ranking among the best in all of Hogwarts. Why the lack of confidence? Ye Shu cast Cedric a disdainful glance, his eyes brimming with scorn. Alas, what more can be said? No matter how outstanding one may be, I remain overshadowed by your brilliance. Indeed, I am regarded as an exemplary student by many, yet in your presence, my modest achievements seem trivial. Xiaozhang has stated that in order to win her affection, I must best you, a feat that appears utterly unattainable. Regardless of my efforts, success seems beyond reach. Cedric finds himself engulfed in melancholy, for his feelings for Xiaozhang are sincere. Ah, I perceive that you are not lacking in intelligence. Could it truly be that love renders one a fool? Let me enlighten you. Sometimes, when a girl makes a request, it is not a directive but rather a yearning for your attitude. How long have you known Xiaozhang? A mere few years? You are 14, and she is 13. At such a tender age, even if she were to agree to be your girlfriend, what could you possibly offer her? She is still a minor. Ye Shu casts a disapproving glance, vigilantly monitoring Cedric, for he considers Xiaozhang as a sister and cannot bear the thought of allowing such a beast to encroach upon her innocence at this tender age. No. Where are your thoughts wandering? I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to protect her. Cedric is taken aback, utterly astonished that Ye Shu would utter such words. While it is true that children in the West mature early and are exposed to certain education sooner, 13 or 14 is still quite young. Especially since Cedric is not one to act recklessly. Then it is settled. When the next semester begins, make an effort to seek her out. Whether she welcomes you or not, do not lose heart. Some matters require patience, as haste cannot yield the desired outcome. Persevere, for I have faith in you. Ye Shu claps Cedric on the shoulder, adopting a demeanor far too mature for his own status as a perennial bachelor. Very well, I understand. Ye Shu, thank you. Cedric nods earnestly, delivering a light punch to Ye Shu's shoulder, his face once again adorned with determination. Ye Shu holds Cedric in high regard. According to the original narrative, Cedric meets a tragic end at the hands of the Little Star during the Triwizard Tournament, a profound regret for many. In this iteration, however, due to Ye Shu's arrival, many circumstances have shifted. Whether Cedric will again participate in the tournament remains uncertain. Yet, his display of gentlemanly grace, intelligence, and erudition is undeniable. Should he become Xiaozhang's husband, he would undoubtedly be an extremely suitable choice. My assistance extends only thus far. The rest is contingent upon your own actions. Shaking his head and observing the departing figures of students, Ye Shu turns towards the magnificent Hogwarts castle. Chapter 67, Global Potion Store. London, Westminster District, Charing Cross. This bustling commercial street is alive with a myriad of shops, teeming with throngs of passers-by. Ye Shu strolls leisurely along the thoroughfare, drawing the attention of many with his presence. Originally, Ye Shu possessed an extraordinary beauty, and after several months of rigorous training, his physique became remarkably well-proportioned. Should he lift his shirt, one could even glimpse the 8 sculpted abdominal muscles on his abdomen, complemented by an impressive array of explosive muscles. Coupled with his growth over the past year, he appeared even more mature, and combined with his elegant demeanor, he was truly a heartthrob for the ladies. On the streets, whether it was affluent women or young girls, they all cast shy glances his way, with some bold enough to approach him for his contact information. Yet he graciously declined their advances. "I'm sorry, ladies, but I am merely 14. We do not engage with minors," Ye Shu remarked with a playful yet earnest tone, before walking away under the disappointed gazes of those who had approached him. After strolling a short distance, Ye Shu halted before a bar that seemed to have existed for quite some time, appearing small and dilapidated. It was indeed peculiar for such a decrepit establishment to exist amidst a bustling commercial street, detracting from the overall elegance of the area. Flanking this bar were a grand bookstore and a record shop, both of which were immensely popular in this day and age. Even more strangely, the throngs of people on the street appeared entirely oblivious to the bar's existence, not casting a single glance in its direction. Even Ye Shu, who had previously captured everyone's attention, seemed to be deliberately overlooked as he approached the bar. The establishment was named the Leaky Cauldron. However, this was merely its faade. Ye Shu pushed open the bar's heavy door with familiarity, ignoring the patrons within, and made his way directly to the backyard. The bar's backyard was a small courtyard, surrounded by walls, seemingly devoid of any exits. Yet, Ye Shu did not look back. He approached the wall near the trash can, counted the bricks, and calculated his moves. 3 bricks above the trash can, then 2 bricks horizontally. Upon locating the correct spot, Ye Shu produced his wand and tapped it lightly, causing the wall of bricks to shift and reveal a hidden door. Without hesitation, he stepped through the entrance. What lay beyond was a cobblestone path flanked by an array of shops, each showcasing an assortment of wondrous magical items in their windows. This was Diagon Alley, the most renowned commercial street within the Wizarding World, home to various branches of leading magical brands, bustling with an immense flow of visitors, albeit all of whom remained blissfully unaware of its presence. To access Diagon Alley, one could either enter through the Leaky Cauldron, as Ye Shu had done, or arrive directly via Flue Powder. Having not returned to the orphanage for half a year, Ye Shu felt a twinge of nostalgia for his younger siblings there and decided to pay them a visit before heading to Diagon Alley. Naturally, having learned from his previous experiences, he refrained from bringing any soul artifacts this time, opting instead to hide them in a very secure location. Oh, each visit to Diagon Alley always leaves me with an unsettling feeling in my heart. Observing the chaotic surroundings on either side, Ye Shu shook his head in resignation. He found it perplexing that, given the abilities of wizards, there was no need for them to engage in household chores. They could effortlessly maintain cleanliness and order. Yet, why had they allowed such an important commercial street to descend into disorder? It was not merely about dirt and mess. It was an awkwardness that permeated the area. The shops in Diagon Alley were exceedingly cramped, with buildings pressed against one another, leaving no space to breathe. Most notably, the structures themselves were all askew, as if constructed without adherence to any blueprint, haphazardly erected wherever whim dictated. Some leaned at alarming angles, as if on the verge of toppling over. Ye Shu had long harbored grievances about this, yet the wizards reveled in it, believing it to be a distinctive charm of their realm. One day, I shall demolish these edifices and impose a semblance of order. With a slight grimace, Ye Shu strode forward, for he was not there to shop, but to attend to pressing matters that, if mishandled, could lead to confrontation. Navigating through the throngs of people and crossing a street, Ye Shu halted before a modest shop, its sign proclaiming Global Potion Emporium in bold letters. Like other establishments in Diagon Alley, it was bustling with patrons, wizards entering and exiting, satisfied with their purchases. However, Ye Shu did not enter through the front. Instead, he made his way to the back door, ensuring no one was watching before donning a black cloak and slipping inside. "Who goes there?" Upon entering, a sharp voice rang out. A slender, bespectacled wizard set down his vials and pointed his wand at Ye Shu. 3 industrious house elves regarded him with vigilant expressions. "Charlie, do not be alarmed. It is I." Ye Shu's voice emerged from beneath the cloak, prompting the bespectacled man to exhale in relief and lower his wand. "Master, you have finally returned." The wizard bowed slightly to Ye Shu. "Master, it is truly you." The house elves cheered, clearly recognizing Ye Shu's voice. "Charlie, I appreciate all your hard work during my absence," Ye Shu said, keeping his hood drawn, seemingly wishing to conceal his identity. Before Charlie could respond, the house elves erupted in dismay. "Oh no, The master says we have worked hard. He does not want us anymore. Woe is us. We shall be abandoned. We are doomed. Are we to lose this job? If so, I would rather perish. You might find the raucousness of middle-aged women dancing in the square with loudspeakers bothersome, or the cacophony of the morning market irksome. But until you experience 3 house elves wailing before you, you cannot comprehend true torment. The 3 house elves dashed about in disarray, their incessant lamentations creating a din that was utterly unbearable. Silence! Silence! Xiangzi, Wangkai Xiaopeng. If you dare to make another sound, I shall cast you out from this place. Ye Shu rubbed his forehead, his voice brimming with ire, which rendered the 3 house elves obediently quiet. With a mere shout from Ye Shu, the house elves were instantly subdued, genuinely fearing that he might abandon them. Centuries ago, these elves enjoyed a degree of freedom, but upon being discovered by human wizards, a fierce battle ensued, resulting in the humans' victory. The consequence of the elves' defeat was their enslavement, compelled to serve the whims of their wizard masters, and sometimes even traded as commodities. Having been domesticated from a young age, the service to wizards became a lifelong creed for house elves. To be cast aside by their masters signified their obsolescence. In such dire circumstances, most house elves would choose to end their own lives. Thus, the commands of their masters held paramount importance, as fulfilling their tasks was regarded as an honor. Even if the task entailed self-destruction, they perceived it as a dignified exit. However, if abandoned, even in death, they would be ridiculed by their kin. Now, you all head to the dining hall to prepare lunch. I have matters to discuss with Charlie. Ye Shu gestured for the 3 house elves to depart. Wonderful. Our master has given us a task. He still needs us. The elves exclaimed, their spirits lifted. Let us prepare the most delectable lunch in the world to repay our master. Elated, they scurried off to another small room. Observing their obedient demeanor brought a mix of amusement and sorrow to Ye Shu. When he had acquired them, he had contemplated gifting them clothing and granting them their freedom. But the house elves interpreted this as an indication of abandonment and steadfastly refused to accept it, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Elves with free will, like Dobby, were indeed a rarity. Perhaps Dobby was the sole exception in the entire world. Now that it is quiet, let us discuss the specifics. Ye Shu settled into a chair, taking a gentle sip from his cup of tea before addressing Charlie. Yes, my lord. The situation is as follows, Charlie replied, sitting across from Ye Shu, deep in thought before recounting the recent events. The establishment known as the Global Potion Shop was one of Ye Shu's enterprises, offering an extensive range of potions of exceptional quality, far surpassing the offerings of other potion shops in the market. Some of the potions sold within had never before graced the market, yet their powerful and practical effects made the shop exceedingly popular. However, this prosperity had attracted the envy of certain individuals, who not only coveted the shop itself, but also sought to acquire the recipes for the extraordinary potions. So, they have come to stir trouble in the shop? Putting down the teacup, Ye Shu's voice was somewhat somber. Indeed, 3 days prior, after the guests had departed, a few individuals burst in, each wielding wands, clearly with ill intentions. I happened to be at the front desk, and, sensing the impending danger, confronted them. Thankfully, with the assistance of Xiangzi and the others, the intruders eventually retreated. However, before their departure, they issued a menacing ultimatum, granting us 3 days to contemplate, vowing to return today. Calculating the time, it is indeed today, and I fear this time they may not be so lenient. Charlie wore a troubled expression. You all were unharmed, I trust? Upon hearing Charlie's account, Ye Shu's first concern was not for the shop's losses, but for their safety, which warmed Charlie's heart. We are fine, sir. However, how should we handle this? Should we call for reinforcements or report it directly to the Ministry of Magic? The audacity with which they acted in Diagon Alley suggests they possess substantial backing. Can we truly contend with them? Charlie's worries were not unfounded. The audacity of their actions indicated a lack of fear. The previous encounter had been tempered, partly due to the formidable strength of Ye Shu's 3 house elves, and partly because the intruders had not brought sufficient manpower. Moreover, their intention to seize the shop and the potion recipes meant that should this situation become widely known, or should they eliminate anyone privy to the recipes, it would ultimately spell disaster. Yet, given their menacing remarks, it was clear they would come fully prepared this time. No matter, let them come. Any issues? Leave them to me. They are merely a pack of cowardly rats. What is there to fear? If they dare to come, I shall ensure they do not see the dawn. As Ye Shu uttered these words, he completely forgot that he was clad in a black robe, perhaps even more conspicuous than they. By the way, I have devised several new formulas. Just follow the instructions for their preparation. I have even named them Kidney Treasure, Feminine Purity, Prostate Guardian, and Golden Fly. They are all tailored for men and women. I guarantee they will attract many customers. Ye Shu, unconcerned about Charlie's apprehensions, tossed him several parchments detailing the potion recipes, grinning lewdly. Upon examining the formulas, Charlie's expression darkened. His boss possessed extraordinary capabilities, often concocting unprecedented potions. Yet he had an inexplicable penchant for creating such peculiar elixirs. At merely 20-something, Charlie found himself somewhat embarrassed at the thought of selling these potions in the shop. Look at you. What is our primary concern? It is profit. Do not feel ashamed of these potions. Once they discover their remarkable effects, they will flock here to purchase them. Off you go. While there is still time, familiarize yourself with the preparation of the new potions. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Ye Shu waved his hand, concealing a rather mischievous smile beneath his hood. Shaking his head, Charlie realized that his employer's decisions were immutable, rendering any protest futile. Moreover, he lacked the authority to voice dissent. Following the formula inscribed on the parchment, he commenced the preparation of various ingredients. Meanwhile, Yesh, idly passing the time, ascended to the second floor after lunch. He refrained from revealing himself in the shop, as he wished to keep his ownership concealed from the outside world. His true identity remained unknown even to those within the establishment. They only perceived their employer as an enigmatic figure who consistently produced unprecedented potion recipes. Thus, Yesh settled into a tranquil slumber on the second floor. Having been roused early in the morning by Rancy, this moment afforded him the opportunity to catch up on his sleep, and he ended up dozing until evening. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks jolted Yesh from his dreams. Chapter 69, The Mirror Space. My lord, trouble has arisen. Charlie's urgent voice cut through the haze of sleep, causing Yesh to sit upright, his gaze icy. With a crash, the door swung open, revealing a frantic Charlie, accompanied by a faint commotion from downstairs. My lord, they have arrived. Vigus, leading 3 house elves, stood her ground against the intruders below. They have already vandalized several items in our shop. Breathless, Charlie had evidently rushed upstairs without pause to inform Yesh of the unfolding crisis. I understand. Let us proceed. Yesh replied with a calmness that belied Charlie's expectations of fury, as if he were merely discussing an unremarkable matter. Was he angry? Certainly, but in Yesh's eyes, these intruders were as good as dead. There was no need to waste anger on the deceased. With swift strides, he descended the stairs, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath his hurried steps. He traversed the kitchen, opened the intervening door, and made his way to the front hall, still clad in his flowing black robes. Before him stood a ragtag assembly of wizards, both male and female, all disheveled and filthy, resembling vagrants. They crowded the shop, making the already confined space feel even more cramped. These were wizards who had committed various crimes, some even linked to the notorious Voldemort. Although their misdeeds were not severe enough to warrant imprisonment in Azkaban, their kind faced insurmountable obstacles in securing legitimate employment within the wizarding community, leaving them to resort to dubious means of survival. One of their primary sources of income involved acting as enforcers for others. Despite the oversight of the Ministry of Magic, complete justice was a myth. Where there was light, darkness inevitably lingered, and these individuals had honed their abilities to survive in the shadows. Near the kitchen, 3 house elves and a young woman stood defiantly against the intruders. The latter was Charlie's sister, Vigus. Though only 18, her beauty was striking, and standing at 175 centimeters, she was not considered short by Western standards. Her golden tresses cascaded in large, flowing waves over her shoulders, accentuating her youthful figure, which was both curvaceous and alluring, undeniably enhancing her charm. Among all the women Ye Shu had encountered, Vigus undoubtedly ranked among the top 3, a fact that required no further affirmation. Sir, you have arrived. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Vigus turned to glance, spotting her brother standing respectfully beside a figure cloaked in black. Instantly, she deduced the identity of the individual. Vigus, you may withdraw, Ye Shu commanded with a casual wave of his hand. Though hesitant, Vigus was acutely aware of the 10 or so individuals present. Despite her master's formidable prowess, she doubted he could contend against such a multitude. Should they strike simultaneously or attempt a covert assault, it would indeed be perilous. Yet, recalling her master's unwavering authority, she obediently stepped aside, though she kept her wand at the ready, pointed warily at the intruders. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? One of the assailants sneered. Huh, I thought as much. Anyone capable of producing such a plethora of new magical potions must have substantial backing. Indeed, this reveals the true mastermind behind the scenes. Their taunts were cloaked in mockery, suggesting a clandestine agenda, and they implored to unveil the face hidden beneath the hood, speculating whether it belonged to an old acquaintance, presumably a former henchman of Voldemort or a companion in past misdeeds. Naturally, their words were merely intended to disparage Ye Shu. Unfazed by their derision, Ye Shu surveyed the toppled shelves and the ominous darkness outside. The hour was late, and even the bustling Diagon Alley had succumbed to a quietude, with only a few shopkeepers peering cautiously in their direction. Come to assist? Don't be ridiculous. They wouldn't dare. All were merchants, driven by profit. They would not risk their necks for a fruitless endeavor. Moreover, Ye Shu's apothecary flourished exceedingly well, and for the nearby competitors, the downfall of his establishment would be advantageous. Humph. Shu scoffed coldly, drawing forth his wand. In an instant, the opposing group also brandished their wands, mistaking his action for an imminent attack. The atmosphere within the shop became charged with tension as everyone braced for the possibility of an offensive strike. Pathetic courage to attempt a robbery. Shu's voice resonated from beneath his hood, dripping with disdain. Mirror space. A soft white light flickered at the tip of Shu's wand before shooting forth. However, this spell was not aimed at the band of ruffians, but at the shop itself. As the white light struck the establishment, the interior began to twist and invert, creating a disorienting sensation of weightlessness for all present. In the eyes of the outsiders, a startling realization dawned upon them. Everything within the shop had become invisible, or rather, the people had vanished, leaving nothing but an empty store behind. What on earth is this? What trickery is at play here? Curse it, this is a barrier. He has entrapped us within. The few among them were somewhat flustered. They had come seeking trouble, intending to employ a barrier to isolate everything within the shop from the outside world. Yet now, the tables had turned. Not only the bandits demanding potion recipes, but even the Charlie siblings, who had followed Ye Shu for a year or two, were taken aback. The means employed by Ye Shu were utterly unprecedented in their experience. During their time at school, they had displayed remarkable talent, studying magic for many years. Though they may not have known every spell, they had certainly heard of many. However, the magic demonstrated by their employer was entirely foreign to them, even in name. Could it be? A bold conjecture took root in the minds of the siblings. Akin to the unprecedented potions brought forth by Ye Shu, could this spell be one that this esteemed individual had created himself? While the creation of spells is not an impossibility, and indeed many have done so, most self-created spells tend to lack significant efficacy. Yet what Ye Shu had accomplished, severing a small area to create an isolated mirrored world, was undoubtedly a highly advanced incantation. This feat not only astonished Ye Shu's subordinates, but also instilled fear in the hearts of the bandits. Chapter 70. Let us engage in amicable cooperation. The mirrored space was unmistakably inspired by the bald sorcerer from the Marvel Universe. This magic, though challenging to master, can also be perceived as simple. The difficulty lay in the absence of guidance for Ye Shu, forcing him to rely solely on his own exploration. Conversely, the simplicity arose from the existence of numerous spatial-related magics in this world, whether it be the enchantments that conjure entire realms within a modest tint or the abilities that separate the wizarding world from the Muggle world, all of which pertain to space. After referencing countless spatial spells, Ye Shu successfully devised the mirrored space. Now, might you kindly divulge who sent you here to cause a disturbance? Picking up a chair from the ground, Ye Shu placed it steadily before him and nonchalantly seated himself. In truth, I harbor no interest in your identities. To me, you are but mere pests. Your existence serves only to taint this world further. Without you, it would be a better place. The only information I seek pertains to your puppet master. Ye Shu lightly clapped his hands, brushing off non-existent dust from his fingers, never once casting a direct glance at these intruders. Do you not feel a tad too arrogant? Indeed, your strength is formidable, but what of it? With so many of us here, are you truly confident in your ability to contend with us? Even accounting for the household sprites, there are merely 6 of you. We possess double your number. Be wise and surrender the potion formulas, then sign this shop transfer agreement, and we may spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame us for unleashing a massacre. What if you confine us within a barrier? It is merely the grave you have dug for yourselves. Once you are dead, the barrier shall naturally shatter. A man with a single eye concealed by a patch and a face marred by scars stepped forward, evidently the leader of this group. His reasoning was not unfounded. Although Ye Shu's barrier was sophisticated, it was a direct application rather than one activated through specific objects or a complete transformation of the shop into a small space. As long as the spellcaster perished, this temporary realm would inevitably dissolve. Indeed, there is one more detail. This woman must accompany us. A lecherous man suddenly pointed at Vigus, leering at her with his gaze lingering suggestively on her prominent features. He chuckled. Ah, splendid. This last is quite delightful. It has been ages since we indulged. Let us savor her, shall we? Look at her. Could she still be a virgin? Ha ha ha, how splendid. With so many of us, we shall together enlighten her on the pleasures of this world. Filthy words spilled from their lips as they leered at Vigus, their intentions laid bare without pretense. Vigus, unaccustomed to such affronts, flushed with anger, her small face contorted in fury as she glared at them, her wand glowing ominously, almost ready to unleash a spell upon her assailants. Ye Shu placed a hand gently upon hers, subtly urging her wand downward. What do you think? Your potion business seems rather prosperous. Surely, you wouldn't mind parting with such a servant. For someone of your wealth, a servant like her is easily replaceable. Why squabble with us? The leader of the group licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger that seemed to threaten Vigus's very essence. Your proposal is intriguing. Ye Shu finally spoke, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. None could have anticipated his willingness to compromise. Even Vigus and Charlie were taken aback. For their employer had not been one to easily yield. Was he truly intimidated by their numbers? If that were the case, why had he initially confined everyone within the barrier, seemingly inviting doom as they claimed? Just as Vigus opened her mouth to respond, Ye Shu tightened his grip, signaling her to remain calm. Vigus's eyes darted as if a thought had struck her. A sardonic smile crept onto her lips. Your proposal is not without merit. However, as this is a negotiation, it cannot solely be dictated by you, can it? Ye Shu withdrew his hand from Vigus's, gently caressing it before bringing it to his nose, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that wafted forth. Upon witnessing this scene, Vigus could not help but blush slightly. Indeed, if you have anything to express, feel free to voice it. We are willing to concede where we can. The opposing leader also wished to avoid a situation of mutual destruction. Although Ye Shu's party was outnumbered, a confrontation would inevitably result in casualties on their side as well, something he was keen to avoid. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Excellent. It seems we have reached a consensus. For us, this marks a promising beginning. Why must we descend into a battle of life and death? Ye Shu's lips curled into a sardonic smile, though the shadow of his hood concealed it from the others. Your eloquence is commendable. It is no wonder you have achieved such prominence. So, after all this discourse, what are your terms? Speak plainly, and if they are within our acceptance, we shall not refuse. The leader's face radiated with delight, initially expecting a fierce conflict, but now it seemed the task would be accomplished effortlessly. Returning with such significant gains would surely earn him great commendations from the esteemed figure behind him. Very well, let me present my proposal. You have journeyed from afar, enduring considerable hardship for my potions and formulas. There is an old saying in the East, when friends come from afar, they must be treated with respect. However, given your special trip, I believe it would be more prudent to eliminate you all instead. This way, I would save you the trouble of returning, and in doing so, I would be assisting you in avoiding many burdens. With that, Ye Shu rose slowly, an aura of frost radiating from him, instantly permeating the confined space and sending shivers through the group of ragtag wizards, a stark display of murderous intent. Chapter 71. Only one shall survive. Without further ado, the opposing leader recognized that Ye Shu was not inclined towards mercy. With a swift motion of his wand, he uttered an incantation rapidly, directing a spell towards Ye Shu and his companions. His comrades, vigilant from the moment Ye Shu stood, followed suit as soon as their leader made a move. As seasoned ruffians accustomed to the edge of a blade, these individuals possessed a modicum of strength, though it was limited. Their prowess could be deemed adequate, but they had yet to attain the art of silent casting, indicating they were far from being top-tier experts. Behind Ye Shu, Charlie and his siblings, along with 3 domesticated pixies, focused intently, preparing to cast their spells in response. Yet, Ye Shu raised a hand subtly, halting their actions. This surprised Charlie and the others. After all, they were up against a dozen adversaries. Could their employer truly handle this? However, the subsequent spectacle revealed the true extent of Ye Shu's formidable strength. The enemy's spells erupted almost simultaneously, a dozen incantations converging upon Ye Shu, poised to strike him down. Smack! Ye Shu did not employ a wand. He merely snapped his fingers lightly, and an invisible barrier rose before him. Thud, thud, thud. A dozen spells struck the ethereal shield, yet it remained unshaken. Not even a crack nor a tremor to be seen. How could this be possible? Not only the adversaries, but even Charlie and his sister were taken aback, unable to fathom the immense power of their employer. It is worth noting that without the use of a wand, one could only exert a fraction of their magical prowess. Yet, this individual managed to repel their numerous attacks with nothing but a modicum of strength. The mastery of magic displayed was simply unfathomable. In that moment, the mirrored space was filled with gasps of astonishment. Little did they know, Ye Shu's formidable magical prowess in the absence of a wand stemmed solely from the unique abilities he had cultivated himself. Who are you exactly? The leader of the opposing faction retreated a step, realizing that they had perhaps encountered an insurmountable challenge that day. Who am I? Huh? You dare to create a disturbance in my establishment and inquire about my identity? I am merely the humble proprietor of this shop. What? Do you wish to concede now? Ye Shu's derisive laughter echoed in the mirrored space, causing the expressions of the intruders to darken considerably. Perhaps we have misunderstood each other. The leader fell silent for a moment before hesitantly continuing. It appears that I may have taken this too seriously. So it seems. This is merely a misunderstanding. I fear I may have overreacted. Ye Shu's mocking tone emerged from beneath his hood. The leader recognized this but could only grit his teeth and persist. Indeed, it is a misunderstanding. As you can see, the hour grows late, and you must continue your business tomorrow. We shall not impose any further. Therefore, might you lift this barrier so we can take our leave? By the way, the quality of your potions is exceptional. If possible, we shall frequent your establishment more often in the future, as our profession often leads us into perilous situations. The leader's face was plastered with insincere smiles, desperate to vacate this troublesome place. Lao Feda, what do you fear? Let us all attack together. Can he truly withstand the force of us all? Even the mightiest of beings will eventually exhaust their magical energy. I say you are simply cowardly. You are unworthy of leading us. A few brash individuals mocked him, with the one who had initially provoked Vigus shoving Lao Feda aside, angrily pointing at Ye Shu. Their desires had clouded their judgment. Typically, they sought out practitioners in the vibrant and gaudy realms of the Muggle world. Never had they encountered a beauty such as Vigus. With the notion that eliminating Ye Shu would grant them free reign over Vigus, they were far from willing to relent. Crush him to smithereens. Several individuals cast spells simultaneously. Yet this time they aimed at different locations around Ye Shu, with some even directing their attacks towards Charlie and his companions behind him, intending to divert Ye Shu's attention. Foolishness. All of it rebounded. Ye Shu shook his head, snapping his fingers once more. The spells, which had initially been cast at peculiar angles, momentarily paused in midair before rebounding with a vengeance. The incantations, moving swifter than when they were first invoked, struck the assailants before they could react. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, their bodies exploded into fragments, flesh and entrails scattering across the ground, while crimson blood flowed freely, pooling everywhere. Ugh. Neither Vigus nor Charlie had ever witnessed such a scene. They instinctively covered their mouths and turned away to retch. Even those on the side of Rofeld displayed signs of discomfort. Although they often operated in the shadows, actual murder was a rarity, as excessive killings would attract the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. Typically, after committing robbery or mischief, they would erase the victim's memories using obliviate spells. The ruthless methods displayed by Ye Shu filled them with unease. They had wronged you, and they deserved their fate, but this does not concern us. You see, now that you have eliminated them, you must feel relieved. Might we be permitted to leave? We assure you that today's events will remain a secret. If you are not at ease, you could simply erase our memories. Yes, we shall say nothing. Rofeld pleaded softly, and his remaining subordinates nodded in frantic agreement. Of course, I will let you go. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within them. They had anticipated perishing here, yet unexpectedly. There seemed to be a chance for survival. However, it was not all of them who would leave, but rather only one. So, who shall I allow to depart? 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 individuals, how troublesome. I detest making choices. If only there were fewer of you. Ye Shu remarked nonchalantly, stroking the small portion of his chin that peeked out from beneath his hood. Chapter 72. Turning against each other. There are too many of them, Rofeld murmured to himself, glancing at his 6 remaining subordinates, then at the pile of dismembered bodies on the ground, as a vicious gleam flickered in his eyes. Avada Kedavra, before anyone could react. A curse shot from his hand. This time, however, it was not aimed at Ye Shu or Charlie, but rather turned towards Rofeld's remaining subordinates. The spell struck one of them at such close range, causing the unfortunate soul to stagger before collapsing lifelessly. Rofeld, what have you done? Damn it. Have you lost your mind? He is the enemy. The remaining 5 subordinates were left in shock, bewildered by their leader's sudden betrayal, attacking his own men. Faced with their inquiries, Lowfield remained silent, instead casting a disarming spell that sent one of his subordinates wands flying. Following that, a petrification curse rendered another under his command immobile. He seeks to eliminate us to secure his own survival. Damn it, let us unite and slay him. The remaining 3 finally reacted, raising their wands against their former leader. Given the absence of mercy from their adversary, they felt no guilt in their intent. After all, they had only assembled together for mutual benefit, willing to commit any act for the sake of their own lives. As the trio advanced to attack, Lowfield did not retreat, but rather pressed forward. Given the proximity of their positions, he reached out and delivered a powerful punch to one man's face. The man let out a cry of pain and fell backward, colliding with another and causing his spell to veer off course, narrowly missing Lowfield. The last remaining adversary aimed his wand directly at Lowfield, and as the spell was about to be unleashed, Lowfield instinctively shifted his body to the side. With a sickening sound, blood erupted as one of Lowfield's arms was obliterated by the spell, yet he managed to preserve his life. Having narrowly escaped death, Lowfield, disregarding the excruciating pain in his left arm, summoned his strength to cast 3 more spells, claiming the lives of his 3 subordinates once more. Lowfield, please, do not kill me. I have followed you for many years, remaining steadfastly loyal. You cannot treat me this way. In the brief skirmish, all that remained was Lowfield, now deprived of his left arm, the petrified subordinate, and the 2 others who had been disarmed. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Lowfield directed his spell at the petrified subordinate, ultimately sealing his fate. I will fight you to the end. Realizing that Lowfield would not spare him, the man understood that only one could survive, as Yesho had previously decreed that only one may leave. This was precisely why Lowfield had turned against his own followers. His wand was no longer usable. Having been disarmed and now recognizing Lowfield as its master, even if he retrieved it, he could not harm Lowfield with it. The other ones lay too far away to be retrieved in time. In a desperate bid, the man charged at Lowfield, colliding with him just as Lowfield attempted to cast a spell, forcing it to be interrupted. Not only that, but Lowfield's wand also slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. "I will kill you. I will kill you." In an instant, the two became entangled on the ground, and due to Lowfield's lost arm, he found himself overpowered by his subordinate. The man rained punches upon Lowfield's face, leaving it battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight indeed. The oppressive sound of blows reverberated in the mirrored space, where the once formidable Ravenclaw was on the verge of being mercilessly crushed by his own subordinate. "Ha ha ha, the survivor shall be none other than me. Ravenclaw, prepare to meet your demise. Once you perish, I shall seize all the treasures you have concealed, and they will rightfully belong to me. Indeed, I have long been aware of your hiding places. Everything you possess will be transformed into my bridal finery." The man continued to hammer away while laughing maniacally, his face adorned with a triumphant expression. Ravenclaw's mouth parted slightly, as if attempting to utter something, but his battered visage rendered him incapable of producing much sound. "What do you wish to say? I grant you the opportunity to deliver a final remark. Consider it a token of our long-standing camaraderie." Seemingly convinced of his dominance over Ravenclaw, the man seized him by the collar, a victorious grin plastered across his face. Ravenclaw struggled to articulate his thoughts, his words emerging with great difficulty, yet the subordinate remained perplexed, unable to comprehend. "Speak louder. Have you not eaten today? You are usually so vigorous when reprimanding us." Perhaps feeling empowered by a long-suppressed rage, the man struck Ravenclaw hard across the face, venting his pent-up fury. Yet, even in his bloodied and battered state, Ravenclaw managed to smile. "What are you laughing at? I will end you." The man was thoroughly enraged, unable to fathom why Ravenclaw dared to grin. What audacity did he possess? In a fit of fury, he raised his fist once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow that would shatter Ravenclaw to pieces. As the heavy fist descended, Ravenclaw's lips parted slightly as he swiftly uttered an incantation. His subordinate's pupils dilated in shock as he turned to behold the remnants of Ravenclaw's right hand. To his astonishment, Ravenclaw had somehow grasped a wand. Its tip pointed directly at him, the very wand that had been knocked from his grasp earlier. This was the final scene he would witness in his life. In the next instant, his head exploded into a gruesome mess, red blood and white brain matter splattering over Ravenclaw's form. With no time to clean himself, Ravenclaw groped to rise, still dazed from the relentless beating he had endured, his mind swirling in confusion. Indeed, without hesitation, he had slain his own subordinate, and amid the chaos, managed to grasp the wand, deliberately diverting his opponent's attention to buy himself the time needed to recite the spell. A ruthless individual. It was no wonder he had ascended to leadership among this group. He truly possessed remarkable skill. Ye Shu clapped his hands, offering unreserved praise for Ravenclaw's prior display of cunning. Chapter 73. Bring forth those behind you. Having eliminated his 6 subordinates, Ravenclaw collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The explosion of his left arm had caused his blood to flow rapidly, and he was now experiencing symptoms of severe blood loss, rendering him dizzy and disoriented. However, this was hardly the moment for self-treatment. "Esteemed sir, I find myself utterly alone now. Might you consider granting me my freedom? Rest assured, upon my departure, I shall reveal nothing. All that has transpired here shall remain sealed within me." Lowfield adjusted his posture, forcing himself to kneel before Ye Shu, fully aware that his fate rested in the hands of this individual. Should he be resolute in his intent to end his life, even the restoration of his left arm would be futile. "Indeed, your decisiveness surpasses my expectations, and your ruthlessness is rare. To slay one's own companions and subordinates at a mere whim is not an act easily accomplished by the ordinary. Have no fear, I am a man of my word. If I declare that one may depart, then they shall indeed be allowed to leave. Now, only you remain. Thus, congratulations on securing the chance to survive." Ye Shu slowly approached, extending a finger as he spoke softly. Lowfield lifted his gaze to the outstretched finger, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was his hope for survival. From this vantage point, he also caught a glimpse of a small portion of Ye Shu's visage beneath the hood, and for a moment, he hesitated. Judging by this mere fragment, the enigmatic proprietor of the apothecary appeared quite youthful. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning indifference. If the individual sought to conceal their identity with a hooded cloak, it was prudent not to discern who they were. To uncover their identity might jeopardize the hard-won chance at survival he had just obtained. "Then may I leave?" Lowfield pressed his forehead against the ground, adopting a posture of utmost humility and reverence. Snap! Ye Shu did not respond verbally, but instead snapped his fingers. In an instant, the mirrored space shattered, and all returned to the confines of the small shop. However, the remnants of the shattered corpses did not accompany them. They remained forever trapped in the mirrored realm. Their lives eternally lingered in that space, unbeknownst to the world, for their existence had been infinitely insignificant. "You may live, but..." Ye Shu's pause sent Leofeard's heart racing once more, fearing a possible change of mind. In that moment, thoughts of escape flickered in his mind, but they were swiftly extinguished. Escape? What means did he possess to flee? Even at the height of his power, he was but an ant easily crushed by another's hand. Now, having lost an arm and suffered significant blood loss, his chances were even slimmer. What are your commands? I shall assist you in any way within my capacity. Leofeard, being a clever man, quickly grasped the situation, since Ye Shu had dispelled the barrier. It was illogical to release him only to take his life afterward. Such an act would be redundant. Excellent. You have chosen not to flee, thus salvaging your own life. I am aware that there are individuals behind you. Otherwise, you would not possess the audacity to commit robbery in Diagonal Alley. What I require from you is simple. Bring forth those who have instigated you to commit this act with all your might. Do you comprehend the essence of my words? Upon hearing Ye Shu's utterance, Leofeard's eyes glimmered with understanding. He grasped the underlying implication of Ye Shu's statement. I understand, rest assured, my lord. I shall bring the individual here for your disposal. In truth, the one who orchestrated my actions from behind is. Leofeard's gaze was rife with animosity. Yet it was not directed at Ye Shu, but rather at the puppet master who manipulated him. Were it not for this person, how could he have stumbled upon such an impasse? If one desires to usurp another's domain, one ought to ascertain the origins of their adversary. Dispatching mere pawns to confront them is tantamount to courting death. The resentment Leofeard harbored for the figure behind him far surpassed that he felt for Ye Shu. Cease. I have no interest in knowing the identity of your benefactor. In any case, you shall bring the individual here, otherwise. Do not assume that exiting this place guarantees your safety. If I wish to eliminate someone, they could flee to the ends of the earth, and it would be in vain. Ye Shu's calm voice resonated, each word striking Leofeard's heart and rendering his pallid complexion even more ghastly. He understood that Ye Shu was not merely attempting to intimidate him. The latter undoubtedly possessed the capability to follow through. It was even conceivable that, unbeknownst to him, Ye Shu had already cast a tracking spell upon him. Rest assured, I will fulfill the task. Leofeard nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a chick pecking rice, exacerbating his dizziness to the brink of collapse. Now begone. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept through, propelling Leofeard from the shop. My lord, are you truly prepared to let him go? Furthermore, you have instructed him to bring along those who orchestrated his actions. What shall we do if they arrive with many followers? With a still pale countenance, Charlie approached Ye Shu from behind, laden with trepidation. The scene of mangled corpses and bloodshed had thoroughly terrified him. Yet, compared to the retching Vigus, Charlie had fared considerably better. You possess such little fortitude. This is merely the beginning, and you are already reduced to this state. Must you not strive for greater resilience? You must seize opportunities to fortify your courage. Ye Shu glanced back at Charlie, shaking his head in exasperation. Charlie's expression was one of innocence. While he did not consider himself timid, the horrifying tableau earlier would have rattled even the most audacious of souls. Yet, his employer was an anomaly. In the face of the hellish scene, he displayed no signs of disturbance. What manner of person is my employer? Questions swirled in Charlie's mind. But he recognized that such inquiries were beyond his purview, thus choosing to bury them deep within. Fear not. I do not dread their arrival. I fear their absence. Regardless of how many come, I shall face them head-on. Ye Shu was eager to test the extent of his newfound prowess, whether through the casting of spells or physical training. Since achieving mastery, he had yet to engage in a proper confrontation. In comparison to his previous encounter with Voldemort, the months spent tirelessly honing his physical prowess have culminated in an astonishing display of strength. If one were to liken the wizards of the magical realm to fragile sorcerers, then Ye Shu epitomizes the fabled dual mastery of martial and magical arts. Or, more precisely, he embodies the essence of a melee mage. This time, when faced with Voldemort once more, he shall not find himself in the same predicament as before. Chapter 74, Deadlock? Clatter, clatter, clatter. In a dimly lit alley, a figure staggered forward in a desperate sprint. The individual appeared frantic, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was missing an arm, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Seemingly weakened by the loss of blood and the duration of his flight, the figure faltered, collapsing to the ground. Yet, instead of succumbing to his exhaustion, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to rise again, pushing himself to the end of the alley, where he rapped upon a grand door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Fortunately, this alley appeared to house only this solitary dwelling, thus drawing no attention from others. Who goes there? Moments later, an aged voice echoed from behind the door. It is I, Leofeard. I have been sent by the esteemed master to procure potion recipes from the apothecary, but an unforeseen incident has occurred. I have urgent matters to report. Leofeard gasped for breath, having reached the brink of exhaustion. Creak. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with a shock of white hair who peered out, glancing disdainfully at Leofeard, sprawled at his feet. Old fool. Do you look down upon me as well? Lowfield inwardly cursed upon noticing the man's expression, though he maintained a facade of respect as he implored. Please take me to the master. I have pressing matters to discuss. Quickly, time is of the essence. Delays could lead to dire consequences. The old man, initially inclined to torment Lowfield further, changed his demeanor upon hearing his urgency, his expression shifting to one of concern. He waved his hand, and two burly men materialized from behind him, lifting the feeble Lowfield and escorting him toward the inner courtyard. As the four reached the center of the yard, Lowfield was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, the sudden impact draining the color from his face and nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The elder paid him no mind, instead brandishing his wand, and a peculiar light flickered across the courtyard. In the next instant, the two men vanished without a trace, revealing the presence of a hidden teleportation circle. When Lowfield opened his eyes once more, he found himself within an ancient castle, the opulence of the surroundings unmistakably indicative of immense wealth. This was not his first visit, hence his expression bore no semblance of surprise. However, unlike his previous respectful demeanor, a flicker of barely concealed ire now glimmered in Lowfield's eyes. What are you dawdling for? Follow me. Do not expect this old bone of mine to assist you. Should you falter, then perish. The elder scoffed at the dazed Lowfield, leading the way forward. Yes, I shall come at once. Lawford, exhibiting no signs of unusual distress, lowered his head and staggered behind the elderly man. Without the aid of others, each step he took was a strenuous endeavor. After traversing a grand hall and crossing a corridor, the two arrived before a door where the elder came to a halt. My lord, Lawford has arrived. He claims to have matters to report. Additionally, he has sustained severe injuries. The elder hesitated for a moment, then respectfully addressed the room. How have you fared with the task I assigned you? A voice emerged from within, dripping with arrogance. My lord, the situation has progressed relatively well. Lawford lowered his gaze, refraining from looking at the indistinct figure lurking within. Oh, relatively well? Are you jesting with me? You have been left with a shattered arm, collapsing before me like a defeated dog, and you dare to call this success? Surely, you must have failed, pursued relentlessly by your adversaries. A tall figure stepped forth from the room, striding directly towards Lawford, who felt the air catch in his throat. Regaining his composure, he spoke, tinged with sorrow. To be candid, my lord, there have indeed been some setbacks. We not only underestimated the adversary's unwillingness to yield the formula, but also their strength. My subordinates perished in battle, and I, too, lost an arm in this confrontation. Fortunately, I narrowly escaped with my life. However, the enemy also suffered. Although they were fewer in number and stronger than us, our sea of soldiers managed to eliminate the majority of them. Lawford paused to catch his breath, his voice weak. Eliminated? But what of the potion formula? Did you manage to secure it? The lord leaned closer, his gaze piercing as he spoke urgently to Lawford. After orchestrating such an elaborate scheme, even risking the ire of the Ministry of Magic, it was all for the sake of acquiring the potion formula. Should the one who knows the formula perish, all our efforts will have been in vain. Rest assured, my lord, the potion formula remains intact. Just as you predicted, there are indeed others behind this establishment. Nonetheless, they are ultimately no match for us. Although my men have all perished, the enemy is not left with many either, and their magical powers are nearly depleted. Lawford continued, a glimmer of hope in his voice. My lord, this presents a splendid opportunity. If we act now, everything they possess will be yours. What could be more delightful than personally reaping the fruits of victory? Lawford endeavored to entice the man before him, urging him with fervor. Is that so? You have lost so many subordinates. It must have been quite the ordeal for you. You flatter me, my lord. It is their honor to die for you. Yet, why do I feel as though you are attempting to deceive me? I cannot shake the feeling that you are eager for me to go in person. Have you perhaps struck some agreement with the enemy? Perhaps they promised to spare your life at the cost of luring me into their trap? The man bent down, his wand pointed menacingly at Raffald's head, as if prepared to obliterate it into mere fragments at any moment. In that instant, Raffald's heart skipped a beat. He could hardly fathom that his adversary had accurately discerned the very scheme he had been plotting. What to do? Could this truly be the day of my demise? Raffald felt a surge of anxiety within, yet his countenance betrayed a facade of sorrow and indignation. My lord, my brethren, over a dozen of them, perished within that establishment, and I barely escaped with my life. Would I deceive you? What motive would I have to lie? If anything, I wish for you to avenge my fallen brothers. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to delve into my memories and ascertain the truth of that fateful event. Raffald straightened his neck defiantly, donning an expression that conveyed a readiness to face death. Chapter 75, Eyes Wide Shut. Raffald stiffened, closing his eyes to await the judgment of his foe. At this juncture, the trajectory of events had far surpassed his expectations. He had anticipated leading his adversary to the apothecary, yet suspicion had arisen instead. Astonishingly, his opponent had managed to glean a rough understanding of the events that transpired merely through a few words. With no other recourse available, escape was futile. and fighting back was impossible. He could only gamble on that slender thread of hope. Ah, Raffled, you wild dog. How curious that you possess such fortitude. Rest assured, you are in my service. Even if you are but a dog, you are my domesticated hound, and I shall not treat you unjustly. As long as you affirm your loyalty to me, not only shall I absolve you of blame, but I will also reward you handsomely. Of course, this is contingent upon confirming that you have not betrayed me. With that, his adversary gazed intently at Raffled, while the elder beside him readied his wand, poised for action. Raffled swallowed hard, comprehending his opponent's intent. They sought the memories residing within his mind, specifically those of the preceding battle. Very well, my lord, since you desire it. I shall not conceal anything. After a moment of contemplation, Raffled withdrew his wand and pressed it against his temple. A slender thread of white light emerged from his temple, its end connecting to the tip of the wand. As the wand moved outward, the thread elongated until it finally snapped, leaving a 20-centimeter strand of white light. This ethereal filament danced in the air, undulating gracefully, emitting glimmers of light in the dim surroundings. My lord, this is my memory. Please feel free to examine it. Raffled offered the fragment of memory to his adversary, who accepted it without further ado, immediately commencing their examination. As Raffled's recollections were scrutinized, his opponent's expression shifted between raised eyebrows and intrigued amusement. Ah, so it is, Raffled. It appears you have truly endured much. Your brothers perished within, leaving you as the sole survivor. Upon concluding the perusal of Lofeld's memories, the opposing party finally relinquished their wariness. Even the elder beside them silently set aside his wand. A sigh of relief escaped Lofeld. He had successfully navigated this perilous juncture. The memories he presented were, of course, fabricated. Prior to his departure from the apothecary, Ye Shu had implanted a false recollection within him, which he could unveil at a critical moment to deceive his interlocutor. Ye Shu's hollow eyelashes hinted at his meticulous nature, and indeed, this strategy proved invaluable. Your grace is overly generous. To devote oneself for your cause is a worthy endeavor. I shall spare no effort in fulfilling your commands. My lord, Lofeld's countenance radiated reverence, as if all his actions were genuinely for the benefit of his superior. Excellent, but I must point out one thing. Your subordinates are all deceased, and you have lost an arm. Does this not imply that you have become obsolete? As the words fell, Lofeld's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once again. My lord, you, he stammered, but the other party provided him no opportunity to elaborate. With a flick of the wand, a spell ensnared Lofeld. His body froze in place, a visage of terror etched upon his face, while he instinctively recoiled, ultimately collapsing heavily to the ground. Though you are my dog, I only keep those that serve a purpose. You are now merely a useless hound, devoid of value, even incapable of performing the simplest tasks. Why then should I retain your presence? I have acquired all the knowledge I seek. Your existence holds no merit. Dispose of his body, lest it become an eyesore. Furthermore, gather the personnel. We shall proceed to the apothecary immediately. Their losses are substantial. Let us seize the opportunity. The individual turned, striding towards the hall, while the elder inclined slightly, invoking a levitation charm to carry the lifeless Lofeld from the chamber. Suspended in midair, Lofeld's eyes widened in bitterness. He could hardly fathom his demise would be so ignominious. He did not perish at the hands of the apothecary's proprietor, but rather fell victim to his own kind. Perhaps this was fate, after all, given that his subordinates had met a similar end. In a brief span, 6 or 7 figures congregated within the hall, each stepping into the hearth and traversing the flue network to arrive at Diagon Alley. My lord, beyond this street lies the global apothecary, the elder announced, evidently having conducted thorough preparations. Let us proceed with haste. Remember, strive to maintain discretion. Yes. The others nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly advancing towards the apothecary. The street housing the global apothecary lay shrouded in silence, with most shops shuttered, save for Ye Shu's establishment, which still glimmered faintly with light. The previous scene had been witnessed by the onlookers from various shops, who initially believed that the global purchase potion store would face dire consequences. However, to their astonishment, it was the troublemakers who fled in disarray. Not only that, but one of them had managed to escape with a severed arm, while the dozen or so companions he had brought along had seemingly vanished without a trace. It was evident that they had either been slain or defeated and left behind. The shopkeepers leaned towards the former assumption, for the world of wizards is far from the serene facade it presents. This is the place. Let us venture inside. You, stay here and cast a silencing spell to prevent any noise from escaping. One of them directed a subordinate with a commanding gesture. Yes, my lord, the man replied, retreating to the back as he conjured a spell, enveloping the potion shop in an invisible and colorless barrier. The group of individuals then strode confidently into the store, ready to claim their anticipated victory. Upon entering, the scene within left them momentarily taken aback. A furrowed brow revealed their confusion. The memories gleaned from Raifir depicted a shop in disarray, yet now it appeared remarkably pristine. Where, they wondered, were the bodies from their recollections? The blood that had once stained the floors and walls. Why had it all vanished? In that instant, a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. Chapter 76. The Blade Falls Again. Ah, you have finally arrived. I have waited for you for ages. What a slow arrival it has been. Just as their confusion lingered, a voice emerged from the back door, and a figure cloaked in black stepped forth, standing before them. You are the proprietor of the potion store? The group quickly brandished their wands, bracing for an imminent confrontation. Yet, upon the appearance of the cloaked figure, no other forms emerged, as if he were the sole inhabitant. Ravenclaw did not accompany you? It seems he has met his demise at your hands. You see, I spared his life, but if he was killed by another, that is beyond my control. The cloaked figure, Ye Shu, glanced around for Ravenclaw, shrugging nonchalantly at his absence. What? You let Ravenclaw go? You brought us here? Anger flared in their eyes. Realization dawned that something was amiss. They attempted to retreat from the potion shop, but with a snap of his fingers, Ye Shu summoned a mirror space, enveloping them within and transporting them to another realm. Not only those who had entered the shop, but even the one left outside found themselves bewilderedly pulled into the mirrored domain. It's a barrier. Kill him. One of the adversaries shouted, initiating an attack as 6 spells surged towards Ye Shu. With a snap of his fingers, Ye Shu intercepted all the magic as he had before. However, this time, the barrier shattered violently upon absorbing the 6 spells. The corner of Ye Shu's eye twitched beneath his hood, a grave tone escaping his lips. His current strength, after all, was not invincible. These 6 individuals were formidable foes, each capable of silent spellcasting, far from the realm of ordinary wizards. Faced with a united strike from 6 individuals, even the barrier conjured by Ye Shu could be shattered in a single blow. Hiss! Who exactly are you? The group before him gasped in astonishment, as Ye Shu's magic once again left them in awe. Although they managed to breach his barrier, the significance of casting spells without a wand was anything but trivial. With their combined strength, they believed that even Voldemort could be challenged, provided he wielded no wand. Thus, they pondered the true strength of this figure cloaked in black. What sort of entity had they provoked in their quest for the coveted potion formula? In the face of Lucius and his 6 companions, Ye Shu remained unperturbed. This time, he had chosen not to include the Charlie siblings or the 3 house elves, recognizing their relative weakness. While they could contend with someone like Rolfeld, Lucius's power far surpassed theirs. Bringing along the siblings would only serve as a hindrance. Moreover, Ye Shu was reluctant to divulge too much information to them. I must admit, your strength surpasses that of Rolfeld and his ilk. They have attacked for a considerable time, yet failed to breach my barrier. At least you have achieved that much, which is commendable. One cannot overlook the fact that you are the head of the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 28. Am I right? Lucius Malfoy. It was then revealed that the man behind Rolfeld was none other than Lucius Malfoy, the father of Draco Malfoy, who had long coveted Ye Shu's potions, wishing to claim them for himself. In his eyes, the presence of such a plethora of new potions within this modest shop was nothing short of a travesty. If they were to be in his possession, they could be transformed into immeasurable wealth. This was not his first endeavor of this nature. The wealth and lineage of the Malfoy family served as his greatest assets, enabling him to manipulate other wizards into submission through intimidation. His fixation on Ye Shu's apothecary mirrored his treatment of Rolfeld, whom he had slain. All these actions seemed justified to him, for he was a scion of the Sacred 28, a noble pure-blood wizard. Do you know who I am? Who exactly are you? As the patriarch of the Malfoy family, being recognized was not unexpected, yet he had no recollection of ever having seen Ye Shu. Though his robes obscured his visage, the power he displayed spoke volumes. Individuals of such caliber were exceedingly rare within the wizarding world. Ah, you! How remarkable it is that you have survived to this moment. Without grasping the strength and origins of others, you dare to make a move. It is indeed a stroke of incredible fortune that you have lived thus far without facing death at the hands of another. Ye Shu's sharp retort ignited a flicker of rage on Lucius's face, yet he dared not act recklessly. You are eager to uncover my identity. I shall indulge this curiosity of yours. However, allow me to first deal with a few inconsequential individuals. With that, Ye Shu shifted his gaze toward the others. Beware. Lucius sensed impending danger. Even without his warning, the others felt a bone-chilling dread the moment Ye Shu fixed his gaze upon them. Assisting Lucius with clandestine affairs, they have long traversed the perilous line between life and death, rendering them acutely sensitive to murderous intent. Almost instantaneously, they began to cast their spells. Apart from Lucius, 5 curses transformed into vibrant beams of light, hurtling towards Ye Shu with remarkable speed, striking him in the blink of an eye. In the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Ye Shu's form was pierced by 5 holes, yet, curiously, no blood flowed forth. It was a mere illusion. Caution was warranted. Before them, Ye Shu had inexplicably morphed into a spectral figure, while his true self had stealthily emerged behind Lucius and his companions. With a chorus of horrified screams, they turned to witness a scene that would induce madness. Ye Shu's palm had transformed into a blade, ruthlessly penetrating one man's chest. As he withdrew his hand, warm blood splattered across the faces of the onlookers, their expressions a tableau of shock. Was this not a battle reserved for wizards? How had it devolved into such visceral combat? What manner of sorcerer was this? Or was it possible that beneath the black robe lay a formidable automaton? In the midst of their hesitations, Ye Shu executed a horizontal strike with his blade-like hand, severing another man's head, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Madness! You are no mere human. What sorcery is this? The remaining few sought to distance themselves, only to discover that in Ye Shu's mirrored space, their attempts at evasion were futile. Think you can escape? Not a chance. With a flick of blood from his hand, Ye Shu surged forward like a wraith, once again confronting another adversary, and with swift precision, delivered a fatal blow. In mere moments, the mirrored space was reduced to just two figures, the cloaked Ye Shu and Lucius, whose wand trembled in his grasp. The others lay lifeless on the ground, mere remnants of what they once were. In the span of mere seconds, the robed Ye Shu had dispatched all but Lucius with chilling efficiency. He had not employed any magic in the traditional sense. Rather, he had merely summoned his magical energy to enhance his physical form. It became evident that the path Ye Shu had chosen bore no flaws. Under the influence of magic, his corporeal strength had become profoundly formidable. With a single strike, the frail bodies of ordinary humans were cleaved apart as though they were mere tofu. Moreover, the infusion of magic had bestowed upon Ye Shu an extraordinary swiftness. With a gentle push, he could leap great distances. Were he to participate in the Muggle World's athletic competitions in this state, he would shatter record after record, amassing a plethora of gold medals. Having accomplished this grim task, Ye Shu came to a halt, nonchalantly shaking off the blood that stained his hands, as if he had merely performed a trivial chore. Lucius was utterly terrified. As a seasoned Death Eater delving into the dark arts, he did not consider himself a virtuous individual. Yet, the sheer brutality of the killings before him was beyond anything he had ever encountered. His 5 subordinates lay dismembered, their bodies grotesquely mutilated, one even cleaved in two, innards spilling onto the ground. The entire mirrored space was engulfed in a suffocating stench of blood, overwhelming Lucius's senses and nearly inducing nausea. It was abundantly clear to him that this was no mere illusion. Now that the unwanted have been thoroughly disposed of, we can converse in peace, Lucius. 2 chairs materialized before them, and Ye Shu nonchalantly seated himself, seemingly disregarding Lucius entirely. Although Ye Shu did not adopt an aggressive stance, Lucius remained on high alert, his wand at the ready, prepared to strike at any moment. There's no need for such a defensive posture. In truth, should I wish to end your life, you would stand no chance of resistance. Please, take a seat so we can have a proper discussion. Ye Shu gestured to the other chair, inviting Lucius to sit. After a brief hesitation, Lucius lowered his wand and complied, taking his place upon the chair. As Ye Shu had indicated, if the intention was indeed to kill him, resistance would be futile. Observing Ye Shu's demeanor, it was evident that he did not intend to take Lucius's life. For Lucius, this was the most favorable outcome, as long as he remained alive. He would be willing to part with any amount of wealth. The Malfoy family was not lacking in riches, and the thought of dying with unspent fortune was deeply unsettling to him. Who, may I ask, are you? You deceived that fool Raofiide into luring me here. What is your aim? The mere thought of Raofiide filled Lucius with fury. How dare that imbecile betray him? He should have ensured his demise was more painful. Perhaps he should have kept him alive for further torment. No, the resentment would not easily subside. Upon returning, he would seek out Raofiide's corpse. Dead or not, he would have his revenge. Are you currently feeling an urge to desecrate Raofiide's remains? Ye Shu's words struck directly at Lucius's thoughts, causing a slight change in his expression, as if he feared his innermost feelings had been laid bare. Your thoughts are practically written on your face. It's hardly a mystery. Were I in your position, I would harbor the same sentiments. The dog you raised has ultimately bitten you, but one cannot blame the creature entirely, considering how poorly you treated him. Ye Shu's mocking laughter resonated, and Lucius recognized the derision in his tone. You seem to have a notion of my identity, don't you? I can certainly indulge this curiosity. As we must settle accounts, it would be quite unwise for you to be unaware of whom you owe. With that, Ye Shu rose and dramatically tore off his robe. As the garment fell to the ground, Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that this enigmatic figure he had regarded with such reverence was, in fact, him. It cannot be you. Ye Shu, the formidable wizard from Ravenclaw. Your power has escalated to such an extraordinary level. As Hogwarts' most exceptional genius in a century, Ye Shu's visage has graced the pages of the Daily Prophet on multiple occasions, and Lucius has encountered his true self once or twice, thus recognizing him. What is this? Are you taken aback? Is this how you have always conducted yourself? I speak of your propensity to seize the possessions of others without fully understanding their circumstances. Huh. Much of the Malfoy family's wealth has likely been acquired in such a manner by you. With his black robe cast aside, Ye Shu gazed at Lucius with a mischievous smile, thoroughly pleased by the expression on his face. In truth, all of this was precisely as he had anticipated. Oh, Ye Shu, it appears that many have misjudged you, or perhaps you have cleverly obscured your true nature. You possess not only formidable academic prowess, but, as it seems, a cunning depth that borders on ruthlessness. The unhesitating elimination of my subordinates is not an act one would expect from a mere fourth-year student. Should I proclaim you a dark wizard, I would not be the least surprised. Lucius's expression grew grave as Ye Shu asserted his identity, indicating that it was now time to discuss serious matters, leaving Lucius with no choice but to acquiesce to any of Ye Shu's demands. The very act of revealing his identity demonstrated an unwavering confidence in his hold over Lucius. Otherwise, why would he have done so? Should Lucius fail to recognize this? He feared he might not leave this place unscathed. You have disclosed your identity before me. Now, what is it that you wish for me to do? Or what do you seek to obtain? Lucius stated bluntly, recognizing that there was little point in veiling his intentions further. As adults, it is often more advantageous to lay certain matters bare, thereby retaining some measure of control. Suddenly, Ye Shu broke into applause, causing Lucius to frown slightly, his irritation at Ye Shu's demeanor evident. He himself was a man of considerable pride and arrogance, yet Ye Shu's attitude surpassed his own. However, the circumstances dictated that he must endure this discomfort. You are indeed a clever man, but not clever enough. You have misunderstood a crucial point. It is not I who seek something from you, but rather the opposite. As he spoke, Ye Shu pointed towards Lucius, implying that he should contemplate how to compensate for the damages incurred. Do you comprehend? My request differs fundamentally from your voluntary compensation. Chapter 78. How dare you? Lucius, concealing his hand beneath his garments, tightened his grip on his wand. His irritation was palpable. Ye Shu's aggressive demeanor was deeply offensive to him. As a proud scion of a pure-blood wizarding family, he had never endured such indignity. I assert that today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. He exclaimed, Look, those who fell were all slain by your hand. Even my loyal subordinates did not escape unscathed. Can we not consider this matter resolved? It must be noted that my subordinates were my most capable aides, loyal to me for years, integral to the Malfoy family. Their deaths should be sufficient grounds for you to consider this a matter settled. Today, I too have just discovered that you are the proprietor of this apothecary. Perhaps we may become collaborators in the future. A friend gained is indeed a path opened. Would you not agree? Lucius forced a smile onto his face, eager to bring this matter to a close. You see, I just praised your intellect, and yet you have regressed to folly. I took their lives in self-defense. How does that pertain to your compensation? On what grounds do you presume that their mere existence can reimburse my losses, whether it be Rolfeld or your loyal subordinates? To me, they are merely your hounds. Do you truly believe their lives could quell my fury? Furthermore, to speak of friendship requires sincerity. Mere words proclaiming a desire for camaraderie are insufficient. Lucius, do you genuinely think I am but a naive 15-year-old, easily deceived? If this is your stance, then we need not continue this dialogue. You may send yourself to meet your subordinates. As Ye Shu disdainfully cleaned the blood from beneath his nails, he remarked, You dare not kill me. Do not forget, I am the head of the Malfoy family, a member of the Sacred 28. Should I vanish, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly launch a fervent search. This matter cannot be concealed. The Malfoy family may suffer a loss of reputation, but you shall face the Ministry's retribution. Your remaining days would be spent in Azkaban, enduring endless torment. Lucius rose, leaning closer to Ye Shu, his expression laden with warning. Ye Shu, do not be foolish. You are a genius. Your future is bright. There is no need for us to engage in mutual destruction. Consider your future. Should you find yourself in Azkaban, the darkness that awaits you is unimaginable. You would not wish to know the life within those walls. He reiterated. A friend gained is a path opened, is it not? Lucius extended his hand towards Ye Shu, seeking reconciliation. In his view, he had clearly articulated the consequences. And Ye Shu, if not foolish, would discern the crux of the matter. Moreover, by shaking hands with him, he would gain the goodwill of the Malfoy family, a coveted advantage for many. Indeed, Lucius noticed Ye Shu hesitating momentarily before extending his palm. Their hands were poised to clasp tightly, a smile flickering at the corners of Lucius's mouth. Ah, as expected. It has always been so. He thought to himself. I am the head of the Malfoy family. How many dare defy us? Even a genius such as you, Ye Shu, must bow before the Malfoy legacy. Just wait. For now, this is sufficient. I shall deal with you in due time. Lucius Malfoy's heart roared with exhilaration at the thought of Ye Shu submitting to him. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated through the air, causing Lucius to pause. Before he could turn towards the source of the sound, a surge of excruciating pain pierced through his mind. Ah, you scoundrel! How dare you? Lucius, clutching his outstretched hand, writhed on the ground, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, his complexion a ghastly pallor. Just moments ago, Lucius had anticipated that Ye Shu would clasp his hand, reaching a compromise and becoming what one might term friends. Yet Ye Shu had resolutely deviated from his expectations. Though their hands met, Ye Shu exerted such force that he shattered Lucius's finger bones. The agony, especially as it connected so intimately to his very being, was excruciating, far beyond what any ordinary person could endure. That he had not succumbed to unconsciousness was a testament to Lucius's indomitable will. "You dare threaten me? Have I not made it abundantly clear that I detest being threatened?" He retorted. "Wanted by the Ministry of Magic, apprehended, and incarcerated in Azkaban? Who do you think you are? Merely a seasoned Death Eater following Voldemort. Do you believe that should I extract your soul and expose your nefarious deeds for Voldemort, the Ministry would not only refrain from punishing me, but would instead commend my actions? Relying on your family's influence to extort and coerce others into servitude, even seizing their enterprises, do you truly think I would be so foolish as to befriend someone like you? Azkaban. Let us not even entertain the notion of whether such a place could contain me. Even if it could, why would you presume I would be confined there? Just because you, Lucius, possess strength and connections, does it imply that I lack reliable allies? Do not be naive. If I dare to kill openly, rest assured I am well prepared." Ye Shu shook his head in resignation, having expected Lucius to be a man of intellect who would waste less breath. Yet, it appeared he had overestimated Lucius's acumen. As Lucius lay incapacitated, he listened to Ye Shu's scornful words while contemplating his predicament. He had indeed underestimated the situation. This young wretch was unexpectedly fierce. It seemed that the rumors he had heard were true. He was indeed associated with that organization. This was unfathomable. He was merely 15, just graduated from the 4th year, and had yet to step beyond the school gates. How could they have possibly recruited him as a member? With such connections, the Ministry would certainly protect him. This was a grave miscalculation. Lucius had thought he could manipulate Ye Shu at will. Yet it was now abundantly clear that he lacked the leverage to threaten him. Furthermore, should Ye Shu uncover his identity as a Death Eater and publicize it after his demise, Lucius would be utterly disgraced, while Ye Shu would emerge as a hero in the eyes of the masses. At this juncture, the best course of action for Lucius was to concede. It was the most prudent outcome. Chapter 79, An Expensive Apology Gift. Lucius was indeed a Death Eater, a fact well documented within the Ministry of Magic, and not a matter of novelty. Following Voldemort's downfall, a thorough purge of the Death Eaters ensued. However, these individuals, in a bid for self-preservation, claimed they were under the influence of the Perilous curse. The Ministry, unable to discern the truth, could only imprison a few irredeemable Death Eaters while releasing the vast majority. Lucius was indeed one of them. Everything he had ever done had been erased in a single stroke, and no one would trouble him. However, after Voldemort's downfall, he continued to wield the power of his family, perpetrating injustices and seizing many possessions. If Ye Shu were to extract his memories, Lucius would have no excuse to evade accountability. Very well, let us have a serious discussion. Lucius inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner fury as he spoke. He departed the potion shop, his face contorted with frustration. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Ye Shu, leaving behind a multitude of items as compensation. He lingered in the mirrored space for nearly an hour, during which no one knew what discussions transpired between him and Ye Shu. Perhaps they merely negotiated the terms of the compensation agreement, or perhaps they secretly conspired about other matters. This remained a mystery to outsiders. In the global potion shop, with Lucius's departure, this affair reached a formal conclusion. Inside the cramped potion shop, Ye Shu stood amidst the various potions displayed on the counter, appearing entirely unscathed by the recent turmoil. The back door creaked open, and Charlie and Vigus, the sibling duo, entered, glancing at Ye Shu, cloaked in black, and the shop's intact furnishings, letting out a silent sigh of relief. "Sir, has the other party departed?" Charlie inquired, bowing slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice. Prior to Lucius's arrival, Ye Shu had instructed Charlie and the others to remain in the kitchen, forbidding them from emerging without his notice. "Yes, they have left. This matter is concluded. They will no longer trouble us," Ye Shu replied nonchalantly, not turning to face them. "That is good to hear. In truth, we have been on edge these past few days due to their presence. Even some who learned of the events within the shop hesitated to visit, causing our revenue to decline significantly during this period. Now that the issue is resolved, we can finally return to normalcy." Charlie exhaled with relief, reflecting on how he and his sister had been wandering outside, and were it not for Ye Shu as shelter, they would not enjoy such stability today. "Charlie, prepare yourself. This shop is about to close." Ye Shu's sudden declaration caused Charlie's pupils to constrict slightly. He presumed that the negotiation had ended in Ye Shu's defeat, with the price of failure being the relinquishment of the shop or the potion formulas. "Sir, this shop is your hard work, and it is our home as well. You cannot simply abandon it. That will not do. We shall report this matter to the Ministry of Magic and let them adjudicate on our behalf." regardless of their backing. I refuse to believe they can monopolize everything. We could also approach the Daily Prophet to publish this incident. The more people who are aware, the less likely they will dare to act recklessly. Charlie understood the power of public opinion, and his reasoning was sound. The greater the media coverage, the more hesitant others would be to misbehave. Charlie, you misunderstand. Observing the fervent expressions on Charlie and his sister's faces, Ye Shu chuckled and shook his head, finding their concern somewhat amusing. When I said this shop would close, I did not mean we would cease operations. Rather, we shall relocate to a new venue. After our conversation, the other party profoundly recognized their mistakes. They acknowledged the harm their actions inflicted upon me, which significantly impacted my business. Consequently, they resolved to compensate me with a shop, specifically designated as number 003. Please make the necessary preparations. Dawn is approaching, and we shall inspect the interior decor of this establishment. Ye Shu casually tossed a key, procured from Lucius, who had indeed made a substantial concession. In addition to this shop, he also compensated me with a considerable sum of galleons. Upon receiving the key, Charlie inhaled sharply, his gaze fixated on the engraved number 003. He understood the gravity of the situation. Over the years, Diagon Alley has flourished immensely, with everyone vying to establish a store within its vibrant confines. However, as the number of shops has proliferated and commerce has thrived, the available land has dwindled, rendering it a veritable goldmine. The modest shop occupied by Ye Shu incurs an exorbitant annual rent, and that is merely for leasing, not purchasing. Yet, the shops numbered from 001 to 010 on every street in Diagon Alley boast the largest footprints and the most prime locations. And these establishments are permanently owned rather than rented. The financial requirement to acquire any of these shops is astronomical. Although Ye Shu's potion shop has been operational for a year or two with commendable success, the prospect of purchasing shop number 003 remains a distant dream. Now, however, this invaluable establishment is being offered as a token of apology from the other party, leaving Charlie utterly astounded. Sir, I have heard whispers that this shop belongs to the Malfoy family. Could it be? Charlie pondered, uncertain. For the Malfoy family is a formidable entity in the wizarding world. Would such a family truly bow before his employer? Indeed, you surmise correctly, but fret not. They pose no threat. The so-called Sacred 28 are merely a facade. The wizarding world ultimately values strength. Without it, one is merely a piggy bank at the mercy of others. The more treasures one possesses, the more tragic the final outcome. Just as in this instance, their attempt to seize my assets faltered due to insufficient power, resulting in their need to apologize instead. This is the essence of the matter. Remember, in the wizarding realm, might is the only truth. Ye Shu had grasped these principles in his past life, though as a reclusive individual, he had little use for them. Is might truly the only truth? Vigas's breath quickened, as if a revelation had struck her, igniting her excitement. Charlie noticed his sister's change and gently patted her shoulder, offering her a reassuring glance. Chapter 80, My Sister Shall Be Your Wife. Shop number 003 is indeed a treasure beyond measure, boasting a footprint over 10 times that of Ye Shu's modest establishment. Upon entering the shop, one is immediately enveloped in an exquisite decor that evokes the sensation of stepping into a grand palace, instilling a profound sense of comfort. Furthermore, the establishment is strategically located at the intersection of several streets, resulting in a daily influx of patrons that far surpasses that of its previous humble locale. Ye Shu is confident that setting up the potion shop here will yield astronomical profits daily. Although he does not find himself in dire need of financial resources, he certainly would not disdain the prospect of increased wealth. At this early hour, as dawn breaks, the only patrons in Diagon Alley are a few inebriated revelers. When Ye Shu enters the potion shop at number 003 with Charlie, they find no one present except for a bespectacled gentleman. Esteemed sir, I presume you are the proprietor of the global potion shop. On behalf of my master, I extend a warm welcome to you. However, before we proceed, might I kindly request that you present your token? The man speaks with great humility and courtesy, well aware of the significance of the shop's owner. The rapid transfer of such a valuable establishment to this enigmatic figure suggests that he possesses either formidable power or an inscrutable background, either of which would be unwise for him to offend. As the former manager of this shop, he is keenly aware of the gravity of the situation. Charlie, trailing behind Ye Shu, glances at him and, upon receiving a slight nod, steps forward to retrieve the key that symbolizes ownership of the establishment from his pocket. The gentleman does not take the key. He merely inspects it and confirms its authenticity. Gentlemen, please follow me. He gestures, indicating that Ye Shu and Charlie should accompany him as he introduces them to every facet of the shop. After a considerable time, the three return to their original position. Well then, gentlemen, this is everything within the shop. From this moment forth, all that resides here belongs to you. This includes all finished potions and raw materials. My master has instructed that these be gifted to you, he says with a slight bow before departing the shop. Oh, all of these are a gift to me. The inventory of finished potions and ingredients is indeed substantial, and Ye Shu and Charlie have already confirmed this. If one were to assess the value, it constitutes a significant fortune. However, Lucius has proclaimed it a gift without hesitation. For an ordinary individual, such a windfall might be overwhelming. But Ye Shu quickly discerns the underlying motive. Lucius is attempting to curry favor with him. Initially, Lucius had been reluctant under the pressure exerted by Ye Shu, but the circumstances were undeniably in Ye Shu's favor. Moreover, the added layer of Ye Shu's connections dissuades Lucius from openly confronting him. Thus, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, Lucius sees the wisdom in fostering goodwill, aligning with the notion that having more friends opens more avenues. The value of these materials may be considerable in the eyes of others, but for the Malfoy family, it amounts to little more than a trivial sum. Securing Ye Shu's favor in exchange for such a modest expense is undoubtedly a shrewd investment. Ah, Lucius, one cannot help but concede that you are indeed a cunning old fox, your calculations ringing with precision. Nonetheless, your actions have garnered a modicum of my favor, and I shall graciously accept your gift. In response to Lucius's overtures, Ye Shu did not refuse. He possessed the strength and confidence to embrace it all. Charlie, the affairs of the shop are entrusted to you and your sister. Feel free to draw from the vault as needed. Should you require additional hands or equipment, manage it as you see fit. Such trivial matters do not necessitate my involvement. If a significant issue arises that cannot be resolved, then do seek my counsel. Ye Shu paid little heed to the shop's operations, viewing the potion store merely as a means to accumulate wealth. If profits were plentiful, that would be splendid. If they were scant, then so be it, for his finances were sufficient for his needs. His primary focus remained on cultivation. To allow business pursuits to hinder his growth would be akin to forsaking a watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed. Charlie's heart swelled with gratitude at being entrusted with the shop's management, along with the autonomy to access funds, yet he also felt a tinge of trepidation. Before meeting Ye Shu, he was merely a vagabond struggling to survive, yet Ye Shu had bestowed upon him the responsibility of the potion store, never once inquiring about its affairs. Now, he had entrusted him with an even larger establishment, a testament to profound trust. However, Charlie was apprehensive. He feared he might falter and disappoint Ye Shu's expectations, especially since he and his sister, Vigus, lacked experience managing such a sizable enterprise. Fear not, proceed boldly. Should there be losses, it matters little, though minimizing them would be prudent, as I am yet to wed, and I would appreciate it if you preserved my dowry. Ye Shu's teasing voice echoed down the staircase, prompting a smile from Charlie, alleviating some of his anxiety. Rest assured, my lord, should I inadvertently deplete your dowry, I shall offer my sister Vigus as a substitute bride. Vigus, still within the old shop, suddenly sneezed, rubbing her petite nose, feeling as though she had been sold off. Under the astonished gazes of neighboring shopkeepers, the personnel of the Global Purchase Potion store began to relocate their belongings. Initially, it seemed they had lost in this covert contest, the consequence being their complete departure from Diagon Alley. However, what transpired next left them utterly astonished. The personnel of the Global Purchase Potion store brazenly moved into Shop 003. Conveying a wealth of implications. It appeared that this confrontation was not merely a victory for the Global Purchase Potion store, but a resounding triumph. One that left their adversaries devoid of the will to resist. Once Charlie and his sister had successfully moved all their belongings into Shop 003, business indeed flourished beyond previous levels. The Global Purchase Potion store had always prospered, but now, situated in a prime location, it attracted throngs of eager patrons. This situation left Charlie both delighted and troubled, for he and his 3 domesticated pixies were utterly incapable of producing such a vast quantity of potions in a timely manner. Reluctantly, he had to recruit additional help, and after a couple of months of adjustment, the business finally found its footing. Meanwhile, Ye Shu, having entrusted everything to the Charlie siblings, became a hands-off manager, dedicating his days to diligent study. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months had elapsed. Summer vacation was drawing to a close, heralding the arrival of a new academic year. This year, he was to embark on the 5th grade. In the days leading up to the school term, Ye Shu received his notification letter, which outlined the essential points for the commencement of classes. Yet it failed to specify any required purchases. The reason for this omission was that Ye Shu had completed all coursework for prior years, leaving little for him to learn at school. His presence there was more akin to that of a principal's assistant than a student. The letter was delivered by his pet. And like other students of Hogwarts, Ye Shu had a unique messenger. However, it was not an owl, but rather a magnificent eagle, its wingspan stretching nearly 2 meters. Originally, he did possess an owl, a pristine white creature he had acquired before his first year. However, during the 2nd grade, that very owl met a gruesome fate. Indeed, it was consumed right before Ye Shu's eyes, blood and feathers scattering in the air. The perpetrator was the striking eagle that now stood before him. One winter's holiday in the 2nd grade, as Ye Shu's owl, clutching a letter, fluttered toward him, a shadow swooped through the sky. Ye Shu barely perceived a dark streak before his owl vanished before him. By the time he realized what had occurred, he could only see a distant silhouette racing away, clutching his owl in its talons. Ye Shu was infuriated and immediately mounted his broom to pursue the creature. His speed was remarkable, yet he could not catch up with the elusive eagle. This chase persisted for a full hour until the creature finally exhausted itself and reluctantly descended to the ground. However, by the time Ye Shu reached it, his owl had already been devoured, leaving nothing but a pile of white bones. At that time, the eagle was not nearly as large as it had become. Its wingspan was merely 1 meter, indicating it was still in its growth phase. In his fury, Ye Shu contemplated casting a curse upon it, but seeing the creature sprawled on the ground, panting and spent, he ultimately softened his heart. He brought the eagle back to the orphanage, and after 3 days and nights of persistent efforts, he successfully tamed it. From that moment on, this eagle took the place of the owl, becoming Ye Shu's new messenger, delivering various items and letters, and he named it that eagle. For 2.5 years now, the eagle has accompanied Ye Shu, its wingspan having expanded from 1 meter to 2, and it continues to grow relentlessly. The speed of this majestic creature is remarkable. Ye Shu has measured its velocity, discovering that it can reach a staggering 210 meters per second, a speed it can sustain for 3 minutes, truly a terrifying near-supersonic pace. Moreover, the eagle is capable of maintaining a flight speed of 150 meters per second for extended periods, reaching up to an hour. Such astonishing data left Ye Shu astounded, surpassing the speed of any bird he had known, even the fastest of avian species, such as the frigate bird, peregrine falcon, or the swift, could not rival its swiftness. As the eagle matured, Ye Shu observed its physique becoming more robust, enabling it to endure greater impacts. If it continues to grow at this pace, he can only speculate what extraordinary dimensions this magnificent bird may eventually attain. Despite being well-read, Ye Shu could not discern the specific type of eagle it was, even consulting Dumbledore, who was equally baffled. After a lengthy contemplation, the old wizard could only exclaim, "This bird is extraordinary." Well, that was hardly enlightening. Over time, Ye Shu relinquished his quest to uncover the eagle's origins, as this little creature would undoubtedly be his pet. No one could steal it away, nor could it think of escaping. Having consumed its own owl, it was destined to labor for the remainder of its life. Time has flown by, and the summer break has swiftly come to an end, with the new school term approaching. Although he lacked essential supplies for class, he knew that once at school, freedom of thought would be curtailed. Thus, he resolved to prepare ample materials, as some items were not easily obtained and would be useful on hand. However, the thought of venturing into Nocturne Alley, a place rife with unsavory characters, was not one he relished. Within the confines of the Room of Requirement, Ye Shu secretly delved into dark magic and unconventional potions, for some ingredients were not provided by the school, necessitating discreet preparation. As for smuggling these items into school, he had no cause for concern, with the eagle by his side and his position as assistant to the headmaster. No one would dare to confront him, nor would they think to inspect his belongings. Yet, the mere thought of traversing the sordid depths of Nocturne Alley filled him with aversion. Not due to the illicit trade that thrived there. Ye Shu was not a person of black and white morality. To him, where there is light, there exists shadow. And some individuals inevitably struggle to survive in darkness. His disdain stemmed from the filthy, chaotic environment of the alley, where the stench of its denizens was akin to that of someone who had not bathed for months. The ground was often awash with refuse, with some areas reeking like a rural latrine. The dark wizards who frequented the alley bore a ghastly appearance, their faces and bodies marred by various festering sores, evoking a visceral sense of disgust at a mere glance. On his first visit to that place, Ye Shu was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Upon returning, he discovered numerous fleas crawling on his body, necessitating several baths before he could regain his composure. In subsequent visits, he came prepared, allowing his mind to gradually acclimate to the environment. Draped in his black robe, Ye Shu descended from the second floor of the potion shop. After nearly 2 months of operation, the global potion shop had become the most prosperous establishment in Diagon Alley. Each day, as the doors opened, throngs of customers flooded in, generating substantial daily revenue. Naturally, the proprietors of other shops harbored resentment, yet they refrained from provoking trouble, mindful that this shop had once belonged to the Malfoy family before inexplicably changing hands. "Charlie, I'm stepping out," Ye Shu called to Charlie, who was behind the counter. "Go ahead." Charlie waved his hand dismissively, showing little respect for his boss. The demands of the shop had kept Charlie exceedingly busy, navigating a whirlwind of pain and pleasure, while Ye Shu, the proprietor, appeared indifferent, as if Charlie were the one in charge. Over time, Charlie had come to find Ye Shu quite agreeable. Previously, Ye Shu only visited occasionally, and in the 2 years since, their interactions had barely exceeded half a month. However, this time Ye Shu had remained for 2 months, fostering a camaraderie among the three. Charlie had discerned his boss's temperament. As long as one fulfilled their responsibilities, Ye Shu would not interfere, and behind his aloof facade. A playful spirit occasionally emerged. Gradually, both Charlie and Vigus shed their reverence for their boss, becoming increasingly relaxed in his presence. Ye Shu harbored no aversion to this change. He preferred an environment free of subservience, which was why he had initially expressed a desire to grant house elves their freedom. Chapter 82, Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley is located near Diagon Alley. One need only walk to the end of Diagon Alley and traverse a narrow passage to enter. However, in stark contrast to the vibrant bustle of Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley appeared desolate and forlorn, as those who ventured there typically sought to sell unsavory items or procure illicit goods. Just as Ye Shu stepped into Diagon Alley, he spotted a familiar towering figure. "Hagrid, is that you?" Ye Shu exclaimed, leaping up to tap the imposing silhouette, prompting him to turn and investigate. Indeed, it was Hagrid. Despite his numerous visits to Nocturne Alley, this was the first time he encountered an acquaintance. Hagrid's presence here was not surprising, given the myriad of peculiarities available. Perhaps he was indulging his penchant for unusual creatures. Yet, Hagrid was exceedingly tall, even now, with Ye Shu standing at a height of 1.8 meters. He still had to jump to reach the man's shoulder. "Who are you?" Hagrid turned, regarding the individual before him with a mix of curiosity and caution. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but he could not quite place it. Here lies the Alley of Turmoil, a place where a myriad of individuals mingle, and one can never be certain who might pose a threat. It is not uncommon for someone to feign familiarity before striking subtly. Should one fall victim to such deception, they must bear the consequences alone, for no laws govern this realm. "It's me." Ye Shu removed his hood, allowing Hage to finally recognize his identity. "Oh, it's you, young lad. What brings you here?" Hage warned, leaning closer to Ye Shu's ear to softly utter the final 3 words, glancing around to ensure no one overheard. "The people here do not engage in reason. They deceive and ambush. Even those aged over a century would not escape their clutches. So you ought to exercise caution. Oh, by the way, were you inquiring about my purpose for being here? The cabbage in the school is nearly depleted, prompting me to procure some insecticide for carnivorous slugs." Ye Shu lamented that he had not tasted Hage's culinary creations for a full 2 months. Perhaps due to the prolonged separation, Hage rambled on, ultimately casting Ye Shu an expression of feigned grievance. Understood. School is about to resume, and I shall ensure you feast to your heart's content." Ye Shu suddenly regretted greeting Hage, as this fellow's presence might jeopardize his procurement of prohibited items. Hage's tongue was notoriously loose. Should he inadvertently divulge anything at school, it would surely provoke a search by the professors. Although he held the position of assistant principal and enjoyed considerable leniency from the institution, it did not grant him license to act recklessly. If the school were to discover certain matters, they would not hesitate to take action against him. Ye Shu, what occupies your thoughts?" Noticing Ye Shu's lack of response, Hage gently tapped his shoulder in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing." Just as Ye Shu pondered how to extricate himself from Hage's company, his attention was drawn to a nearby narrow alley. "Hage, look, a crowd has gathered over there. Could it be, as you mentioned, that someone is being robbed?" Ye Shu attempted to lure Hage to witness the commotion, hoping to slip away unnoticed. However, Hage clung tightly to his shoulder, pulling him closer. "Ye Shu, don't stray too far from me. The locals prey on the weak. They typically refrain from causing trouble when they see my imposing stature. Come, let us observe the chaos. Today you shall witness the extent of disorder here, and in the future, I advise you to avoid this place." Unbeknownst to them, a misfortunate soul had fallen prey to these ruffians, none other than Harry. Hage, towering above, quickly spotted the bespectacled figure ensnared within the crowd. Yet, Harry's glasses bore a shattered lens, and he was covered in dust, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Surrounding him were individuals with faces etched in malice, some displaying cunning expressions, while others had stealthily drawn their wands, clearly not of virtuous intent. "Everyone clear out." Hagrid let out a mighty roar, capturing the attention of the crowd, who turned to glare at him. Yet, as he had predicted, upon seeing Hagrid's towering figure, fear spread across their faces. "Harry, come here." Hagrid beckoned, and as Harry recognized a familiar face, a look of surprise illuminated his features, masking the depths of fear and despair he had felt moments earlier. As Harry approached, the group displayed their reluctance, yet dared not act rashly. Both Hagrid's imposing stature and the stern demeanor of Ye Shu clearly conveyed the message, "Do not provoke us." These individuals sought wealth, but were unwilling to gamble their lives for it. "Hagrid, how did you end up here? This is no place for someone like you. Especially not a student. If anyone sees you, they might assume you're up to no good." Hagrid rambled on, oblivious to the fact that he and Ye Shu were also situated in Nocturne Alley, which, by those standards, could be deemed a place of ill repute. "I got lost," Harry replied with a slight grimace, succinctly recounting the events. He had been staying with the Weasley family and had just received a letter from the school, prompting them to head to Diagon Alley to acquire various supplies for the term. The family had traveled directly to Diagon Alley via the Flu network. But being a novice with flu powder, Harry had inadvertently mispronounced Diagon Alley as Nocturne Alley, leading him to this unfortunate place. While searching for an exit, he had found himself cornered by the group, feeling like a lost lamb surrounded by wolves, trembling in fear. Thankfully, Hagrid and Ye Shu had arrived just in time. "Look at the state you're in. We must leave at once. This is no place to linger," Hagrid urged, leading the two to depart from Nocturne Alley. "Hagrid, you two go ahead. I came here to purchase a few items," Ye Shu insisted, managing to extricate himself from Hagrid's grasp. "You know, some small toys that are hard to find on the market. I'll be quick. Are you sure? Staying here alone isn't wise," Hagrid frowned, concerned for Ye Shu's safety. "Honestly, how many here could pose a threat to me? Don't worry, I'll just buy some small toys and be on my way. You should escort Harry out. The Weasleys must be quite anxious, and Harry needs to gather his supplies promptly." Ye Shu smiled, reminding Hagrid of his capabilities. In this alley, it was indeed unlikely anyone could overpower him. "All right, take care. I'll await your arrival at school." Hagrid nodded, leading Harry away, while Ye Shu sighed in relief and turned deeper into Nocturne Alley. Chapter 83, Finding Amusement for the New Academic Year. After spending half an hour, Ye Shu finally acquired all the items he needed and stepped out of the unsettling Nocturne Alley. This was not his first visit to Nocturne Alley. He was intimately familiar with its layout, aware of the precise location of every item, navigating effortlessly through the corridors of memory. As for the notion of him preying on the unsuspecting, that was a tactic employed solely against novices. Possessing a keen understanding of market prices, he would not hesitate to challenge anyone daring enough to inflate their asking price, and under the piercing gaze of his cold demeanor, shopkeepers often complied without protest. Although he currently reaped substantial rewards, those profits were earned through his own merit. He had no intention of being fleeced by others. He was the predator, and no one would extract an extra penny from him. Upon exiting Nocturne Alley, Ye Shu found his hands empty. He had not retained any items from his shopping. Rather, he had stowed them away elsewhere. Concealed beneath his ample black cloak was a small black pouch at his waist, reminiscent of an elderly person's pocket used for holding a mobile phone. This pouch appeared unremarkable, yet it concealed remarkable secrets. As previously mentioned, this world was rife with studies on spatial magic. A seemingly minuscule tent could, upon entry, reveal the expanse of a complete three-room apartment, a pinnacle of spatial transformation. There were also relics from decades past, such as Newt's suitcase, which housed an entire miniature ecosystem, capable of functioning as a wondrous zoological garden. Nevertheless, Ye Shu rarely encountered individuals in this world who utilized spatial magic to create portable storage items. Each year, on the day of school commencement, students from all walks of life arrived at Hogwarts burdened with an array of belongings. Ye Shu found it perplexing that none of them thought to devise a personal storage solution for convenience. Even in the marketplace, he could not locate any items designed to expand internal storage, prompting him to craft his own. With this creation, he could traverse anywhere with empty hands, liberating himself and rendering life exceedingly convenient. He set off to find Harry and the others, pondering that, according to the timeline, Voldemort's diary should soon emerge here. He chuckled softly, hoping that the haughty Lucius would not alter his path after being startled by him. As he stepped into Diagon Alley, the environment was a stark contrast to Nocturne Alley, feeling as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Even the bizarre and twisted architecture of Diagon Alley appeared more palatable to him now. According to the original timeline, Harry and the Weasley family should be inside the bookstore purchasing books. However, Ye Shu had lingered too long in Nocturne Alley and was uncertain if they remained there. Once he discerned his direction, he hastened toward the bookstore, driven not by a profound desire to see them, but solely for the sake of that diary. Although there were opportunities to obtain a diary upon entering school, it inevitably required considerable effort. Before even approaching the bookstore, Ye Shu observed a bustling crowd outside, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he instinctively understood the situation. The renowned wizarding celebrity, Gilderoy Lockhart, was hosting a book signing event, drawing throngs eager for his autograph. Additionally, he was set to become Hogwarts' esteemed professor of defense against the dark arts. While outsiders believed in his formidable prowess, Ye Shu recognized him as nothing more than a charlatan. "May fortune continue to favor you at school. Lockhart, this academic year appears rather dull. I hope you can provide some amusement." As the assistant to the headmaster, Ye Shu was fully aware of Lockhart's appointment as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, a decision solidified by an invitation personally dispatched by him. His motive was purely to inject some excitement into the otherwise monotonous school term. As he neared the bookstore, Ye Shu noticed a familiar gathering, including Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family. Even the Malfoys were present. "Let me see," red hair, a vacant expression, and tattered secondhand books. "You must be the Weasley family, indeed quite characteristic." Lucius Malfoy, with an air of arrogance, extracted a well-worn book from Ginny's cauldron, its patina indicating long use. Seemingly alerted to the commotion, Mr. Weasley, engaged in conversation with Hermione's parents, approached Lucius with a wary demeanor. "Children, it seems a bit chaotic here. Let us step outside." Mr. Weasley sought to avoid a public confrontation with Lucius, deeming it impolite, and addressed his children. However, Lucius was clearly unwilling to let the matter rest, mockingly exclaiming, "Ah, is that not old Weasley?" "Lucius," Mr. Weasley, unable to feign ignorance, greeted him with a frosty demeanor. "You must be quite busy at the ministry. What with all the inspections? I hope they compensate you for the overtime. But judging by your current state, it seems they do not." Lucius's remarks were particularly cutting, openly deriding the Weasley family's financial struggles in front of their children. While such words might instill insecurity in typical children, the Weasleys, true to their Gryffindor heritage, effectively shielded themselves from Lucius's barbs. "I believe we have differing opinions on what constitutes a disgrace to the wizarding reputation," Mr. Weasley retorted sharply, alluding to the Malfoy family's questionable conduct. Indeed, Lucius was no stranger to verbal sparring. He seized upon Mr. Weasley's comment and cast a glance at Hermione's parents. "Engaging with those muggles, I see your family has truly sunk to the lowest depths." Lucius shook his head, his face a mask of disdain. As a staunch advocate of pureblood supremacy, he had always held a contemptuous view of muggles, even if they had given birth to a wizard child. He stepped forward, shoving the books he had taken from Ginny back into the cauldron, though no one noticed that he had returned 2 instead of 1. Harry observed this, but merely assumed he had miscounted. Outside, Ye Shu clearly witnessed this scene, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, delight evident on his face. Chapter 84, The Diary in Hand. Old Weasley felt a surge of anger. Lucius's words were not merely an affront to him, but an attack on his family. Had it been a personal insult directed solely at him, old Weasley might have brushed it off with a laugh, for he was well aware of Lucius's true nature. However, when the comments turned towards his children, it ignited a profound fury within him. Yet, frustratingly, he found himself powerless to retaliate against Lucius. The thought of resorting to physical confrontation in a public setting was untenable. Not only would it set a poor example for the children, but it could also jeopardize his employment. Lucius could easily position himself as the victim, accusing old Weasley of misconduct. In such a case, the Ministry of Magic might well succumb to the influence of the Malfoy family and the ensuing public outcry, leading to his dismissal. Losing his job would plunge the Weasley family into a more precarious financial situation. This was precisely Lucius's cunning stratagem. Realizing the gravity of the situation, old Weasley swallowed his indignation, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. What a lively gathering this was, with everyone present. Was it a reunion of classmates and colleagues? Amidst the palpable tension, a voice rang out at the door, causing Harry and his friends to perk up with interest. However, Lucius's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing that voice, revealing an unsettling discomfort. Ye Shu referred to the gathering of Gryffindor's young lions and the little serpent, Draco Malfoy. As for the colleagues' meeting, that was between old Weasley and Lucius, both of whom belonged to the Ministry of Magic, albeit with differing responsibilities. Strictly speaking, they could be considered colleagues. "Senior Ye Shu, have you acquired your purchases?" Harry called out to Ye Shu, curiosity piqued about what he had procured in Diagon Alley. However, he felt it was not the time for questions, especially since Hagrid had advised against sharing details about their visit, as those who ventured there often did not pursue noble deeds. Harry fully agreed with this sentiment. Having encountered the Malfoy father and son shortly after his arrival in Diagon Alley, in his eyes, they were certainly not of good character. "Indeed, I have made my purchases." "And Hagrid? Did he abandon you again to attend to his own affairs?" In their first year, Hagrid had left Harry alone at King's Cross Station, and had it not been for meeting Ye Shu and the Weasley family, he would likely have struggled to find the platform entrance. It appeared this time was no different. Hagrid had other items to procure. "I ran into Hermione, so I joined them." Harry shrugged in resignation. "Hello, Senior Ye Shu." Malfoy descended the stairs. Anxiety etched across his features as he cast a nervous glance at Ye Shu. "I heard you're scheduled to duel Neville after school starts. You'd better prepare yourself, for Neville has undergone quite the transformation. If by chance you were to lose to Neville, both the Malfoy family and Slytherin would suffer a significant loss of face, especially since you were the instigator of this duel." Observing Malfoy, who had grown a tad taller after the summer break, Ye Shu felt a surge of anticipation. "Rest assured, Senior Ye Shu, I shall surely defeat Neville to prove my worth. However, should I triumph over Neville, might I train alongside you?" Malfoy bit his lip, resembling a child eager for his teacher's praise, entirely shedding the arrogance he once directed at Harry and others. "Let us discuss that once you have genuinely bested Neville." Ye Shu neither affirmed nor declined, yet he was already aware of the inevitable outcome of this clash. "Greetings, Mr. Weasley. This marks our first encounter, I believe. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ye Shu, a fifth-year student at Ravenclaw, and I also serve as the school's head assistant." Ye Shu greeted Mr. Weasley, having met Ron's father for the first time, though a bit disheveled due to traveling by Floo powder and clad in worn garments. "Mr. Weasley's face bore a sincere smile. Ye Shu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard much about you. I understand you have assisted my rather lackluster sons at school. Thank you. Mr. Weasley chuckled heartily, showing great regard for Ye Shu. I recently heard that Lucius has been mocking the Weasley family for their acquisition of antiquated books. In truth, I cannot concur with such sentiments. The value of a book does not lie in its age, but in the diligence of the learner to grasp its contents. If one is perpetually engrossed in petty rivalries, even a room full of books will yield no wisdom, yet with earnest study, one may uncover the brilliance within. Take these old tomes, for instance. Ye Shu picked up a weathered book from Ginny's cauldron, examining it closely before proclaiming, "This volume contains invaluable insights from previous readers, an exceedingly rare treasure. Sometimes, by reviewing others' interpretations and merging them with your own knowledge, you will discover much that you might have overlooked." With that, Ye Shu approached Ginny, returning the book to the cauldron while encouraging, "Do not be swayed by the opinions of others. Your focus should be on diligent study. By the way, you must be Ginny. Ron has mentioned you several times, describing a sister who is both intelligent and beautiful." Ginny blushed, having long been aware of Ye Shu's reputation, yet never imagined she would encounter him in such a context. Fortunately, she had harbored feelings for Harry since childhood, so even if Ye Shu were exceptionally handsome, he had yet to captivate her entirely. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Ye Shu returned the book to the cauldron, he discreetly retrieved Voldemort's diary, unnoticed even by Lucius, who was already flustered since Ye Shu's arrival. "First and foremost, congratulations on your admission to Hogwarts this year. I am certain you will follow in the footsteps of your parents and brothers, becoming a brave little lion in Gryffindor. Furthermore, should you encounter any uncertainties at school, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Oh, by the way, if you do not mind, I have numerous textbooks and notes from my previous studies that you may borrow. They contain my annotations on various subjects." Ye Shu affectionately ruffled Ginny's hair, his face beaming with joy. "Is it truly permissible?" Ginny asked, her disbelief palpable, for she had never anticipated Ye Shu would be so generous. "Of course, these notes are merely gathering dust. It is far better to lend them to someone in need, thus maximizing their value. However, bear in mind that these are solely my interpretations. You may reference them, but do not blindly imitate. There is an old saying in the East, 'Those who learn from me shall thrive, while those who merely mimic shall perish.'" How cool. Whether it was Ron, Harry, Hermione, or even the older student, Percy, all wore expressions of envy. Ye Shu's study notes could save them countless missteps. Even Draco Malfoy appeared intrigued, yearning to request a copy of Ye Shu's notes, but ultimately hesitated, for this matter was instigated by his father. To ask for Ye Shu's notes would be akin to undermining his father's authority. With this thought, Draco could only cast a resentful glance at his father. Chapter 85. There is undoubtedly an issue. Lucius, as a so-called nobleman, do you not find it exceedingly rude to deride others so casually? Ye Shu turned to face the grim-faced Lucius Malfoy with a mocking expression. Old Weasley felt a twinge of concern. Although Ye Shu was a prodigy, he was acutely aware of the Malfoy family's treachery and feared that Ye Shu might face retaliation, particularly since Ye Shu not only addressed Lucius by name but publicly admonished him for his lack of decorum. Old Weasley knew all too well Lucius's temperament. With this in mind, Old Weasley stepped forward, shielding Ye Shu behind him. Ye Shu, warmed by Old Weasley's kind gesture, felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, the Weasley family was ever the epitome of goodwill, willing to stand up for even a stranger. Aside from Old Weasley, the most anxious was Draco. He swallowed hard, apprehensive about his father's potential fury. On one hand was his fearsome father, and on the other, his esteemed senior, Ye Shu. He wished for neither to suffer. Draco even braced himself to restrain his father should matters escalate beyond control. He would rather return home to face reprimand than allow his father to remain in this venue. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lucius did not display the rage anticipated. He took a deep breath and managed to force a smile. "You are correct, Ye Shu. I was indeed superficial." Old Weasley nearly exclaimed an expletive upon hearing Lucius's words. Lucius apologizing? To a fifth-year student at Hogwarts? Was this the same Lucius he knew? This man, who had always been exceedingly arrogant, could he have fallen under the influence of a confundus charm? Malfoy stared in astonishment at his father, then glanced at Ye Shu, then back at Lucius, and repeated this motion several times. A parent knows their child well, and vice versa. Draco Malfoy was acutely aware of his father's nature. Otherwise, he would not have been molded into such a character from a young age. Even possessing some knowledge about the family's business, he understood all too well the consequences of offending his father. Those who dared would either vanish from this world or become destitute wanderers on the streets, reduced to homeless vagrants. Yet now, his typically domineering father was bowing to his esteemed senior, Ye Shu. What could possibly lie behind this that he was unaware of? Mr. Lucius, a true aristocrat, displayed the rare quality of recognizing his faults and being open to other suggestions, traits not found in many. Ye Shu offered a smile that only Lucius could comprehend, to which Lucius responded with a stiff grin. Very well, I must purchase some items for my son. So I shall take my leave. Lucius redirected his gaze to old Weasley, who stood before Ye Shu, reverting to his former haughty demeanor. Ye Shu, I bid you farewell. Malfoy inclined slightly before Ye Shu, then turned to Harry and the others. We shall see each other at school. This statement was laden with warning. Although Malfoy appeared compliant in front of Ye Shu, it did not signify that he had entirely shed his pride, but rather that it depended on the audience. Indeed, this arrogant demeanor was precisely what the Malfoy lineage should embody, the essence of the proud, haughty Lucius. Weasley internally lamented, recognizing the disdainful glance Lucius cast his way before departing. He was all too familiar with that expression, brimming with arrogance and contempt, affirming Lucius's identity. The implications of Lucius's earlier civility before Ye Shu were profoundly intriguing. However, old Weasley chose not to address it. He was an honest man, but not a fool, understanding that some matters were better left unexamined. Thank you, Ye Shu, for coming to our aid. Old Weasley nodded at Ye Shu, acknowledging that without his intervention, his family would have faced humiliation at the hands of Lucius that day. Although he was indifferent to it, he feared the children might not withstand it. There's no need for thanks. It was merely a jest between colleagues, was it not? Ye Shu's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, casually framing the incident as a light-hearted exchange among co-workers, thus helping the Weasley family preserve their dignity, even though the Weasley children were fully aware of the reality. Excuse me, pardon me, please make way. Just as the conversation unfolded, Mrs. Weasley, clutching a pile of books, squeezed through the throng to join the group. Oh dear, there are too many people. Thankfully, I was the first to rush forward for Lockhart's autograph. Children, have you all purchased your items? Mrs. Weasley was filled with excitement. She had never anticipated that accompanying her children to procure school supplies would lead her to encounter her idol, Gilderoy Lockhart. Not only did she obtain his autograph, but she acquired it on every single book. At that moment, she was completely absorbed in the thrill of meeting her idol, oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Otherwise, she would have transformed into a furious lioness, roaring at Lucius in the midst of the crowd. Oh, you are Ravenclaw's Yes Ho? My goodness, after a year. You have grown even taller and more handsome. Mrs. Weasley handed the books in her arms to her several sons, only to discover that Yes Ho was indeed present. She promptly enveloped him in a warm embrace. Yes Ho did not decline. After all, the Weasley family was not of ill character, and it was difficult for him to harbor any animosity towards this couple, especially Mrs. Weasley, who, despite her current plump figure and unassuming attire, exuded the essence of a devoted homemaker. However, one should not be deceived by her appearance. Molly Weasley was a homemaker, but she was also an extraordinarily powerful witch. In the original narrative, she was capable of defeating Bellatrix, one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, a feat that denotes considerable strength. Mrs. Weasley, it has been a year, and I see you have changed. Oh, in what way have I changed? Mrs. Weasley paused, momentarily bewildered. Compared to a year ago, you have truly become more youthful and beautiful. Mrs. Weasley, have you not noticed how many men gaze at you as you walk down the street? Even women regard you with envious eyes. Oh, yes ho, you little charmer. If my eldest and second sons possessed your eloquence, I would have been a grandmother by now. Mrs. Weasley rarely displayed shyness, while Mr. Weasley stood beside her, shaking his head in resignation. It was only because the one offering the compliments was Yes Ho. Had it been another adult, Mrs. Weasley might have shot them a cold glare and told them to be on their way. Chapter 86. Do not judge by appearances. The Weasley children stared in astonishment at their mother, who was exhibiting such a rare demeanor. They had never seen her like this before, as she was typically the strict matriarch at home. Impressive. Fred and George, the twins, along with Ron, exchanged whispers, discreetly glancing at Yes Ho, who just happened to be looking back at them. In that instant, the four shared a knowing exchange, conveying a silent message. I've learned it. Watch how I make Mom happy. Ron raised his eyebrows at his brothers, exuding confidence. Their brother Percy, noticing this, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Mom, I have been meaning to say, during this time, I have noticed you becoming increasingly youthful and beautiful. Your skin has grown smoother, and even the wrinkles on your face have vanished. Those unaware would think you are merely 20 years old. After Ron finished speaking, he looked at his mother with eager anticipation, but what he received was not the praise he had envisioned. Young? Beautiful? Wrinkles gone? Who do you think I am doing this for? If it weren't for the constant need to cater to you troublesome little rascals, would I be so burdened? How dare you bring this up now? Ron, let me make this clear. If you do not apply yourself diligently at school this year, just wait until Christmas when I will deal with you. Faced with Ron's flattery, Mrs. Weasley's expression darkened, and she shouted at him with fervor. The twins could hardly contain their laughter, while Percy helplessly covered his forehead. Even Hermione and Harry struggled to suppress their smiles. As for their father, Mr. Weasley, he kept a neutral demeanor, knowing better than to utter a word. Otherwise, he would surely invite trouble upon himself. Why? Ron looked utterly innocent. feeling frustrated that despite attempting to heed the advice of his peers, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. The advice given was, the meaning of exchanging glances is to study diligently, but do not experiment recklessly. You might find yourself in trouble. Fred and George interpreted it differently. The meaning of exchanging glances is that yes-ho is impressive. Ron interjected. So, I'm not on the same wavelength as you? Oh, by the way, yes-ho, have you heard of Gilderoy Lockhart? Mrs. Weasley turned back with a smile, which only deepened Ron's sense of frustration, yet he dared not speak further. Have I heard of him? Sir Merlin's Order of Merlin, third-class recipient, honorary member of the Society for the Promotion of Dark Arts Defense. 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, and author of numerous publications. Yes-ho recounted without hesitation when asked about Lockhart. Yes-ho, do you also admire Lockhart? Are you a fan of his? What a pity you arrived too late. Lockhart was just taking photos with Harry. If you had come earlier, your reputation as the most brilliant talent in Hogwarts for a century would surely have compelled him to include you. Though I find Lockhart rather charming, I must admit. In terms of mere appearance, you, yes-ho, certainly surpass him, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed with delight, thinking she had found a fellow admirer of Lockhart, a sentiment she rarely encountered at home, leading to a sense of pent-up frustration. Oh no, I am certainly not his fan. Yes-ho quickly shook his head. The idea of being a fan of Lockhart? What a ludicrous thought. While others may not be aware of Lockhart's true nature, I am well informed. He is merely a charlatan, unworthy of admiration. In fact, the reason I possess such detailed knowledge about him stems from other circumstances. Leaning closer to the group, Yes-ho whispered. Let me share a little secret with you. Due to the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts, a new appointment will be made this academic year, and that individual is none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. What? Oh my goodness, is this true? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Excitement coursing through her veins. She never imagined that Lockhart would soon be teaching at Hogwarts. Indeed, it is true. After all, I personally sent the invitation to him, and I handled all the necessary arrangements for him to become a professor at the school. Yes-ho shrugged with a knowing smile. Percy, Fred, George, and Ron, I entrust you with a mission. Endeavor to procure Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph from every corner of the school. Remember, it is imperative that you succeed, or else. Mrs. Weasley abruptly turned, her eyes narrowing, casting a warning glance at her sons. Heh, in truth, Mrs. Weasley, there is no need for such admiration, Ye Shu interjected. Some matters should not be taken at face value. Perhaps one day, when you uncover certain hidden truths, you may lament today as folly. Ye Shu's words bore a subtle warning, causing Mrs. Weasley to furrow her brow in confusion. Ye Shu, I do not comprehend your words. Dear Mrs. Weasley, there is truly no need for overthinking. Some things are harmless and can simply be regarded as an entertaining spectacle of life. Indeed, a spectacle it is. Observe Lockhart upon the stage. One may perceive him as an actor, performing for the audience. These books, Ye Shu retrieved a volume of Lockhart's adventure tales from Ron's grasp, only to disdainfully toss it back, are merely his performances, not to be taken seriously. Consider it a source of amusement. Ye Shu's remarks left the others in a state of perplexity. Although they sensed a hint of derision towards Lockhart, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. As a fan of Lockhart, Mrs. Weasley felt a twinge of discomfort but chose to mask it, attributing Ye Shu's comments to a sense of rivalry. One is the most prodigious talent Hogwarts has seen in a century, while the other is a renowned wizard captivating countless hearts. Both are to coexist within Hogwarts walls. The saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. Perhaps Ye Shu felt the weight of competition, prompting his sardonic remarks. Very well, it is getting late. We must return. Mr. Weasley interrupted their discourse, unwilling to endure his wife's incessant chatter about another man, particularly one as dashing and famous as Lockhart. The Weasley family departed, and Hermione escorted her parents back to the Muggle world. Ye Shu graciously declined the dinner invitations from both families, casting one last glance at Lockhart, who was still busy signing autographs. Laugh on. Continue to revel in this fleeting adoration, for soon enough, your reputation shall plummet. A smirk of derision adorned Ye Shu's face. Chapter 87. Is True Love Found Between Men? On September 1st, 1992, the dawn of a new academic year had arrived. On this day, whether at Diagon Alley or Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, the crowd swelled. The previous cohort of students had graduated prior to the summer. Yet newcomers were poised to enter Hogwarts, as fresh blood invigorated the Wizarding World. First-year students entered Hogwarts brimming with excitement. This cycle of renewal and continuity is the essence of existence. After 2 months of silence, Hogwarts once again buzzed with lively energy. Upperclassmen carried their bags, arriving at the castle in carriages driven by the majestic Thestrals. Meanwhile, the first-year students, disembarking from the Hogwarts Express, followed tradition and boarded small boats to enter the castle in unison. Ye Shu stood atop the castle, gazing down at the boats, each laden with first-year students. Gently swaying upon the tranquil surface of the Black Lake, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He recalled his own arrival at Hogwarts years ago, but now, with time's passage, he had become a fifth-year student. Ye Shu, what are you looking at? A gentle female voice floated from behind him. He needed no turn to know it was Qiu Zhang. Nothing much, just observing this year's new students, he replied. What brings you up here? Though summer has ended, the sun still bears down rather fiercely. You should be mindful of sun protection. Ye Shu turned to see Qiu Zhang bathed in the intense sunlight, furrowing his brow slightly. He reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out an umbrella, opening it and offering it to her to shield her from the scorching rays. Ah, and this? As if struck by a sudden thought, Ye Shu rummaged in his pocket and produced a delicate bracelet. The bracelet, composed of 18 exquisite pieces of top-quality Hitian jade, shimmered with a pearly hue under the sunlight. Here, I recall you've always desired a spatial item. This is for you. This bracelet consisted of 18 jade stones, 9 of which were hollowed out, imbued with a spatial extension spell. Each hollowed jade contained approximately 1 square meter of space, perfect for carrying a few personal belongings. Ye Shu handed the bracelet to Qiu Zhang, who received it with a look of delight. The 9 jade stones, enchanted with the spatial extension spell, each bore a tiny opening, masked by a magical barrier that matched the jade's hue, rendering it unobtrusive while preventing items from entering or exiting freely. The remaining 9 stones, devoid of openings, were adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes. These runes were exceedingly complex, resembling spell formulas, so intricate that even an exceptional student like Qiu Zhang could not decipher them. 9. What about the other 9? Qiu Zhang tilted her head in curiosity, pondering how a perfectionist like Ye Shu could possibly create something without purpose. For the other 9, each is sealed with a different spell. The first 3 provide defense. The next 3 are for offense, and the last 3 assist in your escape. They will activate according to your desires, or automatically when they sense danger. Serving as my gift to you for protection. Qiu Zhang was elated. Not only was the bracelet immensely valuable, but it was also a cherished gift from Ye Shu. Yet, a fleeting pang of disappointment crossed her heart as she remembered that Ye Shu viewed her merely as a sister. Thank you, Ye Shu, she exclaimed. By the way, the new students are about to arrive, and the feast will soon commence. Let us hurry down. Forcing her stray thoughts aside, Qiu Zhang wrapped her arm around Ye Shu's, and together they descended. Come, let us descend and meet this year's new students. I have taken on Professor McGonagall's duties, and I am quite eager for this task. After escorting Autumn to the hall, Ye Shu made his way directly to the dock where Hagrid was bringing a throng of newcomers ashore. Hello, Hagrid. Thank you for your efforts. I shall take over from here. Ye Shu approached and playfully thumped Hagrid's robust chest. Oh, look, it's Senior Ye Shu. One exclaimed. Goodness. It truly is Senior Ye Shu. I can't believe I am seeing him in person. What do you mean in person? You should say he's real. Senior Ye Shu is so handsome. I hope I get sorted into Ravenclaw so that I can be closer to him. I want that too. I heard Senior Ye Shu has never had a girlfriend. I wonder if he could wait for me for a few years. Hey, buddy, wake up. You're a guy? So what if I am? Is being a man an impediment to pursuing love? The bond between men transcends mere procreation. That is true love. I advise you to tone it down. Be careful not to let Senior Ye Shu hear you, or he might dunk you in this lake. The cacophony of conversation reached Ye Shu's ears, and the mention of true love between men caused a flicker of surprise at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated such characters among this year's newcomers, and could not help but glance at the speaker. The boy, seemingly aware of Ye Shu's gaze, shyly lowered his head. Ye Shu's expression darkened, and he nearly considered ejecting him from Hogwarts. Come on, you're a boy, blushing and looking down with such bashfulness. Fidgeting with your clothing. Are you a wizardly version of a lovesick peach? Everyone, tidy yourselves up and follow me, Ye Shu declared, wishing to make no further delay. He had hoped that welcoming the new students would bring him a delightful surprise, but it appeared to be more of a fright than anything else. His countenance grew serious as he addressed the throng of newcomers coldly before leading the way to the hall, with the students trailing closely behind. The expansive dining hall was already filled to capacity, with all the professors seated at the head table and all students, except for the first-year newcomers, gathered below. Oh wait, 2 are missing, Ye Shu noted, scanning the room and realizing he had not spotted Harry and Ron. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he surmised that it must be Dobby's doing. As the Malfoy family's house elf, Dobby yearned for freedom and harbored an extraordinary fondness for Harry. During one of his inadvertent eavesdropping episodes, Dobby had overheard a nefarious plot involving the Malfoy family that endangered Harry's life. To protect Harry, Dobby risked punishment, even death, by sneaking into the Muggle world to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts. At this moment, Harry and Ron were likely being thwarted by Dobby from accessing the platform, which explained their tardiness. Good luck to you two, Ye Shu smirked, foreseeing the unfortunate fate that awaited them at the hands of Filch. Chapter 88. Why? Children, please quiet down. Dumbledore gently tapped his goblet, and then rose to his feet. The previously boisterous crowd of students fell into an immediate hush upon the arrival of the venerable Dumbledore. Both professors and students alike held him in profound reverence. Dumbledore commenced his address with a few important points, which was brief, as he was not one for lengthy discourses steeped in convention. Soon, they arrived at the eagerly anticipated sorting hat ceremony, which sparked excitement among many. Upperclassmen were curious about the new arrivals, while the newcomers fretted over whether they would be placed in their desired houses, with some even worrying about their ability to gain admission to Hogwarts. First up was Ye Shu, who stepped forward with the roster in hand. Since the previous academic year, the responsibility of welcoming new students and conducting the sorting hat ceremony had been entirely entrusted to him by Professor McGonagall. As each newcomer approached for the sorting hat's evaluation, they were fortunate enough to be sorted into their desired houses, until one particular first year stepped forward, causing Ye Shu's expression to darken. Ye Shu Senior. This was a boy who, despite being male, exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of a shy maiden. As Ye Shu called out, he approached with a bashful demeanor. This was none other than the first-year student who had previously proclaimed that true love existed only between boys. Sit down, Ye Shu uttered curtly, his face clouded with displeasure as he directed the boy to the tall stool, placing the sorting hat upon his head. Please, not Ravenclaw, Ye Shu silently prayed, fearing that if such a junior were to cling to him incessantly, he would surely lose his composure. After a brief deliberation, the sorting hat was poised to announce the boy's appropriate house, and Ye Shu's heart raced with anticipation. Hufflepuff. Phew. When the sorting hat bellowed the final verdict, Ye Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, Hufflepuff? How tiresome. The first-year boy pouted, his face etched with reluctance. Ye Shu, Senior, although I am not a Ravenclaw, may I still seek your guidance in the future? He awkwardly descended from the stool, his face flushed with shyness as he stood before Ye Shu. Ahem. You may certainly inquire with the professors about any matters. After all, I am merely an assistant to the headmaster, and the faculty possess far greater wisdom than I do. Now, my friend, there are others awaiting their turn for the sorting, so please step down. Noticing that the boy still wished to speak, Ye Shu hurriedly urged him along, successfully ushering him off the stage. Next, Ginny Weasley. Undoubtedly, Ginny's sorting result was destined to be Gryffindor, as the Weasley family had never produced a student outside of that house. Ginny, once you have acclimated to your surroundings, do come find me. I have a wealth of study notes that may be of assistance to you. Ye Shu smiled gently at Ginny. All right, thank you, Ye Shu Senior. Ginny nodded obediently before stepping down from the platform. Next was Luna Lovegood. Upon seeing this name, Ye Shu's eyes brightened slightly. He had initially intended to seek out Luna, but had been completely disinterested thanks to that insufferable boy, leading him to hastily escort the newcomers inside. At this moment, Ye Shu gazed at the last few new students, and with just a glance, he recognized Luna among the crowd. It wasn't that Ye Shu had met her before, rather, she was extraordinarily distinctive, a fact reflected not only in her attire, but also in her aura. Under Ye Shu's watchful gaze, a girl energetically bounded towards the platform. She possessed silver eyes and dark golden brown hair, cascading over her shoulders. Her slightly protruding eyes gave her a look of surprise. Yet Ye Shu perceived this pair of large eyes as a symbol of Luna's sensitivity, insightfulness, and vibrant spirit. Her complexion was quite pale, though it was unclear whether this was a natural trait or the result of prolonged exposure to the sun. Dangling from her ears were earrings resembling radishes, while around her neck hung a necklace crafted from a butterbeer bottle cap, and tucked behind her ear was her exquisite wand. Most notably, she exuded an eccentric and ethereal aura, which contributed to her peculiarly striking appearance. Hello, I am Luna, she exclaimed as she joyfully took her seat on the tall stool and greeted Ye Shu. Unlike others who were tense, she seemed unfazed, even taking a moment to feel the stool beneath her before tilting her head to glance at Ye Shu. Hello, Luna. Although the sorting hat has yet to reveal its decision, I am certain you will become an exceptional Ravenclaw. I eagerly anticipate your joining our house, little sister. As he spoke, Ye Shu placed the sorting hat upon Luna's head, and without hesitation, it declared her a Ravenclaw. You are truly remarkable, Luna exclaimed, leaping off the stool, her face alight with wonder as she regarded Ye Shu. Perhaps, Ye Shu replied with a smile, naturally refraining from mentioning that he already knew the script. Are you aware of the existence of the Snidget? Luna abruptly shifted the topic. Apologies, I have yet to encounter a Snidget, but I would very much like to. Ye Shu recognized Luna's enthusiasm for the Snidget and decided to follow her lead. How delightful. It seems you also have a fondness for Snidgets. Let us embark on a quest to find one together when we have the chance. I hope the habitat of the Snidget is free from pesky pests or troublesome ruffians. That would indeed be a frightful matter. Well, I must take my leave now. There are other students awaiting their turn for testing. We shall converse again soon. With that, Luna paid no heed to Ye Shu's reaction and made her way down from the platform towards the Ravenclaw table. How intriguing, Ye Shu mused, a playful smile gracing his lips as he found himself captivated by her unpredictability. While her unconventional manner might lead others to shun her, to Ye Shu, it was utterly fascinating, perhaps even endearing. All right, next. Ye Shu continued calling names, summoning the last few students awaiting their allocation. He remained oblivious to the fact that at the Ravenclaw table, Chio had her mouth agape, as though she could hang a bottle from it. What is it about this young woman that captivates Ye Shu, despite her tender age? The sensitivity of women towards certain matters is profound. The moment Xiao Zhang beheld Ye Shu's expression, she discerned his burgeoning interest in the girl named Luna. Yet, Luna is but 11 years old. And this marks their first encounter. What could possibly transpire? After years of companionship with Ye Shu, during which he never harbored feelings for her, why should a mere stranger evoke such intrigue in him? Xiao Zhang found herself perplexed, unable to fathom the source of her confusion, and, dare she admit, a tinge of jealousy towards Luna, this girl she had just met. Chapter 89. One Punch and Hermione would weep for ages after the opening banquet of the school year. A throng of new students, under the guidance of their upperclassmen, made their way to the dormitories. Many remained entranced by the grandeur and mystery of Hogwarts, pleasantly surprised by the quality of the cuisine offered. Contrary to the assumption that wizards are affluent, many are quite inept at financial management. And the wizarding world is notably lacking in job opportunities, leaving numerous wizards in a state of financial constraint. This is evident in the Weasley family. Perhaps children born into the Muggle world enjoy a better standard of living, regardless of their backgrounds, be they affluent or modest. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness for these freshly admitted students. At the break of dawn, Ye Shu rose early, as was his custom, to engage in a brief exercise session on the green fields. Not only did Ye Shu participate, but Neville also joined in, clearly having not squandered the 2 months of summer vacation. The ruckus created by their training was rather pronounced, drawing the attention of new students who peered from their balconies. Their mouths agape at the sight of Ye Shu, who appeared almost monstrous in stature. As for the older students, they had long since acclimated to this routine. Every day before dawn, Ye Shu and Neville would create a commotion on the playground. While Neville's activities seemed relatively reasonable, the noise generated by Ye Shu was undeniably excessive. These students, though irked, remained silent, and the disturbance from Ye Shu's training served as an unconventional alarm clock, effectively eliminating instances of tardiness among the students, much to the professor's delight, who chose to turn a blind eye to the matter. In the Slytherin dormitory, a slightly taller Malfoy glowered at the two figures exercising in the distance, his eyes aflame with indignation as he struck the balcony wall with force. His ire was directed at Neville. On the very first day back at school, he had witnessed Neville trailing behind his esteemed senior, Ye Shu, which ignited a furious blaze within him. Curse you, Crabbe and Goyle, wake up. Malfoy stormed into the dormitory of his two lackeys, delivering a swift kick to rouse them. With such a clamor outside, how on earth could these two oafs remain asleep? At times, Malfoy seriously questioned the wisdom of having these two as his followers. Their performance often fell short, scarcely surpassing that of swine. Were it not for their pure bloodlines, they would likely lack even the qualifications to enter Slytherin. What is happening? What is going on? Crabbe was abruptly awakened by a kick, still in a state of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. With a sharp sound, Malfoy approached and delivered a sharp tap to each of their heads, jolting them into full consciousness. What is going on with you, Malfoy? Crabbe wondered, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had been enjoying a sound slumber and could not fathom why he had incurred Malfoy's ire. You two, go find Neville Longbottom and take this with you, Malfoy commanded, producing a letter from his robes and handing it to them. What is this? A love letter to Neville Longbottom? Malfoy, do you have such peculiar tastes? Gol, rubbing his eyes, muttered in confusion. At this, Malfoy's eyes twitched with irritation. He drew his wand and pressed it against Joel's throat. Are you still half asleep, If you dare utter another foolish word, I shall ensure you attend class with a pig's nose. Malfoy, feeling exasperated, thought of Harry and his friends. Although the Weasley boy was a bit dim-witted and Hermione hailed from a Muggle family, both were invaluable allies to Harry. Yet here he was, burdened with these two dimwits. Oh, Malfoy, don't get worked up, I was wrong. With the wand poised at his throat, Gol finally sobered up, realizing the absurdity of his earlier words. While Crabbe sat dumbly to the side, too intimidated to move. Humph, hurry and prepare. During breakfast, you must deliver this letter to Neville Longbottom, otherwise. Malfoy shot a threatening glance at the two, prompting them to hastily get out of bed and wash up. Neville Longbottom, today we shall determine a victor. After casting one last glance at the figures on the training grounds, drenched in sweat, Malfoy turned on his heel and headed toward his dormitory. During breakfast, a group of new students buzzed with excitement over the morning spectacle, initially believing it to be part of Hogwarts curriculum, only to be informed by older students that it was merely a training session between Yeshua and Neville, which relieved the newcomers considerably. Setting aside Yeshua plowing the ground with boulders weighing hundreds of pounds, the extraordinary intensity of Neville's training was far beyond what these first years could endure. Who could fathom the fright they experienced upon witnessing that scene? Neville, after all this time learning from Senior Ye Shu, your physique has improved remarkably. You were once a chubby lad, but now you bear no resemblance to that. At the Gryffindor table, a group marveled at Neville. Really? My grandmother says the same. She claims I've changed quite a bit. Look, I have no flab at all now. As Neville spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, and with a slight flex of his arm, his biceps bulged impressively, exuding strength before everyone's eyes. Oh my. One punch from you could make Hermione cry, probably for quite some time. Ron's unfiltered remark earned him a disapproving glare from Hermione. And that's not all. Neville continued to roll up his shirt, revealing a well-defined set of six-pack abs on his abdomen, each muscle showcasing an explosive sense of strength. The male students gazed in awe, while the female students felt their cheeks flush, unable to resist stealing glances. Moreover, Senior Ye Shu often assisted me with my headaches. Though I was uncertain of his methods, I felt an overwhelming sense of comfort during his treatments, as if I had entered a transcendent state. After a lengthy period of treatment last semester, I felt my amnesia had significantly improved. Had it not been for the 2-month interruption during the summer, I believe my forgetfulness would have been entirely cured. A smile adorned Neville's face, and the members of Gryffindor finally realized that he had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Setting aside other matters, at the very least, he had not forgotten anything today, and his attire was impeccably neat, a stark contrast to the Neville of yore. However, one student furrowed his brow in confusion and questioned the relevance of physical training to a wizard's prowess, positing that regardless of one's physical strength, a single spell could easily incapacitate them. In response to his inquiry, Neville smiled. Chapter 90. I will show you the power of physical training. The crowd turned their attention to the student who had posed the question, noting his unfamiliarity. Unperturbed by the gazes upon him, the student excitedly introduced himself. Hello everyone. I am Colin Creevey, a new student of Gryffindor. I believe you are Harry Potter, right? After all, the scar on your forehead is truly one of a kind. First and foremost, I must declare that I am your fan. Colin held a camera in his hands, his eyes brimming with uncontainable admiration as he looked at Harry. Hi. Nice to meet you. Yes, I am Harry. Harry replied politely to his little admirer. By the way, why didn't I see you last night? Colin suddenly inquired. He had searched the hall for Harry during the new student orientation, but had seen no sign of him. There was a bit of an incident. Yes, an incident. Harry stammered, exchanging a glance with Ron, both wearing expressions of embarrassment. Unsurprisingly, they had been late the previous day, first struggling to access Platform 9, and then careening to school in the Weasley family's flying car, causing a chaotic scene. They had been spotted by numerous muggles, who witnessed a car soaring through the sky, and subsequently crashed into the Whomping Willow, resulting in significant damage to the tree. Afterward, they were caught by Filch and brought to Snape, who scolded them harshly and even threatened expulsion. Fortunately, Dumbledore, ever the biased protector, intervened to save them, though they still faced appropriate repercussions. Now, as Harry and Ron reflected on the previous day, they realized it had been fraught with calamity, and they wished to avoid discussing the topic altogether. Indeed, Neville Longbottom was eager to elucidate the benefits of physical exercise to Colin Creevey, but his intentions were abruptly interrupted by a sudden call. The crowd turned around to see Draco Malfoy standing behind them, accompanied by his henchmen, Goyle and Crabbe, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. What do you two want? Harry inquired, his brow furrowing at the thought that the duo might be up to their usual mischief. Harry Potter, step aside. We're not here for you today. Goyle sneered, pushing Harry aside and puffing up with pride as he stood before Neville. What are you up to? Neville rose to his feet, unflinching as he faced Malfoy's lackeys. To everyone's astonishment, as Neville stood tall, it became evident that he was not in the slightest shorter than Crabbe and Goyle, and his rolled-up sleeves revealed muscles that radiated an undeniable sense of intimidation. Gulp. Crabbe and Goyle swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back, momentarily taken aback by Neville's presence. Neville looks so handsome. Goodness, he exudes masculinity. Is this the transformation that comes from training under Senior Ye Shu? A wave of awe washed over the students as they marveled at Neville's remarkable change. In the meantime, Colin Creevey seized the opportunity to snap a photo, capturing Neville's striking moment. Excuse me? I'm asking you what you're doing here. Neville pressed on, clenching his fist, the knuckles cracking audibly, which only paled Crabbe and Goyle further. Calm down, let us talk this through. Goyle stammered, trembling as he produced a letter he had pulled from his pocket. Just as Neville reached out to take the letter, a loud call echoed through the air, and a rather clumsy owl swooped toward the Gryffindor table. Watch out, everyone. Ron's expression shifted as he sensed impending trouble, urgently warning his peers. Goyle and Crabbe turned slowly, puzzled as to why they should fear an owl. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the owl collided headfirst into the faces of the two, causing them to cry out in surprise. Ah, they exclaimed, utterly shocked that the owl, despite the ample space available, had decided to land on their heads, leading them to question whether it was a deliberate act. I apologize. It can be rather unreliable. Ron sheepishly admitted as he awkwardly cradled his owl, retrieving the letter from its talons. Is this a howler? Let us see what it says. Curiosity rippled through the group, as howlers were typically reserved for scolding. Who would send a howler to Ron? Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. Ron's face contorted with dread, his heart racing as if disaster loomed on the horizon. Despite his reluctance, he braced himself and tore open the letter, only to be met with the resounding voice of Mrs. Weasley. The sound echoed throughout the hall, and Ron's face turned crimson with embarrassment, wishing fervently for the ground to swallow him whole. Mrs. Weasley penned a letter, naturally condemning Ron for stealthily pilfering the enchanted car, an act that compelled Ron's father to write a reflection, effectively cleaning up Ron's mess. In conclusion, Mrs. Weasley couldn't resist lauding her daughter, congratulating her on her successful admission into Gryffindor. Ginny internally recoiled. If given the chance, she would have exclaimed, "Mother, there is no need for such fuss." Who could fathom the depth of Ginny's embarrassment, being subjected to such public scrutiny, first vociferously reprimanding Ron, and then extolling her own achievements? I was certain this would lead to no good. Ron was on the verge of tears, acutely aware that if he failed to perform well this semester, he would undoubtedly face his mother's wrath upon returning home for the winter break. One must not question whether Mrs. Weasley would act thus. This was a lesson learned through Ron's own bloodied experiences. Well, I have received Malfoy's message. You may leave. Neville seized the letter from his adversary, delivering the statement coldly. Crabbe and Goyle felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily scurrying towards the Slytherin table. Neville, what did Malfoy write? Curiosity piqued, the crowd gathered around Neville, eager to uncover why Malfoy would send him anything, let alone a letter. Without hesitation, Neville opened the missive, revealing its contents to the onlookers. Gasp. Malfoy has declared war on Neville? This is a declaration of combat. Good heavens, Malfoy and Neville are to duel. What? How did this come to pass? As the letter's contents were unveiled to the Gryffindor students, gasps of astonishment filled the air, and soon the entire hall was abuzz with the news. Neville, Harry hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Malfoy had been raised with impeccable education, and although Neville had undergone rigorous training under the guidance of Ye Shu in recent months, it was still a brief period, and Harry worried that Neville might not be a match for Malfoy. Very well, I accept this declaration. Clive, do you not wish to know the purpose of physical training? I shall demonstrate to you just how formidable I have become under the tutelage of Senior Ye Shu. Neville waved his hand confidently, proclaiming his resolve. Chapter 91, The School in Disarray. Malfoy's challenge to Neville spread throughout Hogwarts following breakfast. After a brief period of speculation, not only the students, but even the professors became aware of the incident, eventually reaching Dumbledore's ears. Dumbledore, what is your perspective on this matter? In the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall observed Dumbledore with an expression of calm anticipation, awaiting his response. On the second-floor staircase lay numerous tomes, treasures of great value within the Wizarding World, as Dumbledore leisurely perused one of the books. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape sat on the sofa below. McGonagall wore a placid demeanor, while Snape's gaze was shrouded in shadow, leaving no one privy to their thoughts. Neville and Malfoy, one representing Gryffindor and the other Slytherin, are set to engage in a duel that transcends mere inter-house rivalry. It embodies the very essence of competition between their respective houses. As the heads of these houses, Professors McGonagall and Snape cannot remain aloof from this unfolding drama. What say you, Yesh? Do not feign indifference. You cannot escape this matter. Perched upon a stand, Fawkes the Phoenix is being teased by Yesh, who playfully waves a piece of cattail grass. Annoyed by the disturbance, Fawkes emits a burst of flame, reducing the grass to ashes. Yet, Yesh deftly produces another piece from behind, presenting it once more to Fawkes. With a resounding cry, Fawkes takes flight from the headmaster's office, his thoughts echoing a deep irritation at the unbound antics of this troublesome youth. As Fawkes departs, Yesh, with a resigned expression, turns his attention to Dumbledore, who has called for him. In truth, whether it be you, the headmaster, Professor McGonagall, or Professor Snape, you all have long harbored your own conclusions regarding how to address this situation, have you not? Yesh refrains from a direct answer, opting instead to counter with a question of his own. The implications of this duel are significant. On the surface, it may appear as mere youthful mischief violating school rules, yet it extends far beyond that. It threatens not only the honor of their houses, but also poses a grave risk to their very lives. A duel is no trivial matter, especially for students of their tender age, who may lack mastery over potent spells and whose control over their incantations remains unrefined. A misfired spell could strike a vital area, resulting in injuries that, while perhaps not fatal, could leave irrevocable scars. Oh, how do you suppose we think? Dumbledore's wise eyes, glimmering behind his spectacles, cast a playful glance at Yesh before he resumes organizing the bookshelves. The truth is, you professors harbor a deep curiosity regarding my relentless physical training. You are eager to understand the purpose behind my fervent regimen, which may even seem somewhat masochistic to your discerning eyes. As esteemed professors, you cannot afford to test my abilities directly, for a loss would tarnish your esteemed reputation. Ye Shu's words elicit astonished expressions from those present. They had not anticipated that he would articulate such a salient point so openly. Thus, you contemplate approaching Neville, who has been training alongside me. Although his intensity may not match mine, it is likely that his performance could offer insights into my own endeavors. You are also eager to ascertain whether my efforts over these past few months have been futile. Ye Shu settles into a chair, crossing his legs and wearing a playful smile as he regards the professors before him. Silence envelopes the office, as none of the three professors utter a word. As Dumbledore descended the stairs, he suddenly broke into applause, his eyes still reflecting a glimmer of admiration, a sentiment towards Ye Shu that had never wavered. You are indeed correct. We are eager to ascertain the efficacy of your physical training methods. However, it is important to note that this inquiry was not instigated by us. We are merely responding to circumstances as they unfold. The true initiator of this discussion is someone else. Professor Flitwick, is it? Ye Shu raised an eyebrow, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Indeed, it is Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, who approached me regarding your situation. Although he initially broached the topic with you during your early training, at that time, you appeared quite ordinary. Yet now, your cultivation has transcended the capabilities of an average individual to an extent that one might even argue it is beyond human capacity. This revelation has opened an unprecedented path before us. If a person's physique can truly attain such levels, how should an ordinary wizard confront such prowess? Dumbledore's aged eyes sparkled with excitement. As a person of considerable magical achievement, he was invariably thrilled by the prospect of new avenues. Regrettably, he merely perceived physical training as a means to enhance endurance, speed, and reflexes beyond the norm, yet he remained oblivious to the limits of such enhancements. Should Ye Shu choose to demonstrate his abilities before them, it would undoubtedly leave the esteemed professors in astonished disbelief. Very well, esteemed professors. You shall soon discern whether I am wasting your time. After the duel between Malfoy and Neville today, the outcome will reveal much. Ye Shu's lips curled into a smirk, anticipation bubbling within him for the imminent battle. Although he was already aware of the likely outcome, he was eager to witness the astonished expressions on their faces. All right then. We grant permission for the duel between Neville and Malfoy. However, since the entire school is now aware, let us embrace this opportunity and make it a grand event. Notify all that the duel will take place on the school's green field, allowing any faculty or students who are free to attend and witness this confrontation. This arrangement will also enable us to intervene promptly should any extraordinary circumstances arise during the duel. Dumbledore ultimately decreed that, if they were to proceed, they should do so on a grand scale. This directive was swiftly disseminated, and the students who received the news were filled with excitement. They could hardly believe that the school would take such a keen interest in the duel between two students, not only permitting it, but actively promoting it. This was fortuitous for the students, who relished the prospect of a spectacle, and the school's actions perfectly aligned with their desires. Yet, as the day progressed, it was evident that their minds were far from their studies. Chapter 92, The Waiting Before the Duel. As the students awaited the impending event with distracted minds, the day finally approached its conclusion. The sun sank low in the western sky, signaling the time for dinner, while an unusual atmosphere enveloped the great hall. Students from the four houses exchanged glances between the Slytherin direction, where Malfoy stood, and the Gryffindor side, where Neville was, their eyes brimming with excitement. However, the two parties involved appeared remarkably composed, as if the duel scheduled for this evening did not concern them at all. They instinctively filtered out all external distractions, immersing themselves in the delectable feast before them. Neville, you can do it. Defeat Malfoy and restore some pride for Gryffindor. A chorus of students rallied behind Neville. In the past, they would not have held high hopes for him. This battle seemed unequivocally one-sided. Yet, after witnessing Neville's display of courage earlier that morning, when he intimidated Goyle and Crabbe, an inexplicable faith in him began to blossom among his peers. It suddenly struck them that, over the past year, none had seen Neville in action. This was primarily due to Neville's newfound dedication to training under the guidance of Professor Longbottom over the past 6 months. As for the preceding half-year, let us not dwell on that. His previous performances were well known to all. Neville, speak honestly, do you feel confident? Hermione expressed her concern. Despite Malfoy's somewhat arrogant demeanor, his prowess was undeniable, stemming from his pure-blood wizarding lineage. If Neville genuinely felt uncertain, perhaps it would be wise to forego the duel altogether. Hermione's apprehension was rooted in her own past experiences, where a single petrifying spell had easily incapacitated Neville. After months of intensive training, could he truly stand up to Malfoy? Hermione felt a twinge of doubt. Surely he would manage, but it was not merely a question of whether Neville could best Malfoy. It was also about their safety. The duel had been orchestrated by the professors at the school, and with their presence, they would surely safeguard Neville and the others. Should one of the combatants falter, the professors would intervene promptly. At this moment, All Ron hoped for was that Neville could hold his own for a while, so as not to suffer too much embarrassment. Ron, evidently the least optimistic about Neville's chances, wore a frown as he spoke. Harry discreetly nudged Ron, signaling him to refrain from such pessimistic remarks, while Hermione rolled her eyes in response. Regardless of the outcome of the duel, voicing such discouraging thoughts only served to undermine Neville's morale. Neville, don't heed Ron's words. We all believe in you, Harry encouraged, patting Neville on the shoulder, only to realize that Neville's muscles were remarkably firm, as if he were made of stone. Rest assured, Harry, to be honest, I am not overly concerned about today's duel. Malfoy, I concede he possesses considerable skill, but I am not without my own strengths. As for whether I am boasting, you shall find out shortly. With that, Neville rose from his seat, stretching and loosening his limbs as he made his way toward the dining hall's exit. As he passed the Slytherin table, he couldn't resist casting a glance at Malfoy among the crowd. Such arrogance. Where does he derive his confidence? Is it merely from the muscles he has built? In the world of wizards, what significance does that hold? No matter how solid his physique, a single spell could bring him to his knees. Indeed, Malfoy, teach him a lesson later. Let him understand that one should not be so arrogant. Yes, defeat him, rendering him incapable of rising from his bed this semester. And trample the Gryffindor students beneath our feet, demonstrating that Slytherin is indeed the strongest. The Slytherin faction was stirred with fervor, perturbed by Neville's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. It is worth noting that upon entering the school, Neville was the target of bullying, and among the entirety of Hogwarts, few could be found weaker than he. Yet now, in their eyes, Neville exhibited an air of arrogance. This stark contrast evoked a sense of disappointment in those who had previously belittled him. Thus, they yearned to shatter Neville's confidence, to crush him beneath their feet, so that they might reclaim their former sense of superiority. Rest assured, I shall exert myself fully to defeat him. No need to go all out. Why exert such effort against a mere Neville Longbottom? I will make him realize that refuse will always remain refuse and can never ascend to the heights of elegance. As Malfoy watched Neville exit the hall, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. He too found Neville's confidence distasteful. After all, he had previously managed to keep him subdued. I am satisfied. I shall prepare myself. Farewell. Malfoy rose and walked out, for there was still time before the duel, and he needed to elevate himself to peak condition. Though he spoke of Neville as insignificant, Malfoy harbored other thoughts. After all, having trained alongside Yesho for so long, could it truly be that Neville had made no progress? The more he learned about Yesho, the more Malfoy recognized the latter's exceptional nature. During the preterm visit to Diagon Alley for supplies, Malfoy had intended to stop by his family's potion shop, but was halted by his father's intervention. Confounded, Malfoy wondered why this year was different. As in previous years, he could take whatever he needed from their shop. This establishment is no longer the property of the Malfoy family. Henceforth, one must pay for goods acquired within. Lucius spoke these words with an air of indifference, yet Malfoy detected a hint of resentment beneath the surface. Father, who dares to seize what belongs to the Malfoy family? Tell me, and I shall take vengeance upon him. Malfoy was indignant. Throughout his life, he had only known the Malfoy family to claim what belonged to others. It was the first time he encountered his own family's loss. You are far from capable. After all, even I am not his match. In my view, few in the wizarding world could rival him. This acquisition was not an act of forceful taking, but rather a form of reparations following my offense against him, so do not harbor too many thoughts on the matter. I am aware of his remarkable talent and formidable strength. However, I did not anticipate such magnitude. He has been concealing his true self. It is no harm to inform you, as you are the sole heir of the family, and there are matters you ought to be aware of. He is the senior you have long admired, Shu of Ravenclaw. The words of Lucius resonated in Malfoy's ears like thunder. Chapter 93, A Hasty Retreat. Initially, Malfoy harbored little admiration for Ye Shu. His desire to approach Ye Shu stemmed primarily from his father's repeated mentions before enrollment, hoping to cultivate a connection with him. However, Malfoy initially paid little heed to these notions. Ye Shu possessed extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-century gift, yet what did that matter? He was merely a student at Hogwarts. While the Malfoy family held the esteemed position of school trustees, and indeed the most powerful among them, no matter how gifted Ye Shu might be, or how fiercely Dumbledore might protect him, should the Malfoy family decide to take action, it would be an effortless endeavor. As for Ye Shu's potential enrollment in another institution after leaving Hogwarts, the Malfoy family's influence would ensure that few schools would dare to refuse them. Unless he ventured far beyond these shores, within the borders of the country, the Malfoy family's power was akin to a shadow that loomed everywhere. All of this changed when Ye Shu rescued him during flying class. Malfoy's heart underwent a transformation, and he found himself unknowingly idolizing Ye Shu. Now, having learned certain previously unknown secrets, such as Ye Shu's formidable strength, which compelled even his father to willingly relinquish control of the family business to him, Malfoy was further astounded. Additionally, it seemed Ye Shu possessed connections of considerable significance, prompting his father, the head of the Malfoy family and a senior official in the Ministry of Magic, to tread carefully. Upon discovering all this, rather than harboring resentment towards Ye Shu for claiming his family's assets, Malfoy's admiration only deepened. Thus, he found it implausible that such a mysterious figure as Ye Shu would squander his time on a mere incompetent. With a deep breath, Malfoy silently urged himself to give his all in the upcoming battle as he exited the hall, completely shedding the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. Time ticked away, and soon it was 8 in the evening. Typically, students would be preparing to retire to their dormitories at this hour, but today they congregated on the green field. What should have been a dark expanse was now as bright as day, thanks to a floating orb above. The orb, 10 meters in diameter, hovered in the center of the field, emanating a brilliant white light that dispelled the shadows and illuminated everything around. Was this a light charm? Which household could boast such an extraordinary illumination spell? It was more than just a light charm. It was a combination of levitation and illumination spells. The sheer magnitude of magical power required for such feats was nothing short of terrifying. Was this the work of Headmaster Dumbledore, or perhaps another esteemed professor? The students gazed in awe at the glowing orb above, their faces alight with wonder. While the illumination charm is a fundamental spell that even those without formal education can cast, provided they possess magical ability and familiarity with the incantation. The true marvel lay in the scale of this illumination and its steadfastness, which demanded an extraordinary level of magical prowess. Do not underestimate even the upper-grade students in the 6th or 7th year. None dare claim they could achieve such a feat. You are mistaken. This is the handiwork of Senior Ye Shu. I arrived early and witnessed everything. Senior Ye Shu, wand in hand, cast the Lumos spell, and the light from his wand expanded like bubbles, growing to a diameter of 10 meters before it ceased. You cannot fathom how, at that moment, Senior Ye Shu stood at the center of the light source, resembling a celestial being. I find myself possibly in love with him. A Slytherin student, disheartened, reminisced about the events that had transpired, appearing quite lost. Brother, wake up. You are a man. And so what if I am? Did not the new Hufflepuff student proclaim that true love exists between men? I do not mind being swayed. Ah, you may not mind, but Senior Ye Shu certainly would. Trust me, do not utter such words again, lest you find yourself knocked unconscious and unceremoniously deposited in a toilet. Alas, my beloved, the most tragic circumstance in this world is often the yearning for what one cannot attain. Suddenly, a spell soared through the air, striking the tearful Slytherin student, who collapsed to the ground, powerless to resist. Who dares to attack? The Slytherin students were incensed. The audacity to openly assault a fellow student within the school, particularly one from Slytherin, was intolerable. However, when they turned to confront the assailant, their anger swiftly extinguished. Standing amidst the crowd, wand in hand, was Ye Shu. His face darkened with displeasure, clearly the architect of the recent attack. My apologies, Senior Ye Shu. Feel free to act as you wish, no need to spare our feelings. This insolent fellow, you may strike him down without hesitation. The Slytherin students scattered like birds startled from their roosts, leaving the unconscious classmate ruthlessly abandoned on the ground. Humph. Casting a glance at the fainted Slytherin student, Ye Shu retracted his wand with a cold huff, his countenance filled with annoyance. While he welcomed the affection of female admirers, the attention from males was intolerable. Ye Shu was a proud and steadfast man, unaccustomed to the advances of other men. Oh, how fortunate this senior is. He was struck by Senior Ye Shu's magic. I wish for that too. To be touched by Senior Ye Shu's spell would be the height of bliss. As Ye Shu was about to leave, he nearly stumbled, his face reflecting sheer terror as he turned towards the source of the voice, only to find it belonged to the new student who had joined yesterday, the one who had foolishly expressed his admiration. You. Ye Shu gritted his teeth, tempted to unleash a powerful curse to banish him, but after taking a few deep breaths, he restrained himself. Under the other's lingering gaze, Ye Shu turned away, eager to escape this place with no desire to linger any longer. Oh, even in his departure, Senior Ye Shu is so remarkably handsome. I adore him. Gasping, Ye Shu quickened his pace, his steps reflecting a sense of hurried retreat. Observing the disheveled appearance of Ye Shu, the onlookers stifled their laughter, contemplating the potential repercussions should Ye Shu notice their amusement. This incident, albeit trivial, merely served as a prelude to the impending clash, directing our focus toward the protagonists of the night, Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom. One, a cunning serpent of Slytherin, and the other, a brave lion of Gryffindor, who would emerge victorious in this duel. Chapter 94, the battle commences. Beneath the brilliance of the illuminated green field, a multitude of Hogwarts students gathered. Yet they instinctively cleared a circular arena of 100 meters in diameter. At the center stood a diminutive figure, Malfoy. As the instigator of this duel, he had arrived early, underscoring his serious commitment to the confrontation ahead. Though merely 12 years of age and not particularly tall, Malfoy exuded an unprecedented gravity as he occupied the center stage. Enchanted lights hovered above, casting elongated shadows of his form upon the verdant expanse, creating a picturesque scene. It was at this moment that the crowd was reminded of Malfoy's lineage. Despite his habitual frivolity, he belonged to the illustrious Malfoy family, an undeniable heir of pure-blood wizardry. Such a background afforded him an exceptional education, far surpassing what his peers could acquire solely within the walls of Hogwarts. In contrast, Neville, also from a pure-blood family, hailed from the long-fallen Longbottom lineage. His parents, tormented by the Cruciatus curse, had succumbed to madness and were confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Neville's only family support came from a grandmother, and upon his arrival at school, he was utterly oblivious to the world around him. Reflecting on this disparity, the crowd's expectations for Neville diminished further. Neville is coming. Make way, give him a path. Suddenly, the outer throng erupted in a cacophony as they parted, revealing Neville at the end of the lane. His expression remained remarkably calm. He did not survey his surroundings, but instead strode purposefully toward Malfoy's position. As he passed by Ye Shu, he abruptly halted. Senior Ye Shu, I shall exert my utmost in this battle, and I will not tarnish your esteemed reputation. A resolute expression adorned Neville's youthful visage as he offered a slight nod to Ye Shu. Go forth. I have faith in your capabilities. However, should you falter, you are aware of the consequences. Ye Shu smiled faintly, causing a shiver to run down Neville's spine and his hair to stand on end. The recollection of Ye Shu's rigorous training instilled a heavy dread within him. Should he fail in this duel, he could expect an even harsher regimen. I cannot lose. I must not lose. With a surge of determination, he resolved to vanquish Malfoy with all his might. Neville turned, a fierce glint in his eyes, and advanced toward Malfoy, who had been standing with crossed arms. Upon seeing Neville approach, Malfoy allowed a chilling smile to curve his lips. You're here. I am, Neville affirmed with a nod. You should not have come. Yet here I am. You will lose. Not necessarily. You might be the one to lose. Let us meet in the arena, Neville Longbottom. The exchange between the two elicited an eye roll from Ye Shu, who mused. Did they truly believe they were engaged in a climactic battle atop the Forbidden City? They were merely two children playing pretend. Ye Shu, it's all in your hands. Dumbledore approached Ye Shu, gesturing towards him, to witness the outcome of this confrontation. Dumbledore had personally arrived, eager to observe the fruits of Ye Shu's specialized training with Neville. In this duel, Ye Shu would oversee the entire affair, ensuring the safety of both participants and preventing any fatal injuries during the contest. Ye Shu nodded before stepping into the center of the dueling circle, casting a glance at both individuals. I shan't belabor the rules, you both understand. In essence, aside from despicable and underhanded tactics, you may employ all that you have learned. Should one concede, the other must refrain from inflicting further harm. Otherwise, do not blame me for intervening. Trust me, you would not wish to see me take action. Do both of you comprehend? Ye Shu inquired, receiving subtle nods from Malfoy and Neville, affirming their understanding of the rules. Excellent. Ye Shu turned and retreated to a distance of approximately 30 meters from the two. Now, I declare this duel to be between Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom. Let the duel commence. With Ye Shu's command, both participants swiftly drew their wands, aiming them at one another. Disarm. Malfoy's motion was swift. Nearly the instant he withdrew his wand, he cast a spell towards Neville. The distance between them was merely 20 meters. He anticipated an easy hit. Yet Malfoy's pupils dilated in shock. In that moment, Neville, as if foreseeing the attack, deftly sidestepped the spell. Humph, merely a coincidence. Malfoy seethed inwardly, believing Neville had escaped purely by luck. Stupefy. Malfoy's second spell followed closely, yet Neville once again evaded the oncoming attack with remarkable speed. Longbottom's agility is astounding. He can even dodge spells. Malfoy thought, astonished. His attack speed was undeniably swift. He doubted that he himself could evade such strikes. Yet, Neville had managed to avoid 2 consecutive spells. Was it skill or mere fortune? The Observer, a senior set to graduate this year, reflected on how Malfoy's speed was formidable, especially considering he was merely in his second year, while he had already completed 7. It was daunting to think that if Neville maintained this pace, no spell would ever touch him. The spectators were momentarily taken aback by Neville's velocity, and the members of Gryffindor finally began to harbor a flicker of confidence in him. 2 consecutive spells failed to strike Neville, causing Malfoy to furrow his brow, as he observed Neville rapidly closing the distance between them. An acute sense of urgency surged within him. In mere moments, the gap had diminished to a mere 10 meters, igniting a flicker of anxiety in Malfoy's heart. The memory of Neville's displayed muscles earlier in the day tightened Malfoy's chest. Should Neville reach him and land a punch, he feared he would not withstand the blow. Damn it, I command you to evade. Flames roared, recognizing that his single-target spells could not reach Neville. Malfoy resolutely unleashed a wide-ranging fire spell. The blazing crimson flames surged, partitioning Neville from Malfoy, the intense heat causing a subtle pain to prick at Malfoy's face. Yet, he dismissed the discomfort, his focus entirely on Neville. Despite the ferocity of the flames, Malfoy discerned Neville's figure beyond the fire. His wand stood poised, the flames extending only 5 meters. No matter which direction Neville approached from, his spell was ready to strike. How would Neville counter this maneuver? Chapter 95, so swiftly. The searing flames blazed, casting a rosy hue upon both Neville and Malfoy in the center of the battlefield. Not only Malfoy, but the onlookers were equally eager to witness how Neville would surmount this fiery barrier. Behind the flames, Neville gazed at the nearly 2-meter-high wall of fire. Taking a deep breath, exhaling, he thought, they all wish to see how I will break through? Very well, I shall demonstrate. Observe closely. I shall only showcase this once. This is the ultimate skill that Senior Ye Shu has taught me. Empowered by magic, I shall dash with unparalleled speed. Neville whispered to himself, a faint aura of magic swirling around his body, enveloping him rapidly, especially intensifying around his legs. Having completed this preparation, Neville crouched low, and then, under the watchful eyes of the entire school, he charged straight toward the fiery wall. Is he mad? Has Longbottom lost his senses? This is disastrous. Even if he is not consumed by the flames, he shall be gravely injured. Senior Ye Shu, please make him stop. Do not just stand there. It's merely a competition. Sacrificing one's life for this is utterly unnecessary. Neville, halt at once. Surely, Neville does not believe he would dishonor Gryffindor by choosing to sacrifice himself. The crowd erupted in chaos, students displaying expressions of shock. Some girls even covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy. Several students urged Ye Shu to intervene and forcibly halt the duel, yet Ye Shu remained unmoved. Some even turned to the observing professors, imploring them to step in. However, what they failed to notice was that at the moment Neville invoked his magical empowerment, astonishment was etched upon the faces of all the professors. Could magic be wielded in such a manner? Dumbledore murmured to himself, his aged eyes sparkling with a glimmer of wonder, as if he had laid eyes upon a rare treasure. Under the varied gazes of the crowd, Neville dashed toward the bonfire, yet he was not consumed by the flames as others had anticipated. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, comparable even to world-class sprinters. Within a mere second, he traversed the distance to the fire, appearing to flicker before the onlookers. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, for the flames could not approach his form. As he passed through the fire, it parted to create a humanoid void. Draco Malfoy wore a perplexed expression, for the flames conjured by the spell were of considerable heat, certainly not something one could breach without consequence. What right did Neville have to withstand such intensity? Suddenly, Neville's figure loomed larger before Malfoy, and it was at that moment he realized how close Neville had come. Quick, bind him, disarm him. Malfoy attempted to cast his spell, yet before he could finish, Neville's disarming charm struck him, causing Malfoy's wand to fly from his grasp. With no weapon, Malfoy quickly retreated, yearning to retrieve his wand and continue the fight, but Neville would not grant him that opportunity. After crossing the flames, Neville landed and, with a swift motion, darted forward like a phantom, catching up to Malfoy's pace in mere strides. The battle was over. Neville clenched his fist, drawing power to his side before seizing Malfoy's garment and yanking him toward him. No. As Neville closed in, Malfoy's eyes widened in terror at the sight of Neville's muscular form. What could a wizard do when stripped of his wand? The answer was nothing. A powerful wizard might cast a weakened spell to disrupt an opponent's attack, but clearly, Malfoy was incapable of such feats. In his moment of dread, Neville's fist expanded in Malfoy's vision before landing a powerful blow to his abdomen. A dull thud echoed as Malfoy hunched over like a shrimp. The pain surged through him, followed by an overwhelming wave of nausea. He began to vomit, expelling everything he had consumed that evening. And he felt as though even his meals from earlier in the day were being forced out. The sensation was so intense that he felt a loosening below, as if he might lose control entirely. I said, the battle is over. Malfoy, you have lost. As Malfoy retched, Neville astutely sidestepped, avoiding any repercussions from the vomit. Now, standing confidently before his opponent, Neville held his wand aloft, glowing with a soft white light, poised against Malfoy's forehead. Malfoy wished to protest, but the agony in his belly rendered him unable to speak. He understood. He had lost, spectacularly, his pride utterly shattered. Is it truly over so soon? Has it only been a minute? Did this battle even last a minute? This confrontation appeared to be a one-sided affair, with Neville utterly dominating Malfoy. After all, Malfoy's attacks proved utterly ineffective, while Neville merely employed a disarming spell followed by a single punch. Is this truly the nature of a wizard's duel? Neville Longbottom. His transformation is astonishing. Is this the result of training under Senior Ye Shu? Even I am tempted to follow in his footsteps. Initially, a murmur arose from the crowd, soon swelling into a cacophony of astonishment as all eyes turned to the proudly standing Neville and the crumpled Malfoy, who seemed on the verge of retching. With the battle concluded, I declare Neville Longbottom the victor. Ye Shu bore a smile, evidently pleased with Neville's performance. Applause erupted, led by Dumbledore. followed closely by the other professors, filling the arena with thunderous acclaim. Ye Shu, you sly fellow, you've quietly conjured something remarkable. Do you realize that if this were to spread, it could incite a monumental uproar? Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, what Neville has demonstrated is merely the tip of the iceberg. Dumbledore's keen insight is formidable. He has discerned a multitude of concealed elements from what Neville has merely hinted at. Traditionally, a wizard's physicality has been their Achilles heel. Yet what Ye Shu has developed, a so-called physical enhancement, could exponentially amplify a wizard's strength and speed, heralding an epic-defining innovation.